Chapter 1711 First Kill. Immediately after being dismembered, the crocodile-headed king, whose physical activity was comparable to that of an undead creature, did not appear to be covered in blood and internal organs, struggling to survive with his last breath. The blood, muscle bundles, and broken bones flowing out from the cross-section seemed to actively search for the other half of the limb. Stretch out, capture the broken limb, and pull it toward the main body. Once the two sections are joined, the joined parts will quickly come together and eventually heal, leaving everything just as it was before the injury. This process does not take much time. But to be honest, this not long time was enough for the 5 people present to cut it into atomic-level pieces. At least in Lin's understanding. Taking advantage of someone's illness and killing them is a routine operation. Unless today is a plot killing, unavoidable CG cutscene. Someone will not press the attack button repeatedly, rather than letting the enemy recover and show off his power. It is better to let him die. The second and third forms are all evil ways. But this time, Lin forced the Hagaris to make no move. Just watching the crocodile-headed king return to his original state. He still had extra time to turn his head, shake his arms, and relax his muscles. The position where the crocodile-headed king recovered was only a few steps away from Lin, and the two sides were basically still within each other's attack range. Lin didn't deliberately retreat, and the 4 human SH/LS were still surrounding him. The two sides are extremely close. The crocodile-headed king stood up again, not feeling the slightest fear of being surrounded. It looked at the people next to it with contempt and said, "You can't kill me, so why don't you give up? Shouldn't you simply commit suicide at this time?" Shaking the yin and yang pearl feather fan, Lin did not shy away from facing him, with the saliva almost dripping from the crocodile's long snout, and said, "No, it should be said that all preparations to kill you have been made, but you are the first one. So I still ask, do you really want to go against me? If you are willing to quit Ishur now, and everything returns to the way it was, then I can forget what happened today." He lowered his head and looked down at the person in front of him. The huge figure had a full sense of oppression, especially when the two sides got closer. The crocodile-headed king did not open his mouth wide. Instead, he spoke with the corners of his mouth slightly open. But the stench that killed people was also revealed. "Do you think it's possible, human? Nothing is impossible. It's just whether you want it or not. Agree to my request. Quit, and avoid a torture. It's that simple. If you want to beg for mercy in a bluffing way, you are doing it wrong. The real way to beg for mercy is to kneel on the ground, kowtow, and humbly describe your fear, so as to ask for my mercy, instead of using that kind of the disgusting eyes pretend to be incompetent. Don't think of me as one of those little devils who can deceive and enslave me by intimidating me in this way. Their souls are suffering from infinity in my belly. Endless torture," the crocodile-headed king said threateningly. "You mean there's nothing to talk about?" Faced with such questioning, the crocodile-headed king smiled. "I don't know where you got the confidence that there is still hope. All of this was destined to end as early as the beginning." Lin chewed on this sentence thoughtfully. "Everything is already determined." However, his contemplation did not stop the actions of others. At least before the Lord of the Abyss made a move, Suzaku took the lead with Khan, and cleanly cut the opponent in two. This time, with the power of counterpower, a sword cut open a certain node in the body of the Lord of the Abyss. From this point, it began to spread throughout the body, as if cancer cells were spreading, causing the demon's body to proliferate out of control and swell into grotesque sarcoma, completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. Thinking that the tumor would grow indefinitely, Lin and the 4 human SH/LS moved away, keeping a distance. But just like there is some kind of limit, when the volume of the sarcoma expands to a certain limit, the part that continues to proliferate outward begins to gray and then dissipates. The strange flesh that turned into flying ash didn't just stop at the part that exceeded the limit. It spread back even faster. Eventually, the entire sarcoma completely dissipated, leaving no trace. It's just that this process seems to be the temporary death of an Abyss Lord. It has returned to an unknown place, waiting for resurrection. But everyone present vaguely felt that something else happened. Compared to the 4 human SH/LS who didn't understand, Lin had a guess. And at this moment, he also discovered the difference between himself and the human SH/L. If Agiri is an existence whose height is limited by science and magic, they are like an artificial intelligence with infinitely powerful computing power. What they can do is to steadily build on the existing level of knowledge. Once you stand firm, go to the next level, and then the next level again. What Hakakiri can't do is guess. It's like adding an extra fork in the existing path, which you don't know whether you can go on, or whether it's feasible. However, whether this is impossible or just too lazy to do may be up for debate. It was the appearance of someone's random thoughts that made the four human SHLs full of curiosity. You know, someone doesn't have a Hakakiri on him right now. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps at such a distance, the Hagaris could still sense their active thoughts. However, Lin has been with these peeping guys for so long, and he has already learned some restraint techniques. So if the Hagaris want to know what Lin is thinking at the moment, apart from making physical contact, they just have to ask. What do you think happened just now, Master Lan? Asked Suzaku, who was holding the Khan and tapping his shoulder lightly. Don't call me Mage Lan. After refuting, Lin Kai said, what happened just now? It is already confirmed that we successfully sent away an Abyss Lord. What about the things we're not sure about? That is, a silent message exchange process has just occurred, sharing it with all users on the same platform. It's just that everything is done in a very obscure way. Anyone who understands it. But if you don't understand, there is nothing you can do about it. Lin Shuxuang sitting there, feeling helpless. Talking like a human being, Suzaku said, dissatisfied. To put it simply, the process of the battle just now was all known by the will of the Abyss. Then that great existence has a high probability of sharing all this with other demons who are qualified to get it. That is, other Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil God. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Bai Hu even asked, does this mean that just like the Saints, a move that has been used once cannot be used again? Then, isn't it so interesting? The four human SHLs looked at each other and said happily at the same time. Regarding the attitude of the four human SHLs who were afraid of chaos in the world, Lin said disapprovingly, it's not as exaggerated as you think. What if we use clever methods to kill some Abyss Lord? And we still hope that in the future use the same method to deal with a few more demons before they know about it. So there is no need to worry about the leakage of information. But what we are using now is not an outright conspiracy. Does beating count? Qilong asked himself doubtfully. Then we can be considered a serious siege. Demons don't like to fight alone. Being in a siege only proves two things. Either they are stupid enough to be alone and surrounded, or they have too few friends and can only fight a group of others by themselves. Either way, it's your own fault. Think carefully about the battle just now. The combat characteristics and skills of the four human SHLs. Knowing this kind of thing in advance is of no great significance to their existence at this level, when moves are no longer a limitation. If you look for flaws in a certain move, you may not have the chance to encounter the same move again and use your own cracking method. All opponents have reached the state where they can win without any moves, and the only one who can fight is whose state is higher. Since we are competing to see who has the highest level, what is the use of knowing whose characteristics and moves are known in advance? The weapon used is a Hagari? This is not something that was already known. If there are still demons who come to trouble a certain tower master without knowing it, they can only praise him for being extremely stupid. Inverse power equation? Lin believes that this feature is not news to a certain group of people because it can carry out weak attacks against God's level enemies. I really thought I could conquer the world with one move. How long has this move been available? At first, Lin and Feng were still a little secretive. As long as they made a move, they would make sure that there were no witnesses left. But after that, I was not so particular about doing things. This was also because many of them were my own people, and it was not easy to kill and silence them. When there are too many things like this, you still want to keep it secret, unless all those with conflicts of interest are blind and deaf idiots. So they will turn a blind eye, not listen, and those who know will not tell. Is this possible? The only difference is that in the past, someone was too weak and might be nipped in the bud by those big guys. Although I dare not say that my wings are strong now. I have earned some reputation and have a backer. So it is not that easy to deal with myself. In short, in a special group, where almost everyone is paying attention, the exposure of the anti-power equation still has an impact. But it is not as big as imagined. Because the anti-power equation is just a piece of knowledge and a tool, not an actual weapon or prop. Knowledge cannot be destroyed, but it can be deceived and avoided. So Lin is not worried about the anti-power equation being targeted at all. This is like a computer virus that attacks the underlying core of the computer system in all aspects. The best response is to eliminate the old system and conduct a complete upgrade, rather than updating a few programs. The latter has no big effect. Switch to these gods. since it is the divine power that is being targeted. Do they dare to abandon their own skills and practice a new one from scratch? This kind of thing is no different from committing suicide and being reincarnated. If your mind is not caught by the door panel, you will not think about it. So, in terms of combat, we are not afraid of leaking anything at all. The only thing the demons can do is to win with numerical superiority, just like their original idea, even if the battle information is obtained in advance. The only thing that can be dealt with in the end is the Chiman-Duinjia formation, which is the maze built by this magic circle city. For human SH, LS, one sentence for you, one sentence for me. Finish the sentence. It also analyzed most of the current situation. Lin continued. Besides, at most they thought they were going to fight the 5 of us. But they didn't know that they were always dealing with 10,637 plus 1. This way I can still lose. Which only proves one thing. That means you are all fishing. Hee hee hee. The strange laughter came and went. And there were far more than 4 voices. Chapter 17:12 The Devil's Useless Counterattack. On the surface, the trump card in someone's hand is this magic array city with a Chiman-Duinjia array. Divide the number of incoming enemies into pieces that can be handled by a single person. Being able to fight against a single Abyss Lord or Abyss Evil God. He has the only chance to win against the siege. Secretly, someone's real trump card is Agiri. Although the 5 worldly swordsmen represent specialized research in 5 directions, it does not mean that other Hakakiri Kimaru are inferior to the 5 worldly swordsmen. They are all Hakakiri. If Khan can use the solution to the anti-power equation to send away a certain Lord of the Abyss, it means that other Hagaras can also do the same thing, because they can transform into the same ability. It's just a question of whether to do so. This means that if one day one of the 5 swords in the world no longer wants to play, it can exchange forms with other Shikiri Kimaru at any time, except for the difference in the tone of voice and the level of noise. Someone may not necessarily notice anything unusual. Perhaps they have also been exchanged. Someone just doesn't know. The only exception is the year wheel that was born with the wish-granting power of the Sand of Time. That grain of sand of time is the key to the power of the Wheel of Time. The changes made by Hagari around the sands of time are very profound and cannot be interchanged arbitrarily. But Lin also feels that the inability to replicate the Wheel of Time may only be temporary. As the research continues to deepen, it is uncertain whether this ability to interfere with cause and effect will still be unique. If the origin of Hakakiri is really the same as the sands of time, whether it is the ace on the surface or the ace in the dark, it has nothing to do with conspiracy, but an unabashed conspiracy. For the devil, the only way to defeat it is to use the same upright force to overwhelm the opponent. In this way, the magician who everyone hates so much can be hung up and beaten. If you can't crack it, you will be the one who gets beaten. This war is that simple. But the thing is very simple. How long will it take for the demons to wake up? Or, could the devil escape someone's calculations and find an unexpected way to crack it? With the spirit of experimentation, Lin Xing walked in the Chiman-Duinjia formation and hunted demons with 4 human SH. LS. Compared with demons at the level of kings, we encountered more small groups led by demon lords or great demons, or they were unlucky demons who were divided and scattered by large formations and could only act alone. There is no need for Lin to deal with these. Just by touching it, a wave of magic towers will wash the ground. Only those who are not dead are worthy of 5 people taking action personally. Facts have proved that the magic tower Lin has built now can hit enemies below the level of gods with certainty. Kill him with one blow. Never be sloppy. If there really is someone who can't be killed, then pay attention to the enemy who has raised the opponent to the level of the god. Then, of course, we must do our best to send the other party on their way. There is a reason why there is such an additional step of cleaning the floor with the magic tower. Originally, when Lin and others encountered ordinary demons, they did not hesitate to take action personally. This will save the time of the magic tower attack so that you can kill more demons. Ever since he was tricked by an Abyss Lord who was hiding among the demons and pretending to be quite weak, Lin gave up his original approach. In the army of demons, there are still gods whose level they have not calibrated. This was quite surprising to someone. It can only sneak attack your enemies, but I have never encountered anyone of the Abyss Evil God type. These gods who have achieved success through faith are like fireflies in the dark night, and no one can ignore them. But the Lord of the Abyss, who had a way to hide himself, suddenly jumped out to give someone a try. If he hadn't been able to escape with the flash technique, someone might have died. So from that time on, whenever you encounter a demon, regardless of its strength. You must first clean it with a magic tower as a screening test. Then, even if it is an empty street, he must scan it first before Lin can start to calculate which direction to move next. The reason is also the same. That is, the Lord of the Abyss is approaching invisibly, and brings another surprise to someone. Facts have proven that even if someone spends a lot of time developing the ability to detect enemies, there are still loopholes that prevent them from discovering powerful enemies that are hidden in strange ways. Just like the Lord of the Abyss, who was achieved by the shadow dragon that he met on Dragon Island. Especially those demons who deliberately stay still and use themselves as traps. They wait for work, catching passing enemies. Such tactics do have a lot of uncertainty. But as long as they can work, no matter how big the flaws are, they can be ignored. So Lin had to use a sweep method to filter out a newly arrived location. Even so, there's no guarantee that all hidden demons will be found. There are even people below the Lord of the Abyss here who rely on their unique abilities to get close and attack. These talents are almost entirely focused on how to hide the devil on this subject. Although they also try their best to strengthen their ability to kill with one strike. But when used on Lin, apart from creating a sense of crisis, it didn't really cause any harm. Those monarch-level enemies that are extremely destructive and may really threaten the life of a certain magician usually cannot get close to that person. Even if they can destroy the SHL of a human being. It still feels like a sad thing. Because that's just breaking up the human SHL, not really breaking any Hakakiri. It can be said that Lin has never encountered a real fatal crisis. Protected by 4 human SHLs cut from the outside and protected by the Antion Confucian robe on the inside. At most, it's just a heartbeat. Just like watching an exciting scene in a thriller movie. As for the more difficult battles, it is not that they have never happened. For example, in one encounter, the enemy also had 5 demons at the level of a great king. It was an abyss evil god who opened a certain realm and led the other 4 abyss lords forward. This prevented this small group from being broken up by the Chiman formation. Using Chiman Duinjia to disperse enemies doesn't mean they can't be separated just because they don't want to be separated. Whether they get separated inadvertently, or when passing through a fork in the road or turning a corner. We use blinding techniques to confuse them and make them make different choices. However, the Chiman Duinjia formation cannot separate a whole, because it would be like directly cutting a person into pieces. Using such a deceptive method, there were finally a same number of enemies at the level of a monarch, and they happened to meet a certain person's party. Lin and others continued to maintain the illusion of 5 versus 5, because with such an enemy, there was no need for the Hagaris to spread out and fight. The most complicated part in the battle is the solution of the anti-power equation. When there were 1 against many, someone overestimated his ability and wanted to rely on his powerful computing power to find a way to deal with all the Abyss Lords at the same time. But the result is that it slows down the solution process and takes more time than processing it sequentially. At present, most of the computing power that I am most proud of has been occupied due to unknown reasons. And there is no way to solve it yet. Naturally, it is impossible to open 5 calculation programs at once like before. So Lin chose to eliminate the enemies one by one. The first Lord of the Abyss was the most difficult to deal with. In addition to being evenly matched in numbers, the enemy's morale was also the highest. Morale is an invisible and intangible thing that is difficult to quantify. But it does affect the outcome of the battle. Whether it is a high-end game or a low-end game, a strong army or a miscellaneous army, changes in morale are very important. When the first Lord of the Abyss fell, and the second one also fell, morale seemed to collapse in a trend visible to the naked eye. When the third and fourth figures fell down, leaving only the Abyss evil god, who was struggling to hold on. The boss didn't have the consciousness to fight to the death, and wanted to turn around and run away. So this seemed to be the most dangerous 5-on-5 situation. But because of the negligent mentality of the demons, who felt that they were evenly matched, morale collapsed in the end. And the battle process was actually faster than those 5-on-1 situations. In the latter situation, there is almost no Abyss Lord who does not show his true ability at the first opportunity and try his best. Because they also know that if they don't fight in the first place, they won't have a chance to fight. This kind of asymmetric war has no chance of becoming a protracted war. For Lin, the most troublesome situation is that, as the number of battles increases, the details of Lin and his group are revealed to other demons, as if being discovered by successive suicide squads. The response methods will be more targeted and targeted. For example, the deity who wears sky blue Confucian robes and always hides at the back of the team. or is surrounded and protected by human SH/LS, becomes the only target of the demon's attacks. Facing the attacks from the 4 human SH/LS, the demons would dodge if they could. Those who couldn't would try to bite the main body even though they were hurt. And some of the tactics that have been used, or the methods of attack that have been encountered, are obviously being guarded against. If the same method was used before, 1 point of force would leave a knife mark. Now it may be necessary to use 3 or 5 points of force to achieve the same result. Lin also discovered that the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods paid extra attention to the situation, that they would not be hit by the weakness of power at the beginning, but would be completely lost and collapsed after a certain point in time. They also used death squads to test someone's methods, trying to find that special element. Perhaps there are many demons who are unwilling to give up and think that they can break the magician's tactics and achieve the final victory. But they still drank in hatred and were defeated by the Hakiri sword, becoming a stepping stone for those who came after them to win. From Lin's perspective, Abyss will so extravagantly used a large number of Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods as cannon fodder, intending to test its own abilities. The fighting methods of the 5 are not static. From 4 human SH/LS using the 4 elephant formation to attack together, to facing multiple enemies, they divide into 1, 3 or 2 to fight against the enemy, and sometimes Lin will join them. Different distribution methods also form different formations, exerting a multiplier effect. The fighting style of the 4 human SH/LS is not reckless. Maybe you can work wonders in the early stage, but after the devil's targeted defense, you have to think about some techniques that may only be used once. But under Lin's leadership, he did not let the Hagiris waste time on designing one-time tactics. Not only because this tactic can only be a trick, but also because it is a detour that forgets the treasures around you. If you follow this detour, you may be happiest on the Abyss side. Even if someone finally defeats the demon army, it may be a little unreasonable to say this, but Lin vaguely felt that the victory or defeat of the war was actually unimportant. The process of how to win or lose is the key point. Chapter 1713, Mountains and Rivers Move with New Power. More than a year ago, there was a battle in the Lost Land where many Abyss Lords were challenged. After only 2 were killed, the Abyss Lord began to think of ways to escape regardless of his dignity. If it weren't for their size, it would be difficult for them to cross the realm in a short time, and they would not choose to commit suicide and return to the Abyss to wait for resurrection. If these Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil God really know each other's situation through a certain connection of consciousness, then Lin had a reasonable suspicion that it was not normal for the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods to still continue to fight after more than 10 people died. The last time he encountered such a situation was when Lin lost control in the Abyss. The Will of the Abyss sent a bunch of supplements in an attempt to double pollute his mind and body, causing someone to degenerate into a demon and become a member of the Abyss. That time, Abyss's attempt failed, but it succeeded someone instead, at the cost of killing the demonic incarnation of Fat House. He left behind his demonized body, protecting his consciousness from being manipulated by the Abyss. This time the demons fought to the death and refused to retreat, which was very similar to the last time. Therefore, behind the demon army, Azad, who originally wanted to become the Prince of the Abyss, may be operating, but now another, more skilled chess player stepped in. If some existence hadn't intervened and confused the minds of so many Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods, Lin Kai didn't think that the barrier forming the Chimen Duinjia formation could really have any effect on restricting demons of this level. Admittedly, it is like stinky dog shit, which makes the devil avoid it. But considering that when they were lost in the land, a bunch of Abyss Lords boldly committed suicide and returned to the Abyss to resurrect, Lin didn't believe that between saving his life and being covered in stinky shit, the devil wouldn't have the courage to face that indescribable thing. It is true that the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss can be resurrected, but it is not without cost. In addition to the weak period, what is even more troublesome are the enemies who take advantage of the weak period, the hyenas who want to take advantage, and the demon lords who want to step on them and rise to power. The Lord of the Abyss is not eternal. It is also possible for them to truly die during the civil war and be replaced by other demons. They will usher in such a real death, and it must happen during a period of weakness, with only a few exceptions, such as being chopped by someone with a wheel of years. Therefore, if you don't want to be truly eliminated, it is wise to avoid entering the period of weakness after resurrection. Death to avoid something or trouble is always a last resort. Under this understanding, Lin did not believe that demons who fought to the death without escaping were not crazy. If the Will of the Abyss has an ulterior motive and controls the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss to die, regardless of the cost. What is its purpose? I can't help but make others not worry. It's like a puzzle game where a bunch of monsters suddenly appear to disrupt the player's thinking. If you think that killing all these monsters is the way to pass the level, you may end up with a game over. Therefore, Lin's intuition was just to kill the invading demon army, as well as the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss mixed in. This was definitely not the answer that should be filled in on the test paper given by the will of the Abyss. Then the correct answer is most likely what I have explained to Finn, Ezio and Hardy before. In this test from the devil, victory can only belong to Abyss himself. And there can be no external factors. Introducing strong men from the human side or troops from the lost world is definitely an option to seek death. Bad_END is not enough to describe the final result. The reasons have been figured out before. If you don't want to fight an endless war, don't mess around. The Abyss, is the focus of this battle. Then here comes the problem. It is true that the twin towers of the gate on the side of the Abyss were built in the Abyss. They are definitely a souvenir of the Abyss. But the tower owner is not. For the olive branch that was once offered, someone unscrupulously took away the benefits, ate them, digested them, and even pulled out the unnecessary parts. But someone has completely thrown away all the responsibilities he should bear. Lin has experienced this kind of behavior, and the malice coming from the Abyss more than once. So to the question of whether I am a member of the Abyss, the answer is no need to think about it. It is definitely not. He might even be on the blacklist. The kind that doesn't matter whether he lives or lives. This is why Azad asked the demons who were close to him to come to Ishur to gain benefits. And at the same time he encouraged another group of demons with different stances to attack the magic tower. It's not that Azad is rebellious by nature, or that he wants to be a fence-sitter, but his actions are indeed in line with Abyss's stance. There is only one core idea, and that is the Abyss of the Abyss Devil, and nothing else matters. For Lin, winning this war is irrelevant. Eliminating the hostility of the Abyss will towards him is the focus of this battle. Losing and running away is of course the easiest way, but it is obviously not in someone's interests. How to win, and how to convince the hidden boss to stop causing trouble, is difficult. The way Lin wanted to get it was to make the key to winning or losing this war be placed on the magic tower. And I am just an emotionless tool who can be replaced by anyone. It has been proved that the magic tower has the ability to self-protect. So naturally there is no need to send additional people to station, dominate everything and assist in defense. This is the most beneficial and trouble-free way for those invisible traitors, using the twin towers at the side entrance of the Abyss to cooperate with the Chiman-Duinjia formation set up by the Magic Circle City seems to be in line with the will of the Abyss. At least the demons did not choose to violently destroy the formation. Instead, they walked through the maze obediently and pursued them desperately. So when I and Hagiri human L repel the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss, I must highlight the tactics with the Chiman formation as the core, instead of relying on myself and Hagiri to fight through all the incoming enemies. If you really allow yourself to clear the level like this, you can imagine that the second and third waves of challenges will follow one after another until you fall. Such an endless battle would be such a disgusting thing. Therefore, the strength that he can use and display should be everything built with the magic tower as the core. This may include the Chiman-Duinjia formation from my hometown, as long as it's not a lost item. It has a chance to be recognized. If this premise is established, the knowledge from home may be the key to breaking the situation. It should be. In view of the fact that these real bosses above the bosses do not have an anthropomorphic consciousness to communicate with each other, everything can only be guessed. So Lin is not sure whether his idea is correct. The only thing you can do, of course, is to boldly try your own ideas. If you can succeed, you can succeed. If you can't, then think of a way. In short, this world is like this. There is no smooth sailing. The most annoying thing about bosses is that they want others to figure out their own ideas. But there are as many of them as dogs. Based on this idea, in addition to strengthening the formation of multi-person attacks, one of the 5 swords in the world can be said to shine. That is a planet-level weapon originally designed to affect the general trend of the world. The giant sword moves mountains and rivers. The emphasis is on influence. As Archimedes from his hometown said, "Give me a fulcrum and I will lift the whole earth." And someone's goal is not just to make a big move. It is to use the strength of 4 tails to move 1,000 caddies of lead for one's own use. Shanhong's research results more than a year ago were limited to using the power of elemental elves to pull the power of the earth and smash it against the enemy. Or the sword can be endowed with characteristics such as the power of the earth and the speed of the wind to attack the enemy. Therefore, regardless of the appearance of Shan Hadong's giant sword, this Shikiri is also a well-deserved important weapon. Just like the yin-yang pearl feather fan in someone's hand that contains the spirits of the four elements. There is no need to cut people out. Just smashing them can kill them. But there is a disadvantage in using the power of elemental Ls. That is, there is an upper limit to the external force that one unit of elemental Ls can pull. In other words, if you want to exert greater power, you must infuse more power of elemental spirits and spend more time. For a while, Lin Du wanted to pour the spirits of the four elements in the yin-yang pearl feather fan into the mountains and rivers to see if it could exert greater power. Just like the relationship between the sand of time and the wheel of time. External forces achieve the power of Akiri. Just considering the relationship between the four elemental spirits and the four elemental planes, and whether there would be unpredictable consequences once the elemental spirits were combined with the box. Lin did not dare to venture forward. Lin still knows how to be cautious when it comes to things in his own hands. When it came to Hagiri, I was really lucky not to be disabled. There is a lot of self-inflicted behavior among Hagiri these days. And some people are too lazy to control it. The general trend of heaven and earth caused by the Chiman Duinjia formation causes the creatures walking in it to be strengthened or weakened to varying degrees due to the different routes they take. Such a discovery undoubtedly allowed Hagiris to see a different path and devote themselves to it. You know, apart from calculating the solution to the inverse power equation, most of Lin's computing power is restricted by that indescribable thing. As long as the computing power of Haikiri is reasonably distributed, there is no problem in solving and calculating several more inverse energy equations. But they didn't. After fighting, most of their energy is still spent in the internal group, talking to each other, when a new road appeared in front of Hagakiri. And according to a certain magician's words, that road might be the key to this battle. Hagakiri and his team devoted almost all their enthusiasm to giving Shankoa ideas. Even if it's a bad idea, only 1 or 2 out of 100 can be used. For a box cutter with a base number of tens of thousands, it is still possible to find some feasibility and develop it. Shan Hadong directly changes itself bit by bit in the moving time between battles, showing all the results in real time and verifying them in actual combat. What could be a more suitable wooden dummy than the Lords of the Abyss? If you kill other demons, regardless of whether Hagiri and others change it or not, it will be cut in two, and there is no reference value at all. The Lords of the Abyss are much more durable. So during the battle, a very interesting scene appears. Even if someone solves the anti-power equation, the 4 human LS will release the water intentionally or unintentionally, allowing Shan Hadong to complete the test before killing the enemy in front of him in one breath. With such a temper where playfulness is more important than killing enemies, how could Lin dare to hand over the spirits of the 4 elements to Akiri? If you really give it to me, you don't know what kind of disaster it will be like. However, even though the Hagira's actions looked like playfulness, Shan Hadong first affected the power of the entire Chiman Duinjia formation before achieving the stage of pulling the power of heaven and earth. Used some mysterious means to superimpose the power of the formation. Every blow from the mountains and rivers was like the entire city of Magic City accumulating power, striking at the long-tempered body of the Lord of the Abyss. Such a heavy weapon is unimaginable. Chapter 1714, The Devil's Disadvantage. Speaking of the progress of Shikiri human SHL, the most intuitive person is Lin, who has been following him. Perhaps this gradual change is easy to miss for those who have been observing. But to a person accustomed to playing with data, even a flat trend is still a trend. So it's very simple to figure out what the Hagiris are up to. And such changes are a good thing. And of course, there is no need to stop them. Besides, since the number of Hagiris increased dramatically, Lin rarely intervened in their discussions unless they raised clear questions and gave them some time to think. If you match Hagiri's thinking speed and communication speed, it will just be a lot of chatter. And no matter how much time you have, it will be wasted unconsciously. It's like before time travel. When someone looked at any kind of social networking site, even if they just scrolled through a pile of uninteresting useless articles, time would fly quickly. Therefore, if you want to cherish life, you should stay away from the community before time travel. And stay away from Akiri after time travel. Someone feels something deeply. To be able to have such random thoughts during a battle. You can imagine how idle someone is. The Hagiri husks are happily testing out their newly developed abilities. And if someone plans to take action, all kinds of complaints and noises about monster grabbing will fill their thoughts. Lin's remaining functions are to lead the way in this formation and calculate anti-power equations. Even because the Hagiris use the Chiman Duinjia formation to analyze and develop Shan Hedong's new abilities. The matter of leading the way was gradually taken over by the Hagairas, who understood this knowledge. They may not necessarily choose the best route someone thinks of to encounter suitable enemies who have been dispersed. Sometimes, he would deliberately take a strange route, passing through several death doors in a row, accumulating some inexplicable power. And then without saying a word, the mountains and rivers would move, and a sword would directly strike the Lord of the Abyss. This sword may not necessarily kill anyone, but the person who is struck will definitely feel uncomfortable. In Lin's observation, Shan Hedong's sword blades seemed to be entangled in a bloody storm. With such power, it slashed into the demon's torso. Not even a cent of it was wasted. It was all borne by the demon's body. This resulted in Shan Hedong's attacks, in addition to being heavy, also carrying random attribute damage. It's just that the former is the big head, and the latter is just an addition. But these are not the key points of Shan Hedong's success. The goals it has set for itself have always been very clear. That's how to use the force of 4 ounces to move 1,000 caddies, then 10,000 caddies, 100,000 caddies, and 1,000,000 caddies. The ultimate goal is to activate the power of the planet, destroying stars. This was the goal Lin had envisioned at the beginning. In order to destroy a planet, not to mention its size, it must at least be of the same magnitude as the planet in a certain field before it is possible to destroy it. Just like blasting a boulder. Even if the explosive is buried in the center of the boulder, the power of the explosion can be completely absorbed by the boulder, thereby achieving the purpose of cracking or shattering. Explosives also have a minimum charge, which cannot be achieved by just getting a firecracker. Therefore, if Shan Hedong wants to achieve someone's goal, it can be said that there is a long way to go. But it is undeniable that compared to simply using the power of elemental elves to move everything, the feng shui metaphysics of my hometown seems to be a more suitable knowledge. What the Hagairas do is not to choose one and then abandon the other, but to try to connect the two knowledges. Perhaps the temporary experiment cannot reach the level of 1 + 1 = 2. And the two elements may even hinder each other. But it also means finding an approach that can be eliminated so that other types of coordination can be made. For example, think about proportion issues, sequence issues, etc. In short, seeing a group of Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods become the targets of Hagiri's sword test. If you think about it seriously, it is quite terrifying. The existence of the god level has become a plaything like a guinea pig. It can only be said that with over 10,000 magnitude box cuts, quantitative changes have truly resulted in qualitative changes. The level of terror is incomparable to that of a single box cutter. Fortunately, these guys have no ambitions. The most important thing is that their needs have nothing to do with the needs of ordinary creatures, so they can be on the same side. The most ambitious one is the level of demon sword in Zadu. All day long, I think about cutting off other Hikiri, making myself the only one, and then becoming a special existence, like a plane seed or a dimension seed. But today, there are too many Hagairas who have the means to teach Insidu a new life. Even if it's a head-on confrontation, it's not certain who will decide. So this magic sword also disappeared a lot. However, demons are not just noobs waiting to be slaughtered. They are also making progress. It's just that the pace of progress is not as big as the Hagairas. Just call it an ordinary demon. The twin towers at the side door of the abyss are extremely lethal, unless the target hides its strength well and causes the magic tower to misjudge. It will be fatal if hit. But because it is a point kill, the efficiency is not that good, and there is a time difference. Perhaps the divided demons cannot see the scene of the magic tower massacring other demons, and those who see it will die together in a short period of time. But the disappearance of living creatures and the wailing of souls all remind the devil how many lives are facing death. The establishment of the Chiman Duinjia formation was actually a bit hasty. He was so hasty that Lin didn't consider everything comprehensively, especially from a magic point of view. It's like a foreigner goes to his own country and speaks in a language that no one understands. Although relying on gestures, everyone can roughly understand what this foreigner wants to express. But the inability to communicate through words is still an inescapable fact. However, even if this magic circle city still has loopholes, it does not mean that the demons can use these flaws to break into the city. Maybe if you give them more time, the devil can really do this. But I'm afraid they will be killed by the magic tower before they can break through the city. Just as cheating is not cheating if it is not discovered. Killing all witnesses can also be called perfect infiltration. Can killing all the enemies before they take advantage of the loopholes to capture the magic circle city be called a perfect city defense system? But the biggest disadvantage of the demon army is that they are scattered. For some unknown reason, the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil God group, which had the function of a headquarters, entered the city from the very beginning, and were of course enveloped by the Chimen-Duinjia formation. What leaves someone speechless the most is that these big guys have no idea of commanding their own troops. Instead, he takes the lead, enters the labyrinth of the Magic Circle City, and plays the role of a strong soldier. Although the will of the Abyss intervenes, someone's fighting methods and tactics can be known to other living demons at the demon level. But there are very few demons who can access this will, and the messages are quite obscure. Simply put, Will of the Abyss is not a good communication platform. For high-level people, it's just a little better than nothing. For ordinary demons, it's the same as nothing. As for the forum, although this thing is only produced in the mysterious land, it does not mean that demons will not use it. But as the founder of the forum, how could Lin not beware of this tool for information exchange? It is very difficult to block the use of certain magic. But with the scale of the Chimen-Duinjia formation, it is not that difficult to delay the information updates on the forum, or even turn them into garbled characters. You must know that in the Lost Lands, certain areas where the concentration of power is extremely high, and the magic power is quite active and chaotic, the use of the forum will also be hindered. Time and time again, someone knocked on the bowl asking for updates to correct such defects. But someone always dismissed them with the same old tactics. If he is not in his position, he will not seek his government. As I am not the master of the Tower of the Great Sage, of course, I cannot make such corrections. In short, an army of demons strong enough to attack the capital of the Midland Empire. After they were dispersed throughout the Magic Circle City, they fell into a leaderless state, waiting for the Magic Tower to call their names. But those demons that were not killed immediately, after noticing that a large number of demons were disappearing, would certainly not be able to just sit and wait for death. Self-rescue operations are underway. Just like trial and error with life. The devil who makes the wrong choice will eventually die. But if you do the right thing, the devil will live and wait for the next choice. If there are only a dozen or 20 objects surrounded, don't ask them what they can try out. Maybe they were all killed as soon as I realized I should have tested this maze more. But as long as they can save their lives, it means that these demons have a chance to take a step forward in cracking this maze. These messages will be learned by the will of the Abyss after the death of the demon, and then conveyed to the ears of the living Abyss King and the evil god of the Abyss in a subtle way. Such accumulation finally allowed the demon, who was still alive, to have the most superficial understanding of the Chimen-Duinjia formation. If you want to crack it, there is still no need to discuss it. But at least their actions are targeted, rather than wandering around without a clue. But here's where things get most interesting. If the enemy rushes in aimlessly, unexpected errors will occur in the rules that operate under a certain logic due to uncertainty. When the enemy starts to act in an orderly manner, it is easier to be targeted. It's like playing a computer game. In the initial stage of production of any game, as long as you act within the rules, most of them will not encounter big problems. But there are always bad players who do weird things and run into a bunch of bugs. At least the Chimen-Duinjia formation's function of dividing the enemy will not be ineffective just because the devil is on guard. It can be said that except that a demon cannot be cut into 8 pieces directly, small groups that should be divided must still be divided until they can act alone. In the Magic City surrounded by the Chimen-Duinjia formation, Lin was also restricted from using forum-tired communication magic. Although as the person with the highest authority, he made some backdoors that can be broken through. But it may be that the design is too effective, or that I have not thought carefully about it. In short, if someone wants to use any type of magic to communicate with the rear, it is not smooth. This is why Lin's previous messages to Finn were quite short and simple, because too complex content cannot be transmitted at all, let alone real-time conversation. But even in the formation, Lin could still use the power of the formation to observe the distribution of people in the formation, especially those groups that need special attention. The Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods. Unfortunately, such a call requires a separate spell, so the message update frequency is not very fast. And in order to avoid being noticed by the enemy, such loopholes are exploited. So every time Lin used it, he carefully suppressed the fluctuation of his power. However, everything that has been well managed will come to an abrupt end the moment the rules are broken. Chapter 17:15 Turning Point. What should you do if you cannot beat your opponent under the constraints of the game rules? Turn over the table. What a worry. When more than half of the monarch-level demons return to the embrace of the Abyss. When more than 2/3 of the demon army welcomes death. When the Magic Circle City once again receives some kind of blessing of the Abyss due to the watering of flesh and blood. things are not so simple. The first baptism of the Magic Circle City was more than a year ago, and it was paid for free by the soldiers and civilians of the Sulatang Empire. For some people, it is just to prevent a large amount of unprocessed flesh and blood from causing disasters such as plague. So I simply sent it into the abyss, and became the first batch of goods to be traded with the devil. The souls belonging to humans were first processed by Finn to prevent them from being enslaved by demons. But in fact, the spirit in flesh and blood is so easy to remove. Finn's treatment only reduced the value of that batch of flesh and blood in the eyes of the devil. But it did not return it to zero. At least, it's impossible to bring out some ghosts. Any land that has experienced great wars, and has been fertilized by flesh and blood and resentment is a first-rate ferocious place in the Lost Land. Not only does nature nourish undead creatures, but the world's barriers will also become weaker, making it easier for abyss creatures like demons to break through. Although the latter is also beneficial to the elemental elves living in the elemental plane. They do not have as much pursuit of the main plane of the land as the demons. But in the abyss, such a boundary is an excellent area. Not only does it have excellent fertile soil, it is even easy to gather the spirits unique to the abyss, from which little devils are born out of thin air. Some big devils with twitching brains can also collect the essence of this world, cooperate with themselves and the devil used for conception, and through a series of cunning operations, give birth to children with their own inheritance. Without such earthly essence, the mating behavior between demons is just for pleasure, and has no role in passing on the family line. It's just that sometimes, such earthly essences don't have to be actively collected. They may be passively infected, thus impregnating an unwilling demon. It can be said that such a land is like a sustainable resource land in the abyss. It is usually occupied by the most powerful demon lord, and only such demons can protect such treasures. Now, I have experienced another baptism of flesh and blood, not to mention those powerful demon lords. Even top bosses like the abyss evil god, who established the kingdom of God in this world, would be interested in such a land. To paraphrase a certain traveler's hometown, occupying such a territory to establish their own divine kingdom will save these abyss evil gods 30 years of struggle. Maybe it would be possible to save 300 years of hard work. To put it bluntly, considering the situation of a city, a magic circle city, let it go for 100 years. During this period, a demon with excellent qualifications, who is expected to reach the level of the Abyss Lord, will definitely be born here. In the eyes of other demons, such a demon is an excellent tonic. You must know that in addition to the accumulation of one's own training, plundering is a faster growth path for demons. It is conceivable that there will be many dramas of love and killing in this land. This brings much fun to the long lives of the demons, whether they are acting or watching the drama. For the Abyss Lords, they have no rigid demand for such land. But who would mind having more younger guys with good potential and more chewy snacks in normal times? However, the demons in such a treasured land are not filled with greed, but fear. The achievements of this land were obtained in exchange for their lives. Maybe these demons who can still think are not dead yet. But this war is not over either. The sacrifices of their comrades happened in front of their eyes. No one could tell when they would be the ones who fell. Even if they want to escape at this time, they don't know where they can go. The siege of the labyrinth, combined with the attack of the magic tower, harvested the demons' life wantonly. This group of demons, who had been abandoned long ago and were trapped in their own affairs, were all eroded by despair. Even the thought of gathering together could be considered wishful thinking. There are too many ways to control this Chimanduinja formation, and ordinary demons can only act according to the shepherd's wishes, like defenseless lambs. That is to say, they were scattered and then died. The difference is those demons at the level of kings. Ordinary demons don't have the ability to flip tables. But they do. But before escaping, they chose to gather together for a last-ditch effort. At this time, one can no longer worry about whether breaking those magic barriers will contaminate the body with some unpleasant smell. If you want to ignore the maze and escape from the city, you need to stain yourself with the stench that is difficult to remove for a long time. Wanting to gather somewhere in the maze also requires such a process. So how many Abyss Lords or Abyss Evil Gods will choose to leave when there is still unresolved grievances with the Tower Master? Now gathered together, they still have a numerical advantage. If it breaks up now, there probably won't be a second chance to challenge this magic tower. Demons don't have the courage and patience to fight over and over again. As long as they choose to take a step back, the demons will not try a second time before finding a new opportunity. And the second time will be in vain. This group of still living Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods gathered together and even smash several nearby buildings without ceremony. Although such actions would once again taint them with that unpleasant aura. They did hit someone's pain point by choosing not to act after gathering together. The blow from the twin towers at the side door of the abyss can only deal with ordinary demons. Even if all the demon army is dead. As long as these abyss lords and abyss evil gods are still like nails. Nailed into the magic circle city. This war will not be over. These big bosses can only be solved by the tower owner himself. Or be solved. There are more people than that magician. So what if he created 4 puppet clones? Including the main body. There would only be 5. The demons still believe they have superiority in numbers. Maybe they can come forward directly, and completely liberate the restrictions of the Hagyrus. Let alone the remaining abyss lords, and abyss evil gods in their early 20s, who can resist. Even if all the previous Zai were resurrected, they would still be no match for the Hagyrus. After experiencing previous battles, Lin felt confident. That is, if all the gods of the land show up, standing in a row in front of him, they will not be the opponents of the Hagyrus. It's just that they didn't steal homes and destroy their kingdom of gods. These new gods will eventually be resurrected. But still the same old problem. Can this kind of victory be recognized by the real hidden boss? War is a continuation of politics. This sentence can be explained on another less utilitarian level. That is, it is easy to kill the enemy in front of you. But it is not so easy to conquer a nation unless you kill all the people. Look at the history of my hometown. The history of wars between various nations against nations. Either endless fighting, or various forms of oppression. Enslavement, expulsion, or even extermination. This is true both at home and abroad. The great thing about the Han nation is that it has a way to integrate those conquerors into its own culture, thus completing the integration of the nation. This is quite rare. More importantly, this integration will not involve any discrimination. If I really want to talk about a similar example, it would be the counterattack of Black Lives Matter, the Magnesium Emperor, or else, the Blackened Bali? But in both cases, discrimination was a problem that was swept under the rug, not non-existent. Similar reasoning. If in this war in front of me, I leave too many traces of my rebellious abyss, or the footprints of the Hagyrus, what if the hidden boss refuses to admit his guilt and insists on fighting relentlessly? This is so difficult. Killing people, or killing demons is the easiest part. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but envy those Long Oudian type people who performed miracles with great strength and made a huge difference in the sky. How can anyone be so domineering that no matter whether they are strong or weak, they will tremble and kneel down to lick them on the spot? If it's a woman, it's more likely that the waistband of her pants is loose. So after realizing that the demons at the monarch level ignored the barriers of the magic circle city and gathered together again without moving, Lin also fell silent. The Hagyrus continued their internal group chat heartlessly, discussing the evolutionary direction of Shanhong. To them, it makes no difference whether they fight or not fight. Regarding the matter of cooperating with a certain magician, someone has always emphasized that Hagyrus can come and go as they please. But from a critical point of view, this is not a psychological manifestation of worrying about gains and losses. The Hagyrus despise it. But don't say it out loud. Anyway, this looks quite interesting. At least someone who is worried is like a dog who is worried about chewing a small bone with meat scraps or eating a large bowl of dog food. Face the unrequited desire with a naive expression. Someone didn't hear the Hagyrus slander. Of course. Even if you heard it, you wouldn't care. Because the matter in front of me is too troublesome. And there is not much time for me to think carefully or to implement possible solutions. Everything must be dealt with in this war. Lin, who was back in action, did not go looking for the gathered demons. Now they just stick together, and someone can still drag them. When they get impatient and start tearing down the house regardless, that's when someone has to step forward. Before that, Lin still has a little time. But it probably won't be long. So he took 4 human SH/LS and went to find a very special being. In the Chimen Duinjia formation, there was a certain existence that the magic tower could not handle. The first thing he did after being alone was to stop his actions. In fact, such behavior is not very special. If the moving speed of these bosses is regarded as their motivation, there are many bosses who are walking like turtles. I don't know why they are so slow, whether they are studying the maze or paddling. And the person Lin was looking for simply stopped showing off even the most basic paddling performance. Lin Kai didn't believe that this person stopped to study the magic circle city and then crack it. This guy is definitely enjoying the cool weather and watching a show. Faced with such a strange thing, Lin felt the need to take a look. At least it can reduce the risk of being stabbed in the back when going into a team fight. And Lin had a feeling that he knew this guy himself. Chapter 1716 The Conspirator Watching the Show. What kind of character would actively promote a war between two parties, then step out of the dispute and stay aside to watch the show? The answer, of course, is the conspirators. In this war provoked by demons and attacking the magic tower. Even if all the big guys think they are chess players, who is really qualified to be called a conspirator? The answer should be Azad Kazalnia. Although halfway through, a certain hidden boss took over the pace of the game. But in the beginning, apart from this half-human who pursued the status of the Prince of the Abyss, no other demon had the ability to make all this happen and organize such a large group of people. Now, this retired conspirator was lying on a thick tree branch, eyes closed, and sound asleep with his legs raised. As soon as Lin saw it, he immediately greeted him warmly. 108 fireballs send each other off. Instead of sending people down the hill, they send them up the mountain. This kind of attack, which is no different from setting off fireworks among the big guys, certainly can't hurt this damn guy Azad. Being disturbed, he looked at someone with an annoyed look on his face, as if he was tired of getting up. In fact, in just one glance, the two sides went through a round of confrontation. Azad reached Lin in front of him at a speed that was fast enough to break through someone's flash barrier. If he was the only one present, and someone still naively thought that the protection of the flash technique was so good, then he would have ended up dead today. Fortunately, Lin was not alone today. The white tiger with wind and thunder blocked the fatal blow, which made Azad curl his lips in displeasure after returning in vain. As one of the parties involved, Lin didn't even have a chance to feel his eyes dazzling. Without knowing why, he felt chills running down his spine and cold sweat on his forehead, as if he had experienced life and death. Extreme speed that ignores time. This is the ability that Azad can obtain at the cost of sacrificing his own talent. Of course, he would not pay such a price rashly. The alternative method is to find another force to replace the price you should pay, so that you can use such abilities in a short period of time. This attack of advancing and retreating is all Azad can do with the price he has collected since he found the method. It was the strongest method he prepared to use against this magician. But he still failed. The white tiger holding Fon Lei Sun is not an entire human SHL acting collectively. Instead, a stickman-like figure jumped out from the white tiger robe and the human SHL, using the same top speed. He blocked Azad's surefire blow and then retreated. I thought it was a unique ability. I thought I could dance and sing on the magician's corpse. But I failed. God knows how unhappy Azad feels now. You know, the price he paid for that short-lived performance of his ability. Although it did not involve sacrificing rare materials such as the heart of a dragon or the head of a great demon, it was still very difficult to collect. The first 3 tears of the day. Who knows how a lunatic like Azad would cry? And only the first 3 drops are useful. But this is a sacrifice that is exclusive to demons, and can be exchanged for anything with sacrifices. Among the magical theories, it is the sacrifice that best meets Azad's requirements. 2 factors are involved. One is extreme emotions, and the other is time. The attack Azad used against a certain magician required a thin glass bottle of tears. Think about how much time it would take to collect a glass bottle as thick as a thumb. As only the first 3 drops are useful every day. It's like paying the price of time in advance, so that you can do something regardless of time in the end. However, now that he had experienced failure again, Azad didn't even bother to think about the reason why the Hagiri could block his blow. He just looked at a certain magician with an unhappy face. But when he saw the other person's frightened expression with cold sweat and panic, he felt inexplicably happy again. There aren't many opportunities to defeat this guy, and there usually aren't any second chances. So Azad couldn't help but take a moment to appreciate this expression. Of course Lin wouldn't ask stupidly like what happened. If you really ask, don't expect the demon prince in front of you to give any serious answer. Being beaten until his orifices were filled with smoke and losing half of his life that was still alive. This is the normal operation of this person. Azad is not someone with whom he can communicate normally. He hurts the other person's heart with all kinds of half-hearted cynicism. This is normal. In addition to his own environmental detection magic, the other trustworthy eyes are, of course, the Hagiris. In Lin's case, some special investigative methods may have side effects. Then these methods will not be available all the time, but will only be used when necessary. But Hagiri doesn't have such worries, especially since there are so many of them. As long as 1% or even 1,000th of the Hagiri opens this method, it means that they can see a more comprehensive field of vision than Lin. Under the explanations from the Hagairas, Lin quickly understood what kind of crisis he had experienced. Time, whether you are studying science or magic, is an unavoidable concept. Lin's actions in the subdimensional tower transcended the concept of time. After entering the dimensional gap, no matter how much physical time passes, returning to the present world will still be the moment before leaving. This is due to the several transformations of the subdimensional tower, which allowed Lin to master this endless thinking ability. To describe it in another way, Lin has mastered unlimited computing power. For any complex calculation, Lin will know the answer the moment he knows the question. This was also the reason why he dared to bring 4 human SHLs to face so many Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods alone this time. Because of the complexity of the anti-power equation, it can no longer form an obstacle. But in reality, limited by the strength of his body and the physical limits of the world, Lin is unable to ignore time. In other words, his problem is similar to Agiri's. That is, his own thinking has drawn an insurmountable upper limit. The Hagairas did not have this level of concern. So more Hagairas than Lin imagined saw what happened. But Feng Leishuan was the only one who reacted. This embeds a unique new rule into the rules of the existing world, which is the Midland version of the Speed Force Hagiri. Feng Leisun's true top speed cannot be measured by Mach. Hagiri is not like the Flash, who needs to practice again and again to get used to a certain way of using the Speed Force in order to increase his top speed. As long as you cross the threshold called rules, Hagiri's evolution will be like a wild horse running wild, and no one can stop it. But just like when someone uses Feng Leisun for the first time, if his ability can keep up, but he cannot keep up in other aspects, the result will be a disaster. In the same situation, the white tiger robe worn by Hagiri human SHL is a burden that slows down Feng Leisun. So in order to block Azad's attack, it moved in the form of a stickman. In fact, from this perspective, Feng Leisun is the Hagiri who is most likely to evolve to a height high enough to kill a god. In the DC setting, the Speed Force is originally related to the multiverse. The gods in the Lost Land are a multidimensional, and multidimensional integration. It is precisely because the definition of an individual is so complex that it is difficult to kill. But if Feng Leisun wants to destroy the multi-world unity in one fell swoop, it's actually not that difficult as long as he finds the right method. It's just that the energy and interests of the Zakiri people are currently focused on the transformation of Shan Hedong. So no one is helping Feng Leishuan with such deductions. For Feng Leisun, just because it can achieve such an ability does not mean that things other than itself can also be protected by the Speed Force. So Feng Leishuan is not in a hurry to do such a thing. All kinds of information. In a short exchange with someone, Lin learned everything. I have to admire that Hagiri and a certain author's nonsense skills are so high that I can't resist them. After understanding what happened to him, Lin Jingse looked at his old friend, who was always thinking about how to kill him. Of course, someone and Azad are the best example of falling in love and killing each other. If Lin had a chance, he would kill him without hesitation. I didn't die. Do you feel a little regretful? This may be your only chance. A magician who did not know whether to live or die said in a provocative and gloating tone. Although survival is not based on one's own ability. But when I had the opportunity to confront this lunatic, it would be too uncomfortable not to be a little bold. So Lin gave up controlling his mouth. Azad was not angry. It's not that his temper has been figured out by someone. Nor is it an emotion of extreme anger and joy. It's just that the contrast between the worried and scared expression of a certain magician before and the fierce and angry look now was so great that he found it interesting. Since it's fun, of course you have to stay happy. It's really difficult to pretend to be angry. He's not an actor, Azad said happily. I just suddenly discovered that scaring you is more fun than killing you. Did today's battle scare you? Are the bottoms of your pants wet? It's just based on your ability. It's easy to change your pants instantly so that others don't see it. So you can tell me secretly, did you pee just now? In fact, except for the last one, other things didn't deviate too much from my prediction. It was not easy for you to figure it out before. But now you are so good at guessing. Have you ever thought about reviewing yourself? Lin said the truth sincerely. Oh, is that so in your eyes? Azad asked equally seriously. Of course. As long as a person has a purpose, his behavior will revolve around this project. In the past, you just lived and then did things for fun. You should be the most aware of the troubles of this kind of person. Well, after all, you get pleasure out of it, and no one knows why you feel happy anymore. So, what direction do you think I can improve in? You tell me, and I will consider it. But there is no need to come up with suggestions that ask me to laugh and stab people at the same time. The level is too low. I didn't play when I was a child. Yes. Azad seemed to be asking sincerely. You are too picky. How can a normal person like me give you any advice? What I can do is to criticize and advise you when you do not do well. How can I really give you a satisfactory advice? I'm not saying that I have the same moral character as you. So it means that it is natural to dig holes, but not fill them. To kill, but not to bury them. Have you ever thought that I would be very angry if you are so unconstructive? Azad's face suddenly changed, and he said dissatisfied. Be angry. Just be angry. If you make yourself mad, it will save me trouble. Chapter 1717 Breaking Point. Regardless of how inconsistent the image of the two crooked people speaking in a serious manner sounded a bit crooked. Hagairas, who loved to chat but never interrupt the conversation between two people, just feel like someone keeps saying that they are different from Azad. Will different people talk happily together, and then stab each other with a tacit understanding at the same time? Guess who taught the Hagairas the phrase, birds of a feather flock together? In short, when a person is so crazy that he even avoids being cut off, it only proves one thing. This guy is completely crazy. Just like Inzedu, the long-famous magic sword. It always drives its holders crazy one after another, making rapid progress in cutting off other Hikiri. All those who stood in the way were killed by the sword. Even their own relatives, wives and children. Only when in the hands of Demon Prince Azad, Inzedu behaved like an ordinary sharp weapon. This is not to say that Insad has given up whispering something in Azad's ears, but because no one can make a madman crazier. However, no matter how much the two of them argue with each other, Lin would eventually bring the topic back to the matter at hand. Lin seized the topic and asked, You dragged so many demons into the water. How do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Don't say you haven't thought about this. At least you should consider how to arrange the follow-up arrangements if the magic tower is really taken down. Azad looked at Iz and said, Of course, I never thought about it. There are demons who want to deal with you. I am kind enough to help you gather those guys and deal with them all at once. I have done so many things. What else do you want me to do? In your own words, just be a matchmaker. There is no way I can give birth to a son. Are you trying to be a matchmaker? From 8 to 80 years old. One for each year. They all lined up in front of me and asked me to marry them all at once. This is not matchmaking. This is life-threatening. Quack, quack, quack. Azad smiled strangely and said, The result you want is definitely different from the result I want. So if you want something, please do it yourself. Don't think about throwing things away, unless you can accept the consequences of my action. Are you enlightened? Someone pretended to be tough, but he was pleading, saying, Just give me some tips. I won't eat it up like this. Wipe it clean, and ignore it after ejaculation. Don't think I don't know how big you are here. No matter whether these demons who oppose you are alive or dead in the end, as long as they are gathered by you, you will be successful. If you succeed, I will fall. This is not an act of an ally. Azad curled his lips indifferently and said, The so-called allies are not just used to stab the enemy. This is what you said yourself. Besides, you are not unhappy. Don't say it as if I took advantage, and you suffered a loss. At most, it's just another 10 months of pregnancy. You have no way to deal with it after 10 months of pregnancy. You can either go home and cry for your mother, or you can hug your thicker thigh. Now, let's all be happy together as devils. What's wrong with that? Someone raised his voice an octave and said, What's wrong? Nothing is good. Okay. And how can you be happy when you're a devil? Do you think I'm the same as you? If you don't want to help, just don't be there here. It makes me worried. I don't know what to do with you. It's not even a matter of beating me to death. So, what do you think? If you want to beat me to death, you must have such ability. I bet you can't do it. Lin grabbed the Khan from Suzaku's hand, strode forward, pointed his sword at the demon prince and said, If you dare, stand still and stick your neck out. Let's see if you dare to bet that I can't chop off your dog's head with one sword. Only a pig-brained person like you would dream of telling me not to move and just chop you off. Why don't you tell me that you won't leave even when I chop you up? Lin argued confidently. If I chop you and you chop me, it's the same thing. If I chop you, I won't die. You're so smart. I didn't expect our magicians to be so smart. Calling you a pig brain, let alone insulting a pig. Even the dog next to you can't stand it. By the way, you said do cockroaches have brains? The cockroaches in the abyss are smart. At least they don't ask questions like, I'll kill you if you kill me. Lin mocked. There's a saying in my hometown. A sparrow cannot understand the ambition of a swan. It means that your brain is on the same level as a cockroach. So you can study cockroaches thoroughly. You can't understand a normal person like me. So I can only use cockroaches as excuses. How about I send you to be reincarnated right here in the abyss? Maybe an abyss will be able to help you with some wisdom. A certain two people started the children's scolding battle mode. Even the kids in primary schools are not so naive. But these two people didn't care at all. And they didn't blush and curse people. Instead, they tried their best to be sarcastic and practiced yin and yang to the extreme. I don't know if Khan felt that he was being caught by a magician and was gesticulating in front of Azad. This action was a bit dangerous, or if he was really thinking about someone and felt that the matter could not be delayed any longer and had to fight. He interrupted the confrontation between the two children and said, Hey! Hey! After all, I am a weapon for cutting people, not a mahogany sword for you to dance with. If you two want to quarrel, can you pick an auspicious day to quarrel again? Is this the time to quarrel? Anyway, I will now that those demons have been dealt with. It will be more enjoyable if we start arguing again. The two of them looked at each other like cocks. But Azad couldn't hold back his emotions and smiled to himself. Although Lin wanted to strangle this little friend to death, he was not that easy to kill. If it was that easy, I would have whipped him 300 times a day. I don't know which part touched this big man's smile. Azad couldn't stop smiling. And the more he smiled, the more charming he became. Seeing someone make someone hard, their fist becomes hard. The D-Groove goddess has watched thousands of people. And as long as she doesn't suffer from any mental illness such as dependence, she can usually get mental antibodies. In the same way, if a man and a woman look at their outfits for a long time, if they are not completely blown away, they are immune to it. So whether Azad was just pretending or it was his nature, a certain magician could punch that pretty face without any hesitation and make his flowers bloom. Azad seemed to know the treatment he could receive, and he did not challenge a certain magician's limits too much. Instead, he raised his hand above his head, pointed his finger behind someone like a giraffe, and said, For the results you expect, the solution already exists. You just didn't look carefully. Lin frowned and squinted, suspecting that this was look. There is a flying saucer. Such a trick. But he finally turned his head to see what was going on in the direction Azad was pointing. Inside the Chiman-Duinjia formation, almost all of the demon army was dead. The remaining big guys are also lurking and motionless. So naturally they will not trigger the changes in the Chiman formation. However, this does not mean that the formation is fixed. There is still a mechanism for regular changes. But no matter how the formation changes, the streets in the Magic Formation City will still be the same streets. The illusory formation of the Chiman-Duinjia formation is more of a spatial confusion, not even an eyesore. So the street scene will not change. The street scene remained unchanged, which meant that this was not the target suggested by Azad. Lin even scanned the masonry slabs on the ground, but still didn't think there was any solution to it. So, is Azad talking nonsense? In doubt, he looked up at the sky. The sky in the abyss is gray, and it always looks like it is locked in deep haze. If you reach the core area of a big boss, the dark cloud will be branded with the boss's badge. The gameplay of the bad light is actually the intention of a puppy peeing. However, there was no powerful demon in this area before, and now it is occupied by a magic tower. Of course, there will be no such mark-like thing in the sky, so the problem is not in the sky. So well, you should be able to see my magic tower from this direction. So, what about the tower? Someone thought so. Lin did not see the 3-story round tower where the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss should be. Instead, it was something similar to an octopus leg, covered with so many suckers that it would cause trypophobia to attack. And it was squirming toward the sky. And on the side that should be smooth, it looks like scales made of countless innocent souls. The roaring large face kept struggling, as if trying to break free, but was restrained within it. This extremely weird sight reminded Lin of what Suzaku once said before entering the Magic Circle City. Is it because I didn't see the truth clearly because I didn't wear a filter? Or did I wear a filter? This layer of filter is probably the influence of the phantom formation of the Chiman-Duinjia formation. So, you have to enter the Magic Circle City to see the scene? Turning around, Lin Zheng looked at the mutated magic tower, thinking about the main reasons for such changes, and how he can use the mutation of this magic tower to solve this war. Azad, like an old friend, came to Lin's side familiarly and said, "He hasn't taken action yet. Or in other words, he hasn't even woken up yet. So that group of demons dared to cause trouble. If he wakes up, come here. Believe it or not, everyone will run faster than they fly." Thinking that the key point might be the core strange object in the energy pool of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, Lin had a bitter look on his face. Said, "Even if you make it so clear, do I dare to do this? If you wake up that thing, no one can live here. Okay, not to mention that the devil can run away. I will run away. This is not my problem. In your words, if the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. My cockroach-like wisdom only wants to get such an idea. You are a human being. Why don't you move that rusty thing yourself? A brain covered with cobwebs, thinking about how to control whether that thing wakes up or not," Lin said dissatisfiedly. "Is that controllable? If I had such ability, wouldn't it be simpler to directly control the demons and prevent you from coming to trouble me? Or, can you pretend that the thing is woken up? Can you deceive these demons? Someone is thinking seriously." Chapter 17:18 Misjudged Position. Speaking of pretending, Lin couldn't help but think of the red flower slime in the magic tower. What is certain is that that little guy must have some connection with those indescribable things. But what exactly it belongs to? Due to the rush of time, the answer was not found before the war started. Can red flower slime be used in a place like this to scare those demons? Someone is thinking seriously. But before that, there are a few hiccups to iron out. The most important one is, can the red flower slime born from Tatu appear in places other than the magic tower? According to Illumi's experience, the person holding the slime can teleport to any place inside the twin towers of gates. But it's not, okay, outside the tower. Even in front of the gate of the magic tower. However, this is an application of abilities. It is unknown whether red flower slime itself has such restrictions. So, do you want to go back to the magic tower and bring out that slime? Could it be that with that red flower slime, even the flash spell cannot be used, and it must be used away? Lin has confirmed that the capture mode of the flash technique, including the spatial transfer of a certain range, does not work. No reason. Just because red flower slime doesn't exist in someone's perception, except as far as the eye can see. So by holding the red flower slime in your hand, can you flash and move with this monster? While he was thinking about it, the 4 human SHLs beside him, including Azad, all screamed in surprise. At the same time, Azad took several steps back at lightning speed, away from a certain magician. Lin looked puzzled and looked at the other living people present as if he were watching a monkey show. However, the others were not to be outdone, looking at the top of someone's head with strange expressions. Well, although in perception, someone doesn't feel like there's something on top of their head, or the angle of other people's eyes is just passing over their heads and looking elsewhere. But Lin still stretched out his hand to press the melon seeds on his head. As for the decoration on the forehead, a person does not have the habit of tying up his hair, and there is no need to get himself some headgear. Basically, I still maintain the habit I had before time travel, only growing my hair to a manageable length. Occasionally I put on the hood of my cassock. So this touch shouldn't touch anything except your own hair. That's weird. When a palm hits something soft, someone will know what is running over them. A very interesting observation point is that when you are not aware of its existence, you don't feel anything. But when there are thoughts in my head, I can touch them with my hands, and there is a strange heaviness on my head. Rather than using the ontology of Schrodinger's cat to describe this situation, that sentence is more appropriate. When you are staring into the abyss is also staring into you. You must first be aware of its existence before you can truly feel it. In fact, this is not very accurate, because the way to observe red flower slime is to recognize its existence only by seeing it with your eyes. Or, it comes into direct contact with someone, or a cat, at the place closest to the brain waves, which is on the head. He stretched out his hands and picked up the slime. Because if you don't do this, whether you are holding it or holding it with one hand, this thing will flow from your fingers to the ground like soft mud. You have to hold its bottom completely with your palms to pick up this little monster. Previously, the gray cat Hardy's head was occupied by red flower slime. The reason why he struggled for a long time was because the slime flowed down and almost covered the entire cat's head. You can't wait until your mouth and nose are covered before struggling. It was the sight of someone holding a red flower slime that made Azad look disgusted and take a few steps back. It's like someone holding a piece of shit in their hands. A normal person would want to stay away from such a naughty kid. But Azad's reaction made Lin very curious about what he saw in his eyes. So Lin held the red flower slime and walked towards Azad, while asking, "What did you see?" Every time someone took a step forward, Azad took a step back, maintaining the same distance. He said with a weird expression, "Don't move. Don't move. Just stand over there and talk. Don't come close to me. So, what do you see in my hands?" Lin Ren stopped, but following the question, he still handed the thing in his hand forward. This move caused Azad to jump back a long distance. Although he didn't look frightened, he didn't look good either, especially that charming look. Lin wanted to put red flower slime on this guy's face. After pulling away again, Azad seemed to know what to say, fearing that the person in front of him wouldn't give up. But he first asked rhetorically, "Don't you know what you are holding in your hands?" "I know what it is, but I don't want to give it a definition. It's not a good thing to give it a name or a mark. In short, we all know that this little guy is not an ordinary slime." Azad showed a rare expression of slight surprise and said, "You know what this is, but you still dare to hold it in your hand? Otherwise, what should I do? I guess this little guy is something like a tower spirit, and he will probably take root in my magic tower. We have to live together anyway. So what can we do if we are not used to it?" Azad spread his hands innocently and said, "Oh, very good. You gave me a good reason to never enter your magic tower. But why does it appear here? Isn't it a tower spirit? You said it. Maybe I shouldn't even come to this place in the future. I don't know what it is. It only appeared 2 days ago, and I haven't even studied it thoroughly before you called me. I can't just ignore the crisis in front of me and study something that seems harmless for the time being. Right. I just made a wild guess as to what this thing is. So tell me, what do you think after seeing this?" Azad said with an unhappy expression. "What do you think? Do you think people who are already immersed in the shit pit will want to drill deeper into the shit pit? Or jump into another shit pit? This kind of choice is not even possible. Normal people don't know how to choose." "Ah. No. I don't know what normal people think. Anyway, I wouldn't do it. It's no different from going home and inheriting my old man's position. Well, comparing the emperor's throne of an empire to a shit pit. I wonder what this cheating father will think after he finds out." However, Azad's prompts made Lin think about some things and update some previous wrong perceptions. Jump from shithole to shithole. What if Azad is implying that the thing behind red flower slime is actually the same thing as Abyss? Outside the Abyss planet, those planet level, dormant outer gods, the reason why they do not invade and destroy the Abyss. Is it possible that they do not think the Abyss is harmless, but that the Abyss is just like them? Therefore, the Abyss is not a planet orbiting a star as someone imagined. Is it possible that Abyss is simply one of those alien gods, also in a dormant state? The creatures on the Abyss are like apostles of alien gods, or in other words, parasites. This also explains very well where the chaotic and crazy nature of demons comes from. It is not affected by the huge alien gods dormant in outer space, but the result of the Abyss itself. So what role will the red flower slime and the core strange objects that make up the energy pool of the twin towers at the side door of the Abyss make the magic tower play in the Abyss? Become a thorn in the side of the Abyss? A target for the Abyss? A seedling to be devoured? Or is the magic tower simply insignificant in the eyes of the will of the Abyss? In fact, the last point is the most beneficial to Lin. Because of this, it is possible to live in peace and harmony. But will things really go so smoothly? Lin can't guarantee this. Before determining the positioning of the roles of all parties, all previous evaluations were problematic. Too much wishful thinking may lead you into a ditch. The world never revolves around oneself. But Lin knew this a long time ago. But how to confirm? Lin looked at Azad, who was far away. However, the demon prince, who was aware of someone's gaze, had no intention of continuing any communication. Instead, he said to himself, "You just said that I have become very predictable now. Maybe I should change it. Right. So I won't get involved in your affairs. Let's have fun by ourselves and don't bother me." Seeing this, Lin tried to encourage this guy who planned to stay out of the matter, saying, "Since you don't plan to help him, how about helping me? Our goals do not conflict. And to a certain extent, they are complementary. There is no harm in helping me. Anyway, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. You don't like them, and I don't like them either. There's no reason not to do this kind of thing." Turning over, Azad sat on the branch where he was originally lying. Although there was a fireball baptism by a certain magician before, no innocent people were harmed. This lost land tree, planted in the abyss of Esher and working hard to survive, is still strong. On the other hand, the man sitting on the tree looked at Lin with contempt and said, "If I don't help him, I'll help you. Where's the logic? I don't help anyone, which is beyond everyone's expectation. Is this asking you to more unexpected? This is not an accident. Your attitude of not helping each other was already within my expectations. If you really want to surprise me, then you have to go out of your way to help me. Those remaining demons are all you don't need me to take action. You can guarantee that everything will be covered. This is the only way to make everyone unexpected," someone urged. Azad could only look at someone with more contempt. Pouting in a mountain shape, said, "Yeah, it's beyond everyone's expectation. It saves you the trouble. And the trouble is all on me. Do you think you are too stupid, and such a plan may succeed? Or am I too kind, and in the spirit of helping others?" "The spirit of happiness. Help you. A guy who has no gratitude at all. If you dare to say it, I will beat you to death. You really don't want to help. If you like to play, just play by yourself. Don't involve me. This is what you started, and you should figure out how to deal with the aftermath." Azad lay on the branch of a tree, with his hands behind his head, looking unshakable. Lin had no choice but to put the red flower slime on his shoulders. As long as this little guy wants to maintain his figure, the mud will not flow turbulently. This is good. At least educate it so that it doesn't always go to other people's heads. Chapter 1719, The Devil's Desire. If you want to know what Abyss's attitude will be towards red flower slime, the most direct way is, of course, to simply disclose everything. Then the attitudes reflected by all parties are probably their bottom line. However, the disadvantage of doing so is also obvious. That is, there is no room for change. But what room for maneuver is needed? The twin towers of the gate have been built. Now it seems that it is impossible to dismantle the energy pool and create a new one that has nothing to do with the indescribable thing. The attitude of the will of the abyss to the twin towers of the gate can be said to have been predestined a long time ago. The difference lies in when it finally breaks out. If it is a bad thing, and someone is not sure about it at all, he can wait until he is dead before it explodes. If it is true, after I die, he will be flooded. If it's a good thing, if you know it early, you don't have to worry all the time. The most fearful thing is always being on your mind. Besides, the worst situation for him would be to lose the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss, and then plunge the land into endless war. Although I don't dare to say things like, "The devil wants to invade mystery, and has to step over my body, but I guess I won't have a peaceful life in the future." The next worst situation is that Esher no longer has the function of trading, but returns to its original purpose as a magic circle city, becoming the front line against the abyssal demons. This can even be said to be a wedge nailed into the enemy's territory. You can imagine how much impact it will face, as long as it is not the above two situations. Plus oneself is not driven off the throne of the Tower Master. Lin feels that no matter what happens next, it is not unacceptable. The space telescope on the top of the twin towers of the gate is someone's private property that someone brought to him. If you can't give up your position as the Tower Master, of course, it's better not to give up. That being said, how the red flower slime appears is another problem. Not to mention demons. Even among other species of Homo sapiens, it is normal to bully the weak and fear the strong. The slime's appearance is really not a deterrent. Or is it that just because of the nature of red flower slime, just by showing up, other demons will behave like Azad, as if they are afraid to avoid it? This is a bet that the domineering aura of the red flower slime is so strong that it is easier to use than ether in reality. And the effect can make you dizzy just like the movie. When the demons saw the red flower slime, they trembled and bowed obediently. If only it were that simple. Maybe it's that simple? The above nonsense is just my own overthinking. I hope to be fully prepared for everything. No matter what happens, there must be opportunities for trial and error. Otherwise there will be strategies. Then practice again and again. And finally officially play. For many people, this is a habit of playing games that can be saved. Unfortunately, saving is not possible in reality. And a lot of times, people don't have the opportunity to practice and rehearse. Once on the field, it's time to decide the winner. Victory or failure depends on normal accumulation and whether you have rich adaptability. Finally, there is the sharp thinking to adapt to the situation and the help of a little luck. Therefore, without finding a better way, Lin could only take the red flower slime and move towards the final destination. which was the gathering place of the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods. The red flower slime still insisted on letting it stay on the shoulder. But this monster also persisted in trying to climb onto someone's head. So in the process of finding the way and walking, a very disharmonious scene appeared. It was an ooze monster with a little red flower on it, trying desperately to move towards a certain magician's head. But usually its body would only cover half of the magician's face before it would be completely ripped off and put back on the shoulders. The slimy body has an unstable shape. It takes a lot of effort every time to peel this little guy off his cheek. The only advantage is probably that in order to maintain its own integrity, slime will not have mucus sticking to the hands of those who touch it. If something like this were to happen, it wouldn't be like touching pork and getting your hands covered in oil. The slime that may be on your hands is part of the slime's body. If you keep sticking it on and shaking it off, it won't take long for the red flower slime to shrink visibly. I don't know if it's possible to just disappear. However, after trying countless times to pull off the red flower slime that was trying to climb on his head, Lin finally saw a glimmer of wisdom. This annoying little guy finally stopped climbing on his head. I don't know what it means to give up because I'm too tired. Or do you really learn what is forbidden from someone's actions? I just hope that I won't be tired of playing. So I will temporarily suspend my troops. In the face of naughty children, it is really difficult for adults to keep up with their no longer innocent thinking. However, someone's random thoughts are just to cover up his uneasy mood. No matter how long the road is, it will be completed one day. Not to mention that the Chimanduinjia formation, which now changes every 10 minutes, can be regarded as an easy and smooth path in someone's eyes. Entering a large open space that was violently expanded by the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods. Many bricks and tiles that had been demolished into ruins were built into temporary thrones. These boring bosses sat in various weird postures on this ugly throne. When Lin and the others entered their field of vision, there was no obstacle. It's probably like walking around a corner, and the world suddenly opens up. There is no cover. Just expose the person coming. Of course, the two sides did not start fighting as soon as they met. After all, most of the monarch-level demons who have survived to this day are the ones who were fishing for water from the beginning. I am not very active in this war. I just want to follow behind and take advantage. How could he charge forward at this time and use all his strength to let other demons take advantage of him? As for those devils who were originally very active, the current situation is not like the enemy cannot move. I cannot move. It's if the friendly forces don't move. Neither will I. Demons will be more careful about dealing with evil hands coming from their side or behind than those coming from their enemies. After more than half of the assembled monarch-level demons fell, and all the ordinary demons died. Although the morale of the demons had not collapsed, it was indeed as expected by someone. It was so low that all the demons had little enthusiasm. It's nothing to say. This is a good thing. At least someone doesn't have to face the attack of a group of demons, like a hungry tiger attacking a sheep whenever he sees a demon. Even if they are not active, the demons will not relax their vigilance towards a certain tower master. After all, so many people of the same level as themselves have fallen before. Even if the Abyss Lord or the Abyss Evil God who was killed had a problem with him, no one would look down on him. On weekdays, they would try their best to ridicule each other when they met. And it was not impossible to practice boxing and kicking skills on the spot. But they were taken care of so easily. Who would dare to underestimate the person in front of them? However, the attention of the demons was quickly attracted by the slime on the magician's shoulder. A blue drop-shaped slime with a small red flower on it. Except for the red flower, this is almost a prototype of the lowest level monster. The demons are not so noble that they have never seen such a low-level thing. So they make a fuss on the spot. But they are still curious about this weak monster that should not appear. No matter how hard they block it, the slightest hint of aura leaked inadvertently can still frighten most creatures to the point of peeing. This is proof that superstandard existences like the Lord of the Abyss and the Evil God of the Abyss are higher than mortal creatures. This means that it is impossible for ordinary slimes to appear in front of them. It is estimated that as long as it approaches a certain range, this weak monster will disintegrate on its own and cease to exist. At most, they use magic occasionally to peek at such weak monsters from a distance. But even if you only use magic, I am afraid that if you look at it for a little longer, the slime will be killed by such magical attention. These oozes are just so weak, and there is nothing they can do. Being able to maintain his body shape in front of them, and exuding such a strong sense of presence. No Abyss Lord or Evil God would treat the thing in front of him as an ordinary slime. After careful analysis, that vague feeling of familiarity suddenly emerged. And it's not too long ago. It's just right in front of you and around you. Well, don't think too much. The stench was so similar to what the city looked like now that it was so stinky that there was no need to make any unnecessary comparisons. A situation that is different from what someone imagined. The red flower slime did not release the awe-inspiring aura of king and domineering. Nor did the Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil God hear it and kneel down and shout long live. Instead, everyone had red eyes and bared their teeth. The saliva was more like a faucet that was not closed tightly, constantly flowing out. It was as if I saw something delicious and wanted to eat it on the spot. Faced with this unexpected scene, Lin quickly understood the general situation he was facing without having to think too much. First, the demons who are left behind now are somewhat tainted with the aura of unspeakable things because they choose to violently break through the maze and destroy buildings. To use Azad's words, it was an unbearable stench. Secondly, demons have a fine tradition of cannibalism and can be strengthened and promoted. As to whether red flower slimes and their auras are of the same origin, this should be a question that doesn't require much thought. So is it possible for them to gain some kind of improvement by devouring red flower slime? The answer to this question probably doesn't require much thought. But since he dislikes it, he still shows desire. Lin doesn't think that red flower slime is like stinky tofu. It smells bad but tastes delicious. If the Abyss is also regarded as one of the outer gods, the demons are regarded as parasites on this huge outer god. What should red flower slime be? An extension of the Twin Towers of Gate? Lin originally thought that the current red flower slime was more like a weak opponent trying to steal business. In the business world, when you encounter an opponent, you are always beaten to death. Those with better intentions would simply annex the other party to prevent employees from losing their jobs and the company from going bankrupt. Facing a budding opponent, it is inevitable to step on it. Whether he dies or not, whether he lives or not is another matter. But what if that's not the case? Considering the relative position and relationship between the red flower slime and the Abyss, it looks very much like a pregnant mammal. Even if this fetus was obtained in a similar way to a dove occupying a magpie's nest. As long as the red flower slime does not break away from the restrictions of the Magic Tower and Magic Circle City, it will never be able to transform into the planet-level alien god that Lin once observed. But the devil doesn't seem to have this restriction. Therefore, it is very likely that the demon in front of him is eyeing the red flower slime with the idea of devouring evolution. I want to rise to the top and become a being on par with the Abyss. Are you delivering food to your door? Chapter 1720 Meal Delivery Process. If someone had to describe the feeling of being stared at by a group of tall, hungry, alien-looking men, it would be like being in a prison bathroom, where a group of people were constantly touching themselves and their hands. Soap glanced around to see when the soap fell to the ground. The only good thing is that it seems that I am not the main meal. Judging from the relative position, I look more like the broccoli garnishing the main meal. It's not even an appetizer or side dish. After all, he is right next to the red flower slime. Lin was not happy at all that he was not the main target, because it feels like things are getting more complicated. Lin couldn't figure it out at first. Why the devil was so disgusted with the smell of the indescribable thing. He was so disgusted that at first, he would rather walk through the maze obediently and follow the rules than be contaminated by it at all. Now it is a completely different attitude. From disgust to pursuit. This isn't some pride and prejudice game. After getting to know something deeply, you will be attracted by its unique charm. But considering that the will of the Abyss also affects the consciousness of the demons, such behavior seems reasonable. Even for normal people. When their minds are not clear, nothing will happen to them. Not to mention a group of demons. Then here comes the problem. Is the current attitude of the demons their own behavior? Or is it the result of the will of the Abyss leading behind the scenes? Two different sources correspond to two different results. But no matter which outcome it is something that needs to be troubled after the fact. What we have to deal with now is the siege by a group of demons. In other words, no matter what, the battle of one against many is unavoidable. Well, strictly speaking, is this more than a dozen? Someone is suspicious. I am the only living person here. So forget it. It should be counted. Just when someone is trying to stand on the weak side, seeking psychological comfort and a greater sense of relief when the final reversal occurs, the demons take action again. No matter how bad the situation is. They are different from the evil gods of the Abyss, who must fight blindly before starting a fight. Adhering to the good habit of not being blind when you can start a fight. Several of the lords of the Abyss quietly hid their figures and sneaked into the shadows. Despite the actions of these demons, using someone's environment detection magic is no different than bringing a sending device and a searchlight to tell others where they are. But such actions are enough to show their hostility, regardless of whether they actually take action. For human LS were originally positioned in front, back, left and right, guarding a certain magician and the red flower slime. At this time, they were even more energetic, holding weapons and making a vigilant posture. If you can't do it first, don't do it first. This can add points to your victim index. In the future, it will be easier to seize the moral high ground when quarreling or scolding. Although it feels silly to discuss moral issues with a group of demons. Once again, for figures wearing robes and looking like magicians turn out to be full of melee weapons. Even with a long staff that can be used as a hammer to hit people. There is no pretense at all. The sense of dissonance is really unbearable. Lin really wanted to ask the 4 human LS to return his robes and stop using his appearance. Wouldn't it be nice to recall the weird look they had when they were free to move around during the Abyss invasion? And the name that was so stupid that I don't know how to describe it. But right now, it's really not a good idea to start a fight on the spot. Someone also wants to get more information from the performance of this group of demons. Although actions can be considered a statement, words are the carrier that can reveal the most. So Lin tried to stop the restless demons, stood up from the protective circle of 4 human LS, and said, "Everyone, I think you have come all the way, and you must have your own requirements. Why don't we discuss it carefully first? And don't hurt amicably. Discuss a solution that meets everyone's needs." I don't know if the demons have realized that bad guys often die because they talk too much. Or if they face a loudmouth king, they will simply give up talking to each other. Faced with the useless kindness released by the magician, the demons responded by directly launching a comprehensive attack. And as soon as he takes action, all the demons act at the same time. Maybe there was a first and then a later one. But no one stayed where they were to watch the show. From this point of view, someone can confirm that most of the demons still around are the same as before. Not only crazy, but completely crazy. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't believe that when most of the demons were paddling before, they would be so active during the actual fight. But it was too late to tell how many of the demons rushing up were just showing off, and how many were seriously trying to beat themselves into a pulp. Strictly speaking, the overwhelming total of 26 demons at the level of the Great Lord were already beyond the limit that Lin and the 4 Shikiri human LS could deal with. And the so-called coping here is just to maintain oneself from losing, not to be able to defeat. This means that losing to such a number of enemies is not impossible, but a matter of sooner or later. Then during the battle, there is naturally no room for anyone to be distracted, because Lin voluntarily left the protection range of the Shikiri human L4 elephant formation. The 4 human LS did not choose to stay where they were and formed a formation to defend themselves. Instead, they raised their weapons and, relying on the sharpness of the Hagiri clan, pierced into the body of the first enemy, then pushed it out hard. Of course, the Lord of the Abyss, or the evil god of the Abyss, who suffered a severe attack, were still far from death. But some attacks were not so easy to destroy. The main purpose of the 4 human LS is not to kill the enemies in front of them, but to find a way to push them out, along with all the demons on the route, in order to reduce the number of enemies that the subject will encounter in the first time. Such tactical intentions are good, but the effect is limited, because among these monarch-level demons, the smallest ones are 3 meters tall, and their shoulders are at least half as wide as their height. That is, given the space around someone, the number of enemies that can participate in a siege at one time is limited, unless other demons don't mind smashing their fists into the backs of their own people. Or maybe they really don't mind. The 4 human LS temporarily fought off a lot of demons, but there were still enough candidates to fill up the attack positions around someone. This does not take into account those Abyss Lords who have gone into hiding. And this is the disadvantage of Lin having to face more than 20 enemies at once. Of course, Lin did not leave the protection of 4 human LS and become a princess waiting for rescue on the tower. Although he has not reached the level of martial arts skills that are close to Taoism, the fact that he was able to fight the demon Prince Azad in close combat without dying is enough to prove that he has opened up his own path. Therefore, faced with the siege of several and dozens of huge beasts behind them, Lin was not timid at all. Having been in the Lost Land for so long, he has long been transformed, and he has become accustomed to life and death. Not to mention that I still have life-saving trump cards to defend myself. So I don't need to be afraid now. Before fists that could crush people could hit him, Lin took the first step and got into the inside of the demon's fist arm in front of him. The heavy weapon, like the yin-yang pearl feather fan in his hand, struck hard towards his forearm. This shot caused the devil to fracture on the spot, and the broken bones even broke out of the flesh, splattering a cloud of blood belonging to the devil. Of course, this small injury is nothing to these monarch-level demons. To organize the current situation using the language used by a certain time traveler, this boss can break the defense, but its blood recovery speed is still faster than its own blood loss speed, so it is useless. Faced with the self-healing physique of the average Wolverine, those with poor psychological quality may collapse in minutes. The anti-power equation is used to deal with this situation, targeting the weaknesses of these monarch-level demons to cause real and effective damage. You must know that although the existence of the gods of the Lost World and the Abyss is a multidimensional integration, their existence is not the only simple understanding. They exist in multiple worlds at the same time, but there is only one of them in multiple worlds. When outsiders cause ordinary harm to them, it is only people from a specific world who have struck them in a specific world, and only individuals belonging to this specific world will cause harm. But this damage will be shared by the gods among the bodies in other worlds, and the body in this world will quickly change into something close to the body in other worlds. This also creates the illusion of self-healing. Theoretically, continuously causing harm to the bodies of gods in a world may affect all bodies, thereby causing real harm to the gods. But different worlds have different rules. It is possible that the way of striking in one world will not cause any harm in other worlds. This also allows the deity to be restored without damage. Therefore, if you want to destroy a god, the most common method is to interfere with this characteristic that is unique to the god. If you want to interfere, you either have the same level of power, or you have to find a method like a key to unlock the door. The former is the mutual attack between gods. It is even necessary to break into the enemy's kingdom to completely destroy the enemy. The latter is the inverse power equation. Of course, Ling couldn't choose to use the watermelon technique to slowly grind an enemy to death. You must know that there are more than 20 demons of the same level present. To deal with any one of them, Lin has to be extremely alert. Spending too much time on one enemy is like giving other enemies more opportunities to deal with them. This is the way to death. But it was not for nothing that Lin deliberately broke the arm of an Abyss Lord. No matter how hard you try to restrain your power and aura, there will inevitably be leaks during the healing process. Lin seized this opportunity, observed enough samples, and then calculated the solution to the inverse power equation. But before he could use this solution to target the first unlucky Abyss Lord, several more Abyss Lords pulled away from behind the Abyss Lord, who looked like he was protecting a certain magician. After getting it out of the battle circle in embarrassment, the others attacked together again. Fortunately, once the solution is found, it will not be forgotten just because other demons rush to the door. Just like the knowledge learned in the head is not as easy to be forgotten as those reference books bought. So Lin was not in a hurry to kill the first target. He moved in a flash, breaking away from his original position and preparing to regroup. Blinking has always been the core of all his tactics. And Lin can even say so boldly, there are no battles that he can't escape. Only battles that he doesn't want to escape from. But the red flower slime was left where it was. Chapter 1721, A Violent Counterattack. What should I do if my red flower slime is damaged or eaten? The premise of this question is that this little guy may really be beaten or eaten. Assume that the red flower slime is really the tower spirit of the twin towers of the gate, as someone thought. Although Lin has not studied in detail the specific characteristics and functions of the tower spirit of the Midi Magic Tower. However, according to the information recorded in the Magician Association, tower spirits are different from ghosts of humans or animals. They are not spirits in the category of undead creatures, so it is difficult to actually cause harm to them. This is like smashing the screen of a computer game because you were scared. In the world of Resident Evil, catching the Red Queen's projection and outputting it is almost the same. The person's body is on the computer host, not what the human eye can see. That is called an output device, which is a terminal device that can be replaced at any time without affecting the function of the host. But here comes the point. The Magicians Association's argument is that it's difficult to cause damage, not impossible to cause damage. In other words, treating the tower spirit as an augmented reality virtual image is not enough to fully describe its characteristics. There is still a vague connection between the tower spirit and the magic tower. People who are good at magic can follow this relationship and destroy its body. This has a name in magic. It's called curse, and it belongs to a very magical university. Therefore, Lin could not guarantee whether the red flower slime was besieged by multiple Abyss Lords at the same time and would shake the twin towers of the gate. But now, he doesn't have the courage to flash back to his original position and bear the combined attacks of the demons on behalf of the red flower slime that cannot flash. Just because someone can't do anything doesn't mean that others can't do anything either. A look of help was cast toward Xuanwu, the man in black robes and holding a moving human SHL of a mountain and river immediately understood. In a flash, he came to the top of the red flower slime. He used his body as a shield to cover this tower-born monster that was unable to escape. Xuanwu robe has the most powerful defensive power among all the equipment. The Hakiri human SHL is not afraid of any kind of attack. In addition to using the Hakiri to cut it, it must be cut in place. But compared to such a powerful defense capability, the composition of the human SHL is unexpectedly fragile. Even though he uses his body as a shield, it doesn't seem to make any sense if the shield breaks into pieces. It is impossible to destroy Hakiri just by the combined attacks of several Dajuan-level demons. But it is very easy to destroy the connection between Hakiri. As a result, under the greeting of 5 or 6 fists as big as a bowl, the Xuanwu human SHL fell apart with just one punch. Although the Xuanwu robe still covered Honghua Limu's body, the damage caused by the huge impact was still not immune. Maybe the slime under the robe was like a piece of dog shit exploded by firecrackers, flying in all directions. However, with the extra layer of protection provided by the Xuanwu robe, it would be impossible for the demons to directly absorb the red flower slime and usurp its power. In other words, Xuanwu's help can at best protect the red flower slime from being eaten, but it cannot protect it from being smashed. At this time, we have to consider something. Is the little red flower slime really what it looks like? With the ability to be at the lowest level of a monster like an ooze monster, and unable to fight back in the face of a king-level demon? To put it simply, is this gadget as harmless as it appears? I still remember that when someone saw the red flower slime for the first time, all he wanted to do was slice up the little guy and observe it. But he was thrown into an unknown place by the extra-dimensional exile technique. Fortunately, someone's survival skills are strong enough, and he is already familiar with the use of flash technique. And he is very lucky. It is said that if the place where he was thrown was moved several thousand kilometers later, he would enter the quasar of that plane. Although thousands of kilometers may seem like a long time, it is extremely long in the universe. Very short distance. Almost instantly. Not to mention being baked dry. Someone felt like he was about to burst into flames. Fortunately, I came back smoothly in the end. And the ring positioning function really helped a lot. In the same situation, after being hit hard through the clothes, the red flower slime will be smashed into a cake obediently, as most demons imagine. Or will it violently fight back? This doesn't require anyone to guess. At the moment when the Xuanwu human I was smashed, an astonishing power erupted on the spot among the several lords of the abyss who bent down to smash it. Not only was the golden light shining, but a sudden storm blew up, sending all the surrounding demons flying outward. The human that was smashed to the ground like broken glass has not recovered. The Xuanwu robe is spread out on the ground, and the Hakiri mountains and rivers are left aside. It looked non-threatening, but something gradually bulged and expanded under the black robe's waist. The Hagaras that were shattered to pieces seemed to be vibrating with a certain frequency, and an unspeakable terror was brewing, constantly impacting the various senses of everyone present and the demons. A strange flash of light, a pungent smell, a sharp and disturbing sound. All kinds of signs are disturbing people's thoughts, making all the information they see and hear tilt in the direction of distortion and chaos. It seems that the whole world has become abnormal, and I am unable to resist it, and can only go with the flow. A piece of rotten ooze that seemed to have swallowed countless souls and corpses stood up spontaneously under the gaze of the demons. The first thing that struck was not someone else, nor any demon, but the Xuanwu robe covering its forehead. The Xuanwu true spirit in the black robe is a foreign god who has become lost in the earth. Because the divine body is weak, it spends most of its time in a dormant state. None of the above factors are reasons for him to remain silent when faced with horrific contamination. The impact between the two sides is an original competition. Just like in martial arts novels, two heroes with palm-touching hands are competing for internal strength. And it is also extremely dangerous. Lin Du could see that the corner of his most cherished magic silk robe had turned into black-brown fur balls due to the high temperature. Feeling distressed at the same time, he used the flash technique to capture him, and sent the Xuanwu robe directly to his apprentice, who was wearing the ring. I believe those older kids know how to handle the aftermath. Compared to the resistance of the Xuanwu robe, the chopped pieces of the earth box, including the movement of mountains and rivers, were absorbed without reservation into the swollen and enlarged sludge monster. For some unknown reason, the Hagyrus seemed to be voluntarily blending into the rotten mud. Only the mountains and rivers still maintain their original shape, constantly moving and rolling on the surface of the soft mud. When the rotten soil is expanded to a certain volume, roughly the same size as the demons present, it stopped growing. Instead, the sludge seemed to be giving itself a shape, not just a lump of mud. However, the result of such efforts is like the work of a naughty child. And this child has a crazy teacher, distorted human body, weird proportions. If the demons can still see a certain shape, it is at most patchwork and looks very weird. Then the things transformed by the rotten soil and ooze are difficult to describe in words. The naughty boy's work was smashed crooked by his crazy teacher's punch. And then the teacher said categorically, "This is art." It's the only way someone can describe what's in front of them. No one can guess what happened to the Hakiri buried in the soft mud. No one dares to even speculate on what impact the combination of the two will have. However, Shan He-dong finally stopped wandering and fixed himself on the front end of a protruding limb that looked like an arm. For human body types, the type is like a giant sword. At this time, it is like a short thorn. The appearance of the ooze monster means that Lin and others' battle with the demons has entered another chapter. Lin, the master of the magic tower, was completely reduced to a supporting role that no one cared about. There was only one demon watching, not even making a move. It could be said that as long as Lin did not take the initiative, the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods present would not even pay attention to him. The remaining 3 box-cut human SHLs received the same treatment. The difference is that the Hagyrus, who do not have the awareness to protect themselves, are quite active in giving pedicures to a group of tall demons with the attitude of not being afraid of making things worse, which looks extremely insignificant. The main force and center of the battle is still the newly formed rot soil ooze monster. The demons besieging it didn't sound like they were fighting. They were just like fighting for a piece of big cake, constantly digging into the body of rotten soil and stuffing it into their mouths. But don't think that mulch ooze is really just a living pudding. Its anomalous form cannot be considered agile in simulating humanoid movements. But in the non-human part, it can be said to be fast and ferocious. How would it feel to be close to a monster that occasionally explodes with sharp spikes from strange places? Maybe asking the demons who are now scarred can get first-hand information. The battle in rotten ooze is completely out of the realm of normal creatures. The appearance is not fixed either, and all the tentacles that suddenly extend can turn into extremely hard spikes, piercing the steel-like bodies of the Abyss Lords. If it is attacked, it will let its body dent in a gentle manner, absorbing and releasing the impact of each attack in a gentler way. But apart from a slight dent, even cutting would not necessarily harm its body. To dig out a piece of flesh from the sludge body, the demon has to use a relatively slow speed to immerse his fingers or tools into the body of the ooze. Dig deep, and then dig out. All actions must be controlled below a certain speed to be successful. Otherwise, the sludge will be like an indestructible hole, resisting all external attacks and invasions. In view of such characteristics, Lin suddenly thought of the collective name for substances with certain characteristics in his hometown, namely non-Newtonian fluid. Although it seems that such material properties are easy to crack, this isn't battle. How many attacks does a demon have to withstand in the process of destroying non-Newtonian fluid substances? And under the influence of these attacks, whether the devil's actions can be successful is still a big question. At first glance, the two sides seem to be evenly matched. But in fact, the rotten soil and ooze had an absolute disadvantage. The reason is simple. The wounds suffered by demons are all fake injuries that can be recovered in a short time. Furthermore, there are more demons on the side. Even if the rotten soil and ooze can boldly use the Shikiri mountain and river movement, leaving horrific wounds on the demons. After being evenly divided, the trauma suffered by each demon was simply insignificant. Although the body material of rotten ooze is special, it is not easy to be dug up and eaten by demons. But after multiple attacks, 1 or 2 times will eventually work. Once the part is dug out, it will be an irrecoverable loss to the mulch. Although I don't know where the limit of this ghost thing is. But under the ebb and flow of one thing and the other, the outcome of both sides is not difficult to predict. Lin could only think of ways to break the situation. Chapter 1722 Mutated Slime. Facts have proved that when you do not have the control over the matter, and even the whole matter has nothing to do with you at first glance, it is meaningless to worry too much like an old father or mother. Either the whole thing goes wrong and no one can take over, and in the end, you have to clean up the mess, This is the situation that most people are worried about. So they would rather put the word distrust on their faces and intervene early to avoid having to spend more effort to deal with the aftermath. But in most cases, things are completed in an acceptable way under the collision of young lives. Occasionally, there will be one or two bright spots in it, which are worth pondering for those who consider themselves old fathers and old mothers. Don't equate youth with failure. If they are really the future masters, then what the current master should do is to protect them and give them a chance to experience, rather than depriving them of all control and cultivating an emotionless response machine. The above is definitely not someone's excuse for being lazy, but the fact that is happening before your eyes. A second ago, Lynn was worried that the mutated red flower slime could only get out and in. In comparison, the demon side was seriously injured, and its ability to restore blood was like using a pump to backfill. The health bar is like dancing a tango, changing back and forth, but there is no obvious drop. The next second, the mutated little red slime cut through the mountains and rivers like a table knife, and gave a certain abyss lord a disemboweled meal. All the internal organs and indescribable things were scattered all over the sky. The movement was so violent that a fishy wind blew up on the spot, and a bloody rain began to fall. It was different from the previous situation where the demons were injured and in the blink of an eye, all the wounds on their bodies would be healed, and they would still be alive and kicking. This time, the Lord of the Abyss, who had his heart and lungs ripped out, didn't even curse. His eyes dimmed, and he stopped breathing. After removing the chest and abdomen, it didn't matter. The mutated red flower slime imitated the way a naughty child throws a puppet, just holding an arm, and threw and smashed it at will. You know, this is not a one-on-one duel, but a situation where many demons attack the mutants in groups. Therefore, the remains of the Lord of the Abyss, which looked no different than a tattered rag doll, suddenly became the most powerful weapon, attacking the heads and bodies of the demons surrounding him with every move. Although the Lord of the Abyss, who was caught as a weapon, looked dead. Who could tell whether a demon was dead or alive just by looking at it? But even if they are still alive, the demons don't have the humanitarian spirit of when the hostages are in hand. They will be safe, not to mention being wielded as a weapon, even if it is blocked in front of you as a shield. Other demons will attack without hesitation. The body of the poor Lord of the Abyss suddenly turned into a rag doll, with two vicious dogs biting each other in different directions. Sometimes it turned into the hands of a naughty child, swatting at various sharp and dangerous objects, and trying hard to pull them back. A poor puppet with a few holes torn out. If this Lord of the Abyss is still alive, I believe it must want to die now. Fortunately, this guy should be dead. Or very dead. Because this big guy is the Lord of the Abyss, who was the first to understand someone's anti-power equation. That is to say, in the initial attack, the red flower slime mutant probably added that fatal solution to the movement of the mountains and rivers of Hagiri. As for some god-level beings who are killed by this attack method, they will turn into ashes and disappear. It is because they die completely, so nothing is left. But this refers to the state in which the gods load files and wait for resurrection after normal death, or the state in which even their existence is erased, completely destroyed, unable to be resurrected again, and removed from the lost lands and the abyss. However, there must be something unusual about the situation in front of him, which is why Lord Abyss would leave his body behind after his death and become a plaything in the hands of others. As for the reason, someone is extremely guilty of being ignorant, and of course he cannot guess the answer. But this accidental partial victory did not change the disadvantages of the slime mutants. The only thing that can produce the effect of the anti-power equation is the inconspicuous box-cut short thorn. In short, it is not difficult for the demons to come to such a conclusion. The Hagiri in the hands of a certain magician lives up to its past reputation as a god-slayer, and it can chop up demons like them cleanly. However, Hagiri, who constantly emphasizes that he is a giant sword, is really too insignificant in the battles between many Abyss lords, Abyss evil gods, and red flower slime mutants. This means that it is very easy for demons to avoid the stabs and cuts of mountains and rivers. Moreover, the size of the red flower slime mutant is destined to have a large enough area to be attacked by demons. And this is still an asymmetrical battle of more than 1 dozen. A certain tower master who had been standing aside to watch the battle, and was being closely watched, did not want to take the opportunity to do something. However, his perception was disturbed by the evil god of the abyss in front of him, and he was unable to confirm the specific power composition of other god-level demons, and he was unable to find a solution to the anti-power equation. The Lord of the Abyss, who was played until half of his arm was left in the mutant's hands, was probably the only demon whose power could be fully analyzed. Other demons are still in a situation where the number of samples is too small for analysis. The biggest use was blocked. In the next battle, Lin's only choice was to continue to watch the battle, but as a command tower, take over the control of the Hagyrus battle, or to go out personally, also as a charge into the battle. One member. Otherwise, just concentrate on watching the show, with an attitude that it has nothing to do with you. Hang up everything in front of you. In fact, the last option is the worst option, even though it seems to fit someone's lazy attitude. But if the red flower slime was eaten by the demon in front of him because of someone's inaction, would he still have a good ending? But here comes another but. Someone has not forgotten his embarrassing position in this battle. The Abyss Demon Group, in this battle against the Twin Towers at the side door of the Abyss, has only one thing to prove in the end, and that is that the Magic Tower is qualified to occupy a place in the Abyss. If it can't do such a thing on its own, then please surrender to some demon. In someone's opinion, the purpose of this war initiated by the will of the Abyss is just this. As for the individual devil's own calculations, those are not the point. It was obvious that he did not belong to the Abyss. This is quite clear, and cannot be deceived in any way. If he really becomes the Tower Master who has all the control, it is estimated that such battles will happen with a frequency of one small fight every 3 days, and one big fight every 5 days. If you are just a passerby, and the Magic Tower belongs to the Abyss, and does not belong to any demon, this is simply the best configuration that someone could dream of. What I was thinking about in my heart was not just thinking about how to bring about such an ending, and the current development is not likely to lead to such a result. So the question is, should I intervene forcefully? Although it now seems that the Twin Towers of Gate Spirit and Red Flower Slime, who are at a disadvantage in all aspects, have no chance of winning this battle. The situation has not yet become irreversible, so Lin hasn't yet made up his mind to intervene. Going back to the analogy between elders and young people, before reaching the bottom line, which can be breaking the law or ruining the family, perhaps the elders should be able to hold back and give the young people a chance. Even if you end up spending money to buy a lesson, there is nothing wrong with it. This shouldn't be an excuse for being lazy. Probably not. Just when someone was worried about gains and losses, and was in a dilemma, the situation in the field changed again. The 3 human LS of Shikiri who have been on the battlefield, working hard to repair their feet, never stopped their offensive. However, on a battlefield of this level, if no effective method is found to attack the gods, then they are just relatively sharp weapons. Probably the only advantage is that when it comes to determining whether it belongs to the Abyss, Agiri appears as a tool, so it will be recognized more loosely. In fact, no one can guarantee this. Just wishful thinking. In fact, given the number of boxes, it is not impossible to calculate the solution to the inverse energy equation. They have also assisted someone before, performing calculations as slave machines. But for some unknown reason, the Hagyrus don't seem keen on doing this kind of targeted project. Perhaps they are all still looking for a universal solution that may not exist. In short, in the continuous and effective battle, the 3 human LS finally gave up their original fighting method. They dissociate themselves instantly. Only a stick figure skeleton is retained, holding one of the 5 earthly swords, and 3 robes of Suzaku, Qinglong, and White Tiger can be hung on the skeleton. And those Shikiri Kimru that were separated from the human L were put into the mutant form of the red flower slime, just like the Xuanwu human LS that were devoured before. The Hagyrus who entered the mutant form were instantly cut off from the outside world. Although it is difficult to communicate with the outside world, it is very easy for Lin to establish contactless communication with Agiri within the same area. However, as soon as it enters the body of red flower slime, it seems to disappear from the entire field without leaving any trace. What brings about this situation is the special physique of the red flower slime, which isolates the connection between the inside and the outside, or is it the entering Hakakiri that actively cuts off the connection with the outside world? The true situation is currently unknown. One thing is certain, from the performance of the Hagyrus actively joining the mutants, it seems that the Hagyrus who entered earlier are planning something, rather than being trapped inside. If the situation is the latter, I'm afraid someone's ears have already heard various screams for help. So, what are the Hagyrus planning? Is it possible that it could be a means of comeback? Or was it just some kind of feeble struggle? It's like a fish being fished ashore. Even if it can still flop a few times, it doesn't make any sense. because the outcome is already determined. Just before someone's psychological defense breaks, he plans to end the game and take action himself. The red flower slime mutant that has been besieged has finally changed again. The slush that had never had a fixed form suddenly seemed to have a template and began to change towards a certain image. More importantly, its form seems to have stabilized. For some reason, all the demons stopped their attacks and waited for the changes before them to end. It's not like they haven't thought about it, that when the transformation of this sludge is completed, it may be the time of their destruction. But there is a strange magic force that drives them to stop moving. Perhaps there is great wisdom in change, or there is great terror in it. Chapter 1723 Black Gold Ball Mill. Outer gods. Those indescribable things that most people think of. What are they? Someone who had come into contact with the stump in his hand a long time ago knew the essence of these things long ago. A simple explanation is that too much high-dimensional, high-bit content that cannot be interpreted by the human brain forms redundant information, compressing nerves and causing illusions. Even if we put aside the human brain as a criterion, these high-dimensional existences that somehow fell into the main plane universe are errors that are incompatible with this universe. Abnormal physical rules, mathematical logic that cannot be written into equations, non-existent dark matter and antimatter. All reasonable and unreasonable things can be obtained from these indescribable things. This is like a vicious bug that appears on a computer system that is running smoothly. In the face of BUG, there is no need to discuss the user experience, no need to study its logic, and no need to consider whether its existence will cause a crash. This thing is a BUG. A mistake. This may also explain why, according to someone's accidental observation, most of the alien gods floating outside the Abyss planet are in a dormant state. Knowing that the computer system is bugged and is difficult to repair, most users will choose to avoid situations that may trigger the BUG. A normal person would not knowingly and deliberately try to trigger a bug and cause system anomalies. The dormancy of the outer gods is like a state of compromise, when errors cannot be eliminated by the main plane universe. But in this state, they may still leak a little breath and activity because they meet certain conditions. Perhaps it is very difficult for an outer god in a complete state to move around in the main plane of the universe. But if it is reduced to a certain extent, those entities that maintain a minimum vitality and try their best to approach the rules of the universe may not still be banned. These clones that appear everywhere from time to time are the source of a series of horror stories. If it were the main body, there would be no stories to spread, because even the carrier that can pass the story, that is, all existence, including all traces of living and non-living things, will cease to exist. However, human instinct will lead to fear of dark and unknown things. This has led to these beings from higher dimensions being equated with terror, and this kind of confusion and terror intertwined, further deepening the sense of fear in the consciousness. All of this is like a spiral of all the bad situations, sliding all the way to a worse situation without any hindrance, and playing a fancy downward spiral. In fact, the nature of the outer gods is not evil, nor is it even chaotic. All of this is a misunderstanding caused by the inability of humans, or Homo sapiens in general, to understand. Gods transformed from humans may be closer to these external gods. However, the shackles of being born as humans limited their ability to see the truth. In addition, the nature of external gods not being able to tolerate the main plane also caused the gods to be affected in the same way as humans. This is also the reason why Finn could use the power of the outer gods to destroy the old gods' physical bodies in the past, before he had grown up to the level of killing gods alone, not to mention summoning the clone of an alien god. Even if the stump in someone's hand is used properly, it can still cause a god to die from his own logical disorder and be eliminated. To put it simply, fighting is not even a means of self-protection for the outer gods. What they are best at is scaring. And this is not a deliberate act. It is just a side effect of their existence. He even said that there was no need to go through any fighting or deliberate intimidation. Just by moving towards an intelligent life, these clones of the outer gods can scare that intelligent life out of its wits. But what if the brain could analyze this redundant data and convert it into information that humans can interpret? Of course, people who can do this must not belong to the category of normal humans. It's like someone who disguises himself as a human being, whose body has become a demon, and whose soul has already ascended to an unknown level. In Lin's eyes, the changes in the red flower slime mutant that he saw did not have the same feeling that the mulch and ooze originally gave him. A sense of decay, disorganization, and an unlucky thing formed by the overlapping of various negative emotions. That's right. Not evil, but bad luck. Lin has no way of knowing what other people are thinking. But when he saw the rotten mud in front of him, he felt like he was seeing a naughty kid leading a dog that was bigger than himself. And one person and one dog ran to play in the mud on a rainy day. Not only did he squeeze it with his hands, but he also rolled around in the mud wholeheartedly, making himself and the dog look so bad that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. If you go home and let your parents see this, how would you feel as a parent? That's how someone feels right now. But when the second wave and a larger number of Akiri were poured into the mutant red flower slime, the changes in the rotten ooze caused even the demons present to stop attacking. Although everyone has their own thoughts, everyone is observing carefully. Lin believed that the first change occurred on the surface of the mulch and soft mud. A black golden ring, as thin as a cicada's wings, as if it could be seen through, emerged from the surface of the mulch. And the ring, which is less than 3 fingers wide, is dotted with star-like dots, make the entire ring look shiny and have a metallic sheen. There is absolutely no sense of decay or that decayed look like rotten soil and ooze. This circle is not the only one. The rings that appeared one after another after that replaced the original body of rotten ooze. The rings are nested within each other, not interlocking. All the rings are not maintained on the same plane, but are constantly rotating and flipping erratically. And because the rings are very thin, the gaps between the rings are also very small. So the mutant version of red flower slime now looks like a sphere. And it is a black and gold metal ball mill with countless rotation directions. The center of the ball is occasionally revealed from the gaps among the many circles. It is like an eye, staring at everything that can be seen and cannot be seen. All the people and demons present felt like they were being seen through, from body to soul. It is impossible to try to take out that eyeball. Just as Lin described it, the mutant version of red flower slime is now like a giant ball mill. All objects that enter the scope of the sphere, including non-solid objects, will be crushed by the countless changing and rotating rings. Just like a stone mill, it crushes everything that enters the millstone, or the millstone is damaged as a result. On a horizontal plane parallel to the ground and transverse to the center of the ball, 13 arms of different shapes float outside the black gold ball mill. Some are black and some are white. Some are thick and some are thin. Some have 3 fingers. Some have 5 fingers. And the most are 9 fingers on one hand. There are also arms that are obviously not human-like, with 3 to 5 joints, and can be folded into strange shapes. Under the horizontal plane, there are 18 legs, symmetrical from left to right, forming a circle in a circle, with the knee joints all facing outward. The legs are not just human legs. There are horse legs, elephant legs, furry cat legs, and bird paws. If Kuma's body is like a metal creation, then with so many arms and legs, it looks like a poorly stitched corpse. A poor undead creature. But these limbs are not connected to the ball, but float on the surface at varying distances. Sometimes he will change the distance and make various indescribable actions. It's like the way someone's arms would move when they're stretching. Sometimes he holds his fists and folds his fingers, making a clicking sound. The 18 legs are like a centipede, lifting and landing smoothly and in an orderly manner, allowing Kuma to move in this way. It doesn't look clumsy at all, but it's not going anywhere fast either. It's just that the black gold Kuma hasn't moved at all. The 18 legs seem to be restless and keep walking in place. But all this is not the most bizarre part in Lin's eyes. What attracted his full attention were the spots of light on each ring. If you read it correctly, those light spots are the Hakakiri that were swallowed up without any news. The position of the box-cut light spot is not chosen casually, judging from the position of the light spots on the entire Kuma ring. This is a mysterious version of the Jotian Starry formation. However, the ring will change its position due to the changes in the ball mill. It stands to reason that as soon as the angle changes and the position is lost, the Jotian Shingdo formation will collapse and cease to exist. But if these changes have absorbed the essence of Chiman Duinjia's transformation, the black gold ball mill will condense an incomprehensible momentum, deepening the chaotic atmosphere perceived by others. Someone who understands the origin of all these changes is so frightened that his jaw is about to drop. It can be said that with the help of many Hagari, Kurigane Kuma completed 2 large formations that combine the general trend of heaven and earth that no one dared to try before. And all the changes are deduced to the point where it is reasonable, and even someone can't understand it. But it can run smoothly. This also explains very well why this black gold ball mill can affect the power of the Chiman Duinjia array, which is composed of a magic array city. In addition to the 2 having the same origin, Black Gold Kuma even took over the initiative and affected the entire formation with his own power. To describe it from a certain perspective, the entire city on the side of the abyss has now become a part of Black Gold Ball Mill. The visible body of Kuma is like the brain, while other people and demons are in the stomach, waiting to be digested. The point is, the twin towers of the gate are like the heart, continuously supplying the power to support all of this. And the supply is definitely not low. And like a pump, it will change from strong to slow. Lin was not sure how much of the Black Gold Ball Mill's mysteries those Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods, who also stopped attacking, had understood. Even he himself was not sure that what he saw was everything. Perhaps now, when he looks directly at the Black Gold Ball Mill, or even looks at the eye hidden in the ball's heart, Lin will not fall into the chaos of madness and cognitive confusion. This doesn't mean that I can underestimate everything, just like what normal people see with the naked eye. In the details that cannot be observed by the naked eye, there are also dust haze, bacteria, and viruses brought from unknown sources. In the distance beyond the reach of the eyes, there is another scenery. Even in the shadows of trees and rocks at close range, there are things that cannot be directly seen by the eye. Any observation method has its shortcomings and shortcomings. Of course, Lin would not be arrogant enough to think that he could really see everything clearly. Chapter 1724 Swallowing. What Lin still doesn't know is how much the changes in the Black Gold Ball Mill can bring about to the current battle situation. Or is this just about transforming yourself from a piece of shit that no one can swallow into a delicious and beautiful chocolate ball? Although I don't know if there is any possibility of equivalent conversion between the two. But as some abnormal foodies claim, after eating meat, it will eventually turn into poop. So when you want to eat meat, eating shit also means the same thing. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, anything that can be eaten is considered food. And never doubt the appetite of demons. Their digestive systems cannot be viewed by human standards. So there is something in the devil's recipe that one has no desire to understand. Besides, Kurigane Kuma has yet to prove his combat effectiveness. Thinking that everything is getting stronger is a misunderstanding. Not everyone is like Frisia's 3 transformations, or the Silence, who are said to be rare in a millennium. But in fact they gather together as soon as they appear. And it is not known how many stages of transformation they can have. Most changes in nature are like a larva turning into a pupa and emerging from the cocoon, which is the so-called complete metamorphosis growth mechanism. It has nothing to do with strength. It's just changing from one form to another. Such extreme changes in nature have only one purpose, and that is to better pass on the family lineage to continue the vitality of their species. Of course, Lin would not naively believe that the transformation of the red flower slime's mulch ooze mutation into the current Black Gold Kuma was a change made in order to find a mate. Regardless of the issue of reproductive isolation, Lin has never heard of any so-called actions by outside gods to reproduce the population. In addition, the changes in the Black Gold Ball Mill must be related to the Hagairis. Although I don't know how Kuma can fight in his current form. With those 13 arms, the frequency of attack shouldn't be that low. But after changing the form, Black Gold Kuma seemed to have reset the identification of friend or foe at the same time. No longer like before, catching the devil and fighting to death with all his strength. With this change, the appearance of Black Gold Kuma no longer continued to change, but instead became quiet under the attention of the demons. Everyone is guessing whether there are any internal changes that have not been completed. No one has thought about whether the guy in front of him has forgotten who the enemy is. However, the waiting of the demons is not without purpose. From the transformation from rotten clay to Black Gold Ball Mill, the devil's intuition hides a great secret, just like the great horror it represents. The magicians of Lost Land respect the power of knowledge, and the demons believe that knowledge is power. The number of erudites among the demons is beyond everyone's imagination. It's just that it's different from the magicians in the Lost Land, who mostly get their knowledge from books and inheritance. Most of the devil's knowledge comes from his own experience. This is also related to the fact that as long as this ethnic group knows how to behave, they will basically not die. A long life can bring them too many opportunities. But meaningless waiting is simply the most cruel torture for the devil whose patience has never been a good virtue. The secret of wisdom is limited to the shining points that occasionally appear in the changes. The process of deduction is the most precious, not the conclusion. So when the form of the Black Gold Ball Mill became relatively stable, the demons became aggressive again. The reason why the demons are still restraining their actions is because they cannot tell where the front of the Black Gold Ball Mill is. Or maybe this thing has a 360-degree angle with no blind spots. When the first reckless lord of the abyss opened his mouth wide and prepared to swallow, the chocolate ball turned from smelly feces. His malice once again stimulated this immaculate sin creature, who has no distinction between good and evil. The 13 arms floating outside the upper hemisphere were doing meaningless movements. But the malicious stimulation made Kuma feel as if his hair was exploding. The dozen arms no longer floated loosely outside the sphere, but instead made various anthropomorphic warning postures. It has to be said that although the black gold ball mill was transformed from mulch, there is still some difference in size between the two. The size of the rotten ooze slime is comparable to the average level of the Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods. But the black gold ball mill has shrunk a bit. Although the height of Kuma's body is about the height of a normal adult human being, coupled with those weird hands, feet and other limbs, the black gold Kuma is still a tall monster that must be looked up to compared to humans. But compared to the demon present, he can only be regarded as a small person. The Lord of the Abyss, who plans to devour black gold Kuma directly, is among the top 3 super strong men among the demons present. The mouth open for the whale to swallow has the momentum to grind the black gold ball and swallow it in one gulp. Black gold Kuma was being stimulated by malicious intent and was about to counterattack. His eyes, which were hidden deep in the center of the ball, suddenly shrank, like a cat's eye. But the vertical pupils looked like sword shapes. If any sharp-eyed devil could remember the shape of the sword, he would definitely be able to tell that it was the shape of the moving mountains and rivers of Akiri. However, this fleeting scene failed to attract much attention from the devil. Everyone's focus is on whether the Abyss Lord, who took the lead, can successfully swallow this weird ball. If it goes well, then the demons will have to consider the situation of civil war. In view of everyone's efforts, the fruits of victory were swallowed up by a demon. Do you really think that everyone is an angel, and this is heaven? Those who devour everything will die without a burial place. This is the normal state of the abyss. There are very few exceptions. When the monopoly beats all the witnesses half to death, so that the demons are convinced because they cannot accept it. But how could Black Gold Kuma, who made a grand appearance, and so easily, did he really step down from the stage, bow, and then go get his lunch, treating the cigarist that entered his body as plastic? Even though not all Hagakiri members are present. Among the 5 most representative worldly swords, only the mountains and rivers moving and the black gold ball are integrated into one. But now Kuma gave a certain onlooker the feeling of magic, rather than being surprised by the combination of the 2 formations that gathered the power of the world. It felt more like the shock of seeing the miniature universe in the wind elemental world. No wonder the devil couldn't wait to swallow it. Kurigane Kuma naturally resisted. 13 arms, 3 or 4, held the upper and lower jaws of the Lord of the Abyss. The remaining arms either pulled at the tongue or beat at the parts they could reach. It seems to have blocked the attack of the Lord of the Abyss. But that weak counterattack failed to dispel the desire of other demons to attack. On the contrary, it aroused their inner ridicule and the mood of watching a show, rather than picking up bargains or snatching bargains. Demons don't mind sitting in the place with the brightest view and watching other people's farce for them. Perhaps it is because in this process, more truths that were originally intended to be hidden can be glimpsed. Of course, there are also demons who simply like to watch the fun, but don't like to join in the fun. Especially in a ridiculous plot where just because I joined in the fun, I became the protagonist. But no one has ever thought that the weak attack may not be just because of its strength. But I just want to loosen the meat so that it can be eaten better. Without the solution to the anti-power equation, it is indeed impossible to carry out weak attacks on these god-level demons. But this does not prevent Kurigane Kuma from eating the opponent and digesting it in its strange body. In the duel between gods, there is no problem that must be solved by counterpower, but a battle between realms and realms. This is why the lost gods are divided into 3 levels: strong divine power, medium divine power, and weak divine power. The leap between levels of gain is comparable to the transcendence of living things at the level of life. Just like the goddess of destiny, who is a powerful divine power, even if she is not good at fighting. Those with medium and weak divine powers will only be bullied when they encounter her. In the abyss, these demons who target the lost gods are not so clearly divided into 3 levels. In terms of pure combat power, any Abyss Lord or Abyss Evil God who sneaks out will be able to challenge the powerful divine power of the mysterious land in a one-on-one challenge. But realm crushing can still happen between demons. After all, as long as there are differences among individuals, there must be differences in strength and weakness among individuals. Perhaps it is difficult to predict a duel between demons based on their overall strength. But under specific circumstances that meet certain conditions, it is not impossible to have a smooth and overwhelming game. Just like before my eyes. At first, it was just the mollusk-like tongue of the Lord of the Abyss that was grabbed by some 2 arms of the black gold ball. Kuma didn't take this opportunity to beat or attack in any way. He just dragged his tongue towards his body. The body of the ball mill is composed of countless rings in a certain pattern. The slow but steady circling and turning movements are like a millstone in someone's eyes, crushing and grinding everything that comes into its range. When such a conjecture was actually performed before our eyes, the process and results were different from what we imagined. The tongue twisted into the ball mill was dragged inch by inch into the inside of the ball mill, but there was no scene of blood splattering, and there was no residue left. The huge tongue seemed to be dragged into a shrinking tunnel, shrunk, twisted, and finally disappeared without a trace. The huge mouth part connected to the tongue, the head, the body, and even the entire Abyss Lord were unable to resist the huge force pulling it in, and were dragged in bit by bit. The saddest thing is that even if the Lord of the Abyss wants to cut off his tail to survive, not only were its upper and lower jaws locked, preventing it from biting off its own tongue, even its limbs were controlled, or hindered, and it couldn't do anything it wanted to do. Who told it to attack the target? It had an outrageous number of arms, coupled with the movement and dragging of the more than 10 legs. The restrained Lord of the Abyss couldn't even stabilize his lower body and wrestle with the opponent properly. The mouth parts, which were originally wide enough to cover the opponent's mouth, shrink in size as they get closer to the main body of the ball mill. In the end, the originally terrifying huge mouth, like its tongue, was twisted into the weird and inexplicable Kuma. The one leg that Lord Abyss freed up during this struggle was intended to kick on Kuma's body. Use force in the opposite direction to free yourself. But no one thought that Kuma was not only devouring the tongue and mouth, but also the direction in which it was eating. The same thing can be done anywhere on the ball mill body, and at any angle. The result was that the miserable leg of the Lord of the Abyss had the same fate as its tongue, being dragged in by Kuma. Chapter 1725, Unchanged and Change. How long does it take to swallow an Abyss Lord? Answer, I don't know. At least no one thought to save the unfortunate creature until it was swallowed whole. Just watching, forgetting the time. This shows the plastic camaraderie of the demons. Of course, if someone asks the demons at this time, they would definitely answer that it was because the scene was so shocking that they were so frightened that they didn't know how to move. So they silently watched an Abyss Lord being swallowed into that weird sphere. No one will answer indifferently. I just want to watch the show and watch the guy steal the chicken and lose the rice, and then trick myself into it. Although everyone's comradeship is made of plastic, their acting skills are Oscar level. If something like this happens, will everyone feel sad that the rabbit is dead and the fox is dead? Of course there will be. But the rabbit will die first. Only a fox can feel sad. If you decide to save the rabbit because you don't want to feel such sadness, this is not a very evil approach. The first Lord of the Abyss to attack was swallowed up to the point where not even the dregs were left. Fortunately, it didn't seem like it was struck by the wheel of time, and even the traces of its existence were erased. Now he is probably under the care of Abyss, and is going home to wait for resurrection. Now that someone has sounded the horn of attack, there is no reason for everyone to continue watching this show. In any case, the devil's biggest advantage lies in numbers, although there have been 2 casualties since the encounter. But the reason for the attrition has not yet reached the point where the devil feels desperate. Just like the previous battle with the rotten mud, the demon side had the upper hand. The 2 dead demons had revealed the enemy's identity to a certain extent, and could be regarded as necessary sacrifices. It was even said that the sacrifice of these 2 pioneers revealed the enemy's greatest reliance, which made everyone even more excited. And in the eyes of the demons, the change of rotten ooze into ball mill form does not mean that the thing in front of them has admitted its own shortcomings. So it must change and try to reverse the situation. As far as the devils are concerned, all they have to do is maintain their advantage. When he has an advantage, a smart devil certainly knows how to maximize his advantage, rather than stupidly deactivating one's martial arts, giving the enemy a chance to counterattack. The next battle will transform from a fist-to-flesh fighting mode to a variety of long-distance attacks. The demons consciously stayed away from Kuma's body and used various throwing weapons and magic attacks. Anyway, as long as he doesn't get involved in that weird body. In contrast, those limbs that are outside Kuma's body become the target of attacks by the demons. Because these limbs are accessible, they are the starting point for attacks. Most importantly, Kuma's devouring ability will not be triggered. Moreover, these limbs are in a free state and are not directly connected to the main body, so it is not difficult to separate or pull them away, considering that the attack space around Kuma is limited. Even if everyone switches to long-range attacks, some demons still cannot find a suitable attack position. There is no such thing as seamless cooperation between demons. It is normal to be wary of each other. So those demons who couldn't get a good position simply grabbed one of Kuma's arms or thighs, pulled them far away, and slowly gnawed on them. The muscles in these arms and feet are stronger than steel. Even the mouths and teeth of the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss couldn't devour Kuma's hands and feet like tearing apart chicken drumsticks. But this kind of uncivilized action quickly attracted the attention of demons who didn't originally intend to do it. Because those demons holding the thighs and gnawing on them seemed a bit unable to put it down? It's nothing more than a dog chewing meat and bones. Soon, this not-so-secret matter spread from the mouth of the Forerunner to the ears of all the demons present. Previously, the demons worked hard to dig things out of the rotten mud, just like eating pudding. Try your best to eat this monster. Nowadays, there are more convenient chicken legs to chew on. You don't have to pull them out hard. You can just pull those floating arms or feet away. What's not to do actively? There are no shortcomings. I used to scoop out pudding to eat, although it was troublesome. Every bite I dug out went down smoothly. But now, whether it is chewing arms or feet, no matter how far it is pulled away from the body, these arms or feet will still struggle and move. In other words, the devil who tries to chew the chicken legs has to endure the live chicken legs in his mouth while beating or kicking himself. In the eyes of a demon, as long as he discerns the laws and patterns, it doesn't matter what the enemy looks like. After all, there are many strange individuals in the demon community. Everyone should be more cautious in doing things, for fear that other demons would see through their weaknesses. Otherwise, it is to magnify one's advantages to the point of being invulnerable. This is how the demons of the Abyss fight. Although the newly born Black Gold Kuma is powerful, it is obvious that no one has taught it this. This makes its combat experience so weak that it cannot cope with so many top-level demons that have grown up in the battle. Especially the quantity is still absolutely weak. Although an Abyss Lord was swallowed in front of them, the demons still became more and more confident as they fought. To these sophisticated demons, a single-minded enemy is no more than an active nutritional supplement. As they grow, they eat a lot of this stuff. But from the form of rotten clay to today's black gold ball mill, how could it be possible that only these two styles can be used? Rather than saying that the attack method is monotonous, it is better to say that this thing is also trying to adapt to its new form. Besides, there are tens of thousands of Kakiri gathered in Kurigane Kuma's body now. Linkai didn't believe that after so many Hagaris were absorbed, they could only end up in this ugly situation. You know, in the previous battle, someone was holding back and did not dare to make himself the protagonist. The Hagaris were just playing around and not taking it seriously. Because as long as these tens of thousands of boxes don't act like monsters, they can completely destroy the invading demons just by relying on their true abilities. Not to mention other ways of fighting. Just setting up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation in conjunction with the Chiman Duinjia formation in the Magic Array City. The initial strike is used to detect the demonic power, and the solution to the inverse power equation will not be slower than someone else's. The rest is to hit the target accurately, and whoever is hit will be defeated. After seeing this set of combos exclusive to Hagari, Linkai didn't think that these demons could survive until now. So the most likely reason why the demons are still able to show off their power is that the Hagaris have not forgotten someone's true purpose. Defeating the devil is never a problem. The real trouble is the follow-up problem. In order to avoid endless follow-up troubles, it is better for those who are relevant to stay in the position of supporting roles, or even become transparent. Anyway, I just can't be in the limelight. So, the current seemingly one-sided beating situation is probably a prelude to the Hagaris assisting them to hold back their ultimate move? Again, someone believes that it is impossible to lose. The difference lies in how to win. Then here comes the problem. Do you want to continue watching the show? Or make some small moves to try to contain the demon's actions and prevent them from taking advantage? You can't be the protagonist. And picking some side projects to do doesn't go against the main goal. Just when someone showed that he was ready to make a move, the Lord of the Abyss, who was guarding him, increased his vigilance, took 2 steps back slightly, and opened a slight distance. Although facing a magician, it is not wise to take the initiative to distance yourself. But sometimes by doing this, you can get a better view. Discover in advance what the magician is doing outside the blind spot of your sight, or make what the other party wants to do more difficult. Don't think that the Lost Master can't deal with enemies at close range. Perhaps the fighting skills are not as good as those warriors who rely on hand-to-hand combat. But from magic, there are always ways to overcome such disadvantages. For example, use magic behind the enemy to manifest a club, and then hit the enemy's back head. This special use of the magic wand technique once dominated the dual history of Lost Land for a period of time. However, if you want to flexibly control this stick, in addition to having good magic training, the distance cannot be too far. The farther the distance, the more difficult it is to control magic. This is common sense. Perhaps it is difficult to achieve the effect of sap on demons. But no demon can be sure that the magician in front of him does not have a stronger method than sap. Compared with the dangers of close combat and long-distance combat, when the devil of the abyss encounters the magician of the Lost Land, he would rather keep a distance and endure all kinds of magic bombardment. Such an attitude clearly illustrates the special ecology of Lost Land. On the other hand, it also proves that a demon of the level of the Lord of the Abyss is very confident in using his body to withstand the bombardment of the magician of the Lost Land. But before Lin could do anything to attract the attention of the demons, the situation in the field suddenly changed. The turning point was that all 13 arms of Black Gold Kuma were torn away from their bodies by the demons. More than half of his 18 legs were lost. So it would be no exaggeration to say that he was alone. But it looked like a hard-boiled egg with its SHL almost peeled off. Kuma, who was gradually losing his threat in the eyes of the devil, suddenly exploded in ways neither man nor demon could have imagined. First of all, there are chaotic bright colors everywhere you can see. The messy colors and dividing lines convey only one thing, and that is madness. What follows is an almost substantial sense of pressure, like diving into water. The pressure is squeezing the skin from all directions, up, down, left and right, making one almost breathless. This feeling is like breaking into the kingdom of some unfriendly god. The treatment you can get if you are hostile to them. What surprised Lin even more was that the Black Gold Kuma, which could already call upon the power of the Magic Circle City, further weaponized the entire geographical environment. At least the Chiman-Duinjia formation that is currently running wildly is not part of someone's plan. The killing intent that turned into sharp thorns pierced the skin with concave marks. And all this, everyone knows, is just a prelude. But even if they knew it, the demons and humans wouldn't be able to do anything to counter it for a while. Because such a change is sudden and unprecedented. No one knows how to deal with it. But such confinement is certainly not secure. Not to mention the situation of the demons. Even Lin himself just found it a little difficult to move. And it would take some time to crack it. Lin's advantage is that he knows that the source of this power comes from the changes in the Chiman-Duinjia formation. But the demons don't know. For a new piece of knowledge, even if the demons can crack it with brute force, it will still take more time. Time is what everyone, demons, and beings who don't know how to classify strive for. Everyone knows that the current situation is not the end. The difference is who takes the next step. Chapter 1726, The Real Means of Attack. When the battle unfolds in a way that no one expected, the impact is so powerful that no one can adapt to it in a short period of time. In addition to this battle, from the beginning, it was something new that the demons had never seen before. This impact seems to be superimposed, pushing the emotions of the demons to a climax layer by layer, or pushing them into the abyss. Unlike the gods and the evil gods of the abyss, these existences must be based on a certain concept. According to someone's words, the Lord of the Abyss is like the most powerful man whose body has been sanctified. But when it comes to physical sanctification, a certain fellow traveler will have a stronger intuition than those who are sanctified by faith. But that's not how it works in Lost Lands. Why does the Lord of the Abyss only appear in the Abyss? Why can't the fans produce a strongman of this sequence? In other words, similar to the path of achievement of the Lord of the Abyss, there are so-called transcendents in the Lost Lands. But not all extraordinary beings can reach the heights of gods, or even gods. In addition to the special environment of the Abyss, the way demons grow is also different from the creatures in the Lost Land. This leads to the path that demons take to achieve extraordinary things, which is also different from that of Lost Land. Most of the extraordinary beings in the Lost Land have found the key to evolution in the process of constantly seeking to strengthen themselves, thereby transcending the level of ordinary life. Although the path has not been traveled, others cannot take it. But even twin brothers or sisters cannot achieve the same achievements by following the same path. Searching for yourself means that this is a very personal matter. But it's not like there aren't extraordinary beings who can be mass-produced through industrialization. For example, vampires and werewolves. Extraordinary beings who rely on disease like infection to achieve their goals are much weaker in strength than those who achieve their goals through self-exploration. But the transcendent beings of the Abyss, that is, the Abyss Kings, are more like the Goo Kings raised by the rumored method of raising goo in Miao territory in some hometowns. Just put all the poisonous insects together, and let them eat each other out of hunger. The one that survives in the end is not necessarily the most poisonous, but it is definitely the most vicious. In the real situation, the will of the abyss controls everything. The Lord of the Abyss is like a feudal prince, with only so many positions, and not everyone can achieve such an achievement. If a demon comes to power, it must mean that a demon dies. So don't look at the history of the abyss as if it were the same as that of the lost land. Demons have almost immortal lives, as long as they don't die young. Logically speaking, there should be so many powerful demons that it would make the gods of Midland despair. In particular, the gods of Midi have been artificially dated thousands of years ago. The average strength of the new gods is declining compared to the old gods. The total strength gap with Abyss at the top level should be even greater. This is not the case. The reason is that the overall strength of the devil has always been restricted by the will of the Abyss. As for the reason, it may be that when the demons increase and strengthen without limit, they will in turn threaten the existence of the Abyss. Or maybe it's just that you just can't do it. Just like a cup. No matter how much water it holds, the maximum it can hold is the capacity of the cup, which cannot hold the ocean. All this applies to the battle in front of us. That is, although the Abyss Lords are strong, they have traces to follow. And seeing through one demon is equivalent to seeing through everything. Unlike the extraordinary beings who are lost in the land, they are almost the same as one person. But thousands of people are different. Although each Abyss Lord has a different appearance, strength and specialization, they are all raised using the same method of raising goo. In the eyes of Hagyrus, this is the biggest flaw. According to the definition of gods in the mystery, they will exist in multiple dimensions and planes at the same time. They are unified and unique. These dimensions or planes are not randomly selected, but are chosen according to the concepts of their respective achievements. It can be said that a certain concept is like an indicator to the gods. A similar thing, the kingdom of God, is like an anchor to the gods. These two achieve the power of the gods and the illusion of immortality. In contrast, due to conceptual issues, gods have a path like 100 flowers blooming. The choices for the Lord of the Abyss are much more monotonous. After all, they are all developed according to the same model. To kill a multifaceted god. Killing gods is the most common way, and destroying the kingdom of God is the way to completely kill a god. This is a method under traditional cognition. Using the anti-empowerment equation, targeted vulnerability strikes can be performed. This is to reduce the prerequisite of killing gods in the traditional method from oneself is a god to grasping the weakness of the origin of the gods. No longer restricted by status or rank. Ordinary people can do it. There is another way, which is to erase all the footprints of the gods in all dimensions, all planes, and in all multidimensional worlds, which can cause de facto non-existence. That is, death. The one who can do this extremely exaggerated thing is the Hakiri time wheel. Of course, the year wheel does not do this by relying on the ability of the box cutter itself, but relies on the sand of time obtained from the micro-universe of the wind elemental plane, using the power of wishing, which is more unreasonable than magic, to do something that has no idea of the principle at all. Therefore, someone may be right or wrong in guessing that the Hagyrus are trying to find a universal solution to the inverse energy equation. The Hagyrus are indeed looking for a method that can effectively attack god-level enemies, but it is not a universal solution to the anti-power equation. Rather, like the Wheel of Time, instantly locking the target's footprints in the multidimensional world and eliminating it. This is what the Hagyrus are trying to do. Of course, it is very difficult to achieve the level of the year wheel, and it is unnecessary. The reason why gods exist because of faith is not precisely because living beings have this need for spiritual sustenance. So the concept of gods was created. If the gods really die, it means that the order under a certain concept will be chaotic for a period of time, which is a good thing for some people. But for a time-traveling person who seeks stability and survival, this kind of instability that endangers life and quality of life is a big bad thing. Therefore, the goal of the Hagyrus is to carry out a certain degree of killing to make the opponent retreat in spite of difficulties. According to estimates, as long as about 30% of the target's multi-world footprints are eliminated, the opponent can feel real heartache. As long as it reaches more than 50%, the target will most likely hide away and lick its wounds. If the number of injured multi-footprints reaches more than 70%, then the target will most likely have to step down and bow, and someone else will take over, whether it is an abyss or a lost land. At this level of existence, there is no real sense of good and evil, but the result of countless considerations. Then when someone can be replaced and oneself can take over, no one will give up this golden opportunity. Therefore, The Hagairas believe that they do not need to do the same as the year ring, uprooting all the footprints involved in the target to achieve the effect of complete elimination on the causal level. As long as it is done to a certain extent, it is enough to make these so-called immortal gods shrink back. The longer you live, the more you fear death. This is the norm for all living things. Although in daily life, you can also see many old people committing suicide. But most of them are old people who think they are experienced and can just pass the test. They are arrogant and make mistakes, which eventually leads to unfortunate endings. It is fundamentally different from young people taking risks, who don't care about success or failure. Now, it is the first experiment in the long research of Hagiri. There has been no similar attempt before, except because there is no suitable target to judge whether the results are successful. The other big reason is that the Hagairas cannot find suitable conditions to perform the magic they imagined. As someone said before, when Hagiri is armed with wisdom, science, and magic, their upper limit will emerge spontaneously. Although the Hagairas have simultaneously mastered the knowledge possessed by a certain time traveler, mastery and flexible application are two different levels. Therefore, in terms of application, what Hagairas are most familiar with is the night starry sky and its extension that someone uses most often. For example, Zhoutian Shingdo formation. The characteristic of the Zhoutian Shingdo formation lies in the influence between its immutability and change. What remains unchanged are the stars and star officials. What changes are the years, months, days, and 4 seasons. In a nutshell, it is a cycle of time. But this was not enough for the Hagairas to achieve the purpose they set out to do in the first place. It wasn't until today, when they launched the Chimen-Duinjia formation, that they made a breakthrough. At first glance, the characteristics of the Chimen-Duinjia formation are very similar to those of the Zhoutian Shingdo formation. But in fact the two are inverted. Chimen-Duinjia focuses on the influence between change and immutability. Just like the issue divination. First the hexagrams are made from tortoise sh, ls, yarrow or copper coins. And then the 6 rens and fixed lines are combined to gain insight into all things in the world. The same is true for Chimen-Duinjia. You have to start first, and only then can you make corresponding changes. It can be said that the former determines the latter. These two items may seem related, but they are actually two major categories. They have knowledge that complements each other, together with the basic mathematical logic of the flash technique. These knowledges are integrated by the box cutter, resulting in the characteristic that attacks are sure to hit. If a magician uses Hagiri not as a sword wielder, but as a staff or other spellcasting props, as long as there is a clear target, the magic attack can only be blocked, not evaded. This looks like killing a chicken with a knife. It is obvious that the basics use very high-end knowledge, but the results are not considered low-end. But compared to the high-end basics, they can also be rated as low-end. This seems to be very uneconomical. But what if the target is not an ordinary creature, but a god? As a result, the Hagairas can rely on a trace of clues from the present world to trace the source of the original show, and find the footprints left by the gods in other multidimensional worlds. And this path can also become a conduit for magic, causing a real blow. This is something that cannot be done by simply chopping, unless there is a Hagiri that has the same ability as a god and can appear in multiple worlds at the same time, so that it can cause so much damage at the same time. After mastering such a method, the remaining part is to find a powerful enough magic attack, at least after being transferred to other worlds or planes with different rules. It still has a certain degree of lethality to cause damage there. To use such magic, for black gold kuma, it is as easy as twisting it with your hands. It just takes a breath. Don't forget what its roots are. Although the breath it exhales has no physical destructive power, it is much more lethal to living creatures than a few cuts. If you consciously want to kill or injure a living creature, the only reason why the other party can survive is because you are lucky, and there will be no other reasons. So the black gold ball mill combined with the box cutter, the destructive power displayed is beyond the imagination of a certain time traveler. Chapter 1727, A Blow of 10,000 Thoughts. The floating arms were completely peeled off, and only 1/3 of the legs were left. It looked like a hard-boiled egg with its SHL stripped off, and the black gold ball mill erupted into a wave of lag barrier full of light and shadow effects. In the eyes of the demons, this was like a final struggle, because no matter how powerful defense or field control methods are, they are not enough to truly win. It requires an attack, and it is an attack that is enough to threaten the lives of others. Of course, it is not impossible to use such field control methods to create opportunities for escape. But the magic tower, which is the real target, does not have long legs. Where can I run? Therefore, none of the Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods present were worried if Kuma retreated on his own, leaving only a lone magic tower. Although everyone could not continue to supplement, they could still complete the task. Most demons are willing to blindly believe that Kurogane Kuma has no means to turn defeat into victory, unless the opponent can use this kind of court control time to stuff all the demons into its mouth like ball mill. This was even less likely to happen, because Kuma's arm had already been torn off and half of it was gone. Unless this guy chases the frozen demon to swallow, there is no other way to hurt other demons. But based on the speed at which it had devoured an Abyss Lord before, the demons believed that they would not be able to eat a few of the things in front of them before all the demons resumed their actions. They have plenty of time to find a way to recover, as long as they are not unlucky enough to be swallowed first. No demon thought he would be so unlucky. In terms of arrogance and luck, the demons can be said to be at full level. However, it is normal for things to backfire. Just as Murphy's Law states, Black Gold Kuma, who had lost all his arms, did not move. Of course, he did not turn around to face a certain demon. As far as where its front is, no demon has ever figured it out. Just when the demons were thinking about how to deal with Kuma, who had few legs left, after resuming action, the latter took the lead. The same ring that made up the sphere suddenly appeared, replacing the original position of the arm. These rings that suddenly appeared were small, with a diameter about only the thickness of the arm that was originally suspended outside the ball mill. But more than 20 appeared in one go, in different directions. Then some distance ahead, another set of identical rings appeared. The position is roughly parallel to the ring that appeared in the first wave, and perpendicular to the plane of the ring, and the central axis passing through the center of the circle roughly coincides. If anyone else were to look at it, they would probably think that the second wave of rings was coaxial and completely parallel to the first wave of rings. But in Lin's eyes, the central axes of the front and rear rings are staggered at a slightly skewed angle, rather than overlapping. However, the distance between the center of the circle and the center of the circle is completely consistent regardless of which group, and there is some kind of special energy that vaguely connects the two. That energy is not the 8 powers of the Lost Land, nor is it the mana of the 4 elemental planes, nor is it the chaotic energy of the dimensional gaps. It is a new form of active energy that is extremely unstable. It's just that the amount of passing through is extremely small. If the unstable fluctuations weren't quite attractive, I'm afraid Lin would have ignored this part. But the appearance of the second set of rings is not the end. The third group, the fourth group, and even the rings that followed. Each wave appeared with a clear rhythm, and was so compact that it seemed to be connected together. And as more rings appear, the skewed angles become more conspicuous compared to the first group. There are even some groups with obvious bends visible to the naked eye. But whether it is bent or not is not what everyone cares about. The point is that the ultimate goal of these waves of rings is to reach all the demons present. Even if you hide underground, there will still be rings that go deep into it and follow you. The only exception was a certain human magician, and the owner of the magic tower, who never attacked Kurogane Kuma. As for the other 3 Higiri stick figures, they disappeared from the battlefield moments before Kuma launched the change. Piles of rings appeared, and were arranged pointedly towards the demons. But no one at this point would still be naive enough to think it was harmless. This is the same as pointing at ICBM and saying that this thing is just a big firecracker. Ignoring its lethality is purely self-deception. When the last group of rings appeared, there was only about 10 seconds between the time when the first group of rings appeared. The last set of rings were all embedded in the demon's skin. And without any surprise, about half of them were embedded. The number of rings on each ring channel is the same, and the distance between the centers of the rings is also the same. It can be said that in every circular passage, except for the different paths and occasional intersections, the various controllable variables before connecting to the devil are the same. Only the last set of rings didn't have the same degree of penetration into the demon's skin. Some were deeper, some shallower, but always connected, leaving no contact for any demon to escape the ring. The reason for this situation is also very simple. Although the demons are immobilized and temporarily incapacitated, they are not in a situation where they cannot even struggle a little, twisting the body, baring teeth and cracking the mouth, shrinking here, lifting there. It is still possible. But this does not hinder what Black Gold Kuma will do. Just when the connection is completed. Some demons only have the thought of it's over in their minds. Others have a strong desire to survive, and are looking for a way to get rid of the connection. Kurogane Kuma didn't give all the demons much time to react, and immediately made the next move. Kumamo core. The eyes that appear from time to time shoot out red beams. And these red beams of light connected to the center of the circle in sequence pass through the channel formed by the circle and hit all the demons. Superficial. The next moment, the power of the entire magic circle city was concentrated. The sound is as powerful as a waterfall hitting a deep pool. Even though these powers have not yet been utilized, the pressure in this already high-pressure environment is like being submerged in water. And the pressure suddenly increases several times. Starting from the black gold ball mill, a torrent of bright light filled the circular passage. There seems to be substantial particle fluid in the beam, erupting in one direction in a form visible to the naked eye. This beam of light does not exceed the diameter of the ring, and even onlookers will still be dazzled by the strong light. The liquid-like beam will follow the curved passage and eventually pour into the demon's body. This is neither a conventional strong concentrated energy attack, nor a substantive form of a mental strike filled with a murmur of indescribable things, but the real magic of the Lost Land. I still remember the first magic gun someone made, in the style of a rifle from memory. It fires high-concentration energy bullets of pure power, because the barrel is used to constrain the direction of the energy projectile launch, and provide a series of enhancement effects, such as acceleration, penetration, etc. Such a deliberate design unexpectedly produced unexpected side effects. That is to say, the energy bullets fired will change their properties due to the strong constraints of the barrel, and this change is random. This means that every energy bullet fired from the magic gun will be randomly attached with a certain attribute, which increases the damage of the strike. This is considered a positive side effect, but someone has never thought about correcting it. But this was originally a flaw in the design of the barrel, since the magic formations found the cause of mutual interference and avoided it. Subsequent magic guns' design did not have such side effects. The focus is on random additional attributes, and lots of them, in the more than 20 circular passages stretched out by the black gold ball mill. Every light particle that seems to be visible to the naked eye is actually a powerful magic attack that even the demon lord must be careful to deal with. The amount of magic in each circular passage is counted in the hundreds of millions. Beings who have reached the level of gods are not keen on using magic, because the power of their thoughts and casual strikes is both magic and higher than magic. As for attributes and so on, they all come with it. Or it may be said further that what is attached to it is a higher divinity. It is not impossible to add some attributes that are contrary to one's own nature, but the power may be slightly weaker. For these superior beings, this kind of anti-attribute attack can only be used to tease people, and cannot be used in real battles. But does magic have no value to gods? The reason why magicians use magic is because it is a method that uses one effort to exert tenfold force. After reaching the god level, the increase is not that obvious, and it takes more time than instinctive punching. So for these beings with a high enough starting point, they will certainly choose a more efficient way to fight. But things are not always so absolute. When the magic exerted by beings at the divine level increases in magnitude, it is possible to trigger another wave of qualitative changes. At least before today, no god has ever thought of casting magic that starts with a base number of hundreds of millions, let alone 10 base numbers, in a round of confrontation. This is still when facing one enemy. If the number of enemies increases, the amount of magic to be cast will of course increase. When the number of spells cast rises to the trillion level, or even touches the threshold of the Jing level, what effect will these dense and huge amounts of magic interact with? To be honest, this part has touched upon the blind spot between magicians and gods and demons. Such a level is certainly not something that Black Gold Kuma with the twin towers of Gates' little red flower slime as its core can achieve. Instead, it is possible to achieve this by combining over 10,000 boxes and fully utilizing its computing power. Didn't look at this group of Hagaris who spoke as if they were breathing and heartbeat level needs. And they didn't speak for a long time. Combined with the wisdom of the Hagaris, who combined the two formations of Zhou Tian Xingdou and Qimen Duanjia, they touched the edge of the law of cause and effect, allowing them to pursue clues and challenge the uniqueness of the multiple worlds possessed by the gods. The result of the combination of the two was that this round of magic output not only stunned the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss present, but even killed him directly, regardless of whether it was the real death of a completely dead ball, or the short-term death before resurrection. The one blow to destroy more than 20 monarch-level demons was truly unprecedented and unprecedented. However, the blow was not just a wave of magical attacks with a capital count. When the flames of life of the demons were extinguished, the circular passage that stopped attacking was instantly in a vacuum state. The siphon effect in turn sucks the demon body linked to the ring channel into it. Just look at these tall, strong, steel-like bodies, twisting and deforming like mud at this time, and being squeezed into the pipe without any resistance. In the end, the demons were sent back down the pipe to Black Gold Ball Mill's mouth, where they were devoured, and no one was spared. The entire Magic Circle City also fell into deathly silence, empty and without any power. Chapter 1728 The Awakening of the Arrogant. When the battle ended in a very shocking way, Lin regretted staying at the scene. At least his first thought now wasn't that it was great that things were resolved. It's not like the matter has been resolved. Is the boss satisfied? But will I be the next hacking target? If so, how can I block this move? From the perspective of a bystander, Lin could only see the full effect of light and shadow, which was not inferior to the Hollywood special effects blockbusters in his memory. As for what the core is, it's just a blur. While Lin was worried, he watched helplessly as a bunch of Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods were sucked into the Black Gold Ball Mill like the meat sauce entering the pipeline of the food factory. Calculating how far he has to run to escape from the lock of Black Gold Kuma. You know, Sun Wukong can travel 108,000 miles in a somersault, but he still can't get out of the palm of Tathagata Buddha. Of course, the flash technique is trustworthy, but if you meet a higher-level space magic master, you can only act like a younger brother and stand at attention when something happens. It's just that someone's troubles didn't last long. When the last lump of flesh and blood belonging to an unknown Abyss Lord or Abyss Evil God was sucked into the Black Gold Ball Mill, there was a bang sound, and this extremely scary-looking ball mill disintegrated. All the Sakuri incorporated into it are like spores exploding under the mushroom umbrella, erupting in all directions at a speed that catches people off guard. Fortunately, these Sakuri consciously limited their lethality, and did not cause any damage to the remaining buildings around them. And after regaining control, he also planned his path well, and quickly reduced his speed to reduce the threat. As for the small red flower slime, and even its various variants that were supposed to appear after Shikiri was separated from the body, they did not appear at the position where the black gold ball was dissociated. As soon as the confusion flashed through his mind, the answers came from the Hagairas. When the Magic Circle City loses the energy support from the twin towers of the gate, it no longer belongs to the range of the Magic Tower. Therefore, it is very reasonable for Talling to be forced to leave a territory that does not belong to him. This makes sense. It's as reasonable as a plumber and electricity worker bringing a hammer and vise to play football at any time. Thinking that red flower slime could reasonably appear in the two Magic Circle cities of Shield City and East City at any time, someone felt sad for the people living in these two cities. The greatest threat does not come from demons or from intrigues between humans. The biggest threat is this magical tower that seems to protect everyone. Lin didn't think that many people would go crazy after seeing the red flower slime transforming into the form of rotten ooze. However, such actions are not necessarily due to hostility from the magic tower. There may be unknown reasons that trigger this pattern. However, from the renewed liveliness of the Hagiri group, Lin also knew many secrets behind the battle process that were difficult to see with the naked eye. At least as Big Mouth Hagairas. As long as there is no prior agreement to prohibit it, they will tell everything they have done like a treasure. It is both bragging and adding a few more anchor points to one's own positioning in the vast river of destiny to prove one's existence. Although everyone is a master of water irrigation, and everyone is a construction engineer of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, his consistent attitude is to stay away from it. But at this time, diving in the group and eavesdropping on the Hagairas' own boasts would end up with the same result as asking questions directly to the Hagairas. We all have to face the fatigue bombardment of countless, tens of thousands of words from you and me. Don't expect Hagiri to abide by the rules of raising your hands to speak and speaking one person at a time. They all have the ability to multitask, especially when filling water, when entering their territory. Of course you must follow their rules. Human habits do not apply here. With someone's current thinking and logical processing speed, it is not difficult to find the key points in Hagiri Suejuin's speech. But it is inevitable to be baptized by countless garbage speeches and repeated speeches. Even a single cut does not mean the same thing is said twice. But when the number of Hagiri is large enough, it is inevitable that the same thing will be stated by more than two Hagiri. In short, a skilled senior diver quickly learned several facts from the Hagairas' commercial boasts. Most of what Black Gold Kuma shows is dominated by Hagiri, but without the platform of red flower slime. Even if these tens of thousands of boxes get together again, they may not be able to achieve the same results. Second, in the Magic Circle City on the side of the Abyss, that is, in East City, all the magic stone-type energy pools inside the enchanted buildings are probably scrapped. The power output of the magic used in the last hit was enough to shake the stability of the Magic Tower's energy pool. If today's Twin Towers were 4-story towers or 5-story towers, with more than 2 energy pools, the safety of the power output might be much safer, but there is only one energy pool, so the deficient part is naturally taken from the Magic Circle City. However, in terms of priority, Black Gold Kuma first targets the huge Magic Stone-type energy pool cluster in the Magic Circle City. If it is insufficient, it will consider using the power of the Twin Towers at the side door of the Abyss, the energy pool power of the Twin Towers, under such a priority sequence. And because it was the first time to do such an operation, the Magic Circle City of Ishur was directly drained of the entire energy pool and scrapped. Of course, no one regretted the damage caused to the Magic Stone. After all, it would be cost-effective to kill more than 20 Monarch-level demons in one go, even if the entire city was sacrificed. If these 20-odd demons of the strongest order in the Abyss were allowed to destroy, not just one city would be destroyed. Compared with the results achieved, the cost of this battle can be said to be minimal. If there were a few more games, I'm afraid the Abyss would be overwhelmed first. A piece of not-so-good news. Basically, the Lord of the Abyss and the evil gods of the Abyss who died in this battle just went home to wait for resurrection. No one is as completely wiped out from the causal level as if they were struck by the wheel of time. This is a more complete way of death than real death, because even the relevant memories will be forgotten. However, after going through this battle, I believe that the devil who has experienced it personally will not have the thought of doing it again. Kill hundreds of thousands of demonic armies in one breath. This kind of thing sounds difficult. But as long as there is sufficient preparation, there are many people, gods, and demons who can do it. But killing more than 20 Monarch-level demons in one go was a feat that was unimaginable. Not to mention that a similar number of demons of the same level had been killed by sporadic hunting before. As for what the Hagairos did in this battle, what knowledge ran through it, and which aspects were the research results of the Hagairos, instead of simply borrowing something from someone who has seen something from a certain time traveler, just copy it and create a new set. After Lin learned everything, he was shocked by the shock that was about to overflow before he had time to digest it. He had always believed that when the intensity reached a certain level, magic would be invalidated, and it was an unavoidable reality. The temperature of the flame seems to have no upper limit. But it is not possible to achieve any high temperature you want. There are only very few magicians in the Lost World who can use the high temperature to melt iron, let alone the ultra-high temperature reaching the star level. The temperature of ice clearly sets a lower limit. When it reaches absolute zero, the vibration of particles can be eliminated, thereby obtaining the results of molecular-level decomposition. As for matter no longer existing, does it still need to be discussed whether it is possible to reach a negative temperature state? No matter how fast the speed is, the physical limitations of the main universe make it impossible to exceed the speed of light. No matter how solid the substances are, they are all arrangements and combinations on the table of elements. Magic cannot create new substances out of thin air. Even if it is reinforced, it is not a physical change. These are the upper limits of magic in some people's minds. So if you want to kill those enemies that are unreasonable and beyond the general physical properties, such as gods, the only functions of magic are its theory and various auxiliary effects. A sharper sword is much more practical than magic. This is actually the perception of most magicians and non-magicians in Lost Land. Therefore, magicians who are lost in the land are very keen to add a full set of buffers to themselves, then rush forward and use their fists or canes to teach the enemy an impressive lesson. But Lin didn't expect that the upper limit of magic in his own perception was actually the upper limit of his own imagination. In fact, what the Hagairos did was not unprecedented. In someone's eyes, it's like a super-enhanced version of the 6-barreled Gatling Vulcan cannon. It's just that the bullets fired are not bullet-level magic bullets, but missile-level super-enhanced magic bullets. As if the power is not enough, the basic idea that firepower is king is still too immature for a certain time-traveling group to use magic bullets to strike. If you were to consult some masters who were truly proficient in offensive magic, they would be able to point out someone's shortcomings in utilizing their powers. Simply condensing energy is tantamount to giving up the ever-changing nature of magic. The latter is the biggest advantage. The former is just like a failed magic apprentice using the simplest method to make up the numbers. To use the simplest metaphor, the level of magic used by a certain time traveler in the past is like a change from pure white, various levels of gray scale, to the ultimate black. However, there is no way to make black black. Black is the ultimate. But magic should be colorful. This is not some proportional blending based on RGB primary colors or CMYK for color separation. Rather, it is a mixture of various visible spectrums from 360 to 499 nanometers to 760 to 830 nanometers, thus developing this colorful world. A certain traveler's impure scientific thinking limited his own imagination. This also proves one thing. That is, although he has achieved high achievements after undergoing a series of modern education, he is only worthy of being called a scientific craftsman, not the kind of scientist who is famous enough to go down in history. Although such a person can achieve certain achievements by traveling to a magical world, there is no upper limit. Just like the saying in my hometown, the breadth of a person's vision determines the height of his achievement. You can't expect a young man from a slum to be able to sit down and talk with a bourgeois like Buffett. It is impossible for an old man from the Western world to understand what Confucianism is like in the Eastern world. In cases like this, some crackdowns are needed to help the scientific patient who thinks too highly of himself. Tell this time traveler that you are nothing special. Otherwise, with so many footprints of predecessors who have traveled through the land, why has the land not yet turned into the shape of the earth? This would explain a lot of problems. Besides, if everything on earth is so correct, why hasn't a worldwide equal wealth society been realized yet? It's scary to think about it. Chapter 1729 Theater Goers. Before Lin, who was standing there, could give a summary of the battle, the humans and demons who had been hiding in the buildings in Esher boldly tried to go outside to see what was going on. Someone only gave a warning before the battle started, but no reminder after the battle. However, there is no demon running rampant outside the window. You can see the window in the direction of the magic tower. The owner of the house also noticed that the magic tower outside the window no longer looked like a giant octopus's legs, and seemed to have returned to normal. There was no sound of fighting. In addition, the warning text originally displayed in the house disappeared, and the magic stone-type energy pool that supported the operation of various magic props was completely extinguished. No matter whether you use expensive high-grade magic stones or the most basic combination of magic stones, they are now like white crystals, and their power has been drained away. There are various signs that the war involving the Magic Circle City has come to an end. What worries everyone now is, which side will win? If it is about the magic tower, then the follow-up will probably be various wars of words, exchange of interests, and redividing the cake. What everyone mainly considers is whether this place is worth continuing to stay in, and whether things like today will happen again in the future. If the demon coalition wins, then humans will be ready to escape. The demons who remain in the city will have to find ways to express their stance and protect themselves. Demons don't deal with traitors as harshly as humans. Anyway, they are a race that drinks betrayal like water. Whether they can survive depends on whether they have any value to contribute in the future. If not, you don't have to be a traitor. Even your own people will be dealt with. If so, then it depends on the value, whether it can redeem itself for its betrayal, and then bring benefits to other demons in the future. Therefore, after seeing the calm situation, those brave people couldn't help but come out early to inquire about the information so that they could decide their next step. However, it is located on the main battlefield, where Kurigane Kuma fought more than 20 Dajuan-level demons. In the buildings that were destroyed earlier, the people or demons who lived in them were long gone. Each and every one of them was regarded as snacks, and was eaten by the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil Gods, who gathered together after holding back their stomachs. In the remaining marginal areas, the houses have not been destroyed. The people or demons in the house are still hiding in the place they think is the strongest. Trembling, who told Lin and others to fight the demons without caring about the integrity of the terrain. Although he did not actively destroy it, he did not deliberately try to preserve it. If any house is unlucky enough to be on the axis of attack, few will remain intact whether it is hit or smashed, regardless of whether the person in the room is a human or a demon. Whether they are lucky enough to survive the first blow or not, they will be killed by the pressure of the subsequent battle. Demons at the level of the Great Lord fight with all their strength, but those who are too weak are not even qualified to be spectators. As for those who were lucky enough not to be smashed, after witnessing the first half of the battle and witnessing several houses being smashed, almost no one or demon dared to hide by the window to watch this rare top-notch decisive battle, even though there was no more noise outside the house. The group closest to the battlefield still did not dare to look out to see what was going on. Who knows if this exploration will reveal something that shouldn't be seen? It's nothing new for demons to silence themselves for the sake of secrecy, or to silence them because of questions like "what are you looking at?" A powerful demon has the privilege to do whatever he wants. This is the rule of the abyss. And for those humans who came from Lost Land, it was not a big deal to follow the local customs when entering the country. Being in the territory of the devil and thinking that he is the boss. My second son, Long Outhian, has all become delicacies on other people's tables. Don't talk about the ban on killing an Esher. If you really want to trick people, there are many ways. Anyway, Lin, who was on the main battlefield, was not disturbed by the people or demons hiding in the house. But there was another guy who was even more exaggerated than daring and walked towards him with 3 unsteady steps. Looking at the gestures he learned from somewhere, the demon prince walked as if he was singing a big show, regardless of whether anyone is watching or not. I came to this ruin-like main battlefield for my own entertainment. The uneven ground is expected of the ruins that experienced a great battle. The Hakiri that filled the sky were united into 4 human LS, and together with someone. They became the only 5 living people present. Otherwise it was clean, without any debris or blood. If it weren't for the unique pungent smell of high-level demons, no one would have thought that there was a battle involving demons here a few minutes ago. Azad arrived at the place where the smell was probably the strongest. He sniffed hard a few times and looked intoxicated, as if he was high, just from the traces of the battlefield. Azad couldn't guess what the outcome would be, so he asked directly, "Did they beat them away or win?" But questions were questions, and Azad walked towards a certain human the 3 human LS of Suzaku, Qinglong, and White Tiger disappeared before the final blow. And now they run out again. The Hagaris who left Kurigane Kuma and reunited restored their human LS to their original appearance. Only the human L that should have been covered in Xuanhu robes with mountains and rivers at its core now looked like a bare buttock. At this time, it was like a mannequin that traveled through many hometown clothing stores, with only 4 limbs and no 5th limb. Naked. Nothing. But the human Ella Shanha is pressing against someone's face, and it looks as awkward as it is. Azad asked questions, but he walked towards the most embarrassing guy with a joking expression on his face. Zongheki and Azad ignored the stinky face of a certain entity and the bare buttocks of the mountains and rivers, as if they didn't know how disgusting their appearance was, and said seriously, "All the demons who were here before were eaten. Not a single one is left. If that's what you want to know. Oh, how did you die?" Azad pretended not to care, but asked a very important question. I don't know how serious he was, or if he was really just asking casually, regardless of whether the other party was serious or not. Shanha Dongrenui maintained a serious face, but said nothing. It just answered by raising its hand and pointing to the magic tower standing not far away. Azad asked with a somewhat disbelieving tone, "Did you really get eaten? It's clean. Not even a bone or residue is left. You wouldn't ask to see the devil in life or the corpse in death. Then you can only wait until it is pulled out before you can check the remains. But being swallowed by the magic tower, well, whether he will be pulled out is still a question. I can't answer you." Shanha Dongrenui replied. "Oh, pull it out? If the magic tower poops, what shape will it be? Like a snake, coiled up in circles, and then piled up. I have tried to poop in this perfect shape, and it's a test of your butt's ability. In addition to being able to swing in an arc, you also need to ensure that the shit can't be broken. Can the magic tower do this?" Shanha Dongrenui looked helpless, staring at the demon prince with a pair of dead fish eyes, and said, "I have already told you. I don't know if the magic tower can poop. How can I know whether it can poop in a perfect shape? Come." But red flower slime may have a chance. But has anyone seen it? No. 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 Aren't we discussing the magic tower? Why is it related to slime again? Azad, who didn't know the details, asked ignorantly. In addition to the Shan Hedong human L who replied, 3 other human LS also joined the debate about shit and piss. Azad forget it. He had just seen the Hagaira show off their power. And even though it was through the platform provided by the red flower slime that they demonstrated the pioneering feat of killing more than 20 demons in one go, Len would never be able to treat them with the same attitude as before. Whether it is to follow others' opinions or to follow others' opinions, not everyone can accept the attitude of others towards them, no matter how big or small they are. If you didn't know it before, just pretend you don't know how to get along. Knowing it, but still being the same. That's called white eyes, not closeness. Unless 2 people are really familiar with each other and know everything they need to know, then one party allowing the other party to be presumptuous is a sign of their intimacy. if you didn't know it before. But now you know it. Everyone who knows what this change means will understand. Think of all kinds of pretense and slap-in-the-face jokes. If someone is planning to reveal their trump card and slap someone in the face, just pretend you haven't seen it and continue to act recklessly. Guess what the result will be? I still remember the most famous example in the history of my hometown, which is the Jin Ma Chao of Shiliang in the Three Kingdoms. He killed Chao Amon and cut off his beard and abandoned his robe. How majestic it was! After entering the Shu Han dynasty, he worshipped the 5 tiger generals, and what great achievements did he make? Isn't it just because he can't forget his behavior as a warlord and noble son, and treats his boss Liu as either a big or small person, which makes the 3 boss Liu brothers unhappy? In the end, he made it appear that although his status was high, he was actually not as important as his cousin Ma Dai. Maybe Aguirre is not so cautious, but he still needs to respect the opponent's numbers. As someone has always wanted to say, the demons think they have a numerical advantage. In fact, they have always been the ones using less to defeat more. The relationship between him and Aguirre has not reached the level where he can be beaten and scolded at will. And there is a lunatic like Azad present. So let's just ignore him. As soon as someone had an idea and wanted to turn around and leave, he heard the bitchish speech of a certain demon prince. Hey, the great magician, Gabriel Ashtrapwood, are you going to run back to your tower? Hide and cry? Oh, how pitiful you are. Do you want me to lend you my broad chest? A little comfort. Someone's head is spinning. He strode towards Azad and said angrily, Come on. Come here. Let's fight. It has nothing to do with the abyss or the magic tower. It's just you and me. I don't need to. Sakakiri. Just a pair of fists. Let me beat you to death. If I can't kill you, I will take your surname. Azad pretended to be surprised and said, My last name? Does this mean you want to enter my family? I'm sorry. Although in the royal family, same-sex lovers are not considered special news. But if you want to marry me publicly, you have to be a woman. Or are you planning to reincarnate as a female devil in the abyss? Well, there is no such. I share your last name. Choke method here in MIDI. This is digging a hole and burying oneself. Sure enough, anger can make people smarter. Lin tried to take a deep breath to regain his senses. But at a casual glance, what I saw was Azad's face. This guy was like a knight taunting, instantly cutting off a certain magician's sanity. With a strange cry, the two of them fought together, starting the second round of the Ishur battle. Chapter 1730 Aftermath. The second round of the fight ended in a haphazard manner, and the outcome was of course inconsequential. The demon prince Azad refused the invitation to enter the tower as a guest. He made it clear that he would rather go home and wear a crown naked than enter a magic tower dominated by someone. For such a decisive refusal, Mr. Lin could not force the person into the tower. I am not running a skinning shop but pimping. As usual, the Hagairas let themselves go again after the battle. They do not maintain the form of human SH/LS, except for the 5 earthly swords. The rest of the Hakakiri are in the form of sword pills, scattered inside the twin towers of the gate and around the gates. The small residents of these twin towers of doors have their own code of conduct. Basically, as long as it doesn't go against someone's interests, Lin will never restrict them. To be honest, Lin was also afraid of being beaten up by a group of Hagairas. In short, the situation inside the twin towers of the gate quickly returned to what it was before the war after the battle. It was as if the war had never happened, and everyone did whatever they were supposed to do. The Magic Circle City on the side of Lost Land, Shield City, had already lifted its alert about the demonic attack. On the surface, it looks like life has returned to the way it was before the war. But in reality, it is still a little different. The most important factor is, of course, the destruction of Ishur, which caused certain problems to the transactions between MIDI and Abyss. It will take some time to fully restore the order that was maintained under the previous transaction. For now, it is just maintaining the appearance of stability. Nowadays, most people's energy is still focused on exploring the Abyss. That is, the beginning and end of the Ishur War. The only ones who had a way to see the overall situation in that war were the forces on the Magic Tower. But no information was revealed in this regard, and no one dared to ask. The rest, whether they are humans or surviving demons, can only know the facts of their contact, which is not comprehensive. So everyone can only try their best to piece together the news and restore the original appearance of the war. As for the demons who actually participated in the war and were still alive, There was only one half-demon. That is the Demon Prince Azad. Considering that one of the major forces in Shield City is the nobles from the Guana Empire. Of course, they were very aware of the temperament of their 14th prince. So they never considered asking what happened in that war. Let's not talk about whether Azad can tell the truth. To dare to stand in front of him, you must first have the courage, let alone ask questions. And in order to understand the course of the war, there are bound to be so many related questions that it becomes boring. Guess what will happen after the Demon Prince's patience reaches 0? Just thinking of this, no one wants to deal with Azad, and no one can be found. The last reason made everyone feel at ease. As for the Magic Tower, the attitude of the tower owners and their apprentices towards the city council and the residents of the Magic Circle City has not changed much from the past. Even if the outside world has experienced a war, the tower owner still allows the 2 Magic Circle cities to maintain a certain degree of autonomy and does not interfere much, but does not allow outsiders to have access to the internal affairs of the Magic Tower. Bridges lead to bridges, and roads lead to roads. In the eyes of outsiders, the tower owner looks like a research magician who focuses on his own research and does not have much desire for power. For the tower owners, the purpose of establishing the 2 Magic Circle cities was not to defend against demonic invasion of the land. The real purpose is just to provide the Magic Tower with 3 meals a day. And this is indeed someone's true attitude. As a time traveler who has played countless simulation strategy games, once faced with real rule and development, one person only wants to say one thing. That is, the human heart is too complex and cannot be represented by a few numerical values. Even the talk of Lichtart hardly represents the difficulty of managing a city in reality. Compared with changes in numerical values, communication between people is more important. People who become homebodies are more or less prone to social anxiety. And this person is certainly no exception. Shield City is calm on the surface, but turbulent secretly. But as long as there are no huge waves and the basic functions are maintained, there won't be much change. No matter which party it is. The focus of everyone's attention is still on the Abyss Side City as the main battlefield. Although a certain tower owner has not personally promised that the Magic Tower cannot control the Magic Circle City. In view of the fact that a certain tower owner gave city residents a high degree of autonomy, everyone intentionally or unintentionally ignored this issue and assumed that the Magic Tower was uncontrollable. However, after a great battle in East City, the passive and inactive demon residential area was eventually activated as part of the magic formation. The entire city became a giant maze of traps and defenses against the demonic hordes. If this news does not shock the hearts of the people living in the Magic Circle City, it is definitely a lie. It may even be affected by people outside the city, but their reactions may not be as violent as those of the residents. Think about it. Your life is in the hands of others all the time. And whether you can survive depends solely on the other person not reaching out and pressing the button. In such an environment, who cannot feel embarrassed for the group of people who think they really have power? However, none of the residents in East City made trouble. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a demon. Perhaps most of the humans are moved by the feeling of surviving the disaster. The group of people who returned to Midi for refuge early were taking stock of how much they had lost to their properties in East City. For places that have experienced a war, the passing line for people is to save their lives. As long as everything is not reset to 0, anything left behind can be considered earned. But the devil, who should not be so easy to deal with, unexpectedly remained silent and calm. It means that at least 1/5 of the demons who originally lived in East City were directly involved in the battle. And the rest were at least assisters. And no one was completely isolated. This means that they are also afraid that the tower owner will take the opportunity to liquidate. The bad thing is that the tower owner didn't say anything after the war, although there is no such thing as the calm before the storm. In Midland, the depressing atmosphere still inevitably spreads in Esher, and various rumors spread. At times like this, of course someone has to step in to break the ice. Otherwise, some demons, who are not confident enough, are planning to escape. Escape is the easiest option, but it is also the option that everyone is least willing to make. After all, there is no way for demons to lose money when trading with humans in Esher. As long as any transaction is established, you will make money, because there is no trading method inside the Abyss. It has always been the strong who own everything and the weak who are exploited. The evil god of the Abyss, the big-eyed demon Melker, stood up. He was the only monarch-level demon that did not participate in the battle, but was within the city limits of the Magic Circle. However, no one would use the word betrayer easily. because the abyss is not a whole, and all demons have their own positions. Unless the actions of someone or the devil really violate the foundation of the abyss. The core character of demons is selfishness. So they will choose the option that is best for them. Even if you succumb to a strong person, it is because you can get protection from the strong person and get the benefits they can get from it. Many abyss lords and abyss evil gods are like kings or emperors of the lost lands, commanding a force. The decisions they make are not only of great importance, but even the final results will become the basis for the evaluation of the demons. As the only prince-level demon to escape unscathed, Melkor's evaluation is on par with Azad's. There is no doubt that Azad used this war to trick many of the demons who originally opposed him. Now that those guys have all gone back to wait for resurrection. If Azad comes to friendly persuasion during this period, not many demons can insist on their opposition. Being able to create this extremely favorable situation proves that Azad's skill and wisdom are beyond the mark. At least there weren't many demons who could clearly hold their flag high against him. The half-demon, who was trying to become the Prince of the Abyss. Even those demons who originally had ambiguous positions tended to support Azad after seeing the abilities he displayed. What Azad lacks now is to find a way to truly become the Prince of the Abyss. Just like becoming the evil god of the Abyss, or the Lord of the Abyss. It's just that this road hasn't been boarded by demons for too long. So it has long been blurred. Obtaining the approval of all demons is a condition. But it does not automatically crown you as king upon completion. The Prince of the Abyss, like the evil god of the Abyss and the Lord of the Abyss, is a supreme level of demon, a transcendence of life levels. So Azad is busy. Melkor the Great Beholder is another demon that gets high marks. Not because it stayed out of the situation and successfully protected itself wisely, but because after the war, it reconnected with the magic tower and secured benefits for the demons. Don't think this kind of thing is simple. The only demon who has the courage to walk into the magic tower after killing hundreds of thousands of demon armies and more than 50 demons at the level of the Great Lord, regardless of whether he is strong or weak, is the Big Beholder. The devil is not interested in any virtuous sacrifice. If someone forces you to die, then forget it. But when it comes to seeking death, unless a demon has poor eyesight and encounters a guy pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, it is impossible for him to seek death himself. But the Big Beholder had the courage to walk into the magic tower and came out alive. In the eyes of other demons, this is simply a miracle. Even humans would find it incredible when they saw it. After the battle with the demon, the tower owner did not choose to break with the demon, but showed signs of cooperation again. For humans, I really don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. The main reason is to worry about the position of the tower owner. A human magician who loves humans and a human magician who loves demons are two completely different things. In the history of Lost Land, there are quite a few of the latter. And once it can be recorded in history, it will be enough to prove the terrible damage caused by such masters. Not to mention those who are not eligible to be recorded in history. If the tower owner is still inclined to lose ground, even if he just maintains justice and restores everything to the way it was before the war, it might not be a bad thing. But neither the Big Beholder who entered the magic tower nor the tower owner cared about this. Among fellow villagers, outsiders cannot understand. Chapter 1731 Care from the Big Beholder. If you ask me, why are you putting so much effort into it? Just like me, you will reincarnate directly into a demon and nothing will happen. The boss behind the scenes will not trouble you with your strength. As long as you reincarnate, you will be equal to me. It's not impossible to be above me. It's even less likely for those minions to cause trouble. You see? How convenient it is. The Big Beholder holds cigarettes in several of its tentacles, wine glasses in its tentacles, and wine bottles in its tentacles. It looks very comfortable. In this magic tower, it's like returning to your own home, completely undefended. Seeing this familiar behavior, Lin felt helpless, but did not interfere much. The undefended attitude stems from the fact that he can return to the kingdom of God for resurrection at any time, and in terms of consumption. The characteristics of the Abyss evil gods make their resurrection cost much less than that of the Abyss Lord. With such confidence, of course, I don't care how to wander around in a magician's tower. Besides, this fellow has a very good conscience. Thinking about the era in which I lived, when I saw a fellow villager, there would be tears in my eyes. Everyone is cheating. And each one is cheating harder than the other. Our own people are like little Lolita. People are stupid and money is easy to get. It is the same whether at home or abroad. But a few years ago, there was no such thing as one's own people trying to trick one's own people. It's really all about helping each other. Today I'll help you. And tomorrow you'll help me. By helping each other, we can get through things. All kinds of township parties and associations are called unity. Lin had asked clearly before that Melker came from the late 20th century and were both descendants of Yin and Huang. I don't want to say more information. In fact, Lin himself is the same. At the beginning of the 21st century, the rest was reserved. Generally speaking, the other party has not brought any bad habits. From the first time we met, this fellow countryman helped me a lot. It's quite old-fashioned and fairly trustworthy. Although he didn't explicitly help himself in this war. At least, he didn't do any harm, which was already a great help. Moreover, if the other party really spares no effort to help you and stands clearly on your side, a tower owner who suffers from paranoia may have to worry about whether this person is up to no good. It has always been a taboo to make acquaintances that are superficial and deep. But the situation of falling in love at first sight and breaking your heart and soul does not apply in this place. Green tea meets a licking dog. It's a match made in heaven. In interpersonal relationships where life and death are at stake. With such a simple mind, he would be sold sooner or later and still help count the money. If the other person and I really come from the same world, they will understand this truth. Fortunately, the big beholder is very measured in what he does, so that someone has less worries. So in the face of Melker's seemingly well-intentioned advice, but actually a lot of ridicule, Lin could only smile bitterly and said, "Everything has a price. What do you think I have to pay for such convenience? Are you rebelling against the land? Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts. You must have heard of the rules of rebellion in our hometown." "Right." Big-eyed Demon took a deep breath from his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring as he spoke. "There are people in Chuanwang who regard them as saints. How could I not have heard of it? Unfortunately, that road is not for me. And I am not the material. It doesn't matter to me whether I am a fan of the land or not. The real trouble is, after registering with the boss behind the scenes, can you leave as soon as you want? There is no end to the world. How can it be so easy to wash your hands in a golden basin?" Lin sighed. After blowing out a few more smoke rings, the big-eyed demon said with emotion, "That's right. If what you want is to go home, it's really inconvenient to wear this skin. Life is his person. Death is his ghost. Even if the bones are broken and the ashes are scattered on the ground, there is no need to wash your hands in the golden basin unless you can grow to the point where you can overturn it." "Oh, do you have a method?" Lin curiously asked the time-traveling seniors in front of him. The big-eyed demon didn't shy away from it. He laughed and said, "I think so. But seriously, if you want to use my method, you might as well fly back directly on the space battleship transformed by those Earth Element elves. It might be faster this way." "Well, I understand the old method. Just level up until you are better than the opponent, and then fight the boss. I understand the usual RPG routine. The problem is that the boss in reality is not always at a fixed level, waiting for the brave to level up beyond them." Someone continued to say helplessly, "Use your idle tentacles to spread your hands," Big-Eye Demon said. "That's why I say it's more practical to fly back by boat. It may take a long time, but in reality, training is not about killing monsters and being able to upgrade without limit. It is very likely that you will never reach a level that is challenging enough in your lifetime. Although it is a great achievement for you to be on par with me at this age, it does not mean that you can continue to make rapid progress in the future," Lin said with some dejection. "Well, although I really don't want to say anything that is insulting to our great time travelers, but challenging that person is not my purpose. I just hope that the magic tower can stand firm in the abyss. The rest, I can figure it out myself." But at this time Melker conveyed good news, saying, "If this is your hope, then I don't think you need to worry about this aspect." Lin was surprised and asked, "Oh, is that big guy willing to stop?" The big-eyed demon said disdainfully, "I don't know. But at least he has stopped meowing in my ears for the time being. This should be good news for you. But who knows when he will convulse again and do something that everyone dislikes. It's just like those who show off that their trained troops can do what is ordered and forbidden. Always like to order the troops to go stepping into water or fire. Don't think that bosses who do this are all idiots. It's just that they like to use stupid orders to prove their authority. Those smart people who don't fit in with others in the organization always end badly." "Right. Thinking of the divine appearance of a certain big-eyed demon," Lin Yingyang said strangely. "Don't you think this set seems very familiar?" "Yes. I am very good at playing this game, so I know it very well," Melker said earnestly. "Those who control the overall situation need talents, and those who maintain the operation of the organization only need parts. Can only those who can freely switch between these two identities can stand out. This is the experience of people who have experienced it. I can tell that Melker also has a story, but he refused to say more. Perhaps because it was so long ago that his memory has faded. All in all, I don't have to worry about it for the time being. Right. Len concluded. Shaking his tentacles, the big-eyed demon responded and said, That's right. Especially the demons of the main war faction that you destroyed accounted for nearly half of the high-end combat power of the Abyss. They want to make a comeback. And the next opportunity will be 100 years. So easy. So there will be at least 100 years of cessation. Right? That's right. What about the small ones? Under your guidance, can Isha return to its original functions? Except that you can't turn this place into your kingdom. Everything else will be fine. It can be discussed, Lin said. The big-eyed demon replied. There are not so many benefits. If I really eat alone, the first person to stare at me will be another of your collaborators. In fact, even if you leave this place alone, after a while, it will he changed back. As long as the profit is sufficient. Selling the rope to hang oneself is not a big deal. It is precisely the character of the devil that is no different from that of the vampires in our hometown. It is so easy to control. That is why I indulged in the abyss for too long. And finally turned myself into a devil. I turned into a devil. I regret it. Why do you feel no regret when these words come out of your mouth? Someone complained. Inexplicably, the big beholder's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He said in a happy tone, When I first came to Lost Land, the old gods were in power, and mankind was still on the way to its rise. There were all kinds of suppressions that you can't imagine. How difficult is it? You can imagine it as a Middle Eastern armed organization counterattacking the Magnesium Emperor and unifying the Earth. Reincarnating as a demon and directly lowering the difficulty from the hardest to the easiest is really hard not to be tempted. Not to mention, to have so many more tentacles is a dream come true. As if to show off his power, all of Melker's tentacles twisted in a coquettish manner, making people scalp numb at the sight. Putting aside all kinds of discomfort, Lin said, Anyway, just be happy. It's better to die than to live badly, and it's hard for others to say anything. It's just that you have lived so long. Have you ever seen people like us, who can finally going back? Holding the cigarette in his mouth, he took a long puff of emotion. Melker said, How can we prove that those who came left again and finally went back? Is it possible that they should come back after they go back and inform us that they have gone back? After being silenced, Lin said calmly, That's true. Who knows if they really went home or if they were second-dressed? Big-eyed demon continued. Most people came to this strange place inexplicably. They instinctively hide their origins very well, and not many people expose them. So I can't control many people. Even those who are discovered by me may not have the opportunity to come into contact. Even if they come into contact, they may not join me. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the queen of a cow. There are many people with such arrogance. It's just that among this kind of people, very few can grow up. Most of them are of little value, or they are addicted to bringing in things that are not available in the land, hoping that such things will make money or become political capital. Put a crown on yourself. You should also know that in the face of absolute strength, capital is vulnerable. This is not a hometown where technology is the rule. The rich can be invincible by relying on technology. When Mr. Bat comes here, he can only kneel down, unless he can rub his hands. Mecca. Although I really wanted to complain to this time-traveling senior. And then a rich man who could rub mechas with his hands turned out to be a rich man. He gave up in the end. Lin said, Forget it. Don't think about that. By the way, you came here to help the demons outside as lobbyists. Do we want to make a confession? Melker replied directly. That's not necessary. No need. Lin was puzzled. The best response is that I can walk out alive. When dealing with demons, talking too much will only make them think you are planning some conspiracy. Talking less or even not talking is the norm. If you want them to do something, just give them a direct order. There is no need to waste your breath explaining. Anyway, everyone who understands understands. Those who don't understand, it doesn't matter if their mouths are dry. In short, if you want to stand out among demons, you must have a high level of understanding. This full sense of instant vision gives someone the illusion that they have never traveled through time. Chapter 1732 E-Market's Recovery. Just like what the big beholder said, when he walked out of the magic tower, he did not make an impassioned speech. Nor did he deliberately summon demon representatives for discussion. The rippling aftermath calmed down in a state that others could not understand. and Isha returned to the appearance before the war. It would be wrong to say that the Big Beholder played no role in this matter at all, because he was showing off in a big way to restart trade with humans. Not only did he go to find those familiar brokers in person, but he also openly asked the other party whether he would no longer need these specialties of the Abyss in the future. If the Lost Land no longer has any needs, then he can return to the Kingdom of God and does not need to continue to stay in this small place. This impatient attitude can already explain a lot of things. Those demons who were also jealous of profit naturally followed quickly, fearing that in this reshuffle, they would lose a smaller share than other demons. You know, there are many familiar faces in Ishur who joined the previous war as if they were looking for death, and now they have died long ago without even ashes left. The origins behind these demons and the humans they are connected to are all the prizes in the eyes of the remaining demons, and resources represent the strength that a demon can improve. If it falls into the hands of other demons, it is equivalent to weakening itself in disguise. Under such a premise, how could everyone not actively compete for the suddenly increased market share? After all, Ishur is the only port where regular trade can be conducted with MIDI. Unlike those who sneak into the country and make small fuss. Not to mention the demons who originally used Ishur to make deals with humans before the war. Even those demonic forces that participated in the war and suffered losses from their grandma's family also used various tortuous channels to find ways to regain their strength. Trade with the humans of Lost Land. Although the goods traded here are not the finest blood and souls of Homo sapiens, they are still better than fighting for food with other demons in the shithole of the Abyss. No matter how you grab the food in the pot, whoever eats more means that someone will definitely eat less. If you get an extra piece out of the pot, it means making a profit. According to a popular modern economic theory, trading with MIDI is to earn foreign exchange. Isn't it better to make money from foreigners than to exploit one's own people? That battle, which gathered more than half of the top combat forces of the Abyss, was as if it had never happened, allowing Ishur to quickly recover and return to the way it was before the war. Another surprise, not too big or small, is that the Magic Circle city was depleted in the war. That is, the magic stone-type energy pool that had been drained of power was replaced by new magic stones by the residents of each city. At the end of the war, the site was cleared by the demons of the Maharaja level. These destroyed buildings were rebuilt by the earth element elves summoned by the Tower Master. That is, the robots. Anyway, the manpower required is not much, and some robots can be used for free, so they are not used in vain. But if you want the magic circle in the entire city to be effective, the replacement of magic stones on the energy pool of each building is unavoidable. This is a real resource requirement. Judging from the experience of Shield City, the combined power of the two empires cannot satisfy the entire city in the first place. When Ishur first emerged, the demons or humans who lived in the building prepared magic stones and activated the magic attached to the building. However, there was information asymmetry that time, which made it so smooth. That is to say, all residents believe that activating the protective magic of the building protects themselves who live in it, and the magic tower cannot be used without their consent. It's as if Shield City needs the Shield of Lost Earth, the Council Center, to be able to control and activate the city-level magic circle. Otherwise, it is usually just the house owner controlling the magic circle of his own house. In the end, it turns out that the magic tower is like a father. No matter how you want to put them in any position, you don't even need to ask if they agree. Just do it. Under such circumstances, Lin originally thought that the residents of each city, especially the demons, would be very disgusted with allowing the Magic Circle City to regain the ability to activate. That is, to update all magic stone energy pools. Even if someone, the tower owner, comes forward and is willing to bear the resource cost, he may not be able to obtain the consent of the residents. Coercion doesn't seem to work either, even if the residents accept it for the time being. If the tower owner demolishes it without seeing it, it is equivalent to wasted work. Lin was ready to give up on something that cost money and ruined his reputation. Perhaps the Chimanduinjia formation in the Ishur battle was an unprecedented and unparalleled success. However, Lin still ignored how afraid of death most people, including demons, were. The Magic Circle City may be controlled by magic towers, thereby exerting war-level combat capabilities. This seems to cause extra trouble when Abyss wants to attack the magic tower, and the demons should resist it. However, the magic attached to a single building, in addition to some convenient functions, is mainly able to protect the residents in the building. In this city where humans and demons live together, this function is not unimportant. Needless to say, humans, as long as they wanted to stay, reconstructed the magic stone energy pool in the shortest possible time and reactivated the enchantment of the building. They were more frightened by the apparent demonic threat than the threat from the magic tower. Moreover, one of the magics attached to buildings is very important to humans, and that is the magic of environmental adaptation. It is well known that the abyssal environment is not friendly to humans. Escher's building enchantments can, with the support of energy pools, permanently adapt to the environment and improve magic, so that the people who live in it can feel like they are in a lost place, and the burden on their physiological functions will be much easier. The consumption of this permanent building magic, for the magic stone energy pool that can be restored naturally, can be consumed less than the recovery. That is, zero loss. So how could humans who wanted to make a living on the side of the abyss not enable such a function? You know, if you usually entrust a magic apprentice to bless you with such auxiliary magic, it will be Ian Kean's reward. If you entrust a magician, it will have to pay the price of Gene Kean. And auxiliary magic is time limited, most of which will not last more than 1 day. Calculated in this way, if normal humans want to stay active in the abyss for a long time, the price they need to pay is unimaginably high. But if you have a shelter-like house, you can reduce the burden on your body. So as long as the body is healthy enough, it is beneficial to endure the harsh environment of the abyss during outdoor activities, and then take a good rest after returning home. Not to mention that this can also extend the time people can be active in the abyss. If there is no protection at all, one must rely entirely on the body to survive the harsh environment of the abyss. People say that they should go back to a lost place every 2 months at least to let their body recuperate. Because if you don't do this, you are very likely to get sick in the abyss, or even go crazy. But with a shelter to get enough rest, the 2 months can be extended. The exact extent of the extension has not yet been tested at this stage. Basically, the humans who stayed in Escher were breaking records every day. This shows the importance of these enchanted buildings to the human side. However, the devil actually did the same thing, which surprised a certain tower owner, because the needs of demons are not like those of humans, which have physiological urgent needs. In the end, it was Melker the Great Beholder who solved the puzzle. The interests of the abyss, as a whole, are not equal to the interests of individual demons. Perhaps maintaining the Magic Circle City incapacitated will be an advantage in the future when the abyss demons plan to make a comeback and invade the magic tower again. But the devils living in the city are not worried that when they are sleeping in the middle of the night, enemies will come to the door and pick off their heads. The relationship between demons is not harmonious at all. When they are commercial competitors, they do not mind using non-commercial means to reduce their rivals, regardless of whether they have any previous enmity. Although within the scope of the Magic Circle City, there is a no-killing principle established by the Magic Tower. However, demons and humans have long developed ways to avoid this rule, which is to use curse magic to delay the opportunity to kill. As long as the curse is cast skillfully enough, no clues will be revealed. If a certain person or demon does not die within the scope of the Magic Circle City, the no-killing principle will not be triggered, allowing the Magic Tower to launch a counterattack against the perpetrator. Secondly, the Magic Circle City is now abolished and restarted, and the abyss demons are attacking. Whether the no-killing principle is still there, no one dares to question the Tower Master. What if the Tower Master secretly lifts the ban with a grudge and revenge? So in order to prevent someone from touching the door in the middle of the night, there is no need for too much protection at the hotel. In addition to the protective measures set up by the residents themselves, activating the Magic Circle City's architectural enchantment would provide several more layers of security. For this reason, Escher on the Abyss side quickly restarted the basic functions of a Magic Circle City at a speed that no one could have imagined. However, the demons and humans are not just like being taken advantage of, giving the Tower Master the resources in his hands for free. There are many magicians and demons who are good at magic, entering the Shield City on the Lost Land side, and the East City on the Abyss side. The purpose of these people is to study the mysteries of the Magic Circle City, whether it is to transplant such protective measures to other cities, or to uncover its secrets, and then crack or modify its functions. The two Magic Circle cities have ushered in a wave of research. Lin did not deliberately stop or prohibit the behavior of these people, but let it go. Anyway, the rules of the Magic Circle City are there, as long as the composition and basic functions of the Magic Circle itself are not destroyed. Anyone who wants to study or add more is within the tolerance range. In other words, Lin was mentally prepared for this from the beginning. Unless the two Magic Circle cities are managed as military fortresses today, and the exploration and contact of outsiders are completely prohibited, Then it is possible to protect the secrets and prevent them from being leaked. Since the two cities accept all humans and demons, leaks are inevitable. Lin didn't even think about delaying the leak. Just relying on the crushing of knowledge makes it difficult for magicians, who cannot see the whole picture, to truly decipher the mysteries of these two cities in a short period of time. If one day, the secret of the Magic Circle City is revealed, then that will be it. Anyway, the real killer move in hand is always the twin towers of doors that are difficult for outsiders to reach. Chapter 1733, Restarting Research. The feeling that things ended inexplicably even though no effort was put into it can make someone who is not at ease panic. What I have been encountering all along is that I am extremely busy and exhausted, and I have to guard against all kinds of peach-picking villains afterwards. It is precisely because life in Lost Land is so tiring and life-threatening all the time that someone misses his safe hometown so much. Not to mention there are all kinds of animation movies and TV shows, as well as express delivery. A scholar can truly reach the point where he can know everything in the world without going out. Now that the matter seems to have been resolved, even if I panic and intervene rashly, it may not necessarily end well. So I can only let nature take its course. It's not a good thing to add superfluous things to the situation. If you waste your efforts and don't get a good ending, you are really asking for trouble. It's not a broken situation, and things have come to an end. It looks like the outcome is not bad. Lin certainly won't continue to dwell on it and worry about things that haven't happened. It's a good habit to plan ahead, but worrying too much is too much. Re-examine the people and things around you and sigh. At least, now I am no longer alone. The trivial matters in the tower can be handled by two apprentices. The trivial matters outside the tower can be outsourced to the big boys of the Brotherhood. Whether it will be successful or not, if there is a group fight, and the arrangement is arranged, the fleet of robots can be called upon to come forward. And if you want to fight for your skills, let's shake the box and cut them up. Half of the abyss has been lifted. How can I be afraid of the whole abyss pressing down on me? Someone dare not claim to the outside world that he is invincible at the same level. But he is almost there. As long as the big guy behind the scenes doesn't end up personally. As for whether you are worried about your home being robbed, to be honest, I really don't believe how many thieves and assassins dare to steal into a magic tower. Especially if this tower was designed by myself. Now someone's record against the invaders is undefeated. Therefore, after taking a careful inventory, someone actually feels that his life is complete and he can die without regrets. Except that people are lost in the land, not the small den that they carefully manage. At this thought, someone's fighting spirit was inexplicably ignited again. The purpose of mastering the twin towers at the side door of the abyss is quite clear. The purpose is to have a glimpse of the stars in the abyss, hoping to find traces of the earth just like in the Lost Land. Then use the triangulation method to get a more accurate position. It's just that this trigonometric positioning is not really about using trigonometric functions. It is a way to obtain more accurate data through detection in a third place. There is also a question to be answered, which is the relative position of the Lost Land and the abyss. But as long as this problem can be solved, Lin believes that the coordinate data of the Earth can be made more accurate, and the chance of returning home will be much greater. I was so busy before, even going through the knife and fire, and fought hard, not just to completely master this magic tower. Keep those annoying things and annoying people away, so that you can do research in peace and smoothly. Now that my big wish has finally come true. Of course, it is to get things back on track, which is what I set out to achieve in the first place. I still remember the last research before the war started. How to use the core wonder of the energy pool of the magic tower on the side of the abyss. That is, the breath of the indescribable thing. To give the magic tower a layer of camouflage, so that when I explore space, even if I see those giant alien gods at the astral level, I will not attract too much attention from them because of the similar aura. Otherwise, attracting the attention of those big guys would definitely be a catastrophic disaster. Then, the research on this goal further led to the existence of red flower slime, which is similar to the tower spirit. Then, in order to prepare for the upcoming war, academic research of course stopped. Although someone has the ability to multitask, it is only used for fighting, chanting spells, and in extreme cases, performing multiple operations at the same time. Trying to carry out multiple tasks at the same time is within the scope of the advanced profession of time management master, and someone is not proficient in it. So in order to prepare for the battle with the devil, I naturally put aside all the research work at hand. Even if it is still going on, there is no mind that can think calmly. How could I be distracted from academic exploration while worrying about how to fight the devil? Now we want to pick up these studies again. But we are not going to follow the old path. Because of this war. It not only exposed many problems in the Magic Tower and Magic Circle City, but also gained new understanding of some things. For example, there is a high probability that the Abyss is not a solid star as I thought before. Instead, when he was peering into space from the Abyss, he was just like those indescribable things that were dormant. He was an astral-level alien god, and his status was unknown. The reason why I don't know is because I don't know the true face of Mount Lu. Just because I am in this mountain, the devil is just a parasite that lives on this alien god. This also explains the reason why the devil is crazy, and why the devil can hear the whispers from the Abyss from time to time. Because demons are like apostles of these foreign gods. Even if the origin of the devil does not come from this alien god, but from outside. But just like human children raised by wolves, they will also treat themselves like wolves. The demons have long since assumed the form of this alien god. It is different from ordinary people who personify the world they live in and the land they stand on. A creature, and an image that has become intelligent in people's imagination because of its anthropomorphism, have two completely different ways of coping. The former also falls within the scope of scientific knowledge that someone can understand. The latter belongs to the field of philosophy. Someone thought to himself, is it possible to catch the white horse, but not the horse again and run away? As for the truth, Lin tends to be the former. Because many of the phenomena I observed were inconsistent with the knowledge someone had learned. At least the environment of the Abyss is quite different from the environment that scientists back home have concluded can breathe life. More importantly, the Abyss does not appear to be a planet in the strictest sense of the word. For example, there is no sun in the Abyss. That is, it does not orbit a certain star, there is no sunrise or sunset, and there is no distinction between day and night. So where does the heat felt on the surface come from? If there is no star to provide heat, the only explanation is that the planet itself radiates geothermal heat, which is hot enough to enable life to maintain activity. And there is a certain degree of radiation, which can at least produce a slight amount of visible light, so that the Abyss will not be completely black. There are no stars, which means that the Abyss does not divide the climate zones from tropical to cold zones. And of course, there is no equator. The climate in all places in the Abyss is likely stuffy, hot, and very uncomfortable. There are only mountains in the Abyss, not the sea. The only liquid objects on the surface are magma flows. But according to the devil, most magma pools are not very deep unless you find a location like a crater. Maybe that kind of place can go straight into the center of the earth. But I haven't heard of any demon that likes to drill into that kind of place. The Abyss has an atmosphere. Moreover, there are so many suspended impurities that when a person stands on the surface, he cannot see the situation in outer space. Having an atmosphere means there is air to support life. It can also be used for heat storage, retaining the temperature created by geothermal heat to the greatest extent and preventing it from spilling into outer space. But even in such an environment where it is equally hot everywhere, there is actually wind flowing, regardless of topographic factors. The flow of wind is mainly caused by the different air pressures in different locations. High air pressure means that the air density is high, and the extra air will move toward places where the air density is low. That is, where the air pressure is low. If the flow speed is fast enough, typhoons and hurricanes will form. The difference in air density depends on the temperature difference. The basic physical principles of thermal expansion and contraction still exist in the Abyss. For an environment that is equally hot everywhere, there shouldn't be much difference in air pressure, and there should be no power for wind to flow. But there is still wind in the Abyss, and the wind direction is quite fixed, which is completely inconsistent with the environmental climate theory in earth science. Of course, it doesn't conform to the feng shui metaphysics of a certain time traveler's hometown. Those masters who used Luo Gong to check their directions had to use up a pair of tricks when they came to the Abyss. Lin has also done research on this phenomenon, and after asking the devil, he got part of the answer. That is, there are special places in the Abyss that emit large amounts of air from deep caves. This promotes the movement of air and creates wind. Lin has personally visited several of these special places. But with my own eyesight, I couldn't clearly see what was going on in the depths of the wind tunnel, since it has nothing to do with my own research and is just a sightseeing trip to gain knowledge. I have not studied this phenomenon in depth. Now that I think about it, it seems like the blowholes on the back of a whale are used for breathing. There are various signs that Abyss is indeed a creature. I just don't know the mobility of this creature, and whether its current condition should be considered awake or dormant. The situation in the Abyss was beyond anyone's expectations. which made Lin a little less confident about his original plan. The performance of Red Flower Slime in this battle was another variable that caught someone off guard. Although it is said that the success of Black Gold Kuma was helped by many Hatakiri. But Lin does not believe how crucial it is. Lin knew exactly where the upper limit of Hakiri was. To put it bluntly, that is not the upper limit of Hakiri, but the upper limit of his imagination as a Hakiri holder. If Hakiri completely inherited the science of a certain great time traveler, or even the science fiction theory, he would not be able to achieve the fighting methods and styles like Kurigane Kuma, even if it incorporates the two great formations of Zhou Tian Xingdou and Qi Men Dun Jia. In short, think of the box cutter as an amplifier. It is a powerful tool that can maximize the holder's advantages to the extreme. It is a purely auxiliary tool. In Lin's hands, Hagiri appeared in the form of Kinmaru, and was proficient in the flash technique. He got rid of the dilemma of being unable to act independently without a host, and gained true freedom. The most extreme form is nothing more than the 5 directions of the 5 swords in the world. The Black Gold Kuma, who behaves completely differently, has walked a path in magic that is beyond anyone's imagination. This is obviously not imitating someone's path, or following the path of a lost magician, but stems from the essence of Red Flower Slime. You must know that the most powerful magician around Lin is none other than the former Demon King, Fanatical, and her high-end battle tactics are closer to those of the Demon Lord of the Abyss. After giving herself a set of supports, she then treats the opponent with humiliation. Therefore, it is hard to say whether the Red Flower Slime, a seemingly intelligent incarnation, will be a help or a hindrance in the Magic Tower disguise task set by Lin. Everything remains to be studied. Chapter 1734 Changes in Shield City. When a magician stationed in the Magic Tower begins to concentrate on research, time flies by as if it is useless. The disturbances from the outside world seem to have adapted to a certain tower owner's game rules. Even though it was windy and rainy, it did not blow into the Magic Tower. Just do what everyone has to do, as long as it doesn't touch the limit drawn long ago. The Magic Tower is like a background board. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Under such an environment, both the Shield City on the Lost World side and the East City on the Abyss side have undergone earth-shaking changes. Someone once worried that killing demons in the Abyss too harshly might arouse a rebellious mentality and turn the demons' hatred into deadly hatred. Facts have proved that the only reason for enmity is because the killing is not cruel enough. As a famous saying from a time traveler goes, "Killing 1 is a sin. Killing 10,000 is a hero. If you slaughter 9 million, you will be called a hero among heroes." This is not to mention that in general perception, although the Magic Tower is known as the strongest war fortress in the land, that is also for people, as the most powerful power of the gods. Killing all disobedience is the most basic manifestation. This of course includes the Magic Tower. But today there was actually a Magic Tower, relying on the amplified Magic Circle City, to kill more than 50 god-level Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods in one go. The result of this fact spreading among demons is that even if you have any grudges, please hold them back. Demons are not entirely rational. When it is in the interest of a greater being, that one always has a way to make demons, who are not firm enough in their Taoism, lose their minds, and make all kinds of irrational behaviors. To a certain extent, this is the truth behind demonic madness. Azad and Melkor, the big-eyed demon, were able to avoid wading into muddy waters, and protect themselves wisely in this battle because they had a clear understanding of the Tower Master who was being targeted. Not to mention how deep the friendship between fellow villagers, or the friendship between friends can be. It is precisely because of this friendship that Azad and Melkor know very well how dangerous a certain magician is. Just relying on quantity to win is not safe at all. That's why they choose to watch the show instead of obeying the will of the Abyss. Sure enough, although the Magic Tower's record did not reach the level of 9 million slaughtered, in terms of influence, it was definitely better. If those 50-odd Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods were really allowed to enter the Lost Land, the casualties they could cause would be far more than 9 million. With such achievements ahead, as long as there is no big boss to take the lead, who would dare to cause trouble among the little demons below the ordinary demon lords? I still remember that before the war, not even half of the demons who walked into the Magic Tower and accused the tower owner came out of the tower. The hundreds of thousands of attacking demon army were wiped out, and no one was spared. It would be too much to expect the Tower Master to rely on his status and not care about the little devil. East City on the Abyss side has ushered in unusual prosperity, with its support slightly weakened, but opposition almost wiped out. The reason why I say abnormal is because everyone knows that the current situation is very strange and very fragile. All balance is maintained by the violence of the magic tower. And dissatisfaction is also suppressed by the magic tower. As long as the magic tower is gone, all this will be gone. But will the magic tower be gone? These are the twin towers of gates involving the ninth power. If these two magic towers are going to disappear, it must be related to the world-destroying crisis in the Lost Land and the Abyss. In other words, if something like this happens, the end of the world is not far away. So what everyone is really lacking is just a change in mentality. However, compared to the recovery and prosperity of East City on the Abyss side, the Shield City on the Law side has undergone greater changes. The first is the attitude of the gods of Midi towards the twin towers of the gate. The Church of Three Holy Lights and the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess are the only theocratic church organization stationed in Shield City. The former is due to the relationship between the Lord of Life and the former Demon King, the Tower Master on the mysterious side of the twin towers of the gate. As long as research on life magic and medicine is still ongoing, the Life Archbishops will not give up discussing academic topics in this area with a former lich nearby. This is not to say that Finn is the most special. The Archbishops of Life are unwilling to cooperate with other liches, so they only look for her, a magician who once held the title of Demon King. It's because there are not many mages who study undead magic and even transform themselves into liches with whom they can have a good conversation. This kind of people are classified into the evil camp for no reason. It's not just that their actions are evil. It's also that their minds tend to be evil under the guidance of negative forces. Just like Finn's extreme behavior in the past. Not only because of her bitter hatred for the old gods, but also because of the erosion of the ghost power of undead magic, which made her mind tend to go crazy. She seems to be back to normal now. But it is actually because Finn was resurrected, and then made a new body for herself, and no longer comes into contact with those negative forces. So she got rid of her crazy will, as far as she is now teaching her apprentices to learn undead magic from Kaya, and the content she uses to discuss with the Life Bishops. It is only anatomical knowledge, and does not touch the deeper taboos of the undead. That's why I didn't drive the people around me crazy. The Gold Coin Goddess Ka'in will settle in Shield City. Of course, because banks are a very important part of the social system. If Shield City's economy wants to develop, it cannot do without the support of banks. On the other hand, the ninth power consolidated by the twin towers of Gate is closely related to Kahian's power level. If there is an opportunity, he cannot ignore it. Of course, he must guard it well if he can guard it. The Gold Coin Goddess herself did not form the military force of the Guardian Group, but the Elven military force provided by the World Tree bosses supported everything. Those Elven bank clerks, who usually look harmless, can transform into veteran-level warriors once they encounter a situation. If there is an incident that cannot be handled by a small number of players, the rapid response force formed by the joint efforts of the Wood Elf tribes can ensure the support of a 100-man squad within 5 minutes. A 1,000-man squadron can be dispatched within 20 minutes. Basically, bank-related disputes have not reached the latter level, and can be handled by a small team. After all, for a theocratic organization like the bank that spreads across the entire lost continent, a noble lord with sufficient strength will never take the initiative to stir up trouble. If problems can be solved through commercial negotiation or political struggle, we should not resort to force easily. Only those noble lords with low strength and unclear minds would think that they can easily conquer because of the seemingly weak bank force in front of them. So after being unable to get what they wanted, they tried to solve the problem with force. And then it was solved in turn. In short, to deal with those unconscious guys, a quick reaction team of Wood Elves with extraordinary people per person is enough to deal with them. There is no need to send more manpower. Maybe the soldiers pulled out by the other side may not be enough to make up a squad of 100 people. As for banks in Shield City, the level of protection cannot be compared with other banks. You must know that Shield City has been planned from the beginning to have a considerable area belonging to elves. They were the third largest force in the early days, besides the two empires of Guana and Hater. Even with the booming development of Shield City, the elves chose to give up part of their residential areas in exchange for other benefits. Nearly 1/5 of the blocks in Shield City are still inhabited by elves. The main task of these elves is to use their closeness to nature to build farms around Shield City. Even if it cannot fully meet the food needs of the entire Shield City and the Pansapien species in East City, the Twin Towers of Gate can still supply it year-round. Don't think of these elves staying on the farm as ordinary farmers. They are powerful druid masters per capita. Killing some adventurer teams or mercenary teams is a piece of cake for them. This is true for the elves in charge of farm affairs. Not to mention those elves who stay in Shield City and have other tasks. And these people can be used as the backers of Shield City Bank. and their force is enough to wipe out all Homo sapiens except elves in Shield City. If we say that the first bank in the holy city of Starry is regarded as the headquarters of MIDI by default, then Shield City Bank is undoubtedly the strongest and safest one. In addition to the Church of the Three Holy Lights and the bank, the churches of various gods who originally intended to settle in Shield City, but did not have a suitable location or only got one or two small houses. Almost all the gods chose after the Abyss War quit, since the magic tower combined with the power of the magic circle city can destroy more than 50 god-level demons. Is it difficult to destroy these lost gods? This is not to mention someone's carefully researched anti-power equation. Perhaps all the mysteries have not been fully understood by the gods, but it is no longer a secret. After all, Link used these 1001 moves to angrily anger the Lord of Guardians without dying. Nor did he kill the god and silence him, who among the gods in the Lost Lands is mediocre. The gods combined it, and the Lord of Guardians deliberately leaked the information. And the secret of a certain magician was no longer safe. It's just that they can't win, and the magician is hiding in the broken tower. So everyone can only choose to stay away from him. There is nothing wrong with this at all. As for the magician, who can understand the weaknesses of the gods, maybe everyone still can't figure out how that person did it. But there is definitely no harm in exposing yourself less. Even if the churches of the gods are everywhere, in order to win faith. The divine power is more like showing off everywhere without money. But as long as they are not under the nose of that magic tower, the confidence of the gods will increase a lot. If Lin knew about this ostrich mentality, he would probably roll on the ground laughing. But this also shows from the side that it is not just humans who feel fear and awe due to ignorance. Even gods are afraid of things they don't understand. Today's new gods have such a mentality. And the old gods, who were killed by Finn, are certainly not much better. And it's no wonder that the former demon king would use indescribable things as a means to fight against the gods in the early stages. Of course, it's because it's useful. But the biggest change is the relocation of the Nalan district branch of the Magicians Association. Moreover, this group of mages also set a precedent. That is, they continued to build buildings and magic towers outside the original Magic Circle city limits. Chapter 1735. The four major guilds. The Magicians Guild, the Adventurers Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the Unspeakable Thieves Guild are listed as a pan-continental organization in mystery. Just because these four ignore national boundaries and are widely distributed in every corner that Homo sapiens has walked, supporting the development of civilization. In addition to the applicable objects, the differences between the four are also essentially different. The Thieves Guild is a black organization that cannot be made public. Everyone knows that there is such a thing, but not everyone can find a way to do it. There is no guarantee that you will not be scammed after entering. It all depends on your ability and luck, and what kind of people you meet. Fairness has never existed in the Thieves Guild's creed. For the noble lords, such organizations should be banned and eliminated. But sometimes they want to use such organizations to do some dirty things, which becomes a reason for connivance. Everyone hates the darkness that coexists with light, but it must exist. This is what the Thieves Guild looks like. The Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild are similar in nature, and their business overlaps to a considerable extent. If we really want to divide the two, it is that the former tends to be reconnaissance and exploration tasks, and the number of people is mainly teams of less than 4 to 6 people. The latter is mainly combat missions, and there is no upper limit on the number of people. Joining a regional war is also the norm. These two guilds are also the guilds that have the deepest ties with nobles from all over the world, because their functions can well complement the functions that may be lacking in the lords. For the noble lords of Midland, the territories under their management inevitably have priorities. After all, the power they can use is limited, and they may not be able to cover the entire territory. Instead of dividing the strength in your hands, it is better to concentrate your efforts in a few places. You can harvest more tax money. Of course, places with specialty products will receive special care. Other places just need to maintain operations. This can easily create a magnetic attraction effect, making the strong stronger and the weak weaker. For those territories that you don't care much about, if you encounter something that has to be solved, otherwise it may endanger your life. Think about the monsters in the Lost Land. There are more natural threats than you imagine. Sometimes, hiring people temporarily is better than sending people yourself. Much more convenient. If the Lord sends his own people, regardless of whether he has the ability to handle the matter or how many people can be sent to solve the problem, the losses incurred will be borne by the Lord himself. What's worse is that if a person dies, whether the pension will be paid or not is a big issue related to the survival of the family. The folk customs of Lost Land are fierce. Perhaps it is very difficult for common people to cross the hierarchy and become nobles. But it is relatively not that difficult for the common people to make the nobles disappear. I was helping out. But something went wrong. And the compensation was not adequate afterwards. Guess where this tone will go? If there is any retired adventurer or retired mercenary among this group of seemingly simple and unpretentious villagers, maybe the power in the hands of the nobles is not enough to defeat them. The situation of being killed after being tricked can not only be heard in the poems of bards. It is said that art comes from reality. A brainless noble mistakenly seeks trouble from the folk god of war. Whether it is the ending that everyone likes to see or the situation in reality, the result is the same. At this time, the lord spent a sum of money and issued a commission in the Adventurers Guild or Mercenary Guild. Naturally, there will be guild members who will evaluate whether the risks and rewards are appropriate, and whether the team accepting the task is suitable. Of course, it is impossible for a few copper coins to appear, and the person entrusted to slay the dragon is accepted. This kind of completely unreasonable guild task. However, as long as the assessment is passed and tasks are assigned to guild members, the risk will be transferred to the guild. Once any accident occurs, it will be the people from the guild who will come forward to provide support and deal with the aftermath. Even if there are casualties, no one will chase the mission entrustor for compensation. Checking mission information is also a project that the guild is responsible for. Unless the entrustor deliberately set a trap today, he will be held accountable. Of course, the noble lords are still very wary of this kind of force that is not under their command and has the ability to threaten them. But in general, the two major guilds of adventurers and mercenaries still have an auxiliary position, helping the lords to take care of areas beyond their capabilities. Moreover, the two major guilds have a much more upright style of conduct, which is why they can still exist today and become stronger. The Magicians' Association is the most special. The most important function is to manage magic knowledge and maintain magic inheritance. However, like the Adventurers Guild, the association will also issue some commission tasks, which will be completed by the mages. However, the Magicians' Association's deployment does not go as deep into small places at the township and village level as the Adventurers Guild does. The strongholds of the Magicians' Association in various places are the regional branches of each district. There are no smaller units further down. Magicians or magic apprentices who want to learn magic must either consult other magicians, study on their own, or visit local branches and obtain magic inheritance through regular channels. Perhaps the ancient magicians passed away in seclusion, and finding this legacy left behind is also a way to learn magic. But not many magicians would seriously bet their future on a place like this. The Magician Association also has a very special function for the magician group, which the other three major guilds do not have. That is to say, they quarreled with the noble lords on behalf of the magistrates. Whether it is the Adventurers Guild, the Mercenary Guild, or the Shady Thieves Guild, their strongholds are nominally private property, but in fact they are still under the jurisdiction of local noble lords, and must pay taxes and shoulder the responsibilities of the people. Their responsibility. Only the regional branches of the Magician Association and war fortresses such as the Magic Tower are independent of the territories of noble lords, as if they are a country within a country. Facing the noble lords, the magistrates did not even listen to the most basic instructions. It was just a sentence of, "You have no jurisdiction," which was slapped in the face of the noble gentleman. It is certainly not without reason that magicians have such privileges. A formal agreement between a magician and a noble raises the whole matter to the level of law. Even the king or emperor must abide by it, let alone the nobles below. And the reason why this agreement was concluded was not a result of friendly discussions between the magicians and the nobles. It was simply the result of war. This war is not tragic at all, let alone tragic. In other words, when the scope of the impact was about to expand, all participants rationally stopped their actions and sat down at the negotiation table to negotiate. The reason why they can show such rationality is that humans have just regained control of the world from the Dark Legion. People wanted to recuperate, and the ruined Mystery Land could not withstand the ravages of a human civil war. So the most wise and powerful first-generation leaders chose a method acceptable to each other. On the other hand, it was the territory that belonged to humans at that time, and had not yet included the entire mysterious land. Even though most of the main force of the Dark Legion was wiped out, there are still some remaining soldiers who dominate the mountain. Otherwise, a certain place is still blank and has not been claimed by any force. In this context, magic towers are usually established as outposts, becoming a bridgehead to annihilate dark forces and promote civilization. instead of competing for food with the noble gentlemen of the original landowners in the already demarcated noble territory. In other words, in the time and space background of that time, the magic tower was one of the main forces in expanding the scope of civilization. The conflict between magicians and nobles was not as obvious as it is now, so both parties could sit down calmly and make an agreement acceptable to both parties. To this day, there is no trace of the Dark Legion left. Even if there are, they are just historical relics lingering in some nook and corner. However, the pace of civilization has spread almost throughout the mysterious land, and only a handful of areas ruled by king-level monsters still belong to nature. Even if there are nobles who want to take these lands into their pockets, it is meaningless if they cannot form actual rule, even if there are residents to cultivate and utilize them. Under such circumstances, the establishment of any new magic tower is to dig out a piece of the existing noble territory that belongs to those in power, and divide the people who originally belonged to these lords. The conflicts between the two sides behind the scenes were gradually intensified due to differences in time and space. In reality, each branch of the Magician Association is like a tyrant, threatening the dominance of the noble lords from all aspects. After all, the entire mysterious land is divided into more than 50 districts purely based on area and distance. The territory of the vast majority of noble lords, and even most kingdoms, is smaller than the area under the jurisdiction of the Magicians Association branch. This means that the strength of most noble lords is weaker than that of the Magicians Association branch. Then when there is a conflict between the two parties, it will be difficult to avoid being slapped in the face by the magicians, and then succumbing to the pressure of the Magicians Association. But since it is said to be the majority, it means that there are different situations. For example, if you encounter these 5 gangsters in the regional branches of the Magician Association within the 5 empires, you can only stand at attention and be called your brother. Perhaps the areas divided by the Magician Association are not necessarily divided according to the national borders of each country. It is not uncommon for multiple regions to divide a country. Anyway, both sides are in charge of their own business and do not interfere with each other. This kind of problem of me and you and me doesn't matter at all. This is not to mention that countries are attacking each other, and national borders are moving back today and moving forward tomorrow. But the size of an empire is mostly equivalent to the area of 2 to 3 district chapters. Under such a reversal of strength, the Magicians Association in the empire really only has the purpose of inheriting magic, and has no confidence to challenge an empire. Just say that the army has been mobilized, and it is easy to attack the city and pull out the tower. Who dares to speak harshly? Moreover, when it comes to attacking the Magician Association, the actions of the nobles are quite consistent, and no one will be bribed. This is like 2 irreconcilable opposing camps. It is impossible to give up the interests of the camp unless an individual gives up the position of the camp to which he belongs. However, the 5 empires also had slightly different attitudes towards the matter. As the most domineering Suritan empire, the Magician Association within its territory is as transparent as it can be. It barely maintains its final dignity by relying on the magic tower of the branch headquarters. The establishment of the twin towers of the gate first eliminated the 500,000-strong army of the Suli Tang Empire, and then destroyed more than 50 god-level demons on the side of the abyss. This magic tower that can challenge the gods is not under the jurisdiction of the Mages Association. Who can accept this? The question is, so what if you don't accept it? One tower owner is a peerless fierce man who can stand up to the Guardian Lord alone without dying. And the other tower owner is the Devil King from thousands of years ago. One magic tower has a record of killing gods like dogs, and the other magic tower can kill an army in an instant, turn into ashes. In this mysterious place where the power of a person is enough to surpass the worldly power, the Nayland District branch of the Magicians Association did something very surprising, but so natural. If you can't convince the other party, then join. Chapter 1736 Narain District Branch. The first suggestion of the Narain District Chapter is to move the location of the district branch headquarters from its original location to the twin towers of the gate on the Midi side, and with Shield City as the center. Magicians gathered in the hope of establishing the second holy city of Estali. The accompanying condition is of course very whimsical. That is, the position of Tower Director of the Twin Towers of Gates must be handed over to the President of the District Branch, situated by the most powerful magician. Not surprisingly, this request was rejected immediately without even pretending to be considered. This is the person who took the time to receive the envoy from the Narain District. He is Lin, who came from the Abyss. Ifram was present. It would not be the extremely exaggerated suggestion that the person would be killed. There is a high probability that the person would be killed directly. Not even ashes left. And it would be absolutely clean and environmentally friendly. However, this exaggerated request is just a negotiation tool. The envoy, who was sternly rejected by the right words, did not push forward or threaten him. He just changed his words and said, "Then please ask the Tower Master to take over the position of president of the branch. The current president is willing to hand over all powers." Faced with such a refreshing turn of events, Lin couldn't help but be stunned, but still refused. If you don't want to take care of Dunshire and Esher anymore, how can you manage an organization with more daily affairs? The Magicians Association has been deeply political since its operation. The only valuable thing in the Magicians Association is the collection of magic knowledge. Over the years, chapters in various regions have put relevant knowledge in a confidential section of the forum, which cannot be viewed without specific permissions. But for the builder of the forum, someone has already used a backdoor to secretly search for all the information. Lin had almost collected them all, except for those solitary books that had magical powers and could not be passed on as knowledge. There are very few cases like this, and even if they do, most of them have been cracked and the pure text content can be extracted to facilitate inheritance. Besides, magic that must be passed down through feelings other than words is mostly ancient magic. In this day and age, it may not even be possible to use it. This is not simply a matter of severing inheritance, but another sequelae caused by the alternation of old gods and new gods. Don't think that fun. The Demon King only destroyed everything that belonged to the old gods thousands of years ago. And Lin lived in the holy city of Estali for such a long time, as the most important library in the entire Lost World. Its collection of books is almost complete. The most precious things inside are the magical and unique copies, which even contain coded text that is still undecipherable. Lin Yi used his own methods to keep these things in his sea of consciousness. In short, to someone, the Magicians Association is a worthless thing that is worthless and a pity to discard. Now that someone was planning to give it away for free, Lin couldn't accept it. Moreover, it is not yet known whether there is any other calculation behind this. It's better to stay far away. It doesn't matter whether the candy is filled with poison or nuts. As long as you don't eat it, you won't have any trouble. However, this answer did not seem to exceed the messenger's expectations. The other party immediately made a third suggestion, which was that the headquarters of the Narain District chapter would also be moved to Shield City. And they don't need to set up a stronghold in Shield City, which is already hard to find, but plan to expand directly outside the Magic Circle City. In particular, they generously proposed the plan of 12 ring towers. That is, building a magic tower at 12 equal locations around the outer circle of Shield City to protect Shield City. The twin towers of the gate, and the gate of the abyss. Although it is protected in name, everyone knows very well that the attack target of the magic tower can be turned around at any time, targeting the Magic Circle City, or even the twin towers of the gate. Of course, if a demon emerges from the gate of the abyss, it will also be targeted by the 12-ring tower. Regarding such a request, Lin reservedly said that he had no objection, but asked the envoys of the Magicians Association to discuss it with the people in Shield City. It's useless to only agree with the magic tower. The group of people outside also have to be convinced. And it's even more troublesome. Lin has a cooperative relationship with outsiders, and has never thought of including them under his command. As long as the strength is so strong that others can only look up to him, that group of people would like a certain magician to choose a wise path to protect himself, instead of entering the game and becoming a troublemaker. If you want to take control, then close the door and release the devil. Have nothing to say. Therefore, Lin could only express his position, without taking over everything, and agreed to this matter on behalf of everyone in Shield City. After that, the twin towers of gates entered the background mode as usual. Except for the maid who delivers meals from the Marquis Balin's mansion every day. No one comes in or out of the tower for a long time. As for Finn's research with the Archbishops of Life, she directly entered the Church of the Three Holy Lights using the flash technique, and was not polite at all. Otherwise, generally speaking, whether they are magicians or warriors, they will maintain a certain degree of respect for the Church of God, even if they do not believe in the other party. Not using teleportation magic is one of them. There is a saying that when a certain person travels through his hometown, passing in front of such and such a door, the civil servants get off their sedan chairs, and the military generals dismount their horses. That is strong enough and has enough friendships. So no one cares about such things. Although the Lord of Justice has some criticisms, it is the Lord of Life who has friendship, not him, but being suppressed by a woman and a goddess. He considered himself mute. The relocation plan of the Nalan District branch and the negotiations between the Magician Association and the Shield City Council were not smooth sailing. But they were not shelved. After all, it was a negotiation between two empires and a regional association, and the political wrangling itself was messy enough. Under normal circumstances, the size of any empire cannot be compared with just one guild, let alone two. But today's issue is that the location of the discussion is not within the borders of these two empires, and there is no direct stake. Although the location originally belonged to the Third Empire, it had no right to speak if it was not at the negotiating table. The Sulatang Empire sadly became the target of being sold. Even if the Imperial Khan wanted to protest, he had to deal with the issue of the death of 500,000 troops first. It's true that there are people in the Sulatang Empire doing business with Shield City, but these people did not do things openly, and openly with the Empire's brand name, but used their own names to make money into their own pockets. In other words, officially, the Sulatang Empire became a piece of meat on the chopping block, pinned down head and tail by the other two empires, and unable to resist. Fundamentally speaking, the negotiations between the two empires of Guana and Hader were all about generosity, because land was the unshakable bottom line for the nobility. Since the land is not your own from the beginning, then the negotiation is just to get a few more benefits other than the land into your own bowl. Then, there is no need to insist too much on certain conditions. This was the situation in the negotiations between the two empires and the Naran district chapter. Lin doesn't know the specific outcome of the negotiations and doesn't care. Anyway, he noticed that outside Shield City, more houses began to be built. The most eye-catching thing is the 12 magic towers. As expected of the branch of the Magicians Association, it was a grand gesture, regardless of other houses. The construction of 12 magic towers at the same time means that at least 12 magicians with family heritage have taken action to be able to afford such a cost. Someone's twin towers of doors came from free prostitution, except for the core rare items of the energy pool. Although other costs do not need to be paid by yourself, it does not mean that they do not exist. It's just passed on to others. The farm planned by the elf druid was originally outside the magic circle city. Anyway, with their skills, the desert can be transformed into fertile farmland, so they didn't have too many choices about the location. But if an outer ring city is to be built in the same location, then these farms must be planned at the same time. In fact, this is another negotiation besides the two empires and the Magician Association. What the elves and the association want to talk about, compared to the two empires' competing plans for interests. The elves' demands were much simpler. Moving the location of the farm is not difficult. Anyway, the farm has only been in operation for more than a year, so some of the investment in advance can be moved. It just takes a little effort. The Nalan District branch will be responsible for the irrecoverable losses and provide some additional compensation. The reason why elves are so talkative is not because they are used to being oppressed by humans and have developed servility, nor is it because humans are so strong that they cannot hold their heads high. On the contrary, if Shield City and the Nalan District branch of the Magicians Association moved here together, they would have a conflict with the elves. With the support of the World Tree bosses, the elves are absolutely sure to kill all enemies until no one is left. The twin towers of the gate are related to the ninth power, which is related to the advancement of the World Trees. No World Tree boss will give up planting his flag here and let the human side control everything. This is equivalent to handing over one's lifeline to others. How could it be allowed to happen? In other places, the conflict between humans and elves, the reason why humans can have the upper hand, is just a headache for the Turtle Dove Alliance, which is dominated by elves, and has not yet become a life or death enemy, is because these things have nothing to do with the World Trees. If the World Tree does not end, perhaps in a local war, the elves can gain the upper hand with their personal strength. Once faced with an overall war, it would not be easy for the elves to maintain their inheritance. There are only 5 elf kingdoms left, and it's not without reason. However, most of the wood elf tribes whose overall strength is less than at kingdom level have not become the targets of human hunting. The only reason is that they are covered by the World Tree. This kind of war, which is like an invasion of the kingdom of gods and gods, is not something that just any human force is qualified to fight. Therefore, in the era when the slave team was most prosperous, everyone only targeted the elves who had escaped from the territory of the World Tree. These elves may have accidentally escaped from the scope of the World Tree because of their desire for fun, or they may have entered the mysterious land to practice, not only to hone their personal strength, but also to not lose touch with the outside world. These lone elves have become the best targets for the slave-catching team. In order to deal with these humans, the Turtle Dove Alliance an elf mutual aid group that transcends the Wood Elf tribe, came into being. You must know that at that time, the Wood Elf tribes were still antagonistic to each other. The world trees all think about how to destroy their own kind and use them as resources for their advancement. This is because there are too many magic towers planted all over the land, making it difficult for the elves to march. This is why the war between the Wood Elf tribes gradually stopped. In that era, as soon as the elves left the protection of the world tree, they might become the targets of human hunting. More elves gathering together will only allow humans to gather greater power to capture them. After all, benefits are attractive. The premise of all this is that World Tree must stay out of the matter. The Twin Towers of the Gate are openly supported by 25 World Tree bosses, and they have direct interests in it. If you bully the elves in a place like this, there is no other possibility except that you live too long. Chapter 1737 12 Ring Tower. The simultaneous construction of the 12 ring towers not only surprised Lin, the tower owner of the Twin Towers of the Gate, but also the entire Lost World. As we all know, the construction cost of Magic Tower is very high. But for those senior magic families, and even nobles and kings with a certain amount of wealth, it is not too high to bear. For example, the construction of the Twin Towers of the Gate was jointly undertaken by the two empires of Guana and Hader. In particular, magic materials were selected and used, which was easy for the two empires. This is because the Shield City, a magic circle city, has to be built, which has squandered the treasures of the two empires. That's what they say in name. Who knows if they saw the construction of the Twin Towers of the Gate being completed and wanted to reduce the burden on the magic circle city. So they announced that the inventory of magic materials had been exhausted. The robot fleet is only responsible for transporting goods from various places to the Gate of the Abyss, but is not responsible for inventorying the warehouses of the two empires. Even so, Shield City has not been completely built in the first place. After that, when it becomes profitable, some sporadic forces will make up for the deficiencies. Lin's initial agreement with the two emperors was indeed that the Twin Towers of the Gate must be completed. But there was no mandatory requirement for the Magic Circle City. This was due to the initial agreement that manpower from the two empires would be stationed in the Magic Circle City, so that most of the results were completed. Nobles and capitalists are the same kind of people. When they claim to have physical pain, don't be fooled into believing that they really do. It's still early for them to reach their psychological bottom line. It's all just acting. Maybe it's just that the magic materials that could be dispatched in the first place were emptied out. So easy for both empires. For the Magicians Association, a group of magicians, building 12 magic towers in one go is really not a big deal. Only the core wonders of the energy pool are the key to truly controlling the number of magic towers. The method of creating an energy pool is also a knowledge that the magician strictly guards against the nobles to prevent it from leaking out. This makes the magic tower the strongest war fortress in the land, still dominated by magicians for hundreds of years. It was not snatched from the hands of the magician by a noble who held both power and power. However, with the size of a regional guild, it took out 12 strange objects that could create energy pools in one go, which shocked many knowledgeable onlookers. And this is still the case where the 12 magic towers are defaulted to the most basic 3-story tower with only one energy pool. If there are 4-story towers, 5-story towers, and multiple energy pools in one tower, then the number of rare items needed will be even greater. Some people wonder whether the Narain district chapter was severely suppressed in the Suritan Empire. That's why those inherited families, who have the means to build new magic towers, have been unable to find a suitable location and have been delaying it to this day. After all, things happen in public. Even if the masters have not studied how to build a magic tower, they still understand some of the principles behind it. Therefore, it is impossible to keep the process of building the tower secret, and some configurations of the magic tower will also be leaked. The real point is to arrange the internal protective magic after sealing the tower. This is the real life-saving trump card for tower owners. Because of this, during the process of building the tower, everyone understood the confidence of the Nalan district chapter to build 12 magic towers in one go. Simply put, more than half of the magic tower energy pools use the magic stone type energy pool design provided by Lin. When Lin submitted this knowledge to the Magicians Association, in addition to calculation formulas and design methods, he also thoughtfully provided 3 complete sets of design templates. One is the most basic type, and the other is the preliminary expanded type. The most important thing is the third one, which can be used for the complete design of the magic tower energy pool. Lin didn't calculate exactly how high the power requirement of the magic tower was. He just designed it towards a sufficient margin. The result is a magic stone-type energy pool used in the tower. The volume of the device is approximately equivalent to the space of 1/4 of a standard magic tower. Perhaps the available space in the magic tower has become smaller. But as long as it can be built, it is not difficult to develop some space folding technology and expand some magical spaces that will collapse without power. This fact caused a bigger disturbance than the Nayland District branch building 12 magic towers at the same time. The magic stone energy pool is regarded as the key for nobles to break through the magician barrier and master war fortresses such as magic towers. Because if you want to find rare objects and keep these rare objects, it is not something you can do just by having money and power. It also requires high-end knowledge. Apart from anything else, Ben's knowledge can only make a temporary seal for the indescribable stumps owned by someone. No matter how good the seal is, it will be corroded by the chaotic energy, and eventually the aura that should be sealed will leak out. The result of this is that the place where the remains of the indescribable thing are stored will become a dead zone. If the living people do not die, they will definitely go crazy. There is no third ending. This is because Lin has obtained the seeds of the world tree. The seeds will instinctively absorb the crazy breath, which makes it difficult for someone to seal the remains of the indescribable thing. If there were no seeds of the world tree, the regular purchase of sealing materials would become an unbearable fixed expense. This is only possible due to someone's luck and Fen's knowledge. What about those nobles who only have money and power? I really think that money and power can buy everything. If you buy a half-baked magician, the ending will just prove once again that that power should not be accessible to mortals. If you buy a magician with real ability, guess, how likely is it that these cunning masters would not choose to trap people to death, and then take the strange object that can be the core of the energy pool as a trophy? Simply put, if you touch things that you shouldn't touch, the price you pay will be too high for ordinary nobles to bear. Don't think that world tree seeds are much milder. There shouldn't be any big problems with this top-notch material. These are 2 seeds in someone's hands. They came from normal sources, and were delivered by World Tree himself. If it's the kind with a dark origin, guess how long it will last until a wood elf comes to visit you in the middle of the night. Perhaps the seeds of the World Tree and the stumps of the indescribable thing are both top-notch core materials for the energy pool. But the strange objects that can serve as the core of the energy pool all have problems of one kind or another, and none of them can be easily solved without enough knowledge and foundation. Holding this kind of thing is like holding a source of disaster for action. Even a powerful person has to kneel down when faced with such an unreasonable thing. This is the scary part of madness. But the magic stone energy pool has no such concerns. And magic stones are something that can be solved with money. If you want to have enough magic stones, you just need to have enough money. This is simply a magic tower construction method tailor-made for nobles. However, at the time when this knowledge was made public, the focus of the entire Lost Land was on the Abyss War. Especially at that time, the signs of war were developing in a direction that was not conducive to mankind. Almost no one pays attention to the knowledge disclosed by a certain magician. Anyway, that person would do some shocking things from time to time, and everyone was used to it. From the earliest forums, mathematics, cars, and banks, each of them is involved in a wide range of things. Some knowledgeable magicians know the impact of making the magic stone energy pool public, so they want to operate and let the Magician Association seal this knowledge. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the history of the association. Most of them seal up some forbidden knowledge, commonly known as forbidden curses. It's not necessarily that these magics are extremely destructive. It may be because these magics involve acts of sacrifice, anti-humanity, etc. Of course, the right to interpret lies with the Magicians Association. This leaves room to operate. The other group of magicians who are more impulsive and far-sighted are clamoring with all their strength to shame this person, who undermines the interests of the magician community. But people just clamored and took no action. For a magician who lives in the south of the lost continent, it is difficult for everyone not to ignore everything he says on the forum. Then came all kinds of big events, which caught everyone off guard, including the robot fleet destroying demons and expelling the Lord of the Abyss. The 2 empires supported the establishment of the Twin Towers of the Gate and the Magic Circle City, followed by the establishment of Shield City and E-City, and the transactions between humans and demons. Any item, although the scope involved is limited to the area near the Gate of the Abyss, and the area related to the war against demons. But the scope and breadth of the impact are unimaginable. It can be said that someone is already in a state where he has many debts and no worries. Not to mention that Lin always kept his ears closed and kept silent about foreign affairs. The turmoil of external public opinion failed to disturb his good mood. Do what you should do. Live what you should live. And no one can destroy these. Especially with the power of one tower. The record of killing more than 50 god-level demons turned out to be great, which made the voice of opposition and condemnation much lower. Not everyone has the courage to raise their own questions against such a strong man. Then, there was the Nalan District chapter, which made extensive use of the design of magic stone-type energy pools to build magic towers. And I used 7 or 8 sets in one go. Among the 12 ring towers, only 1/3 use energy pools, which are done according to the old method. Moreover, the ownership of these magic towers, whether they are building magic stone type or traditional energy pools, of course also belongs to the magician family responsible for their construction. Don't look at the establishment of the 12-ring tower and the second ring city, which were led by the Naran district chapter. However, the district association only plays a leading role and does not have all rights. Many magic towers and houses are owned by the builders. The main task of the Naran district chapter is to do urban planning and let everyone know where they can build magic towers and houses. There are only 2 magic towers actually controlled by the district branch headquarters, with the Gate of the Abyss as the center. These 2 towers are located at both ends of the outer edge of the magic circle city, facing each other from a distance. One is a magic tower with traditional strange objects as its core, and the other is a magic stone type. Such a high-profile behavior of the Narain district branch has certainly aroused dissatisfaction among those knowledgeable practitioners who have all denounced it on the forum. Chapter 1738. Their own calculations. Most people believe that in order to maintain the advantage of magicians over nobles, the knowledge of magic stone energy pools should not be made public, let alone actual use, especially if it is used by one of your own people. This is simply betrayal. These dissenters even went further and demanded that the Naran district chapter must include the twin towers of the gate under its jurisdiction. The current tower owner is the builder, so it doesn't matter. However, the power to select the successor tower master must be returned to the Magicians Association. However, the masters at the Nalan District Council are also quite gregarious. Everyone has been oppressed by the Suli Tang Empire, the most domineering country, for a long time. Finally, we have a golden thigh to hug. So who cares what outsiders call us? So what if they are both magicians, living in a snowdrift and following people in a fire pile? Would the feeling be the same? When people who put forward various extreme opinions do not actually need to put themselves at the forefront, how will the lost people deal with such opinions? Answer: just ignore it. Although people who are obsessed don't like to criticize others, if they are not in the same position as themselves, they are not even allowed to fart. For those who are willing to provide input, it is like contributing their own wisdom. In the magician community, such people are valuable and appreciated. But some people are not satisfied with just providing opinions, but use a commanding tone to abuse, intimidate, and pressure those who ignore their suggestions. Such people are quite contemptible. What's even funnier is that these plausible people can't guarantee that they are right. When the development of things deviates from their imagination, either the person handling the matter is ineffective, or it has nothing to do with them, and the matter is completely ignored. This is why people in MIDI rarely talk nonsense, especially magicians. If there is a dispute, physics will convince everyone. Acting like a bitch and trying to convince people with philosophy is what aristocratic gentlemen do. Although saying this makes a certain time traveler feel incredible. This is indeed the way of thinking of Master Midi. For some magicians who wield their staffs and use themselves as berserker warriors, don't make too much of a fuss about such things. Moreover, from the perspective of a magician from the Narain district chapter, the domineering nature of the Suritan Empire is difficult for outsiders to understand. As the last country in the Lost Continent to give up slavery, they actually just used a flexible method and changed their names to continue to maintain their luxurious life as powerful slave owners. When commoners and untouchables are regarded as having the same meaning, the masters who live in this land and should be treated as superiors are no different from cattle and sheep in the eyes of the group of masters who conquered the world on horseback. Respect is impossible. Blood supremacy is the core value of the empire. What kind of family you are born into determines your future achievements. The vested interest groups in the Suritan Empire use violence enough to suppress all forces that want to break the system, even magicians. It was precisely by relying on this method that they became the most powerful slave country in the Lost Continent in the past. If they want a few people to enjoy the efforts of the majority, one can imagine how much effort they put into building an iron barrel-like country, and how much effort they put into suppressing the reactionary emotions of slaves. Today, In such a country, low-class people are no different from slaves in the eyes of superior people. They just have the status of free people. Beating and scolding at every turn. Killing without guilt. This situation still prevails in every part of the empire. There is nothing wrong with having a powerful person. And there is nothing wrong with being able to ignore power to a certain extent. But killing people is easy to defeat the crowd. The social system will not be overturned simply because of the destruction of one or two people. The power of correction will bring things back on track. And the extra vacancies will be filled. This is like burning out the oxygen in an area in an instant. And the next second, the air in other places will quickly make up for the missing part. Eventually, the environment will look almost the same as before. Therefore, those who hope to flip the class and hope that they can be respected either leave the empire or adapt to the empire. Anyway, this broken land is cold and barren. Not worth staying in. Those who stayed behind were either unable to leave or had various concerns. As for people, it's easiest to make excuses when you don't know anything. It means that normal people don't have much courage to step out of their comfort zone. Having been suppressed by the Suli Tang Empire for a long time, who would give up easily now that they see an opportunity to make a comeback? If the master can snatch a piece of meat from the mouth of a noble, everyone will only praise him for his good work, and no one will hold him back. Especially when he snatched it from the mouth of a noble that he had always disliked. To be serious, they killed 500,000 soldiers. Even more people died, and even took a piece of land to build a magic tower. This offends, but offends completely. Moreover, with the gate of the abyss opening and the demon army invading, it seems that it is not an exaggeration to throw this blame on a certain magician. It is simply impossible to estimate the amount of losses these misdeeds caused to the Sulatang Empire. The Khan of the southern territory died in battle, and the southern border of the empire was thousands of miles of red land. It was originally a barren and cold land, but after being killed by demons like this, it became completely depopulated. It's just these hatreds and grievances. Doesn't the Suli Tang Empire not want to avenge them? Of course. The proud people of the empire chose to take revenge, and then suffer greater losses. For an empire that can defeat the Suli Tang Empire several times in a row, it is conceivable that the opportunity for the empire to regain its face in the future will be far away. At this time, the Narain district branch would either recruit people or rely on them to seek shelter. Pushing the other person to the opposite side is nothing. Not to mention that the person who came up with such a bad idea didn't have to face that terrifying magic tower. Incorporation is impossible. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that so many big bosses were involved. And even the tower on the side of the abyss also killed many big bosses. Is this something that a mortal can contain? At least the Narain district chapter couldn't send anyone to have the confidence to talk in front of the two tower masters. The messenger sent to communicate with the tower owner was just a follower of a certain magician, and did not have the status of a formal magician. Therefore, from the very beginning, the idea of the magicians at the Nalan District Council was to make the twin towers of the gate the core of the Nalan District. The difference lies in whether the two tower owners are interested in joining the Magicians Association and becoming a member of the management. Everyone was confident that the tower master of the towers of the gate would not be interested in any position in the association. After all, the political nature of the Magicians Association is too heavy. And the tower owners, especially those with lonely towers in the wilderness, have a more or less closed-door personality, and do not care about foreign affairs. The dangers of this kind of lost world version of otakus, and otakus, are completely different from those of their counterparts on Earth. But their personality tendencies are no different. The geographical location of the twin towers of the gate was previously considered a wilderness. But they relied on their geographical and trade advantages to raise two cities from the ground. At this time, if you want to say how desolate your location is, no one will believe it. With two big cities that were at the top of the list of prosperous cities, the tower owners of the two magic towers never thought of getting involved. So if you really clean and peel the Magicians Association and put it in front of their eyes, it will probably end in the same disdain. From an overall assessment, the only cost to be paid by the Nalan District Council is the relocation cost of the district branch headquarters. In addition, the power he should hold will not be less. And it is even expected to increase with the power of the twin towers of the gate. Of course, superficial work still needs to be done, in order to prevent the gate of the abyss from once again becoming a portal for demonic invasion. The 12-ring tower shoulders the responsibility of guarding it. The twin towers of the gate are the first level, while the 12-ring tower of the Naran district chapter will be the second level. In order to demonstrate such determination, the Naran district branch even moved its headquarters here. If the devil invades the lost land from here again, they will stick to the front line and become martyrs to stop the devil. Other than that, nothing matters. This was really a nice thing to say, and no one could raise objections. Not only is there no way to sow discord, but even if you want to incite the Narain district chapter to become an enemy of the Twin Towers of Gates, the look of them kneeling and licking will only make those who want to cause trouble despair. It is true that the 12-ring tower will pose a threat to the Twin Towers of the Gate and even the Magic Circle City. However, after the two Magic Circle cities, the Nayland District branch used the design of a magic stone energy pool in building a magic tower, which is a sign of investment. At least the masters of the Nayland District have proven with their actions that they will not make any small moves with the knowledge of the magic stone energy pool. That kind of thing where only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps cannot happen among the magicians. This creates an interesting contrast. On the forum, most of the voices were filled with sorrow, reprimanding the tower owners of the Narain District branch and the Twin Towers of the Gate for breaking the disciplines observed by magicians. The whole thing was raised to the level of a natural disaster. In fact, the entire group of magicians, including the noble lords, were watching to see if the magic stone-type energy pool design provided by the tower owner could really activate the magic tower. If possible, this is undoubtedly the beginning of a new era. If not, at least everyone should know the reason for the failure. If something goes wrong and blows up, just like the tragedy caused by the magic tower in history, everyone will be happy. In the history of Lost World, the damage caused by the loss of control of the energy pool was not just a minor injury like the explosion of a nuclear bomb in someone's hometown. In addition to the immediate destructive power, the more troublesome part of the legacy is not turning over the land and waiting for the decay period of tens of thousands of years to pass before the matter is over. This involves the turbulence of space and dimensions. If left alone, the disaster will expand and eventually swallow up the entire lost land. If you want to solve this kind of trouble, you have to recruit many magicians who are good at space magic. Only then can you possibly reverse this kind of disaster. Think about developing from a singularity into a black hole, crushing everything nearby into crumbs with supergravity, and then swallowing it up. This is pretty much what happens when energy gets out of control. Therefore, in the construction of the magic tower, the magicians spent considerable efforts to prevent the possibility of the energy pool getting out of control. Even for this reason, a considerable margin is retained in the use of energy pools to reduce the risk of loss of control. But for theatergoers, whether the magic stone energy pool can be successful or not is a good thing. If it can succeed, it will of course be the beginning of a new era. If it doesn't work, the energy pool of the exploded tower will inevitably affect the Magic Circle City and even the Twin Towers of the Gate. It is good news to be able to solve the problem of these two backbones. Chapter 1739 The initial ignition of the magic stone type. The general construction period of a magic tower is about 15 to 20 years. This refers to the kind of situation that is built in an inaccessible wilderness, and the required materials are only collected and transported when they are needed. For those who have accumulated savings for generations to build a magic tower, most of them will have prepared in advance some very special and difficult to obtain key materials. For example, the core wonders of the energy pool. As for other things, they are only recruited when there is demand. There won't be any magician family that just sits in their family's residence, piling up a large amount of stone materials that can be used to build a magic tower in the future. Even if a magic tower is built in a densely populated area, such as a certain city, the tower construction period may be shortened due to sufficient manpower. But as long as tower construction materials need to be collected, a lot of time will be wasted on transportation. Secondly, all the magic materials used to build the tower need to be carefully crafted using the shaping technique. A magician can only use a limited amount of magic in a day, and a magic apprentice can do even less. But there is no situation where the magician can work around the clock if there are enough materials. This is not about cheering up, gritting your teeth, and working overtime indefinitely like a perpetual motion machine. The power is limited, but once it is used up, it is gone. If they were building a tower in a dangerous place, they would be even less likely to waste all their energy and power. Otherwise, when a temporary situation occurs, there is no way to respond, which is simply a way to die. Although additional manpower can solve this problem, but gathering materials also takes time. This creates a phenomenon. There are not many tower construction materials that can be processed every day, and there are also not many tower construction materials that need to be processed every day, going back and forth when each magic tower is being built. there is usually not much manpower demand. So many times, when building a magic tower, 1 or 2 magicians are usually needed. A knowledgeable tower builder and the owner of the magic tower, together with their respective apprentices, built it brick by brick. This will only take 10 or 20 years. An interesting point is that because the construction period is so long, the initial design and the final completed magic tower are usually not the same thing. It's hard to say which stage of the magic tower is better. But if the people living there are happy, no one else can comment. The construction speed of the twin towers of the gate cannot be described as fast. With the support of a fleet of millions of robots, it takes care of the 2 major tasks of transportation and construction. In addition, the magic tower has already had a complete design plan, so that most of the construction of the twin towers of the gate can be completed within 7 days. Only the energy pool has not yet been ignited and brought online. In a similar situation, when a division of the Magicians Association will devote all its efforts to building magic towers, even if it builds 12 magic towers at one time, will it take 10 or 20 years? The answer is of course no. It's just that the feat of the Nayland District chapter is also incomparable to the robot fleet that built 2 towers in 7 days. The latter's predecessor was an Earth elemental elf, the best architect in Lost Land. For them, shaping is not magic, but instinct, which is why they are so fast. As for the human magicians, there are sufficient manpower, and the Narain District chapter is taking the lead, and a group of chambers of commerce that specializes in serving magicians are behind it. The speed of building the magic tower certainly does not need to take 10 or 20 years, since the 12 towers have different owners and leaders. They are different in design and materials, and they are not standard magic towers of the same design. Of course, the progress of construction is also different. However, the building to be built is only a 3-story tower. Unlike a certain time traveler's hometown, those taller skyscrapers cannot take too much time. Although there are no heavy machinery for construction in MIDI, Master himself is the best architect, engineer, manufacturer, coolie, so the speed of building a house will not be slower than that of someone's hometown. If you really want to compare, those houses built with ordinary materials still lose to the magic tower built with magic materials in terms of construction progress. The latter can also use magic shaping to directly change the shape of magic materials, but the former can only rely on strength and luck to knock the stone sent from the nearby quarry into the desired shape. Therefore, with the assistance of various magics such as shaping, light object, floating, giant strength, etc., the 12 magic towers were almost completed in more than half a year. More than half of them have been capped, and just waiting to ignite the energy pool. The magic tower will be officially activated. However, except for the 3 magic towers that use traditional methods to create energy pools, the progress of other projects preparing to use magic stone-type energy pools has slowed down. There is only one magic tower that has built a complicated and geometrically beautiful magic stone energy pool according to the construction progress. There are quite a few magicians involved in the construction, with all identities. After all, this energy pool has been the focus of all fans' attention recently. Some want it to succeed. Others want it to explode. Even more interesting is the overlap between the two groups. The process of building a magic stone energy pool was not very smooth. But one good thing about the magicians in Lost Land is that when they follow the instructions, they will make things exactly as they are. Unless the design provided by someone today is too abstract and hides too many key contents. They just don't want people to learn it well. But this is not how the magicians of Midland do it. The knowledge that everyone is willing to make public has some traps hidden in it, with the purpose of not wanting others to learn it. Why not refuse to disclose it from the beginning and save so much trouble later? Moreover, Lin Feng's intention in releasing this knowledge was to muddy the water in the pond. How could it be possible to make the information so confusing that no one can understand it? Of course, it comes in detail. Various perspective drawings, cross-sections, and details were all listed in the submitted materials in great detail, as if he wanted to teach those who were interested in his knowledge of magic devices step by step. This, of course, brings considerable convenience to the group of magicians who are trying to make magic stone energy pools. Even so, this energy pool was also made stumbling, because the design is really too complicated. All the masters complained, but they still found a way to complete the magic stone energy pool for the first magic tower. This is someone who has never revealed that the design of the magic stone energy pool is derived from the Miser energy core created by the ancient magic empire. If this news spreads, it will probably cause a greater sensation and attract more people. The purpose of completing a magic stone-type energy pool first is of course to verify whether this plan is feasible, and whether the power output meets the requirements of the magic tower. As a provider of knowledge, Lin also stated in the information that he had not actually verified the design of the magic stone type for the tower. But the magic stone energy pool can be used. This has been well experienced in the Magic Circle City, and has even been proven in actual combat. These are things that happened afterwards, but they do not prevent the Magicians Association from taking the initiative to provide additional explanations. In fact, long before the magic stone-type energy pool was built for this magic tower, the masters of the Nayland District chapter had done a lot of verification measures. Perhaps the scientific methods of Midland are so crude that only the exhaustive method can be used. But in terms of rigor, they are not far behind the scientists on Earth. After all, magic is too dangerous, and the art of explosion is not the end of magic. Think about apprentice-level magic. There are many magics involving time, space, mass energy conversion, molecular reconstruction, and so on. Magic apprentices can successfully perform related magic by following certain steps even if they don't fully understand the principles behind it. What would happen if some lax mistakes were made during this process? It can be said that the magic system of Lost Land is like an active nuclear bomb walking per person, which may get out of control at any time. Thinking about it this way, I feel that there is nothing wrong with the magicians who love to use war hammers to hit their enemies. Magic is too dangerous, so use it sparingly, whether it is for their own lives or the safety of innocent people. The seriousness with which the masters perform magic verification is highly commendable. Although the results are not beyond doubt, they are still credible. In short, the magic stone-type energy pool, which has been verified at all levels, and a considerable number of magicians participated in the production and cross-checking, has ushered in its first trial operation in the mysterious land. The ignition process is quite smooth, even easier than the traditional type. Speaking of which, compared with the weird core objects of the traditional energy pool, the magic stone type is like a well-behaved child. Obedient, not noisy, and does what he says. After the energy pool was successfully ignited, the trial operation of various magic towers, as well as the highest intensity operation test, all passed smoothly. What is most worthy of celebration is that after various tests, the lowest grade red glory magic stone deployed on the periphery of the energy pool has not turned white after being drained of its power. According to the normal usage method, the previously activated magic tower function can drain hundreds of these lowest level magic stones in an instant. Once the magic stone is drained, it loses its ability to recover naturally, which is equivalent to being scrapped. Since it has withstood the high-intensity operation of the magic tower, none of the numerous red magic stones has been drained into white magic stones, which means that the magic stones that fill the entire space in front of you are indeed connected into a whole, became a qualified magic tower using energy pool. Such good news, of course, greatly boosted the spirits of the magicians in the Narain District chapter. There are a considerable number of 12-ring towers, ready to use magic stone-type energy pools. This is no less than a big gamble for the people of the Narain District chapter. If the magic stone energy pool cannot be used, and we have to temporarily switch back to the traditional method, the core rare items on hand can only satisfy less than half of the magic tower. Moreover, these magicians who can provide rare items do not have enough savings to build an entire magic tower. It was just by chance that I obtained such a key rare object first. If you want these people to hand over their treasures and provide them to the magic tower that has already been built and only needs an energy pool, you will have to fight over ownership. The fact that multiple magicians share a magic tower is not a special case, but it will be very troublesome if it is not arranged well. The reason why these magicians who were not wealthy enough but possessed rare items did not immediately become one of the tower owners of the 12-ring tower was that they could not resolve these disputes of interest. Chapter 17, 42nd Ring City. Just taking care of one's own people is not enough. The president of the Nayland District chapter knew very well that even if he persuaded the magician families who invested in building the tower to accept those thorns, the magic tower would still be a white tower, and he would not be able to build an energy pool. At this time, the only option is to seek foreign aid. At that time, these semi-finished magic towers will be like gifts, given to magicians from other areas who are willing to provide rare items. Even if you can get some compensation, it will certainly not be enough to make up for the costs you have already paid. Not to mention allowing magicians from other districts to occupy the magic towers in important positions in this district. Although magicians have no boundaries, as long as they are human beings, they will have a stance. Add in the interest factor, and small groups will form, engaging in various overt and covert struggles on and off the stage. Consider what one is seen in the southwestern peninsula of Midi. Those are just 4 regional branches, which are as serious as the 4 countries fighting. So is it possible for the branches of the Magician Association in other parts of the lost world to live in peace and harmony with each other? Simply put, if the magic stone energy pool fails, all kinds of trouble will follow. Even if you would rather leave the magic towers that can't find rare items to build energy pools empty, it will be a blow to the prestige of the Nayland District chapter. Perhaps the masters will not have any thoughts about the Magician Association, but they will definitely be disappointed with the ability to distinguish the presidents of the guilds. This is a serious injury for an ambitious person. People who can thrive in this kind of power field have long since gotten rid of the stage of seeking food and clothing. Their ultimate pursuit is to leave a name in history. There aren't many people who have that special awareness. They can't leave a good name, but they can leave a bad name. Besides, issuing the order to relocate the Nayland District branch headquarters was a huge gamble in itself. If this thing is not done beautifully enough, it will become a weapon in the hands of political opponents. So if there is anyone who is most concerned about whether the magic stone energy pool can be put to use, it must be the current president of the Nayland District chapter. Now that you have achieved a good result, why not pursue the victory and do things beautifully? Let alone a magician who respects personal power. He must be a loner and not considerate of human feelings. How are the magician families established? Don't think that there are talented people everywhere kneeling down and begging for support. Of course, with such an ending, there are also people who are disappointed and people who scold even more fiercely. However, these people either don't dare to speak out, or they only dare to talk nonsense in some insignificant places. Who dares to come up to the master of the Nayland District congregation and point his nose at him and scold him? Do you think you lived too long and died not happily enough? With the success of the first magic stone type energy pool, subsequent magic towers using the same design were followed without hesitation. If we talk about other magic materials, even the lowest level ones, once the demand is large, the supply may exceed the demand. Therefore, magic materials are very particular about substitution. The lower the level, the more substitution options there are. The fewer choices there are, and the smaller the production, the higher the price and rarity. But magic stones, a strategic reserve level material that can often replace large amounts of currency, are of course indispensable to the Magician Association. The Nayland District branch's own reserves alone are enough to cover a dozen or 20 towers with magic stone energy pools. And there is still a lot of surplus. Therefore, compared with other magic materials that need to be dispatched, the demand for magic stones is the easiest to meet. Moreover, Lin was kind enough to design the tower with a magic stone energy pool, but it did not require the use of purple level magic stones that even those with money might not be able to buy. This thing probably only has a little reserve in a magic stone vein, which is the essence resource at the core of the vein. It was like a small magic stone mine that when once drained, the purple transformation level magic stone dugout was no more than the size of a fist. The largest thing Lin had ever seen was the core of the Silverbeard Dwarf Guardian, which was slightly larger than an ordinary person. This size can be described as incredible. But considering that the silver-bearded dwarves are the royal bloodline of the former dwarf empire, it is not so surprising to have such a rare treasure. However, the purple level magic stone is not needed, and the remaining 6th level magic stones of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and indigo are still at the 1st level. After all, there is a design rule for the magic stone energy pool, which is that the inner layer of magic stone must be 1 level higher than the outer layer, and the core must be of the highest grade. This order cannot be reversed. It's like building a layer of dams. The upstream dam must be built higher than the downstream dam for it to work. If it is reversed, for the dam, the upstream dam is broken. For the magic stone energy pool, it may cause a reverse flow of power. The characteristics of power are not like alternating current, but more like direct current. Once reverse flow occurs, it is a trivial matter to burn out electrical appliances. Think about what might happen if magic is out of control. And you must be prepared in the same way when there is a reverse flow of power. However, during the process of creating the magic stone energy pool, a small episode occurred. As we all know, magic stones are strategic reserve materials that can be used in many magic props. Although the master of Lost Land likes to follow the berserker style, magic circles and magic equipment, these magic props that can eliminate the need to recite lengthy spells in battle, are quite popular. When there is a tailwind, this is the guarantee for suppressing the enemy. When there is a headwind, this is the key to saving one's life. Since the Magic Stone energy pool will consume a lot of money, the Narain District chapter must of course find a way to make up for this loss. The funds are shared by the magicians, who will become tower owners, and the Narain District chapter. The amount determines their right to speak in the future. Anyway, someone has to pay for the money spent. Although MIDI does not have a complete set of economic theories, and all businessmen do things based on intuition, relevant economic phenomena still exist, and will not be different because of this. Simply put, under the law of supply and demand, when market prices rise, it means that supply is tight. Magic stones are buried in the ground. Unlike crops, which rely on the sky for food, as long as the mines are still there and transportation is no problem, prices are basically quite stable. The only cause of fluctuations is changes in market demand. So the current phenomenon in the magic stone market means that people outside the Narain District chapter are also buying magic stones. It may be that sellers see the magic stone energy pool taking off and are bullish on the price of magic stones, so they are ready to hoard them. It is also possible that those who are preparing to follow up and create a magic stone energy pool are scanning the market for their own plans. Regardless of the background and purpose of those who compete with the Narain District chapter for magic stones, the result is clear. That is, the price of magic stones has increased, and it is not necessarily possible to buy them. The people from the Narain District branch didn't intend to interfere with the changes in the market, but they didn't expect to be cheated in vain. They don't know the situation of other people. However, the district association only wants to bring back the declining reserves, and there is no urgency. So there is no need to replenish the inventory when this magic stone is at its most expensive. Whether those who join the game make money or lose money has nothing to do with them. The most urgent task for the magicians is to build the new headquarters of the district branch as soon as possible. And when it comes to ambition, the masters of the Narain District branch are not satisfied with the new deployment of the 12-ring tower. They also want to turn the houses in the living area into a magic circle city like Shield City. Large towns that have been developed for a long time have all kinds of problems. Although in name only, the local lord had all the power. But in fact, everyone knows that politics has never been a simple mathematical problem where 1 + 1 is greater than 1. It is basically impossible to transform this kind of town into a magic circle city. Because once this kind of transformation starts, it will definitely be a big project. Whether it is a dead thing like a house or a living thing like a person, there is nothing that is not difficult to deal with. In this case, it is better to build a new city. Isn't this what the Narain District chapter is doing? The president's idea was very clear. From the beginning, he never thought about occupying a place in Shield City. Instead, they should imitate the Magic Circle City and build a second circle of cities around it. To build the new headquarters of the Narain District chapter into a Magic Circle City, such a large-scale project will definitely not be successful. First of all, outside Shield City, there is an area belonging to the farm established by the elf druid, which cannot be surrounded by a complete circle. Secondly, in order to completely relocate the Narain District branch headquarters, the area of the second ring city will not be much smaller than that of Dun City. Even with the combined strength of the two empires, the Magic Circle City could not be completed in the first time. The magicians in Narain District did not think that they could build the second ring Magic Circle City with their financial resources. Even if everyone can do such a thing with all their wealth, not everyone will be willing to pay such a cost. Therefore, the best way is to find volunteers who are willing to cooperate, and let these people reserve the location of the houses to be built and concentrate them in a certain area. It is impossible to build all the planned new Narain District branch headquarters into a Magic Circle City, but it is easy to concentrate on one area. There is no doubt that this Magic Circle community that was built together will be the most important location of the new Narain District branch headquarters in the future. Therefore, apart from the group of magicians who concentrated on studying the Magic Stone energy pool, other magicians devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the cracking and layout of the Magic Circle City. The designs for the two Magic Circle cities, Shield City and E City, were not handed over to the Magicians Association. But after all, it is under everyone's nose, and a considerable part is entrusted to the current owner to complete. So the design drawings have been handed over long ago. This is no different than making this knowledge public. Moreover, the Magic Circle City sounds grand and intimidating, but at its core, it is still the knowledge of the combination of Magic Tower and Energy Pool. The magicians in the Lost Land understood the twists and turns inside just by taking a glance. Even if you don't understand it for a while, you will understand it after thinking about it for a while. What I don't understand is how many magical functions did the designers of Shield City and E-City embed in this city-scale magic circle. It is no small task to study the Shield City and the E-City thoroughly. Wanting to establish a magic community at the new Nayland District branch headquarters is another subject. A group of masters who focus on this are working together to invest in the planning of this large-scale city-level project. But this time, they didn't dare to just copy it like the Magic Stone Energy Pool. Because none of the magisters at the top of the Nayland District Council hope that the place they built as a place to settle down will be controlled by the twin towers of the gate like the two Magic Circle cities. Therefore, the safest approach is to design it yourself. Chapter 1741 Tower Master's Recent Achievements. More than half a year has passed since the carnival initiated by many Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods. As the owner of the Twin Towers at the side gate of the Abyss, Lin devotes most of his time to his own research topics. But of course, he is also paying attention to the changes in Shield City and East City. At least when the envoy from the Nayland District chapter came to his door, he personally received him and negotiated some results. After that, I spent some time every day to care about the progress of the relocation of the Nayland District branch headquarters. After all, people are doing things under their noses. If you don't pay attention at all, it's okay for the elders of the Magician Association to make some unpleasant tricks. But if they make some conspiracy against the Twin Towers of Gate, it will be troublesome. However, someone has obviously been separated from the main human society for too long, and does not care about the direction of public opinion on the forum. So he does not know how powerful his evil reputation is. To use the most commonly used description in my hometown, it can stop children from crying at night, which is on the same level as the Ant Tiger I heard about when I was a child. It's just that Ant Tiger is fake, and she is real. In short, the masters of the Nayland District chapter have sincerely surrendered to us. At least until they stand firm. They will not attack the dominance of the Twin Towers of Gates. Even if a certain tower owner does not want to control it, everyone still exists by default, and will launch an attack. Not to mention the issue of whether the current tower owner can afford it or not. Once they begin to covet the Twin Towers, will the two empires of Guana and Hater, the Elven Forces, the World Tree Bosses, and the Gold Goddess really remain silent and just watch the show? The destruction of the demon army is enough to prove that no matter how hard it is, it will not work. To be honest, with all the forces mentioned above gathered together, a small branch of the Magicians Association is not even qualified to hold a shoe, let alone sit at the negotiation table and hope to get a piece of the pie. Besides, there are also some minor problems within the Nayland District branch. Relocating the headquarters is quite radical. So at this time, the division that leads all this cannot afford the negative impact of any failure. Then until the construction of the new headquarters is completed and the company is completely established, it will not make any other radical moves. Avoid adding unnecessary difficulty to a situation that is already difficult enough for you. In the absence of adequate communication, everyone can only guess what others are thinking based on their performance. All parties surrounding the Twin Towers of the Gate maintain a semblance of peace in this situation, where they are afraid of both sides. Lin had already foreseen this situation. Anyway, what you can see in front of you is that none of them are talents who bow down to their own domineering aura. Everyone has their own thoughts, and they don't even hide it. Of course, Lin couldn't beat the opponent to death just because there was a threat. Everyone can do what they want as long as they don't touch their own limits. Fortunately, someone's limit is very low. Therefore, he was more curious than wary about the relocation of the Nayland District branch headquarters, and he was optimistic about the outcome. In a chaotic situation, the more forces involved, the more beneficial it will be to those who are watching the fight from afar. Initially, the two empires were introduced for the plan of the Twin Towers of the Gate. Instead of following the relationship between the old Kawe Gong and leaning towards the Guana Empire, Lin also had the intention of keeping the two empires in check with each other. The joining of the Elven forces is to buy insurance for the interests of the World Tree Bosses. Avoid being without representatives at the negotiation table and having your rights and interests arbitrarily divided by others. The three forces not only need to support themselves, but also need them to check and balance each other. When Shield City and East City were officially established, demons entered the game. And then more and more small forces on the human side also entered the game, in order to counter the official forces of the two empires. The latter united again, but they were also wary of each other. This situation couldn't be better for someone. Anyway, as long as everyone pays attention to each other, they can prevent them from using all their efforts on the Tower Master of the Twin Towers of Gates. even though they may be connected together to use the overwhelming force to force the tower owner to give in, trying to gain more benefits. But the fight will only be about some small projects, and things will not go to extremes. As long as we can withstand such pressure, the situation will not suddenly slip in a bad direction. This is the advantage of the public decision-making system. Things will change, but it will only be a gentle change, rather than a sudden 180-degree U-turn. But there are also disadvantages. That is, once the path goes astray, it may get further and further away, and eventually go astray thousands of miles away. Even if a powerful person comes forward at this time, he still cannot pull him back even if he wants to. The cause of this major flaw also lies in its original advantage, which is that it is difficult for public opinion to produce a major change that is completely different from the social atmosphere and public consensus. It can only go along with the flow. That's why a certain ancestor from his hometown would say that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. However, the shield market and the easy market have formed a public decision-making system. Unless someone refuses to give in under pressure, the road may not be bent in any direction. In a short period of time, it is difficult for so many people to reach a consensus of extreme opinions, unless the magic tower really did something outrageous today, or harm the interests of an entire group, directly triggering public outrage. Otherwise, the transcendent status of the twin towers of the gate will only become increasingly difficult to shake. In the past 6 months, when the headquarters of the Nayland District branch was relocating, Lin could rely on his biggest reliance to study his magic project with peace of mind. During this period of time, there were actually 3 topics that made rapid progress. The most important thing is the indescribable magic tower disguise plan. Secondly, at the end of the Ishur battle against the Abyss, the magic attack method displayed by Kurigane Kuma allowed someone to sort out the magic he had learned again. The last item is to enter the results of observing the starry sky with the 2 large-scale astronomical telescopes on the top of the twin towers of the gate, as well as the star map data drawn after various calculations. This last item is actually what Lin did to find the Earth when he was in the Southwest Peninsula. At that time, I did find the approximate location of the solar system. And then, I got in touch with the gods in my hometown. It can be regarded as the first cheating of a time-traveling group, since I want to observe the starry sky in both the Lost Land and the Abyss. I try to use triangulation to find more accurate Earth coordinates. So the work done in the Southwest Peninsula must be done again in the Abyss, since we have to do it again in the Abyss. And the observation tools are also changed from shotguns to cannons. It is better to reobserve and calculate the various data in the Lost Land. And the various automation programs originally designed have been upgraded with today's vision and technology. The results originally produced on the Southwest Peninsula can be regarded as a standard answer, used to verify new procedures and observation results. This part of the work is a bit like putting old things in new bottles. Compared with other projects, it doesn't require too much thought. Therefore, it is a research topic that is very suitable for relaxing and changing your mood. Although I was working on it intermittently, it was completed in more than half a year. The second item is to reorganize the magic attack methods that I have mastered. There is no doubt that the shock brought by Kurigane Kuma's record is very shocking. Not only those outsiders who knew the final results, but Lin, a bystander, was particularly shocked. Lin has always believed that the most efficient way to attack magic is to reduce the conversion process as much as possible, because any kind of conversion will produce entropy that cannot be used, which is waste. And each conversion also takes time, even if it only takes a few microseconds, or even less. The accumulation of these times may very well become the key to determining victory or defeat. Then energy bullets that purely condense power should be the most energy-saving and efficient magic attack. In contrast, the magic masters of Lost Land like to use melee combat to deal with enemies after adding a bunch of supports, instead of using magic attacks to cause damage. The choices are more or less based on the same idea. A very simple calculation example. Assuming that a magician has enough power to perform 10 magics a day, then if he uses the amount of these 10 magic spells to support himself, he may be able to continue fighting for about an hour and cause more than 100 people to be killed. If this magician uses all the 10 magic spells to set off fireballs, he can guarantee that he will kill 10 enemies, considering the possible damage caused by the fireball splash. Perhaps the number of people injured can be higher, but it will not be the same as the results caused by melee combat. Even in higher-level battles, those superior beings can produce astonishing destructive power with just a few movements. The so-called magic is like breathing and heartbeat, almost the result of instinct. This approach all implies that magic is actually not that important. Attack, then hit the enemy and cause damage. This is the goal of all offensive methods. This is actually a very scientific man's idea. But it is not magical at all. Before that battle, Lin had never been aware of this problem. It's not the same as the situation of a certain time traveler, because the magicians in Lost Land can only cast a limited amount of magic in order to maintain their fighting power. Their first choice is of course auxiliary magic that enhances physical abilities. Attack magic is used as a life-saving means at critical moments. If magic attacks are used as the main attack method, and a single magician does not have unlimited power support, then the crisis will easily arise after he squanders all his power. This is why the magic tower supported by an energy pool can become the strongest war fortress in the land. The energy pool has a semi-infinite power, as long as the reserve is not drained in a short time. The energy pool is as inexhaustible as it can continuously produce power and support the magic tower to attack the enemy. However, Midi's inefficient use of magic circles and magic towers failed to allow anyone to discover their potential and truly terrifying power, until Kurogane Kuma, supported by the Hagairas, made that stunning blow, killing more than 20 Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods in one fell swoop. In that battle, about half of the God-level demons died in the hunt before the final battle. But Lin believed that even if these demons remained until the end, they would die under the blow of Kurogane Kuma, because when the amount and type of magic accumulate to an astronomical level in a short period of time, its power will be superimposed to an even more incredible level. This is a special use of compound magic, just like the harmony of ice and fire attack magic, which can exert unimaginable power, when there are dozens or hundreds of types of magic to be reconciled. How powerful should it be? Chapter 1742. Concerns faced seriously for the first time. The reason why I would not do my job properly and start 2 other studies was as mentioned above, to change my mood. The camouflage issue of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss has become many times more complicated than originally imagined. Thanks to the appearance of the red flower slime and the acquisition of 2 new pieces of information, the body of the abyss may be another alien god. As some people say, the ignorant are fearless. The more you know, the more variables there are, and the more worries you have. The particularly troublesome point is, to what extent can it be considered qualified? That is to say, I can peek into the starry sky in the abyss world at will without disturbing the sleeping alien gods. Prevent the other party from getting angry and turning yourself into a scumbag. This is a problem with no precedent, no standards, and no idea of where the passing line is. And it seems that there is no chance to test it, because if it fails, it is likely to usher in a destruction-level disaster. Thinking of those astral-sized alien gods, Lin didn't even have to remember what they looked like. Just their size could make him tremble. It's like an elephant rolling over an ant. You don't need to think about any skills or strength at all. Just step on it. And when I learned that Abyss was probably an alien god, and then experienced the battle where Kurogane Kuma appeared, the complexity of the problem had risen to another level. Of course, Lin has no way of knowing the origin of the black gold ball mill. That is, the stump of that indescribable thing. Even Finn, who had used the power of alien gods to trap and kill many old gods, couldn't explain it. Midi does not have complete knowledge of the Cthulhu system, and does not know names such as Azathoth and Nyarlathotep. It means that the names of these things are also given by people. From a practical perspective, it is the authors who participated in the creation of the Cthulhu world. Judging from the situation in the world of Cthulhu, those names are derived from the inheritance of ancient evil god believers. It may be that these foreign gods responded to the prayers of believers, and therefore gave them their names. Or maybe it's those people who stare into the darkness, and fill up their own minds with all kinds of knowledge. Then, what is not what it is what it is. Or to put it nicely, it is called a convention, and it became the consensus of everyone. For those beings, the lost world only uses the term outer gods in a very general way to represent the entire group. This statement comes from the gods. The reason why the gods can ignite the divine fire is because the beliefs of the people in the land have gathered to a certain extent. Eventually, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, and the gods will become gods. In other words, the connection between the gods and the lost land is very close. If the lost land did not exist, they would not exist. The same situation applies to the Abyss, the Abyss Lord, and the Abyss Evil Gods. So no matter how the demons and gods mess around, they will not have the main purpose of destroying humans and other species of Homo sapiens. Of course, it is even less possible to destroy the world. It is as if the purpose of all capitalists is to make more money. gather greater momentum, gain higher power, and ultimately achieve a monopoly. No one wants to destroy the existing financial system. Protecting it must be the consensus of everyone. However, the outer gods do not have this level of concern, and they act more unscrupulously. In fact, from a certain perspective, this is not unscrupulous, but a more terrifying lack of care. It doesn't matter whether mankind perishes or the world dies. This is also the most nerve-wracking part for Lynn. The gods in Lost Land are similar to the Greek gods in my hometown. Not to mention the licentious and immoral parts. They are all very human. However, the outer god is not a human being or a beast, but something that cannot be understood by the human brain. This means that I cannot use human thoughts to figure out the thoughts of foreign gods. I can only understand the other party's behavior. But what exactly is the core of this behavior is unknown. Regardless of religious background, man or woman, good or bad, as long as people live in human society, the principles of good and evil are generally the same. But the positions are different. For the sake of interests, people will use various reasons to rationalize their actions. For example, war, to a more detailed level, is killing. Or it may be theft, deception, betrayal, or even acts of mercy and mercy. Do people who do these things really have no sense of good and evil? I guess not. But they can always find reasons to convince themselves to do these things, putting aside those behaviors that are rationalized for reasons. The core of human beings is the same regardless of religion or gender. At least everyone can understand what each other is saying when discussing. But the outer gods are different. It's like the closest living thing to humans is chimpanzees. However, chimpanzees can at most understand the meaning of human behavior, but cannot understand human thoughts and knowledge. And of course, cannot participate in discussions and research. In the same way, people can understand the destruction and killing after the arrival of external gods, but there is no way to understand his intention and why. A neurological stress response caused by some kind of trigger? Or the hunger that treats human beings as some kind of food? For fun? Or even instinctively destroy everything that comes into contact that moves? I think about this because it involves a very important core issue. Lynn had probably thought about it before, but didn't think about it seriously. But now he had to think about it. Disguise the twin towers of the gate so that when you peek into space, you will not be noticed by the astral-level alien gods floating around the abyss, thus causing unnecessary trouble. This is the prerequisite for doing it all yourself. However, the research that has been ongoing is how to guide the core wonder of the energy pool of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, the aura of the indescribable thing, to put a layer of camouflage on the magic tower, pretending to be one of the outer gods. But no matter how much you do, you can only focus on the phrase, "Disguise the twin towers of the gate." I have never considered whether disguise can really avoid attracting unnecessary attention and trouble. Perhaps when the magic tower really takes on the skin of an outer god, it will arouse the curiosity of those real outer gods, and thus make some kind of reaction to itself. And this reaction may not be in line with human beings' views of good and evil. And there are also interests. They may tear the magic tower and a certain tower owner to pieces, just like innocent babies tearing a rag doll to pieces. Of course, it's also possible to just cast a clear, curious gaze to see what someone is doing, then wait thousands of years for the next reaction. By that time, someone's bones will be cold, and they won't care anymore. In short, any reaction is possible, but none can be predicted. They are not like the Homo sapiens species headed by humans, who can use benefits to seduce people, drive people's behavior, or become angry because of offense. Just like the old saying from my hometown, money makes the world go round. The behavior of alien gods cannot be predicted with human wisdom. So I want to rely on the method of disguising the magic tower to safely peek into the starry sky. This approach is actually a bit wishful thinking. This kind of difficulty is the reason why the research done by someone seems to have no end. In the past, these things would have been just a passing thought, because I don't have a magic tower in my hand. I don't have a star map to go home. And of course, I don't have the opportunity to take a detailed look at what the outer space of the abyss is like. But things are different now. With the magic tower in hand, the troubles in the Lost Lands and the abyss are almost solved. As long as no other accidents happen, I think I can live a good and peaceful life for a few years. The space telescope on the top of the tower has been prepared for a long time. All the elements are complete. All he has to do is press the button. As mentioned above, all of this has no precedent and cannot be tested. Pressing the button will cause you to double glare, either capsizing or succeeding. There is no third outcome. Once the boat capsizes, depending on the opponent's size, the outcome will definitely not be much better. If he dies and his soul disappears, this can be considered a good ending. The most likely outcome is the destruction of either the land of enchantment or the abyss. Someone who has always used the greatest malice to speculate on the worst outcome of things and made maximum preparations feels for the first time that the outcome is so bad that he cannot bear it. The best way, of course, is not to do it. But even if there is a star map of the Earth found in the Southwest Peninsula era as a basis, his flash technique can ignore the limitations of time and space and carry out ultra-long distance transmission. But at this astronomical distance, a decimal point error of 1 million digits can send you to a place that is beyond the reach of 8 poles. If you send yourself directly to the core of a black hole or star, and you will be free from illness and disaster, then forget it. What I fear most is not being able to die quickly and dragging on a miserable life. Unlike the mysterious land and the abyss, the mysterious star and the abyss body are used as absolute coordinates. So your flash technique does not need to recalculate where you are after each flash. With interstellar level movement, you can imagine that after each flash, if you can survive, you have to repeat the things you did in the lost land today. Observe the starry sky. Compare the star map. Confirm your position and the direction of the Earth. And then flash. If you don't have time to finish these things, the only outcome is to die somewhere in outer space and become a corpse floating in the universe. This possibility is not low, but it is the one with the highest probability among the results predicted by someone. Considering the density of various stars in the universe, the chance of being unlucky enough to teleport yourself directly into or near a certain star is really slim. And in this case, there aren't many outsiders someone can look to. The only one who has the best chance of success is the former Demon King. The others are either not capable enough or unable to relate to each other. The price demanded by the World Tree bosses was too high, and Lin did not dare to ask again. Thinking about it, in order to find the way home, I approached the World Trees and asked for help. The price was that he spent decades solving legendary level world tasks for them. If everything were to be made public, if there were history books and historians in the land, they would have to write a separate chapter for themselves. The evaluation of whether it is good or bad will wait until the coffin is closed. If we ask for help this time, it involves the outer gods. And I don't know if the World Trees are capable of handling it. So the asking price will definitely not be much lower. If these big guys are like the lawyers back home, they don't do anything and charge for consultations, then why don't you cry? Why most ordinary people don't like to resolve matters through legal means? It's not because the threshold is too high. Even asking for consultation to assess how much opportunity cost you have to pay has its own costs. Normal people would of course keep it at arm's length. Chapter 1743 Helper. As for fun, the situation is much simpler. She doesn't need to pay for it, and she won't refuse anyone's request. But don't expect to be like the Oculus store. As long as you are not satisfied with the results, you can ask the store as God to continue to do things according to your own ideas. This is what I made. Do you want love? That's what Finn thinks. In terms of actual actions, the former Demon King was annoyed twice by a certain Tower Master who wanted to go home. And the results of both times were very consistent with her personality. The first time was after the energy pool of the Twin Gate Towers was successfully ignited. Lin conducted research on the subject of magic tower camouflage. That time I asked Finn to help, and she did take action. But in Finn's eyes, a certain tower owner did not dare to actually use the work she had tried her best to complete for various reasons. This was not her problem. Therefore, the former Demon King magnificently ignored Lin's unfounded behavior. What Lin didn't dare to complain about was that even Finn herself couldn't guarantee that her method would work. The former Demon King just said with a serious face, "I have tried my best." Then he left the back of his head. Just trying your best is useless. Just make sure it's feasible. Of course Finn couldn't hear someone shouting in his heart like this. But even if she heard it, she would probably just snort from her nose and continue to do her own thing. They really use the devil as a coolie, and the coolies as slaves. Believe it or not, there will be a class reversal in the next second. Long live the revolution. The second time, due to the mutation of the magic tower, the appearance of the red flower slime, and the speculation that Abyss was also a member of the outer gods, 2 new conditions appeared, which made Finn agree to help for the second time. This time, she also used her own ideas to hand over what she thought was the best plan according to someone's request. But it was still the same problem. Lin's various worries prevented him from mustering up the courage to actually use the disguised plan designed by combining his and Finn's wisdom. Finn also expressed that he had done the best he could, but still could not guarantee the consequences. Besides, She has a lot of things at hand. And most of them are not just self-satisfied research. It is the kind of subject that requires exchange of opinions with many people. And the target is still a group of people from the Three Holy Light Church. Mainly the Archbishop of Life. Although Finn's ability and age are enough to look down upon these old men with gray beards. But after getting along for a long time and getting to know each other better, I have developed a good impression and respect for these old men who have a limited lifespan but are willing to give everything. Therefore, as long as there are no special circumstances, then will not disrespect these old men wantonly. Every Archbishop of Life must be placed in a noble group, which is also a king-level figure who rules over a party. Of course, it is impossible for such a person to come to Shield City and just be in a daze without doing anything for several days. Because the busiest church in the entire lost world with a large number of believers is the Church of Three Holy Lights. Among them, the priests and bishops of the Lord of Life system are treated with courtesy wherever they go. And they are busy enough to be treated with this courtesy. No reason. Just because everyone looks to this group of people to save their lives as long as they have some trouble. However, the miracles of the Lord of Life are expensive, even over the past few hundred years. The price has only increased slightly, with no signs of loosening up. According to the Oracle, he hopes to use this as a threshold to prevent people from wasting his divine grace just because of minor illnesses. If this goddess really spreads her miracles without any restrictions, believe it or not, countless people will use divine grace to extend their lives, making Lost Land a terrifying world without dead people. Although money cannot truly measure the value of a person's life, it is better than leaving the power to your own bishops or priests to judge who can live and who cannot live from the heart. The latter may have more problems and be more complex. Even gods are often deceived by people's extreme emotions in certain situations. Not to mention that when listening to a mortal's prayers, one has to examine whether his past or future is worthy of his divine grace. It is the purview of other gods to peer into fate and final judgment. The Lord of Life has no such function. This is why the priests and bishops of the Lord of Life system hope to open up a new path of treatment. I hope it can be cheaper so that more people can benefit. I just cooperated with a former lich and a former demon king. Because after all, only the rich who can afford the price of miracles are protected by the Lord of Life. The poor can only rely on herbal medicine, or pray to a certain god to recover naturally, or receive a free miracle, just to save some money, and use it in other places that are also needed. However, the latter only happens in certain stories or rumors. No matter how much you save, there will be times when you can't hold on. At that time, the cost of treatment will be too high for these poor people to afford, and they will have to wait to die. In order to change this situation, this group of priests, whose mission is to save people, looked for ways other than gods to solve this problem. Of course, this is not a betrayal of faith, but an expansion of the scope of the Lord of Life's priesthood, because everyone has received answers in the Oracle. As long as they find a way to treat patients that does not consume divine grace, the loving goddess will not prevent her followers from using new methods to save people. The development of medicine will eventually touch that restricted area one day in the future. At that time, the goddess who has engraved her medical functions on her godhead may have to stop her again. But no matter what, it is better than letting people abuse their divine grace and play with that forbidden area now. He is the Lord of Life, and death is a part of life. The end. The god of death is in charge of what happens after death. If there is really no more death in Lost Land, unless he can find a reasonable way to create another cycle of life. Otherwise, collapse and destruction will be the only fate of the Lord of Life. This truth has long been conveyed to all his believers from the Oracle, and has even been recorded in the Holy Book of the Three Holy Lights. This is also why the bishops and priests of the Three Holy Light Church, the Lord of Life system, are so actively looking for other methods. However, every Archbishop of Life who comes to Shield City to participate in medical research has limited time, because the number of rich people is unimaginable. These people are so busy that they have no time to spare. So as soon as the time limit is reached, they must leave and exchange other life archbishops to continue their research. After all, every archbishop and even priest has his or her own diocese to be responsible for, and cannot stay out for too long. A land abandoned by the gods. If such rumors appear without a good reason, it will lead to a decrease in their faith, and eventually they will be abandoned by humans. This also shows that the new god of Midi is not really aloof. Otherwise, he would not need to care about what humans think. The old gods, who were accomplished by nature, were more in line with the cold image of being aloof and aloof. But in the end, they also encountered the backlash of the level of destruction. as the core of medical research. Although Finn is not irreplaceable, her wisdom is included in all research. Every life archbishop, bishop, and even priests come and go. When they come, they will share their research experience with the medical researchers in Shield City. When they leave, they will also take away the latest research results. Precisely because they came and left. Fun, the only one who participated in the whole process, became a very important anchor, integrating all medical research results. Needless to say, she is also a top researcher herself, the founder and master of mysterious medicine. Even because of his identity as a former lich, it has vaguely disturbed the emotions of the evil camp people in the magical world. People who will enter the dark side and hide themselves in the shadows may not necessarily be born evil. There are also people who are finally forced to enter that world due to various unavoidable reasons. If there was a way to salvation, who wouldn't want to take it? But things are not that easy after all. Not everyone is like Finn, who has a chance to start over after thousands of years of imprisonment. However, with the first established example, I believe that the time for the second and third ones is not far away. This kind of positive identity that has been recognized by the world again makes Finn addicted to it. At least, after reviving her life, she would no longer be confused about what she was going to do after she was resurrected. Naturally, I will take it a little more seriously. Finn's attitude undoubtedly troubled a certain stakeholder. At least a certain tower owner who has reached an impasse in his research hopes that someone can join him in this quicksand-like predicament with no hope of escape. In fact, for Finn, being busy doesn't mean he is busy. It was also a way to kill time. But subconsciously, she didn't want to help someone find their way home. In short, being extremely confused is someone's emotion right now. No matter how many situations you imagine and predict all outcomes, if you use your own consistent judgment standards, giving up is the best option, and you should not consider other options. Finn certainly knows what someone's struggles are. She could also think of the situation that Lynn predicted. And it was probably pretty good. After all, someone has no reservations about her. Since there are no errors in the information and communication is flawless, the conclusions reached by the two people will not be too far apart. In terms of wisdom, no one loses. The only difference lies in their growth experience. In her opinion, someone just lacks the courage to make a desperate move. If he made a mistake and caused the destruction of the world, then wouldn't care, let alone get angry at someone. Maybe it would be a good idea to bloom a brilliant firework at the end of your life. But Finn wouldn't help that indecisive man make a decision. It wasn't her place to do. The only thing she can do is to wait, and then bear the final result together. It depends on whether you choose yourself. Choose to go home. Or if you choose the wrong one, everyone will be finished together. Perhaps for that man's purpose. It was right for the magic tower to not disguise itself at all. And maybe both of them have thought about this. But in the same situation, there is no evidence to support such a conclusion. In a word, the trouble is too great. The clues are too few. And one has to risk one's own life and the whole world. Someone has to think more about whether his thin shoulders can bear the consequences. Chapter 1744 Annoying Variables. Ultimately, the factor that disrupted someone's initial thinking was the discovery that there was a high probability that the Abyss was not an ordinary star, but could also be a star class. A sleeping alien god. This new discovery directly overturned Lynn's previous assumptions based on a certain phenomenon to a certain extent. The sky in the Abyss was covered by a layer of clouds as thick as mist, leaving no gaps. So being in the Abyss is like being in an underground world with a ceiling. It's just that the ceiling of the underground world in Midi is another rock formation. On the other side of the Abyss, there are clouds that are unknown how thick they are. If the Abyss is just a simple star, then this thick layer of clouds not only retains the heat generated by the star itself, preventing it from dissipating, but also allows the Abyss to have room for life to survive. Clouds also block prying eyes from outer space. Let the creatures living above the Abyss not fall into self-destructive madness because of the gaze of external gods. It's just that the demons living in the Abyss are still inevitably affected by the aura of external gods outside the Abyss. Therefore, their thoughts coexist with order, chaos and madness, and tend towards evil. In other words, the purpose of this thick cloud layer is for protection. So when you want to use the magic tower to break through the blockade of clouds and spy on the scene in outer space, to be on the safe side, you must give yourself another kind of protection to avoid unnecessary attention from outside gods. Because the natural protection measures have been removed independently, it is very reasonable to add another layer of protection for safety. It's just a matter of how safe it is. This was someone's problem before. But if the abyss itself is most likely a sleeping alien god, then what is the purpose of the thick clouds that cover the sky of the abyss? If you don't understand this problem, you are at a loss as to what to do next. The answer to this question came from the mouth of Melkor, the evil god of the abyss and the big-eyed demon. If the devil is an apostle of the abyss, then the mist cloud is indeed a kind of protection, preventing the devil from switching to the service of other outer gods. Just like the attitude of gods towards their believers. No one likes believers who originally worship themselves to worship other gods. Place the sacrifices that should be dedicated to yourself on the altars of other gods. But Melkor didn't dare to guarantee whether this answer was correct. And Lyn didn't dare to believe it. Because this is very similar to the answer that the abyss evil god can give. Especially since the other party has such needs. This is like the fable of the woodcutter who throws his axe. And whoever looks at his neighbor looks like an axe thief. With a fixed opinion in mind. It is easy to fit what you see and hear into your own ideas. Generally, there is no inheritance related to cloud knowledge among demons. So no one can ask even if they want to. Go ask the demon prince Azad, who is seeking the position of prince of the abyss? As soon as this thought arose, he was ruthlessly suppressed by himself. It feels like as soon as I open my mouth, it's like giving a handle to the other party for free. What do you think? Something is wrong. Or, go and ask the abyss yourself. This may be the way to get the most correct answer. Not to mention how to contact this big boss. Someone has not forgotten that he has repeatedly refuted Abyss's face and escaped from his hands. What does it mean to send myself to your door this time? There was no choice. Lyn could only make the most adequate preparations based on the known parts at hand. So far, Lyn has designed 3 packages of pine, bamboo and plum for himself. One is to follow the original plan and induce a trace of the strange object at the core of the energy pool to cover the magic tower, forming a layer of camouflage. This earliest idea has already made it possible to freely adjust the concentration of the covering breath. It ranges from the mildest to undetectable by humans and demons. But they will subconsciously feel disgusted by approaching the magic tower. The most intense situation is that the entire tower is like turning into an alien god, making people fall into madness at the sight of it. In fact, if it reaches this level, it is no different than the energy pool losing control. The difference is that Lyn is sure to lower the concentration back. But it may be irreversible for others. One is to let the red flower slime soak into the body of the magic tower, so that the two become one. This thing is not difficult for red flower slime to accomplish. What is difficult is to make this little guy, who is suspected of being a tower spirit, understand his thoughts. What is even more difficult is to let this little guy maintain this form. The red flower slime's behavior so far is more like a reaction after triggering a condition, and does not seem to be intelligent. Maybe it is like those alien gods, possessing a certain level of intelligence. But it is just beyond the comprehension of humans. The last method is also the most whimsical one. That's control of the black gold Kuma. The control here is not in the traditional sense. The complete domination of the superior over the inferior. In Lyn's mind, it's more like a fox pretending to be a tiger, hoping to wear the black gold ball mill's skin to give him the ability to deal with other foreign gods. As soon as they meet, the other person will be directly slapped to death due to their instinctive reaction. Of course, Kuragain Kuma has failed to show enough wisdom and independence now. So is it possible for me to control the other person like a puppet? Sometimes someone can't help but think so too much. Lyn once imagined grinding a black gold ball into his own throne. Support yourself and rise to the same level as the other gods, and then negotiate as equals. But such wishful thinking even feels ridiculous to myself. If something like that really happened, would the outer god be offended? Or would he really be willing to sit on an equal footing with me and discuss matters? Again, the wisdom of alien gods is beyond human comprehension. Lyn Xiring couldn't guess how they would react to his actions. But this kind of aimless pursuit must eventually have a paragraph. The results I got after racking my brains were almost as close to the limit that the exhaustive method could get. Lyn himself doesn't think that if he continues to get into trouble, there is hope of breaking through the current predicament. At this time, you still have to make your own choice. Should I give up? Or drag the whole world to gamble with me? Maybe the situation afterwards won't be so bad. Someone is trying to hypnotize themselves into believing this. There was actually a group of people he could turn to, but Lyn never considered them. That is the Hakiri, who have the most mysterious origins. He has not forgotten that although the red flower slime was indispensable for the emergence of the black gold Kuma, the Hagiris are also very important. But Lyn did not make such a request after all, except for the fact that in the first episode, when he had just obtained the twin towers of the gate and the energy pool was successfully ignited, Lyn asked for help. but only received various gag responses from the Hagairas. In the second time, Hagiri became a direct participant as part of Kurogane Kuma, asking them again at this time. Lin believed that the Hagairas would not plot to harm him. But how credible the answer was another question. This is not to say that Hagairas will deliberately deceive themselves, but as one of the parties involved. The imbalance of information, as well as the beginning of the Hagairas' extraordinary and mysterious origins, made Lin feel that if he knew too much from them, he would be easily misled. The most difficult part of convincing others to implement a plan is to put yourself in their shoes. This is why so many people's good advice cannot be accepted by others. This is not just advice that is offensive, but these people's suggestions are simply not feasible for the person involved. The reason why a bystander can make some of the best suggestions is actually just because he is not a player in the game, and the gains and losses have nothing to do with him. So these suggestions are not so much advice as they are self-righteous sarcastic remarks. There are not many strategists and counselors who truly know how to put themselves in other people's shoes. There are many people who only know how to talk and arrogantly believe that they are the right ones. However, the latter's irresponsible speech actually made it easier for them to integrate into a group. It's really ridiculous. If you blindly follow other people's advice without being able to see through the essence of the advice, then it's okay to be misled for a while. The most terrible thing is to be misled for a lifetime. The person whose life was ruined at that time was not those good friends or besties who made sarcastic remarks, but myself. Although the situation of Hagairas is different from that of superficial people with ulterior motives, but when it comes to possible developments and outcomes, it's hard to find any differences. In fact, it was only after experiencing Kurogane Kuma's amazing battle that Lin realized how ignorant he was about Hagiri. Lin got used to this way of getting along because of his familiarity with Hagiri, the one he first came into contact with, and the complaints and conversations he had with various friends in his daily life. Many times I forget that Hagiri is not a member of the Homo sapiens species, and certainly not a god from the lost world. Just like the outer gods, they have their own needs and their own rules of conduct. Although most Hagairas are extremely submissive, except for the outlier demon Sword in Zadu. It is also because in the past history, Hagairas must rely on the existence of the sword holder in order to act. Such restrictions make the behavior of Hagairas tend to be flattering. Because of the mastery of the flash technique, the Hagairas gained independent mobility and obtained the most important source of energy replenishment, being liberated from the long-term shackles. Although it has not yet reached the point of letting go of oneself, it also allows the Hagairas to regain their true colors. Not to mention that there are over 10,000 Hikiri in existence, and more than 99% of them were split from these special Hikiri after some Hikiri followed someone into the bizarre zero-dimensional world. These new Hagairas had the memories and partial knowledge inherited from their companions, but they had no personal experience of the suffering of those times. Although the personality more or less continues from the original body before the split, they can also be regarded as a new Hikiri. This is not to accuse Hagairas of becoming untrustworthy, but they do seem to be returning to their true nature. In this case, we have to consider the fact that the brain circuits are not on the same line as those of ordinary humans, and how much of what they say can be seamlessly integrated into humans for use. If you don't want to understand this matter and figure out where the middle point is, listening to Hagiri's opinion is just asking for trouble. Someone who feels that the difficulty of completing the level is already on the edge of the script-killing level does not want to cause any more trouble to himself. It can be said that Lin has done everything he needs to do now, unless one day I have a flash of inspiration and I have a new idea. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to make more preparations on the same topic. That's why we have the research results of 2 other projects, in order to change the mood of not making progress. Perhaps the moment of decision has come. Chapter 1745 Super Compound Magic. It was midsummer in the year 753 of the Aramaic calendar. More than a year has passed since the Abyss War, and the aftermath of the war has not completely dissipated. But the creatures living in Shield City and East City are like turning over a chapter, bringing the pace of life in the 2 Magic Circle cities back to the pre-war level, or even beyond the pre-war level. For the tower owner of the twin towers at the side door of the Abyss, 2 research projects have been completed. Unless there is more content to be added, there is nothing to continue. The most important thing is still hanging there with no end in sight. However, after 2 or 3 months of laziness, the tower owner suddenly became busy again. And this time it seems that it is not only satisfied with theoretical research and transformation of the magic tower itself. Instead, he purchased materials and made unknown magic props. At least, for the Brotherhood members who assisted in the purchase. They took the purchase list to some magicians, and no one could see what could be made from this list. The only thing that is certain is that the tower owner is probably preparing for war again, because there are many elemental types of magic materials in the list. In the hands of ordinary magicians, these may be made into attack staffs or used to draw special magic scrolls. The reason why we say we are preparing for war is because the amount specified is so large that it is exaggerated. Imagine that in the hometown of a traveler, suddenly a high-tech manufacturing boss assigned an employee a task to buy 1 ton of TNT and 3 tons of black powder. Even a normal person would find it abnormal. That's how the frat boys are feeling right now. Although a certain tower owner is a magician by profession, it is normal to purchase any magic materials. It will not be like the situation in the example where a high-tech industry purchases explosives that are impossible to use in the production and manufacturing process. But when the volume reaches a certain level, it becomes inappropriate in the eyes of some people. The tower owner's usual style was not to explain to outsiders. When someone asked, he just said simply and concisely, "I need to use it." That's all. If you ask again, you usually won't get a response. Those who were qualified to ask him serious questions were either not present or did not care. After all, in the eyes of these people, it is no longer strange for a certain tower master to have done extraordinary things. But when the movement reaches a certain scale, those who originally thought they didn't care have to care. The magic tower makes knocking sounds from time to time, and changes drastically every few days. This is a normal thing for fans. Otherwise, how could Master say that the magic tower is like a dumb creature that is growing and changing all the time? Therefore, it is not surprising to the humans and demons in East City that there is some commotion in the magic tower on the side of the abyss. It would be even more frightening if there wasn't any noise. Who knows if the tower owner is planning something in the tower, and who is planning to assassinate him? However, for Finn, the owner of the twin towers on the side of the lost world, this movement was extremely unusual. The reason is simple. The twin towers of the gate are one. Theoretically, no matter what modifications are made to the 2 towers, they should be symmetrical or complementary. Instead of one tower being built, the other is empty. What Lin is doing now is to add a bunch of strange devices around the huge astronomical telescope on the top of the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss. It looks rather complicated and incomplete, if we follow the rules for the reconstruction of the twin towers proposed by Lin before. Even if the 2 towers cannot be renovated simultaneously most of the time, they should be staggered between the 2 towers in a step manner. It's not that one tower is in place in one step, and the other one slowly follows up. This involves the coordination of powers in the towers of the gate. If it is a project involving core aspects, it is indeed necessary to ensure that the 2 towers are synchronized every second. If it is not part of the core, a slight time difference is allowed. But the progress of the twin towers cannot be too different. If the progress gap is too large, and the balance of the 2 towers is destroyed, it is likely to cause irreparable damage to the twin towers of the gate, and even the lost lands and the abyss. But now someone is concentrating on transforming the tops of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. In Finn's eyes, this matter is not just weird, but also a bit dangerous. A list of materials acquired by someone soon appeared in front of Finn. For this unprecedented combination, Finn certainly couldn't tell what strange thing the man was planning to create. However, compared to those outsiders who knew nothing, Finn, who knew a lot of inside information and had the same knowledge, could still see some clues. At least someone also asked her for help when conducting magical research on the Black Gold Kuma's final blow. It's just that those studies, although useful to that man and Finn himself, are meaningless to most magicians who are not strong enough. The threshold of strength is probably at the level where a mortal can challenge a god alone. The efficiency of activating hundreds of millions of magics in an instant is comparable to instinct. Only by reaching this state can one be able to fight against those gods who truly regard power as instinct. Finn himself can do this not only because of his strength, but also because of his past experience. In the late period of the Demon King's era, she was able to kill the old gods by herself, relying on some unknown tricks. These techniques, for those who are not strong enough, are harmful rather than helpful. So since her resurrection, she had not revealed it to the man or his apprentices. Not to mention my own apprentices, who still have to learn. And these little skills in chanting and spell casting, with a little modification, can be used to cast this unimaginably large magic. Anyway, when the number is superimposed to this scale, it is impossible to deal with it by randomness or temporary changes. This super compound magic has its own set of standards for the order of spell casting and the construction of spell models. After all, if you want to activate such a huge amount of magic in an instant, Efficiency is undoubtedly the most important thing. Since the efficiency must be fast, it is natural to combine the parts that can be combined. And from this center, countless magics extend outward. And one of the great advantages of this set of super compound magic is that even if several of the magics are countered or blocked during the casting process, there is no way to interrupt the casting of this magic. Compared to a scale of hundreds of millions, how much can the opponent counterattack? Even if the caster is confused, as long as more than 70% of the magic is cast successfully, this super compound magic can still produce terrifying power. Such conditions undoubtedly reduce the difficulty of Fen's spell casting. Even so, it was not easy for Fen to use this move. In terms of spell casting difficulty and power, this is a decisive victory spell, rather than a readily available combat spell. As for a certain man, he is a human-shaped magic tower. To do such a thing is very simple. Just give him some time to prepare. Once properly prepared, super compound magic can be used as easily as flash magic, which is very scary. It's just that it doesn't happen overnight that someone can use his flash technique as flexibly as he does today. Rather, it took a long time of additions and transformations to achieve today's results. Similarly, Fen still has no idea how effective that set of super compound magic can be in someone's hands. She only learned about Kurigane Kuma's glimpse from other people's reports. The scale of the magic test during the research process was much smaller. Although just for testing, this set of super compound magic has considerable power. But where is the limit of what that man can do? For a man who can always surprise people, Think dare not say for sure. But the point is, based on the magic tower, these things can be done. At least a large part of the research done by that man was how to transform it into tower magic, so that it could be used on his own subdimensional tower located in the dimensional gap. What Fen didn't expect was that the man would actually build a tower device of super compound magic on the top of the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. Maybe Fen hadn't seen the detailed design of the device. But from those key points, she, an insider, could see the function of the device. If it turns out later that this device is not used to perform super compound magic, then promises to break this thing into pieces, melt it into liquid form, and pour it into that guy's asshole. But the real question to ask is, why? If this set of attack magic is to be integrated into the defense and attack system of the twin towers of Gate, the two towers should be set up at the same time. Instead of like now, only the towers on the Abyss side are under construction, while the ones on the Lost Land side are quiet. And if it really needs to be done, it should be integrated into the main body of the magic tower, which is a 3-story building. It is not like now. It is built additionally on the top of the tower. MIDI's definition of a magic tower can be said to be quite strict. 3 floors are 3 floors. 4 floors are 4 floors. And the 5-story tower is the limit. Any behavior of growing taller is heresy. And of course there will be no magic tower designs of 6-story towers and 7-story towers, because there is no real meaning in building a higher tower. It is better to build a second tower and a third tower. There are many 2 united towers and 3 united towers all over the land. That's how they came about. Of course, a certain time traveler complained privately that this was because there was no elevator in the Lost Land. In the definition of a magic tower, the things on the top of the tower are redundant and added, and are not included in the content of the magic tower. Perhaps the power used by the device on the top of the tower will also be supplied by the energy pool of the magic tower. But in the system of magic formations, the things on the top of the tower are usually separated from the magic tower. For example, the space telescope on top of the twin towers of the gate. Another example is the most common thing, which provides the airship with supplementary power and mooring piles for anchoring. The characteristic of these things is that for the magic tower, whether it needs to be dismantled or rebuilt, added or subtracted, it is considered a minor operation, even if it is destroyed by the enemy in battle. The full functionality of the magic tower will not be affected. So what is the purpose of installing the super compound magic activating device on the top of the tower in the form of a plugin? To prevent the Abyss Lord or the Abyss Evil God from coming back? Even Fen himself didn't believe it when he said this kind of thing. Since those demons know how to seek good luck and avoid evil, the only choice they will make is not to approach the twin towers of the gate. Thinking about the time when she was the king of the land, why no demon dared to jump up and down in front of her despite the title of Demon King? Isn't it just that everyone was defeated? So what is the purpose of that man doing this? Chapter 1746 Insurance. When Fen wanted to know the answer, Lin wouldn't hide it. But when I said it, I still had to consider it more or less. There is no way. Some things really can't be finished even if we talk about them for 7 days and 7 nights. Maybe the speaker has no problem with it, but the listener may not have the patience. Someone's desire to tell a story is definitely high, but not every story is compelling. Therefore, Lin will briefly talk about the key points first. If he wants to hear the details, the person on the other side will naturally ask questions. Normally, Fan loses interest after hearing about it, unless the matter is related to herself, or involves some magical research, especially the latter, as long as it was a field that Fan had not been involved in, or a theory that she had never heard of. She was very interested. Perhaps this is how she should behave when she puts aside worldly grudges and entanglements and returns to her true nature as a magician. As for the transformation of the tops of the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss, Lin also made no secret. Since Fan's assistance will be needed later, it is even more impossible not to explain everything clearly. This Lord Demon King is not so stupid that she just makes one action when someone else gives him a command. Then he didn't ask anything and just acted stupidly. She has never been a good girl who obeyed what she was told. More like a red-maned horse that no one can tame. Speaking of things designed by Lai Lin, the source of the idea came from the Magicians Association. The greatest achievement of the Magicians Association is the formulation of the 69 3-ring apprentice level magics and the corresponding assessment rules. If you want to become an official magician, you have to pass 3 stages. There are 22 apprentice level magics in the first level assessment, 23 types in the second level assessment, and 24 types in the third level assessment. In each stage of the assessment, 10 types of magic will be randomly selected, and the magic apprentice is required to be able to perform them completely and restore them to their original state when necessary. For example, in the art of transformation, you have to transform yourself into the appearance of a giant and then return to normal. Only then can it be considered a success. If you are lucky, as long as you learn 30 apprentice level magics, you will be able to become an official magician and hang up the golden thread that represents a magician. But this situation is unlikely to happen. The basic quality of a magician is to believe in one's own wisdom more than in luck. However, as long as he learns these 69 kinds of magic and does not need to do any additional magic research, this magician can be regarded as a powerful and omnipotent person. After all, it involves a lot of advanced content, including time, space, teleportation, etc. Many official magicians can only say that they have learned these 69 apprentice-level magics, but they dare not say that they are proficient in them all. Most formal magicians master between 50 and 60 apprentice-level spells. The rest can only be said to have been successfully performed, not really learned. Of course, they are still far from the level of proficiency. Even after passing the examination, he returned the knowledge to his teacher. Then, there is a golden thread hanging on it. But it does nothing. When encountering the enemy, they just knock it, which is why there are many people there. The same is true for someone. Just one flash technique, and it is popular all over the world. A person who travels through time with serious biases can still have a good time being a master, along with the advanced content involved in some apprentice-level magic. There are dangers in learning and using it. If the young apprentice messes around and causes a devastating disaster, it is not impossible. Therefore, the teaching and inheritance of magic always like to be conducted in places with vast land and sparsely populated areas. The main purpose of the early magic tower was to provide a place for magicians to study and live. The value of the war fortress is actually just a side function of the magic tower. In view of the dangers of magical research, such locations will also choose sparsely populated wilderness areas. In the process of teaching disciples, the harm to innocent people will also be effectively reduced. In addition to sending inspectors to the magician's residence to conduct apprenticeship assessments for apprentices, the method chosen by most people is to centralize the Magicians Association branches in various places to conduct regular assessments. It is usually held one day a month, and is determined by each local branch, because the former usually has to pay several times the assessment fee as travel expenses and business trip assessment expenses for the inspector and his entourage, except for extremely wealthy families or magicians who have no choice but to do so. Most people would not choose this method. After all, there are standard magic props that need to be carried for assessment and testing. Usually these things are not easy to move, and naturally require the assistance of followers and convoys. Then when the Magicians Association conducts assessments, they must be aware of the risk of losing control and find a way to prevent or even suppress it, because every branch of the Magicians Association is itself a population gathering place. If any magic explodes or causes an accident in such a location, It will be a disaster with heavy casualties. Therefore, in various branches, the location used for magic apprentice assessment is a specially decorated room, house, or any closed location. This place has all the props or tools used to perform 69 kinds of magic verification, as well as some special props or magic circles to deal with emergencies. The most special setting, and it will definitely be there, is the magic circle of the banishment technique. The power to enable is in the hands of the inspector who supervises the assessment. As long as the magic apprentice's magic is out of control during the assessment process, and it is difficult to deal with it, the final resort is to cut the entire space out of the lost landmaster plane and exile it to an unknown place. The classic method is to solve the problem if it cannot be solved. Then solve the person who created the problem. Using the same method, if the space telescopes on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss caused an irreversible disaster in the process of exploring the starry sky, then carrying out antimatter-level annihilation operations at the source of the disaster should be able to prevent the disaster from continuing to develop. When the target of the outer god's attention disappears, their curiosity should also cease. Just like a neurological response. When the stimulus is gone, the response is gone as well. Although this is also speculation, Lin believes that the credibility is much greater than the various assumptions he has made before. Because from the past to the present, the outer gods have one code of conduct that remains unchanged. That is, they never take the initiative. It was always in the lost land or abyss that someone took the initiative to provoke them. And they only responded. Just like the sentence about looking directly into the abyss. But the abyss never actively looks at people. The more troublesome thing is that the red flower slime is a key point and cannot be absent from what is going to happen. Simply put, the red flower slime will serve as a bait-like existence to attract the attention of outside gods and focus on it. In this way, when Lin's behavior of observing the starry sky in the abyss caused excessive and unnecessary attention from the outside gods, Lin could throw away this attention along with the red flower slime. As for whether this will cause problems, Lin believed that there was some damage, but compared to a disaster of the level of world destruction, those small injuries seemed not unacceptable. Besides, the red flower slime was born from the strange object at the core of the energy pool. There is a great chance that even if the slime's form is destroyed, it can eventually reshape its form due to the power of the energy pool and appear everywhere in the magic tower as before. Such characteristics are equivalent to giving the magic tower an excellent homogeneous substitute, disguise, and agent. If it is destroyed, I believe there will be physical pain, but it will not endanger the fundamentals. Is it possible that the red flower slime is the most important key, the soul of the two towers of gates? Compared to the body of the magic tower, the destruction of red flower slime will bring more serious consequences. This possibility exists. But the twin towers of the gate and the red flower slime are not those alien gods that can be seen but cannot be touched. And everything can only be guessed. After a series of tests, the results prove that the actual situation should belong to the former. That is to say, the characteristics of red flower slime should be the same as the splits of the world tree bosses. This kind of separation has a certain power of the ontology, and is an extension of the ontology consciousness. But no matter how the separate body is destroyed, it will only lose this part of the power, and it will not affect the main body. In any case, the little red flower on the top of the red flower slime illustrates the relationship between this little guy and the world tree. It should be feasible to apply the experience of world tree. At least it's better than the confused and clueless guessing when facing an alien god. In order to make the red flower slime act obediently according to his own ideas, Lin had to use touch to directly control the little guy. Perhaps in the future, red flower slime will become a little more humane and truly display its wisdom. Then asking it to do something yourself is just a matter of giving one sentence. But now, apart from personal supervision and control, there is no good way. This also means that what happened to red flower slime will be a problem that someone will also face. The current plan is that Lin will bring the red flower slime and activate the starry sky observation function on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, next to the space telescope. All these actions will be carried out surrounded by super composite magic launching devices. In other words, whenever things get out of hand, the super compound magic will physically destroy it inward. And then the flash technique will throw away the corpse. All in one go. It would be best if the outside god's gaze would follow the thrown flesh and bones to an unknown place. Then the safety of the magic tower can be guaranteed. As for being in the center of the storm, one's own safety. To be honest, someone really didn't think about this. The worry that I have been unable to let go of before is that when the worst happens, It is very likely that the entire world will be implicated by me. A huge gamble that puts oneself and the whole world as a bet. And someone thinks that his small shoulders cannot bear it. But if the world is given a layer of insurance to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening, which will destroy the land or the abyss, then the only bet in this huge gamble is yourself. Do you dare to take a gamble now? I thought that when I determined the coordinates of the Earth and prepared to use the flash technique for astronomical level ultra-long distance transmission, a million-digit decimal error in a certain parameter could throw me to a location outside the solar system. This means that the road home is not only full of thorns, but it is also walking on the edge of a cliff. One misstep, and your body will be shattered into pieces. Don't think you can jump off a cliff to find Grandpa. If you bet your life, and the first big gamble fails, then you can save the second time. Right? So Lin never considered his own safety. Thin's role is also important. In her plan, she would stay on the third floor of the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss, next to the energy pool, responsible for monitoring the situation at the top of the tower, and initiating final remediation measures when the situation at the top of the tower is judged to be uncontrollable. But Lin never thought about how cruel this request would be for the person being requested. Chapter 1747 Crown of Thorns. When Lin made the request, as expected, he heard a high-octave sharp voice asking, "What are you talking about?" And other words. Thin's response was bland. Almost nothing. She maintained an elegant sitting posture, with her slender lotus-like arms supporting her sharp white and rosy chin. Her two long legs were crossed and overlapped, and the seams between her legs were extremely fascinating. He remained completely motionless, just moving his blue eyes from somewhere else to someone and looking at them. There was no contempt, no surprise, no emotion in his eyes. This look is very similar to the memory of a time traveler. After the protagonist of a horror movie passed by a statue, the director took a close-up of the statue's face, emphasized the image of how the statue, possessed by an evil spirit, has its eyes chasing the protagonists as they walk by. Of course, the place where Lin and Fin were talking was quite bright, and there was no low background music often heard in horror movies, adding some inexplicable atmosphere. It was just that beauty's performance that actually revived a certain time traveler's long-standing memory. One can imagine how guilty Lin felt now. It was impossible to admit it, and the reason for his guilty conscience was completely unknown to him. Inexplicably, when being stared at by those blue eyes, someone had the urge to dig a hole and jump down. Finally, then opened her tempting moist red lips and asked, "When is it going to happen?" "Well, 3 days from now. According to my calculations, that day is the most ideal time when the yang energy is strong." A guilty person said a wisecrack that only fellow villagers could understand. As it turns out, it's not very funny, and people don't understand it. It seems like several lifetimes have passed. "Got it." With just 3 words, then took his eyes away from someone. It has been restored to a beautifully crafted, life-size, full-size, colorful figure with a cool atmosphere. It can be viewed from a distance but not played with. Lin didn't bother to guess what Fin was thinking in his mind right now. It felt like it was even more elusive than the outer god, and he has to go back to the abyss to make final arrangements and inspections. Someone thinks that he is not a good person, but he is not a bad person who thinks about destroying the world all day long. Nor is he the mad scientist who does things without thinking about his body in various hero comics. What does it mean to major in physics and astronomy before time travel? It means that I am specifically doing some theoretical research, no matter how bad it is. The most you can do is get kicked out of your employer, and you won't be able to find the next rare job related to your major. In the end, they can only be reduced to selling insurance or houses, or standing at the counter at a gas station, soda shop, or convenience store. Although that kind of life is not great, it is at least pretty good. As an unloved fat nerd, without his girlfriend, wife, and children exploiting him, his life is still quite rich. No one cares whether you want to eat, sleep, or buy any peripherals. Life in paradise is nothing more than that. But the point is, no matter how messed up your life is, you will never endanger others. Not to mention a huge, unjustifiable disaster of this magnitude that would endanger the entire world. Therefore, ambitions such as destroying the world should be left to those with great wisdom and courage. I am still suitable for living my own little life. Just looking at someone's last figure before leaving, Fin's mood was not as peaceful as outsiders imagined. She spoke once and let the man stay. Instead, another young apprentice who came from the same place as him and had no enthusiasm for learning magic returned home. This time, Fin had no choice but to speak again. because she knew very well that going home was already like an obsession for that person. And every magician who reaches the top is more or less an obsession. Once this idea is gone, his life will soon come to an end. Just like myself sitting on the throne back then. In the past 100 years, I have not been able to kill any of the old gods. I can only watch a group of villains under my command perform monkey tricks. No wonder he was so bored that he committed suicide with the help of a group of brave men. If I really don't want to die, I don't know what else I can do. As I said before, one of the reasons why the magician followed the good deeds was because the void dragon could only bring one person back to the place where he left. So he gave up his spot. The reason why he couldn't speak this time was because according to the magician's method, if he found the direction home, he would not be restricted from going back alone. The ultra-long distance flashing technique can take as many people as you want. But everyone takes the same risk. It's up to others whether they want to go with him or not. So Finn didn't stop it. For any act of helping, there should be a sense of smooth flow. The reason was that she also wanted to see what the place that the man wanted to go back to looked like. Although to achieve such a goal, the man made another extremely exaggerated request. Despite constantly emphasizing his own safety, he still has the disgraceful title of the magician who is best at escaping that is passed down by word of mouth. Finn did not reduce the risk in the assessment. That person's reaction speed in the flash technique was very fast. But if the red flower slime, which has been watched by the outside gods, is really destroyed by the bombardment of super compound magic, then one must stick with the red flower slime until the last moment. If you leave too early, the uncontrolled red flower slime may not be obediently destroyed by magic. No one is sure where the little guy who has also mastered the flash technique, or in other words, has the ability to move and appear at will within the twin towers of gates, will go with the gaze of the outer god. If the red flower slime is allowed to escape, then someone's previous arrangements will be in vain. So once faced with a situation where he has to use his last resort, unless that man has a way to withstand the super compound magic, dying together is the most likely thing to happen. And carry it down? It's not that simple. The more than 20 Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods are all gone. Even if a mortal wears a Xuanwu robe with the status of a demigod, it will not help. I'm afraid there is no possibility of holding on for even one more second. Unless the counterattack is also carried out with super compound magic. And the counterattack point must be controlled exactly on the skin. This way, the red flower slime can be prevented from being included in the protection range. But such an idea only passed through Finn's mind once. And he no longer considered the feasibility in detail. There are many things that are always easier said than done. The counter-elimination of magic is a serious matter. That is, before the power forms a spell model, and is about to release the magic power, special means can be used to disperse the power and destroy the spell model, thereby preventing the magic from producing effects. There are usually two results. One is silent destruction. This requires very precise control, inlaying the completely opposite spell model onto the original spell model, and then disintegrating it to achieve such a result. The other one is a big explosion with even more amazing power, as long as there is a slight imbalance in the process of elimination. The two magics that should cancel each other out will cause the terrifying effect of magic being out of control. For the person who is regarded as the target, the biggest advantage of doing this is that the location of the explosion must be far away from him. Unless your reaction is too slow, the magical effect composed of power is close to the edge of causing harm to people. Therefore, for most masters who are preparing to carry out magic countermeasures, being able to do the latter is considered to be a pass. If the man wants to counteract the damage caused by super compound magic to himself, he must choose the former method. If the latter situation occurs, it will be like a super compound magic generating device installed on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. Combined with himself, two super compound magics will attack from both inside and outside. If this is not enough, then Finn believes that no one in this world can kill this magician. In the process of studying super compound magic, Finn was convinced that he did not have the confidence to withstand the next blow. Either choose to counterattack or choose to escape. So, no matter how much someone emphasized his safety, Finn didn't believe a word of it. But she will still help because this is already the man's obsession. If something bad happened, she wouldn't be able to fix it if she was here. Or follow him yourself. Anyway, it's not just today that I'm tired of living. But before that, in order to prevent things from uncontrollably turning to the bad side, you have to spend some time and pay attention to someone's progress and preparation. Stupidly counting down the seconds and pressing buttons is not Finn's style. If you want to leave the matter to her, then you have to handle it according to her method. So when Finn couldn't see anyone, He directly opened the database established based on the Twin Towers of Gates. He easily found the relevant content from the area where someone stored the data and read it word for word. Field trips are also indispensable. Someone will come to make a request, presumably because all other preparations have been completed. And this is the last step. Therefore, it is appropriate to go and take a look at the top of the Twin Towers at the side door of the Abyss to see how complete the device that can activate super compound magic is. Even though the theory on paper makes perfect sense, the data is also beautiful and perfect. One of the characteristics of applied science is that what is done is usually different from what was imagined. Of course, Finn had to keep an eye on the device. If they are not qualified, just give up someone's plans without any ambiguity. When he arrived at the top of the tower on the Abyss side, Finn was very glad that he had taken an extra trip beforehand, because what someone makes is far from the drawing. On the drawing, the super compound magic generating device is very similar to the black gold ball mill, both of which are composed of basic rings. It's just that the generating device is made up of 9 rings intertwined with each other. Each ring will rotate around a fixed central axis and will not flip randomly. Moreover, there is not much of an angle between the 9 rings, revealing too many gaps. The black gold ball mill has countless rings that rotate and flip to form a nearly spherical shape. In other words, the super compound magic generating device looks like a large ring made of 9 rings, set on the top of the magic tower, surrounding the extremely large astronomical telescope. However, in the actual object created by someone, there is a super large ring with 9 intertwined rings. But on each ring, there are irregularly arranged sharp protrusions, facing inward or outward. This super large ring looks like a ring made of thorns. If you put it on your head, it must be very irritating. Finn couldn't help but think so, and subconsciously said, "It really looks like a crown of thorns." "Oh, that's a good name. Can we call it that?" The voice from Khan came from behind Finn. Chapter 1748, The Second Insurance. Khan does not float and move in the shape of a sword like other Hagiri Kinbaru. After all, its volume is much larger than Jianhuan, and it wastes more energy floating. It can do it, but it doesn't like doing it. Regarding this, the 5 swords in the world are all the same. So Khan is the core, with the human L appearing behind Finn. Along with it, there were 4 other human LS. This time, they don't have the same imagery they've used in the past. And because there are 5 human LS, each human L is smaller. It was never possible to form a tall barbarian strongman like the original slashing Armida. The 5 human LS look like skinny teenagers who have just entered adolescence. They are both male and female, and they are wearing clothes with the unique style of a certain magician. Finn was also keen on clothes of this style during the Southwest Peninsula period and had made them, so he recognized them. The clothing style of the 5 human LS is very different from MD, but the colors and tones of the clothes are quite biased. Although it is not a solid color, it feels the same as a solid color. They are red, black, green, white and pink. Of course, Finn is no stranger to the human LS that often appear in the Twin Towers of Gate. Most of the time, only one Shikiri human L will appear, and it will be paired with the Shikiri sword pill surrounding it, occasionally 2, up to 4. The appearance of the 5th body, like today, is truly unprecedented. So Finn showed rare curiosity and looked at the pink human L. Sensing the gaze of this glamorous former devil, the pink human L in the miniskirt looked a little squirmy and uneasily wrapped her fingers around the end of her single ponytail. On the other hand, the other 4 human LS were quite calm. The Red Khan said, "Because the blue warrior was too uncooperative, we jointly decided to fire him and recruit a pink warrior to join us. The team is 5 people and 1 alternate. This is a normal thing." Probably the wheel of time. Finn was a little unsure. The previous 4 Hagiri human LS appeared, although they used 4 of the 5 earthly swords outside the time wheel as the core of the human L, but the dominance can be any Hagiri, not necessarily the 5 worldly swords. In fact, they often take turns to control the main control. Although the appearance has not changed, the differences between different Hagiri can still be distinguished in terms of personality and tone. But this is not the focus of today. After a little identification of the pink mini-skirt, the red box-cut human L asked, "How about, can we name it the Crown of Thorns?" Generally speaking, people who have nothing to do with a certain thing are not qualified to name the Lost Land. The Hagiris have been deeply involved in the civilized society of the lost land for countless years. So they would not be unaware of this habit. So they can ask to name something with great calmness. Does this mean that they have a share of the credit for the design of the super compound magic generating device? If you think about it carefully, this possibility is not surprising. When the red flower slime transformed into the black gold kuma, tens of thousands of boxes were poured into the slime's body, and the two combined together to achieve the subsequent performance. This 9-ring nested generating device looks like a magic prop born out of a black gold ball mill. So it is not an exaggeration to say that it contains the work of Shokiri. Just as he thought about it, then took another glance and realized that the Hagairas should have a deeper role in it. The device of the crown of thorns is dotted with irregularly shaped grooves. The locations of these grooves are mostly at the nodes of the magic array. Such a lack means that the device cannot function at all, and cannot even be started. It's true that things someone builds sometimes fail, but the invitation he made before did not prove that he was quite confident about the next action. Then this generating device should not look like this incomplete. Unless, then thought of a possibility and asked Hagiri Renki, "When the time comes, you will also merge with the crown of thorns?" "Oh, fusion. What a wonderful term. I strongly suggest designing a giant robot that is made up of 5 parts. Only by playing this way can you get the flavor of a team." The red human SHL looked at him, then didn't get used to people's faults, and said sharply, "Are you going to get together with this thing when the time comes?" At the same time, he pointed to the super compound magic generating device on the side. The red human SHL raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and said with a rather exaggerated look of horror, "Yes, yes, ma'am. We will be involved when the time comes." Hearing this answer, then frowned. When super compound magic first came out, Hagiri undoubtedly occupied a very important position. Without Hagiri's computing power, even with the power support of 2 magic towers and a magic circle city, the red flower slime would not have transformed into the black gold kuma form, let alone played that amazing move. Hit. However, the subsequent research conducted by Lin and Fan had already found a way to cast super compound magic. Perhaps the power will be slightly less powerful than what the Hagairas used with the black gold ball mill, but the difference is almost the equivalent of 10 million tons and 9 million tons. When dealing with a single individual, both of them overflow their power, and there is no difference in the result. Both Fan and Lin now have the ability to cast super compound magic on their own, not to mention relying on the magic tower to create a magic device with the same function. This is someone's top priority. Are the twin towers of the gate inferior to someone's subdimensional tower located in the dimensional gap? The answer to this question depends on the aspect of comparison. By the standards of the lost magic tower, the twin towers of gates can be said to be the ultimate. That second plane tower was a product that ignored the standards of the mysterious land. And there was also a lot of knowledge that had nothing to do with magic, which formed the cornerstone of that tower. This means that the strength of the subdimensional tower is different from the strength of the twin towers of the gate. But if you want to cast a magic based on the knowledge of mysterious magic, the gap between the 2 towers is not as big as outsiders imagine. In any case, the magical knowledge of lost land is one of the 2 foundations for someone to become what he is today. The other is science. As for the philosophical knowledge in my hometown, it is only remembered after climbing to a certain height and hitting the threshold. It cannot be regarded as the foundation. But since someone can seamlessly integrate supercomposite magic into the system of the subdimensional tower, doing the same thing on the twin towers of gates is not a big problem. Perhaps it may take more time. After all, the magic tower is already a complete whole. If you want to add something to it, there are many things that need to be considered and done. It is not easier than starting from scratch and building an additional plug-in device. So in order to save time and avoid having to synchronize the 2 towers of doors on the side of the puzzle, someone chose to use a plug-in to set up the super compound magic generating device. Such a reason cannot explain why this device is related to Hagakiri. If you don't understand, just ask directly. Then Rui's eyes shot sharply, and the 5 human SHLs were so frightened that they stiffened in response. Regardless of whether this was a joke or real, then asked directly, "What does he want you to do?" The red human SHL's expression changed. He pretended to be innocent, made exaggerated body language, shrugged and said, "I don't know what to do." "Okay, don't do that kind of exaggerated performance. With your appearance, if you want to deceive someone, the other person has to be blind. I can ask that person, and he won't hide it. But you happen to be there. So don't waste everyone's time. Just say it directly." Then said unceremoniously, the red human L finally restrained his excessive body movements and said, "Okay, I admit it. But I can't say anything." A cold snort, full of threats. Hagiri Rikai seems to know that at times like this, it's better to stop showing off. Otherwise, if the former devil gets angry, the consequences will be serious. The human SH. L in the pink miniskirt replaced all Hagiri and said, "Sister Sama, please don't be angry. It's not that we don't want to say it. It's just that the gentleman asked us not to say it. He said that as a second line of insurance, the method we use must be unknown to him, to prevent him from subconsciously thinking about countermeasures after learning about it in advance, thus making our method ineffective, even if there is a slight delay. I'm afraid that's what everyone doesn't want to see. It's just that based on his relationship with us, we probably don't know what he doesn't know. So naturally there is no way to use it as an insurance policy. At this time, we can only resort to the next best thing. At least it must be unexpected and slow down the reaction a little. Time. Improve the success rate by a few points. You are also a magician of the same level, so you must be able to understand what we mean. Telling anyone, it is difficult to ensure that those things will not flow into the ears of that gentleman. That is why we need to keep it secret." Rujinzai's expression calmed down slightly. Although Fin didn't quite understand the meaning of the word insurance, he could probably guess what the man and Hagiri meant. Prepare with 2 hands. One in the dark and one in the dark. The secret hand is a method that even you don't know. It seems that someone really wants to ensure that he can die completely. Fun, whose teeth were itching, was thinking about whether to go to the door now and let the other party die completely, so as to save so much trouble later. However, seeing the Hagiri human SH.LS present, looking at me lustfully and with interest, it was like watching a good show. Then guessed that the thoughts he was thinking were probably read by the Hagiris. These guys who can read minds are a problem. But she also thought of another problem and asked, "Can you deal with that?" "Which one?" The red human SH. L asked in confusion. Then didn't answer, just pointed to the sky. All the people immediately understood what the former demon king was talking about, and they all looked up at the sky, thoughtfully and extremely seriously. The black human SH. L has a more stable temperament, and is also the main force that makes up the black gold ball mill. At this time, it stood up and spoke on behalf of all Hagiris, saying, "There was no comparison before, but now it is hard to say. But I would not recommend taking this path. What do you say?" Then asked after receiving a positive answer, and a bucket of cold water poured on her. The cyan human SH. I was the first to answer. "Whether we lose or win, the battlefield and the surrounding areas are difficult to protect." The other human SH. LS all nodded or agreed. "That's it." The words were spoken so clearly that of course Fin understood it. Even with the combined power of a group of box cutters, the outer god can be defeated, regardless of whether the battlefield is in the abyss or the lost lands. I think both places will be destroyed. If you can't protect the abyss or the lost land, winning is just like defeating. It would be better not to fight. The former demon king fell silent again. Chapter 1749, Looking for Trouble during the window period. In fact, it was announced that things would be done in 3 days, which was too much time for Lin. So abundant that he didn't know what to do. The device on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss has been checked repeatedly, and I feel like I am going to vomit. All kinds of data and information were also found to be very familiar to me, just memorizing them by heart. This is about knowing scientific data. It is not like philosophical content. Memorizing it backwards is meaningless. And intercepting fragments is also meaningless. Otherwise, someone would have memorized the millions of digits of pi backwards. And someone's personality is not like a rigorous astronaut, and his schedule is based on seconds. Until the moment before launch, the rocket was still checked again and tirelessly. After all, the mistake was discovered only after the rocket hit the sky, and it was too late to do anything. And these mistakes may be life-threatening. What Lin is going to do now is as dangerous and urgent as an astronaut flying into space on a rocket. But due to his long-term personality, someone cannot force himself to be so nervous and work tirelessly until the last moment. Since Lin was determined to avoid things that made him feel sick during this free time, he had to find something to do. Find your own apprentice and explain some things. Although when faced with a potentially fatal danger, writing a suicide note and preparing for the worst can prevent the person left behind from being caught off guard. But some people subconsciously don't want to do this kind of thing that sets a flag and causes trouble. Besides, what else can I explain? If the lost ground loses itself, It will no longer spin right away. The magic tower will collapse tomorrow without its owner? Besides, that is still here. And she is a person with strong opinions. Even if he did leave some instructions, do he expect her to obey them? It's better to find a way to survive on your own and do it yourself with respect. So Lin made a decision that could be considered reckless, but very reasonable. That is, instead of telling the funeral arrangements, he asked the people around him what to do. Just live your life as you normally would. Anyway, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. And it will be straight for the boat when it reaches the bridge. Arranging everything in a self-righteous way may not necessarily make people happy to accept it. The time spent doing research or busy making certain magic props or devices was spent sitting on the top of the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss, looking at the thick mist-like clouds in the sky, letting go of everything, and being in a daze. The wind is impermanent, and the clouds are shapeless. Although the clouds in the abyss are so thick that no one can see through them, they are not as monotonous and unchanged as fixed rock formations. On the contrary, the clouds are billowing, sometimes like boiling water, sometimes like waves, constantly changing their posture. There seem to be living things stirring in the clouds, causing all these changes. No wonder the ancients imagined that dragons could soar into the clouds and ride on the mist. Looking at it like this, if there wasn't a dragon stirring in the clouds, it would be hard to explain why the clouds were so changeable. But in reality, this is just a climate phenomenon. According to Lin's previous investigations in the abyss, there is no wind in the abyss except for air currents gushing out from deep underground at specific orifice locations. Most of the airflow will directly spurt to an altitude of more than 20 kilometers away, suddenly turn sideways, and flow in a specific direction. It is these air currents that cause the clouds to surge over the abyss. At the same time, the clouds and mist are kept at that height and locked inside. Is this some kind of breath from the god outside the abyss? Someone is making irresponsible guesses. By the way, are alien gods considered living creatures? If so, what kind of creature should it be? If not, what should he be? Soul? Consciousness aggregate? High-dimensional life forms? Thinking of the indescribable stump that he once owned, Lin took the initiative to study that ghost thing at certain moments when he was seeking death. I won't say much about the appearance. It's hard to describe in a word. What Lin recalled was some more in-depth testing and research. Sometimes it is a carbon-based creation. Sometimes it is a silicon-based creation. Sometimes it seems to be still alive, just a stump of a limb, but also has so-called breathing, peristalsis, and neurological reactions. Sometimes it is as hard as a stone. 100 inspections can yield 100 results, and each result can overturn the previous result. This kind of combination of various contradictions is something indescribable in Lin's eyes. A very interesting point of view is that what you see and what results you get completely depend on your mood and thoughts at the time. And subjective thoughts are difficult to control. Every time when you are about to take a test, if you suddenly think about what kind of answer you will get today, then the test results will be similar to the answer you want to see. Even if there is a slight difference, it is not much different. I have also tried to keep my mind calm, and even carried out testing operations without any intention. Although there were not many successes, no normal results could be detected for the few times it was successful. In other words, that thing doesn't exist. This magical object brings the observer effect to the extreme. Once you look at it with awe or fear, it seems to gain strength from it and become the god or monster in people's eyes. But as a person who doesn't worship heaven and earth, doesn't respect ghosts and gods, and because magic has impacted the worldview, he doesn't know anything about gods and demons. When such a person without any awe looked at that strange object, he did not allow himself to become some kind of nutrient, nourishing and strengthening it. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Anyway, to this day, Lin still doesn't understand the nature of that thing, of course. He hasn't studied it seriously. The previous test records were like jots written casually when changing moods. It can be said that I write wherever I think. There is no system at all. Who would have thought that one day they might meet the true form of these ghosts? Is this still a time-traveling otaku who lives his life as long as he can, and never causes trouble if he can hide from it? Don't think that as long as a person travels through time, no matter whether he was a worm or a dog in the past, he will become Long Outyan. There's a saying in my hometown, even if a cow is led to a BJ, it will still be a cow. So all this time, Lin never thought about dealing with that thing seriously. Now, should you avoid it or face it head-on? This is a good question. Forget it. It's better not to make it more difficult for yourself. If it were an opponent of average size, Lin could still think about the possibility of winning. The problem we are going to deal with today is that there is not just one astral-level monster. Even if you have the ability to do pedicures, it might not even count as scratching an itch for the other person. Even if he is not beaten, someone still has no confidence in fighting alone. There is no need to fight this kind of psychological state of being timid before fighting. If you really make a fuss, it's just for nothing. So that wishful thinking only circulated in someone's mind for a moment, and then was suppressed. At times like this, just relax. It is said that there is still a meal to be eaten after decapitation. Although I didn't just go to the market and be killed. There was no need to be a social animal until the last moment. Could it be that he is delusional and wants to show off his misery so that God might give him a second chance? Forget it. Traveling through time is too tiring. Thinking back to the time when I came to Lost Land in 711. To 753 years ago. 42 years are real. And there are not more than 10 or 20 years of innocence and understanding in them. If these 42 years were regarded as work, it would be time for me to retire now. If you add up your age before time travel, you would be in your 70s now. A grandfather-like figure. A proper retirement age. Although it seems that he is growing against his age now. If he really returned to his hometown with this appearance, he would be regarded as a little wolf dog in the eyes of those aunts and older girls. The body of this demonic body is young. But the heart is no longer young. It is no exaggeration to say that he spent the first half of his 40-plus years in wandering places. Looking back on the past, I can't explain how I got through it. I can only say that at that time, I gritted my teeth and fought through it with all my strength to survive. The subsequent development could not be said to be smooth or stable. But it did not really suffer much. I don't have the character to seek refuge wherever there is trouble. Always retreat to advance. Deeply understand the essence of. Endure the calmness for a while. And take a step back to open up the sea and the sky. At least he helped the big guys of Yggdrasil finish the big things. Until the 12 years when the gate of the abyss suddenly opened. It was a peaceful period. If there hadn't been a big war later, and he would have continued the unfinished business, maybe he would have started his retirement life by then. So what is happening now? The final gamble at the twilight of life? It depends on whether you will be rich and prosperous, or whether you will lose your fortune. As soon as he thought about this, Lin felt an inexplicable desire to retreat. Maybe I don't need to make this bet. Life is not difficult now anyway. If he were still living in the holy city of Starry, in a big house that lacked everything except magic, perhaps the thought of retirement would outweigh everything else. But now I have 2 magic towers in my hand. And the astronomical telescope for observing the stars is also ready. Over in MIDI, the work of observation and recording has been picked up again and entered into regular automated operations. It operates 24 hours a day and records astrology even during the day. As long as the abyss side is also online, there is a chance to increase the success rate of returning home. Not to mention the percentage increase. Even if it is only a few percentage points, it is still valuable. I didn't have the conditions before, so I could only rely on my imagination to get through the addiction. As for the risks that may come with it, that seems even more remote. Just like if you don't ride in a car, you won't have a car accident. If you don't even reach the threshold of what you want to happen, it's more likely that you will get it. Now the conditions are in place, and the results seem to be within reach. But the risks that come with it are also possible. This makes people hesitate to move forward. It's funny to say that when something comes to pass, what someone thinks about is not whether they have prepared enough, but whether they intend to give up. There is no need for others to persuade you to give up. If she told them this feeling, she would probably become a ruthless instructor who stepped in front of the open skydiving hatch and shouted, "Even if the parachute bag is not carried properly, let me go down!" Don't really think that guy will advise you, in terms of impulsiveness. The former Demon King is the most impulsive person among the people around him. Inexplicably, Lin wanted to see a certain little guy. After painstakingly putting on a white tiger robe that concealed his expertise, Lin flashed and arrived thousands of kilometers away, far to the south of the lost continent, to the Karlsruhe Empire. Its capital, Nukan Imperial City. Chapter 1750 Southern Empire. The Karlsruhe Empire was the first country in the land to have a constitutional monarchy. And it was also a large empire. 13 years ago, when the empire suddenly restructured, many people were actually waiting to see a joke. Even in the early stages of the restructuring, the newly born empire burst out with incomparable passion, as if it wanted to unify the entire lost land. But most people agree that such passion cannot last. The empire will eventually reap its consequences. This was just the last glimmer of an empire. The main reason is that the emperor is weak and the ministers are strong. And the emperor will eventually become the target of various princes. Eventually, the empire would descend into endless infighting, divisions, and rebellions. Perhaps, the name of the empire will no longer exist. The beneficiaries will be neighboring countries, especially the Hater Empire, which is separated by a desert area and has been eyeing it all its life. The joke that everyone was waiting to see, 13 years later, has not been seen. The Karlsruhe Empire did not fall into internal strife. Instead, while exerting military pressure on the outside, it underwent a complete makeover internally. The opportunity to take advantage of the chaos of internal changes in the empire and allow external forces to intervene and take advantage of it was lost while waiting. The military pressure that was originally used to invade the outside world now looks like a false move, making everyone avoid it and not dare to act rashly. This set of things changes the focus, and everyone who understands it will admire it. But on the lost continent, most of the ruling noble lords, not many people really understand what happened to the Karlsruhe Empire. The only thing that is known is that this already quite powerful empire seems to be twisted into a rope, inside and out. Top and bottom are full of vitality. The most obvious point is that in the past, because of the various obstructions from local lords, they would rather live a life of a state within a state than to develop transportation infrastructure. Now everyone is building bridges and paving roads as if they are rushing for time, and they can't wait to put themselves into a state. The territory has been transformed into a transportation hub. You must know that convenient transportation means that it will be quite convenient for others to lead the army to attack. Therefore, in the feudal-dominated society of lost land, everyone would rather make money slowly than make themselves easier to fight. The roads in various places are mostly bad. The so-called feudalism and the unified autocracy are two completely different things. If it is because of the backwardness of the system, it will be confused with the same thing. As a time traveler, it is easy to be misled by wrong ideas, and ultimately misjudge the current situation. And the consequences are self-evident. The latter is like the ancient Zhong kingdom in his hometown, since the first emperor. Even in some remote areas, the elders in the village still manage and adjudicate local affairs. This is also to make up for the shortcomings of officials. So there is such a small autonomous body where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Once the envoys of the celestial empire come and disobey orders, such as taxation, labor, etc., or even rebel, no one will sympathize with them until they are beheaded, because the relationship between monarch and ministers is unshakable. There is a saying that the whole world is not the king's land, and the shore of the land is not the king's ministers. But if it is a feudal system, the relationship between the king and his ministers is more like a local small corner paying tribute to the boss. This money is protection money, and the eldest brother is naturally obliged to protect his younger brother. If you fail to fulfill your obligations, then the younger brother has rebelled, and others will not be able to criticize him. If you think you are a high-ranking noble and often go to other people's territory to point fingers, then you can't blame anyone if you are killed. After all, it's other people's territory. Of course, in the feudal system, there will be other factors that serve as ties between the monarch and his ministers, deepening the relationship between them. For example, blood relationship, marriage, etc. But the nobles are undoubtedly princes, large and small. Even though my hometown has reached modern times, the castle law in Europe and America has continued this spirit. The term, vassal princes, has rarely appeared in history since the spring and autumn period and the warring states period in my hometown. This also proves that the systems between the two are different, since each of the princes formed a state of its own. The disputes between the princes and their daily ailments and wariness were the biggest factors that hindered the development of these feudal countries. Which is more important, the economy or the threat? For profit, you can sell the rope to hang yourself. This is a businessman. For the sake of power, even if you suffer a slight financial loss, it is acceptable. This is your noble lord. Different roles will have different choices. Even those powerful empires and kingdoms only opened a few main roads, which was a great achievement. Who would try to create a spider-like transportation network like the Karlsruhe Empire today, and truly become one? The person leading all these changes was the Imperial Constitutional Assembly. Especially the strong influence of the members of the lower house has forced the traditional aristocratic gentlemen in the upper house to choose dependence and cooperation. There seems to be a tendency for the upper-lower relationship to be reversed. The political system of republic and parliamentary system is not new in the history of MIDI. But the reason why such a situation occurs is mostly because there is no strong enough oligarchic leader. So everyone has to use this harmonious way to handle government affairs. This is not an advanced system, but a chaotic situation where there are no tigers in the mountains, and a group of monkeys are kings. Once someone has the ability to come forward to clean up the mess, then an emperor or king will be born again. If the whole thing is divided for a long time, it will be united, and if it is united for a long time, it will be divided. In this chaotic republican and parliamentary rule, political opponents are dealt with deadly force and without mercy. All kinds of assassinations and ambushes are endless. It is precisely with so much experience that the oligarchs, who can stand out, are not simple figures. Speaking of which, it's like collecting a jar of poisonous insects and cultivating goo. Only in this way can a decayed country develop a second or third new life. But the Karlsruhe Empire was completely different. They have two distinct factions, criticizing and fighting each other. And the flag that divides the boundaries between the two major factions is actually the emperor, who has lost all power to govern. The royalists hold high the emperor's banner, insist on maintaining all traditions, and move forward in conservatism. The constitutionalists advocated that the people should self-determine all government affairs on the basis of the constitution through elected members, and even radically believed that the position of the emperor could be abolished. The extreme positions and opinions of the royalists and constitutionalists involved everyone in the entire empire. It's black or white, either/or, and no one can stay out of it because they can always find allies who agree with them. In order for their opinions to be accepted, allies with the same opinions have to unite and show the power of unity. In a situation like this, the entire empire should turn into a big debate venue, with endless disputes happening everywhere. However, this is not the case. The reason is that a certain talented and good student understood the essence of what the teacher taught and realized a deeper truth. Finally, we reach a higher state where the youth is better than the master. Do you think that the allies of the empress are all the members of the royalist faction, who are constantly fighting openly and secretly with the members of the constitutional faction? It seems so on the surface. But in fact, regardless of the royalist or constitutional faction, a considerable number of members belong to the empress's forces. They just use this relative position to bring the entire empire under their control. Then the government affairs to be implemented are handed over to the appropriate people to promote them. Radical reforms are led by constitutionalists. Moderate plans are controlled by royalists. Although all opinions are based on the needs of the people, but the actual decision in which direction to move forward is still made by a few people. What is different from the past is that a big drama needs to be staged here to make things develop reasonably. Usually the people and low-level officials still think that this is what they want. Therefore, no effort is spared in promoting government affairs. If someone doesn't understand this double-dealing method, it only proves that this person is still far away from the real core, and is not even qualified to know. Sorrow. There are many reasons for this situation. Ultimately, the emperor's reputation grew in a positive direction. The empress will first ascend to the throne. Although she relies on her merits to gain recognition from everyone, she is actually more or less promoted. On the one hand, it is also because other successors to the throne have self-destructed one after another, and are no longer recognized by everyone. After the empress came to power, during a period when she was actually ousted by powerful ministers. If the administration was successful, it would be the result of the concerted efforts of all the ministers. If it failed, it would be due to the emperor's stupidity and wrong judgment. To put it simply, the powerful ministers who eclipsed the empress consciously attacked the reputation of the royal family. Even if they don't develop in the direction of regicide and usurping the throne, they still have to cut off the hands and feet of the empress, so that she loses the ability to govern and can only rely on ministers like them. When the empress decided to hand over power, the important ministers were like tigers and wolves, grabbing and sharing the food. I am afraid that I will be one step slower than others and lose a piece of meat. Such enthusiasm is also a major factor in promoting the success of the Constitution. After all, as part of the deal, if you want the power released from the emperor's hands, you agree to the implementation of the Constitution. When the emperor became the virtual head of state, the flag of the empire, and all the power to govern fell into the hands of the nobility and the elected members of the aristocratic territories, the latter suddenly discovered that the most useful scapegoat was gone. From then on, the quality of governance will be reflected on them truthfully. If you try to shirk responsibility by saying that the emperor is immoral, no one will believe it anymore. Although the general direction of reform is good, the details are not always good. There are people who benefit from it, and there are bound to be people who suffer from it. The grievances of these people will be concentrated on the politicians. Without a scapegoat who can block the gun, No matter how powerful the noble lord is, he has to face the public grievances head-on. Naturally, people with different positions will gain support and become the ruling party in regular elections. Even in this context, there are so-called elders who miss the past era when the emperor was in power and recall the good times of that era. This sentiment goes a step further, which is to support the royal family and identify with those MPs who also support the royal family. There is nothing worse than this. The X is always the most beautiful, and the beauty is born from distance. The royal family, which abides by the law and is unwilling to undermine the constitutional system and regains power, has gained more recognition in the hearts of the people. This flag will become even more shining. Chapter 1751 Crown Prince. With the exception of reputation, all the burdens of the empire were transferred to Parliament. The royal family prepares a budget and takes the salary in the budget from the empire's taxes every year to pay for personnel expenses and various expenses to maintain the dignity of the royal family. Of course, the royal family is responsible for the salaries of the guards corps themselves. No one can rest assured that when it comes to protecting one's own life, personnel and financial power are in the hands of outsiders. But the Imperial Legion, including its command, was all under the Parliament's Minister of War. In order to appease the royal family, the salary given by Parliament can be said to be quite generous. Everyone is afraid that someone in the royal family will abolish the constitution, seize power, and a king will return. Not to mention that he is still a serious king, and no one can find fault with him. Looking at what the royal family has done throughout history, this level of repetition is not a big deal at all. Therefore, we must try our best to appease them and not follow the truth. Due to the backwardness of the supervision and auditing system, everyone's attention is focused on other political opponents, and the royal family's use of funds has been ignored intentionally or unintentionally. These actions gave the royal family ample funds. Considering the unfriendly behavior of the royal family members, who were not directly related to the empress, how could the empress, who now holds the financial power, easily leak some coins to those enemies? If you didn't press the opponent to death, you were already very conscientious. Anyway, these people have their own territories to support them, and it is only natural that the emperor does not give them money. If outsiders protest, a sentence about royal affairs can silence most people. My own people protested. Think about what they have done before. Even if there is no mortal enmity, it is still a posture of never getting along with each other until death. Therefore, the empress flexibly used the surplus funds in elections to support people close to her. In the electoral system, it goes without saying what sufficient funds mean. However, the two powerful tools of fame and money alone are not enough for the empress to truly become the mastermind behind the empire. Of course not the means. Because you do something beautifully, you get support from others. This only proves how strong your two-person attributes are. If you want to get ahead by relying on your ability, it is not as good as having a mine at home. And you still have to be supported by noble people. This is true no matter what era. This is also a big reason why it is so difficult for ordinary people to join the aristocracy. In a truly high-end game, the comparisons are simpler and more crude. It's not money. It's power. If you want to do things well, you have to spend enough money. And there will naturally be capable people to handle things properly. If it is not done well, it only means that not enough money is spent, or the power is not strong enough, and truly capable people cannot be hired. Even though media admires personal power, no matter how high the power is, you still have to find a way to realize it. Otherwise, the same tools in the hands of those in power are, at best, sharper knives. The factor that makes the empress status so stable is also something that all nobles attach great importance to. And that is a qualified heir. Duke Franz Behar, who was named Crown Prince, the former Duke of Behar, has died suddenly due to illness. As for any disease, I understand it all. No need to say more. I was 12 years old at the time. In fact, at such an old age, it is impossible to tell whether this child is a qualified heir. But when it comes to the level of aristocrats, people are never the focus, but power. The Crown Princess is a princess from Dragon Island, canonized by the Dragon God and Dragon Emperor, and her bloodline comes from the Golden Dragon clan, which is the mother dragon of all things, a proper noble among the dragons. Their bloodline and status are priceless. One person and one dragon have been officially engaged and announced to the world. The title of Crown Princess was given earlier, which showed that Longdao would be the Empress's immediate and ironclad backer, and no one could shake it. The Crown Prince's biological father, who has not been publicly acknowledged, is a magician who stirred up the chaos in the land. Not long ago, the magician took advantage of the power of the magic tower to kill more than 50 Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods. These are the potentials that the Crown Prince can borrow from his innate nature, and there is no need to seek them. Moreover, these forces are not ordinary, and it is difficult to find other comparable forces to compete with them. Thinking of the robot fleet summoned by the magician, a Grand Duke shoveled it away without leaving any trace. Regarding this fierceness, not many people can muster up the mentality to resist. Then here comes the point. The story of this Crown Prince was widely spread in the southern part of the land. And not only the Karlsruhe Empire knows about it, but the Hader Empire, an old rival, also knows it clearly. So one of the people involved in the rumor still doesn't know about this matter? The answer to this question is of course no. And not only Lin knew about it, but Fan also knew about it. And his 2 apprentices also knew about it. But everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. After all, the Empress publicly said that the Crown Prince's father was the prince who was under house arrest. But the clever thing about this kind of thing is that the statement about blood ties was released through an official statement. What is meant by concealing the truth? You will understand after listening to that speech. At least the Empress didn't explicitly say that she had nothing to do with a certain magician. In fact, if we seriously think about it from the Empress's point of view, the distance between her and that person is the most appropriate. After all, that magician is too fierce. If he is around, other people will worry if he doesn't backfire on himself. This will be detrimental to the situation of unity and cooperation. Just imagine, if only magnesium in someone's hometown possesses a killer weapon like the atomic bomb. No other country can check and balance it. How likely is it that it can stick to America and not try to unify the earth? Sometimes peace can be maintained because everyone is about the same strength and no one stands out. So for the Empress, she could use the magician, but it was difficult to keep him by her side. Then keeping your distance is the only best option. Usually when an unmarried man suddenly hears the news that he has a child, he will usually experience one of the following 3 situations. The first type is ecstatic. He advertised everywhere that he had a child. Then he finds the woman and begins to recognize the child, get married, and prepare to live a new life. If a man and a woman are passionately in love, good things will probably happen. If not, it will become a story told by others. The second type. Oh, now that you have a child, it depends on the woman's opinion on how to deal with it. Abort if you want. Have children if you want. Get married if you want. And then raise them together. Basically, it's an attitude of resignation and dispensability. Third, whose child is it? If a man is a scumbag, the next step is to refuse to admit it, and then ask to be aborted. Anyway, don't expect yourself to take care of it, let alone raise it. It's a pity that someone's situation can be classified into the third category. It's just that it wasn't his turn to show his scumbag side. So the woman took it upon herself. And judging from the subsequent attitude, it's quite. The child won't recognize you as his father, so you shouldn't recognize him either. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with this attitude. In any case, she is a female emperor with a decent husband. No matter how many concubines you have, how many children you have, you can do things that you can't say. In a hurry to recognize the bride. Where did he leave the prince? If this kind of thing is not handled well, not to mention getting married, there is a possibility of enmity. Besides, what kind of place is that? A deep palace. There is nothing that a magician can afford, but another emperor cannot afford. Even if you take a child back to raise him, you may not be able to raise him well. Don't say that there are many troubles in the royal palace. If reincarnation had a choice, one side would be the homes of princes and generals, and the other side would be the royal family. Guess which way people would go. Besides, the Empress is so famous. It's hard to say whether she is her own child. If you pounce on it like a licking dog, you will end up raising someone else's child. If you are mentally prepared for this kind of thing, and have already understood the ins and outs, then there will be nothing to say. Being willing to raise such a child is both fate and kindness. But if you don't know the situation in advance, and think that the seed belongs to you, then you will waste your efforts in vain. How many people will have no resentment in their hearts? Not to mention that someone's intention all along is to be alone. There is nothing to worry about. It's easy to leave. The road back to my hometown is quite dangerous. If you worry too much and leave without peace of mind, it will add a bit of risk. So the Empress didn't knock on the door and tie her back to face him. To be honest, Lin was relieved. Otherwise, if the Empress meets the former devil, Someone will always feel that a world war is about to break out in their own family. And they will be heartbroken. Of course, those two might not necessarily fight to let someone experience the pleasure of a Shura field. But if I don't make a fuss, I always feel that it will damage my self-confidence even more. Although I always shrink my head and hypnotize myself. It doesn't matter at all. The earth is still turning without anyone. But when you really encounter this kind of thing, if you say in your heart that you are not discouraged, that would be a lie. People in the family knew about it, but they never asked whether it was true or not. Anyway, until the matter is exposed, everyone will pretend not to know. Take the ostrich mentality to its fullest. In short, Lin has never officially visited the child. Even for more than 10 years. He has stayed in the north peacefully. No matter how convenient the flash technique was, he never ran south once. This is so on the surface. In fact, secretly, of course, someone went to the Karlsruhe Empire in the south several times to take a look at the child, who was rumored to be related to him. The reason why she was not labeled as an illegitimate child was because her mother was an emperor. In this era when DNA testing is impossible, the issue of an unknown father is much easier to deal with than an unknown mother. At least the child fell from the empress' belly. No one could deny this. However, this child did not see or feel anything. And the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. It's hard to say whether it's a psychological effect or whether it's a real blood connection. It's good that the child looks like his mother. But black hair and black eyes are rare species in Lost Land. The empress herself is white with red hair and blue eyes, while the prince has blonde hair and brown eyes. No matter how these two are arranged and combined, the chance of giving birth to black hair and black eyes is close to zero. Unless one of their ancestors has such a bloodline. It is inherited from generation to generation. Is my DNA really that powerful? Or is this just an illusion? After being scared away once, I came back for the second year. The few visits we had, each time we looked at each other furtively, and did not recognize each other. The feeling of unease in my heart is even more difficult to describe. This time it happened again inexplicably. And Lin had the urge to face this child face to face. Just because you don't acknowledge something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Of course, rushing to admit it doesn't mean it's true. But it's not a bad thing to meet, talk, and get to know this kid better. Chapter 1752 The Young Couple in Their Infancy. Why would you want to see a child you dare not recognize? This question is difficult for someone to answer by himself. I don't know if I want to prove that my seed is good enough, or if I want to make sure that thing is a naughty kid. So I'm right to avoid meeting him all these years. Once you give birth to a child, it will inevitably delay the rest of your life. If you raise a naughty child, even the hard work of the first half of your life will be wasted. Children are like magic stars to otakus. The exception is cute girls, who must be taken care of by the destroyer class. While someone was struggling, he wore a white tiger robe, activated various concealment functions, and came to the imperial palace in Karlsruhe. He just looked at the little guy who was suspected to be his son from a distance. Just like in the past. Didn't dare come forward to talk. I didn't dare to touch that child before because he was young. I am afraid that if I am brought up to be a naughty child, I will most likely be unable to resist the urge to kill my relatives out of justice, and save one more scourge in the world. Or maybe you are afraid of listening to innocent childish talk, asking embarrassing questions, and then receiving a look of contempt. This may also make me unable to resist taking action. The child is now 12 years old. Before I traveled through time, I was still in middle school, put in the middle of nowhere. It just meets the minimum age for holding a coming-of-age ceremony. In other words, you can treat the other person as an adult. If you can't see it, you won't feel bad if you fight. Are you saying that you are going to slap the child in the face? When I look at a boy, my hands feel itchy for no reason. This is probably a normal physiological reaction. It's time for afternoon tea. Although this child was not kept captive by his mother, he was still separated from those who had the ability to threaten his status. Those cousins, for example, didn't even get a chance to see him. The people who can surround the crown prince are all servants. Men and women. Strong and thin. Because of their status. These people are not qualified to be on an equal footing with the crown prince. In this leisure time of afternoon tea, of course it is far away. No one is allowed to approach without greeting. Only the human body of the engaged golden dragon princess dressed herself up like a doll, buried in layers of lace and cotton fabrics, and sat at a small dining table in the courtyard, accompanying the silent crown prince. Have this leisurely time. The beautiful scenery of childhood sweethearts in front of you should be able to explain a lot of things. At least this child's growth process is guaranteed. So there shouldn't be any big problems. It should be. It would take more than 1,000,000 words to think about the royal family's trivial matters. Looking at a picture like scenery, only one knows how much blood and tears the background story is filled with. But at least, he was not blindfolded, with a dog chain tied around his neck. And he was not living like a human being or a ghost. However, someone was thinking maliciously at this moment that if he asked a dragon Lolita to be his wife, according to the different growth curves of the two creatures, the child would be so old that all his teeth would fall out, and his wife would not have grown yet. Naturally, don't even think about a life without shame or impatience. This is not a matter of starting in 3 years and ending with the death penalty, regardless of Princess Golden Dragon's own strength. Just talking about her background is really offending. Today next year will be the death anniversary of the Crown Prince. So this child is destined to hold it in until he dies? But when I think about solving the needs in that area, for a royal child, there are so many ways to change it every day. They range from those that are popular and harmless to humans and animals, to those that splash blood and feces and urine. As long as the person you are engaged to can tolerate everyone having fun in private, then of course they can have as much fun as they want. Such an open attitude is normal for people of their level. Monogamy is of course a kind of persistence and a virtue. Other than that, it is just to meet physiological needs, just like daily eating, drinking and diarrhea. That said, there's nothing wrong with it. But for the future, the naughty child in front of me may be trapped in the lies of the masked couple for the rest of his life. And someone will unconsciously sympathize with the other person. Only a little bit. After a few nanoseconds, that bit of compassion was gone. It means that I don't know what the attributes of that golden dragon Loli are. It's best to have a Tyrannosaurus attribute. And start this Tianhu, who is more like the protagonist than himself. A time traveler. To eat to death. The Empire was in good shape, not in dire straits. As the only son of the Empress, he also has a golden dragon Loli as his wife. This kind of opening made a certain time traveler feel envious, jealous, and hateful. If you don't help this child to increase the difficulty and increase the amount of experience points gained, someone is already considered the conscience of the world. You can't deny him a little pleasure, and all kinds of little 99 gorgeous performances in his heart. It was said that the tightness in his chest made someone inexplicably give up the idea of facing the child in front of him. Although it is not a matter of coming in for the good and leaving after the bad, but seeing the child living a better life than himself. Whether he was his biological son or not, the guilt in his heart naturally disappeared. To be honest, that insignificant flame of jealousy is burning, or has the potential to start a prairie fire. Just before someone was about to leave, the two older children sitting next to the small coffee table, pretending to be little adults, moved. They had to use a jumper to jump off the chairs where adults were sitting. A certain time traveler still can't understand the growth curve of the dragon clan. As for the basis for their humanized images, according to the old black dragon Augustus at home, it is based on the appearance of normal humans of various ages. The average lifespan of the dragon clan is 500 years, and Augustus is 460 or 70 years old. He is an old dragon with half his legs in the coffin. Therefore, its humanized appearance is that of an old man with a bald head and shaky teeth and inconvenient hands and feet. So judging from the image of golden dragon Loli, she should also be a young dragon that has not yet left its infancy. But in fact, such a hasty judgment may be wrong. Although the dragon clan can only have one humanized image, it does not prevent them from using transformation magic to change their appearance. Therefore, after humanized dragons, the male is handsome and the female is pretty. Not because their foundation is good enough, just because there is transformation magic that is comparable to the Japanese magic makeup method. They can become whatever they want to look like. That is to say, the old black dragon Augustus has a way to correct his old and decayed appearance. And the golden dragon Loli may also be a big man who picks his feet. Speaking of which, there are many magicians in the Lost Land who have strange habits and are keen on such strange ways of playing. I wonder if they are enjoying the process, or enjoying the feeling of collapse when the other half of the subjects see their original form when the final reversal occurs? Not to mention the various weird golden dragon Lolita. The other little hairy guy is not normal either. Generally speaking, a 12-year-old child is about the age of a junior high school student. And adolescent children are also the fastest growing stage. If you forget your past appearance, the growth history of the protagonist group in the movie Harry Potter series is a very clear example in the minds of some people. But the height of the crown prince in front of him still looks like that of a primary school student. This has to remind someone of a certain eternal death elementary school student, which looks a little more childish than another eternal 4th grader with a robot cat. Mitty also does not have the kind of nutrition that has reached the level of superstition. It advocates the state of people on the verge of starvation as the most ideal eating habits. Chimiti has a warrior profession that must be served by big fish and meat. If you skip a meal of meat, your combat power may be greatly reduced. In addition, there is a shortage of food types in most areas. Although famines are quite rare, the overall society is not yet rich with such a social background. Although being fat is not regarded as beautiful in Mitty, having a plump body is still enviable. You can eat fat, but how much food do you need to eat to accumulate fat? Therefore, if the crown prince is raised in the royal family, he will never go hungry, let alone suffer from nutritional deficiencies. Unless it's a picky eater that causes some physical problems. It's hard to say. So this kid looks young. Is he sick? But looking at the red face, which has been raised to be white and fat, it is difficult to say that this is a sick appearance. By the way, is their afternoon tea time over? How do you get closer to yourself as you walk? And when the two little ones moved, a large group of people accompanying them also moved. There was even a dedicated person among the servants to pick up the cups and plates of refreshments on the small table. A few who looked obviously powerful also picked up the tables and chairs and followed the team at the end. He was very sure that his status was still in stealth mode. And Lin Yu was confident that most living things in the world would not be able to discover his existence. At least if he wanted to detect the whereabouts of his white tiger robe, he would have to use some rare methods. Don't talk to death. Because there are always some unreasonable metaphysical things that can see through a person's existence. The most obvious point is that he still cannot hide the footprints he has left in his destiny. In prophecy and divination magic, of course, there are methods of confusion or avoidance. But if the other party has a way to get the key things, these methods may not work. This is why many magicians are careful not to leave any bodily fluids or personal belongings outside. Lin, who is also very careful in this regard, uses his permanent environment detection magic and the flash technique to capture, and he can truly achieve a state where not even a hair is left behind. In addition to such flaws, are there other ways to discover yourself? If so, Lin also wants to know what this method is so that he can fix such loopholes in subsequent improvements. Or is this just a coincidence? Just two little adults, who looked like children, came to a stop about 1 meter in front of him. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said in the boy's high-pitched voice before he changed his voice. Are you Mr. Assassin? I see that you have been standing here for a long time. I want to remind you that in the words of the Mother Emperor, the Empire has been changed into this by a fool. Assassinating me will not give you anything. Either way, unless you have other goals. After the Crown Prince stopped, what he said towards the deserted place undoubtedly frightened the servants who served him. But these well-trained people did not appear panicked. Instead, they adjusted their respective positions inconspicuously and secretly, so as to protect the two nobles in the first place. More importantly, confirm where the threat comes from. Their current location is in the grassy area of the courtyard, where the footprints are easiest to see. But wherever he looked, he didn't see any standing points that could not be concealed using invisibility magic or props. So, are people hiding behind trees? Also holding such doubts was the Golden Dragon Princess standing diagonally behind the Crown Prince. In the eyes of ordinary people, her husband is extremely valuable. But she knew better that this boy was very special. But this specialness is not the reason for him to talk nonsense to no one. Then the magician in white robes appeared. Chapter 1753, The Long-Awaited Conversation. After removing the concealment function of the white tiger robe, Lin noticed that the only person present was the Golden Dragon Loli, whom he met for the first time. She quickly ran to the front from the position diagonally behind the other boy, blocking someone's view with her body. As for the servant serving the boy, they lowered their guard after seeing clearly who was coming. He calmly moved back to his original position, still ready to serve his little master. Those who were carrying tables and chairs were tall and powerful men, but they restrained themselves under their gorgeous attire and tried to appear elegant. They placed the tables and chairs between the Crown Prince and the magician who suddenly appeared, rearranged the afternoon tea party. Lin can say that it is not surprising at all what this group of people did, because the people the Empress sent to surround her son were all familiar faces to someone. It is not difficult for Lin to recall the memories of 12 or 13 years ago, even to remember a person he has only met once. Especially the Empress was not in a good situation at that time. And the people who stayed around were of course the most trusted people. For such a group of people, Lin would at least serve some snacks and recognize their faces. In case a stranger sneaks in one day and gets interrupted while doing errands. That would be funny. To put it simply, the group of people accompanying the Crown Prince all recognized him. Jinlong Loli didn't recognize it. That's why she acted like that. But at least he didn't rush up to fight when he saw the figure. He just looked at the sudden appearance of the person with vigilance. Lin showed up just because he was interested in what the boy said. Since we have to have a conversation, it seems disrespectful to choose to only hear the voice in our ears. Although the ability to hear secret sounds is not a problem for someone, Lin still impulsively chose to show up. Yes, impulsively. After showing up, looking at everyone's performance, I felt a little regretful. Probably tonight, the news of his appearance will appear on the desk of the Empress. What will happen next is completely unpredictable. But what I did was done. And now there is no need to hide it again. So Lin returned his attention to this interesting-looking boy, looking at the indifferent expression on his face as he sat back on the chair under the service of the servant. From the other party's plain expression, there was no sign of a child's eyes shining because he wanted to be praised. It didn't matter whether the magician who appeared was not going to answer his question. It seems to be very clear that if the assassin will show up, the danger will usually be greatly reduced. I wanted to scare the children across from me with my dark gaze, like Batman. But apart from staring a little hard, no one was frightened. Probably in the eyes of the Crown Prince. The actions of those servants of the old god were already quite obvious reminders. Of course, there is no need to worry too much. Even Jinlong Loli noticed something. But without saying a word, she also sat back on the chair. He continued to hold up his big teacup. Not elegant at all, but rather acting naively, blowing on the hot tea while drinking it. It feels like I am more important when I am hidden. Showed up, only to be ignored. Do you really think of yourself as transparent? Lin Zwisher coughed and said. Your Highness, no one's life is so insignificant. Even if the general trend of the Empire is disconnected from the life and death of a few people because of the actions of a fool, your parents will also feel sad about this. It's a pity, isn't it? Someone said mockingly. The Crown Prince put down the teacup he had just picked up, straightened his sitting posture, and said, If I just want to make my mother emperor sad, it would be more straightforward to smash her favorite set of porcelain. She will be angry for at least 3 days. Night, but will not do anything to take revenge. Killing me may keep her bad mood longer, but what will follow will be endless revenge. Other than that, no one can gain anything from killing me. Greater good, unless you are sent by my cousins to compete for the inheritance of the throne. But to be honest, no matter who is sitting on that throne today, they cannot return to the power they had in the past. This is an era where a dog can wear a crown and sit on the throne, and the Empire can still function normally. Any conspiracy against me will not have as big an effect as it did in the past. So from all angles, turning around and leaving is your best choice. Unless you are willing to bear a greater price, just to see my mother emperor sad. After pausing for a moment and thinking about it, the Crown Prince pretended to be a grown-up and said, Well, I think you will show up here. And you won't be stupid enough to cause trouble for the doll next to you. Her family is from Long Island, and she will cause trouble. I didn't cause her that much trouble. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at who this annoying preaching look looks like. However, Lin also noticed the shortcomings in the child's words and asked, What about your father? You can't say that how sad your father will be has nothing to do with you. Does it matter? Someone was asked rhetorically. Speechless, he could only reply with another question. Does it really not matter? The Crown Prince said expressionlessly. The man imprisoned by the Mother Emperor is only my father in name. If he is not satisfied with just hating me in his heart, but plans to take action, it may be done by his own hands or sent by someone. People. The child looked at someone thoughtfully. Come to kill me. Then that man will definitely be ranked first. As for the biological father, who doesn't know where he is. Who is he? Does it matter to me? If it was important, Mother Emperor would have told me a long time ago and kept the person by her side. She didn't say anything and didn't look at the person, which proves that the person is not important at all. It's really saying to the point of being ruthless. However, someone still tried to refute, saying, Although it is better to cultivate kindness than to give birth to kindness. But facing the person who gave birth to you, you don't think that he is really indifferent to everything. Don't you think that your mother is the only one? People can hatch an egg casually. Is there a difference? The Crown Prince tilted his little head and said, pretending to be puzzled. No matter who my biological father is, my soul is not mine. If so, I have no chance to complain today. If not, no matter how much I complain, there is no point. Ha ha. It is indeed the fatalism of soul science that can challenge the ethics of earth biology. Ask, suppose a woman is destined to have a child, and there is also a soul in the underworld in her hometown who is ready to be reincarnated, because she is destined to be her son. So who is this woman's man? Will it affect whether this soul can be reincarnated as her son? Is there any prince of hell who can answer this question? I'm waiting online. It's very urgent. There are still many problems extending from this. For example, a child is destined to be a Wincuxing star, and he is destined to be the top scholar in this life. But his parents are a pair of fools, based on DNA eugenics. Unless there is a mutation, such parents cannot give birth to a genius with a super high IQ. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, something really happened, and idiot parents gave birth to geniuses. But without the nurturing environment, this Wincuxingen was destined to live a mediocre life. Suppose that the child of Lord Wincuxing who came to Earth could really break through the obstacles of his native family and achieve great achievements. Doesn't this prove the point that parents are not actually so important to a child that they are indispensable? Fate is more important. That's why the ancient people in my hometown would say, 1 is destiny, 2 is luck, 3 is feng shui, the 4 is reading, and the 5 is to accumulate virtue. Family is a cause, not an effect. And that also starts from the 3rd stage of feng shui. In short, because there is no answer to this philosophical question for the time being. Therefore, a certain time traveler with a background as a keyboard warrior couldn't find a suitable point to refute the bastard in front of him, and was speechless for a while. Unless today we are going to use the, even if it doesn't make sense, the loudest wins tactic, even if it's just one person. He still needs multiple accounts to create the effect of thousands of troops. But as a keyboard warrior who studies the party, using such low-level tactics is no different from the market lady who wins all the scolding battles with her voice. It's like boxing champion Tyson went to kindergarten and had a fight with kids who couldn't speak clearly. So someone simply gave up talking to the child in front of him and continued discussing topics related to father. Of course, I was also afraid that if I continued to talk, I might blow myself up. Like Darth Vader's affectionate confession to Luke Skywalker, I'm your hacking dad. The picture was so beautiful. And as a person involved, it was so shocking. It can be fun to watch a show, but it's not so good to act in person. Lynn decisively changed the subject. Sometimes, listen to how others talk about you behind your back. As long as you are not discovered, it will be a very pleasant thing, or you will be angry to death on the spot. And others still don't understand. Lynn pretended to be nonchalant and said, I heard what you said just now, and it seems that you are a little dissatisfied with the current situation of the empire. Isn't it bad like this? The crown prince said calmly. The mother emperor feels that a lot of power belongs to her. There is no need to use so many troublesome ways to implement her own ideas. Naturally, there will be a lot of complaints. Do you want to hear it? Then you may have to ask someone to prepare dinner for you. No, forget it then. I don't think that compared to the profoundness of the culture of my hometown, the natives of Mini can curse people like a flower. Lynn asked, what about your own thoughts? Do you agree with your mother's opinion? Or do you oppose it? In fact, it is very similar to the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. If it had not become so troublesome, the mother emperor would not have the power she has today. If everything remains the same as in the past, then she will go back to the panic days. In this case, there is nothing else to consider. His Highness the Crown Prince said calmly. Lynn asked again, if you don't consider your mother's situation and consider it from your own standpoint, what kind of environment would you like to be in? After thinking seriously for a while, the Crown Prince said with a serious face, it's pretty good as it is now. Oh, why? Lynn asked curiously. Rather than leading the group of monkeys to do something, I would rather watch them perform monkey tricks. If I want those monkeys to do things according to my instructions, I would rather take the matter back and do it myself. Or leave it alone. Just watch them perform monkey tricks. There's not so much mental burden anymore. Just being happy is enough. Yo! TSK! 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 Who does this child look like? Someone was silently admiring. Chapter 1754 Mood Change. Lin finally left the palace. He didn't come to the big show where father and son recognized each other, which he wasn't sure about. Nor did he stay to have a long-awaited exchange with the Empress. He didn't even meet the latter. Before dinner time, He used the flash technique to escape. He had a feeling that the kid might not know who he was, but he acted like a mature politician. Since it's not made clear, no one will say anything. So fine. Someone doesn't have the consciousness to be a father. This is not the out-of-school girl on the road. She needs the help of her godfather. That child's life was actually no worse than someone else's. And he was sufficiently enlightened. One more dad may lead to one more trouble. It would be better not to. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, maintaining the status quo is the most ideal state. That ruthless empress hadn't set low for so many years. Maybe she was just thinking about this. I'm not sure if other people in the Twin Towers know about this short journey. Lynn never thought about publicizing it. And certainly never thought about doing it again. Can't be called regret or success. But inexplicably, the haze in my heart seemed to lessen a little. And I felt a lot more relaxed. Lynn didn't hesitate any longer about improving the success rate of returning home. He picked up the device and programmed content that had been set up again, preparing to check again. Then he held the red flower slime and tried to communicate with this little guy. It just received the same response as before, apart from a little reaction to prove that it had received the message. There was no way to get any normal feedback. Simple commands such as standing, sitting, and turning in circles are the same. Even if you demonstrate it yourself, red flower slime will not be able to learn it. This means that the red flower slime, as a seemingly intelligent creature, cannot even understand the most basic imitation. Either this guy is too stupid to do such a small thing. Either this guy is too smart, and he is just watching himself play like a play. Think about a time traveler's hometown. A group of people went to the zoo to see monkeys and orangutans. Most of those who can imitate the strange movements of monkeys and orangutans are children who have retained their innocence, or adults who want to be funny. Most people just find it funny when they see monkeys or orangutans doing strange things. And behind this feeling, there is usually an emotion of contempt. Lin Shang couldn't tell which type the red flower slime belonged to. There is only one thing that is certain. Basically, the little guy is the same level of existence as floating outside the abyss, and the abyss itself. Trying to understand or even delve into it is not impossible for me now. But it is very frustrating. One thing is certain in the future. Someone's delusional plan to give the Twin Towers of Gates enough wisdom to allow the Twin Towers of Gates to operate without an owner after the two Tower Masters, himself and Finn, step down, has a big problem. For example, will the Twin Towers of the Gate, which have lost the control of the tower owner, operate according to the established plan? Can Shield City and East City continue to maintain their existence without being affected by the mutated magic tower and eventually causing the city to be abandoned? Fortunately, those problems did not need to be solved immediately, and Lin did not take advantage of the red flower slime. At this stage, the biggest help this little guy can bring to someone is that it acts like a remote control for the Towers of Gates. As long as you hold it, you can control the magic tower to do anything the magic tower can do, without any restrictions. It's like a controller with the highest authority. Very scary. If it fell into the hands of outsiders, the consequences would be unimaginable. The good news is that the little guy doesn't like being close to people very much. At least it is impossible for outsiders to come into contact with the red flower slime by capturing it. This little guy Ezio has verified this countless times. In addition to being like the Grey Cat Hardy, he enjoyed a baptism of slime hijab when he first entered the tower. After that, no matter what method he used, he was unable to have any contact with this little guy again. The two tower masters Lin and Fun, as well as the three apprentices, were able to come into contact with the little guy because when they wanted to do something in the Twin Towers of Gates and encountered difficulties, the red flower slime is an over-limit controller. It actively appears to cooperate. I don't know what basis red flower slime chooses to contact. Regarding this phenomenon, Lin can't think of a good way to limit his actions for the time being. I can only persuade a few older apprentices not to take advantage of this convenience to control the magic tower to do something too extreme. As for Fun, she has unlimited supreme authority. Controlling red flower slime just makes it easier and more convenient for her to do things. The same goes for Lin. In his original idea, he relied on writing many automation and judgment programs so that the magic tower could follow specific instructions and perform complex tasks. But to do this, the preliminary work is very important and complicated. Even if a major stage is completed, it does not mean that the future will be worry-free. As long as there are any inconveniences encountered on a daily basis, it is inevitable that there will be some additions, deletions, and repairs to the program. Nowadays, holding red flower slime in your hand, you can use your fingers like an arm, although it would be a bit exaggerated to describe it as all your wishes come true. The actual situation is almost the same. With the red flower slime around, Lin silently deleted his plan to program all the functions of the magic tower into fools in the future. The program is very convenient to use, and there is nothing wrong with it. But the future of the Twin Towers of Gate is not intended to be handed over to anyone else. So who is going to use this convenience? In the future, will there be a magician who is proficient in programming languages, looking for this convenient channel to regain control of the Twin Towers of the Gate? This is different from what I expected. A future where the Twin Towers of Hope can escape anyone's control. In order to avoid such a situation, giving up controlling the magic tower in a programmed way is the path that must be taken. It's just that the completed results will not be deleted immediately. You can keep it until the last moment when you stay in the magic tower, and then delete it. However, these things are not urgent for the time being. What needs to be done now is that the 3-day period agreed with Finn is approaching. Perhaps it was because there was one less obstacle in his heart. When Lin stayed at the top of the Twin Towers of the Gate and checked the equipment, he had some more ideas and could make some adjustments to the things at hand. No major changes are needed. Just some detailed parameter adjustments. This is like the optimal setting of all machinery. It is not a fixed value. Sometimes it depends on the operator's ability and reaction to make a match. If the operator is quite mediocre, he cannot reach the limit of the machine. Then, the so-called best will be the most reasonable configuration and performance of the machine itself. What the operator should do is to adapt to the machine and change his habits. But if the operator can easily touch the limits of the machine, then the opposite should be done, so that the machine can adapt to the operator's habits and make corresponding adjustments. Only in this way can the machine perform beyond its potential and exceed its previously measured limits. Just like a certain time travel car, there are differences between commercially available sports cars and those customized racing cars on the track. Real racing drivers are very different from those drivers who only know how to step on the accelerator and brake. When it comes to the most advanced fields, there is no so-called right answer. Only through constant trial and error can we find the most suitable answer. And this answer may change at any time due to external factors. It can be described as mysterious and mysterious. The changes Lin made on the Twin Towers of the Gate on the Abyss side are adjustments in this regard. Furthermore, from a program point of view, just adjusting the sequence of a function may mean the difference between errors and execution, as well as the difference between 10 seconds and 1 second in running speed. The pursuit of stable operation, even if you see a mountain of shitty code, is the attitude of most programmers. But for people who have higher level pursuits, how to occupy less resources and achieve faster efficiency, that flash of inspiration is the most important part. It's hard for Lin to say which type of person he belongs to. After all, writing program code is not his job, but a tool and a skill. Astronomy and physics majors mean that their focus is still on places outside the atmosphere. But when the flash of inspiration came, it didn't stop me from giving it a try. Anyway, this is not something to be sold as a commodity, and there is no need to guarantee the normality or performance of the product to anyone. Even if something goes wrong afterwards, you don't have to pay sky-high compensation, since you only need to be responsible for yourself. After considering the consequences, there is no reason not to take risks. Not to mention that these corrections are harmless and trivial. Seriously speaking, it's just a matter of mood. In the process of materialistic science, Dana once said that after science reaches its extreme, what unfolds in front of us is the world of theology. Even more nonsense is magic that belongs to idealism. Although someone has worked hard in the Lost Land for more than 40 years, he wants to use scientific methods to reconstruct the magic system. Let's not talk about the curse that has not made much progress. Not long ago, Hagiri combined with the black gold Kuma demonstrated to someone that magic has never been that simple. So whether you are in a good mood or not is actually very important. Various fantasy adventure novels are full of stories that rely on passion and perseverance to ignore the gap in strength and infinitely amplify one's combat power to the point where it can break through the sky. Even if you don't consider metaphysical issues, when doing something, it is better to do it with a positive and relaxed mood than with sadness, depression and unwillingness. When there is no conflict between things and mood, the efficiency is different. Someone who had settled into a good mood, standing on the top of the Twin Towers of Gates on the Abyss side, actually felt that the success rate of the next thing to be done should be more optimistic than expected. Yes, I'm talking about optimism, not a specific percentage increase. I have always looked at the world with a pessimistic attitude, preparing for the worst for everything. He himself couldn't explain why Lin had such a change. The only thing that's certain is that something seems to be different. Chapter 1755 Fin's Preparation. On the appointed day, Fin dressed up and came to the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. She was not dressed to attend a noble banquet, so she made herself look gorgeous. Instead, in order to prepare for the battle, he put on all the equipment and props he had at the bottom of the box. Although for a long time, I have mainly dealt with the life bishops of the Church of Three Holy Lights, and studied medicine used to save people's lives. But Fin's true calling is still a magician, especially a magician who has experienced war times. And she has never forgotten this. Magicians are people with pursuits. Some people pursue fame and fortune, while others pursue power. Magic is just a tool in the hands of such people. There are also people who are more pure and pursue and explore magical knowledge. In fact, these things must eventually be exchanged for fame and fortune. Otherwise, the resources obtained by one person alone will not be enough to support the research of these people. Some people may think that as long as the strength reaches a certain level, they can get rid of the need for external force and do whatever they want. But who is born to be so powerful? Doesn't this person have any experience growing up? Didn't you receive help from outsiders when you were growing up? But no matter what kind of people they are, they have one thing in common, and that is magic as their main source of survival. No place in Lost World can be called absolutely safe. Not to mention that Fin spends all his time studying medicine-related content, and his achievements in magic must be much less. In fact, starting from the discovery of someone's unique angle, Fin can get a lot of nutrients from Lin and add to his magical attainments bit by bit. On a practical level, in addition to the enhanced magical power that others cannot see, Fin will occasionally make gadgets for himself that can work wonders at certain times. Just like with a magic tower in hand, the magician can conjure flowers with his own strength. It is easy to fight against the army, but without the magic tower, it doesn't mean that the threat of magicians has plummeted. For these lonely masters, an alternative method is to supplement various magic props. This is like the memory of a time traveler who used magic scrolls as cannonballs. Once you fight, it's just like a novel that starts with a base consumption. It's hard to figure out whether this is a magical fantasy that emphasizes wisdom and courage, or a stage where a great power displays its firepower. In fact, if conditions permit, which magician would hate such extravagance? I only have one life. Although the Lost Land has the resurrection spell as a base, not all situations can be resurrected with the resurrection spell. Money is just something external to one's body. If it is not used to improve one's strength or as a trump card to save one's life, is it really left to unscrupulous descendants to squander? Most of the people who have this idea are nobles or a very small number of magic families. For Master, self is the most important thing. Even if these people behave selflessly, it is because in his evaluation, doing so can give benefits other than the most benefits. In short, Fin, whose core values follow the crowd, also uses various small props to arm himself. Even though the things on his body may be fragile and small, their power is quite astonishing. Especially those small objects with explosion magic as their core. They can even grow mushroom clouds when thrown. After all, when Fin was designing, he was focusing on someone else's design of, I am not alive. No matter how powerful it is, it can be adjusted accordingly. And the body was covered with all kinds of scattered fin, which kept making jingling noises when walking. If you didn't see anyone and just heard the sound, you would probably think that a wind chime was ringing somewhere. In addition to these small props, the robe Fin chose was the earliest completed magical silk hanfu, the four spirits clothing. This set of silk hanfu, which combines the projections of the four elemental spirits, is mainly defensive, and has a defensive power that is no less than someone's Xuanwu robe. Although the magic silk is completely finalized from the moment it is weaved. However, the projection of the four elemental spirits on the four spirit clothes was added later. In other words, the four spirit server has some room for upgrade. Fin didn't let the old clothes sit idle. Various additions and adjustments have been made over time. In any case, with the additional projection of the four elemental spirits, the four spirit suit has characteristics similar to a magic tower energy pool and semi-infinite power. This is an advantage that other robes made of magical silk cannot match. Of course, Fin cannot give up easily. Many of the scattered gadgets on the body are designed to match the four spirit clothes. This means that although the four spirit suit is the earliest magical silk equipment completed by Fin, to this day, this suit still has the highest power and evaluation. today, that appears with such an image, which is actually a reminder given by Hagiri. The man asked the Hagirist to arrange a safety measure that even he himself didn't know about. Then why is Finn just used as a trigger? The starting device of the first safety. It is true that what the man wanted to do was very rare. If others did not have a certain amount of knowledge and vision, they might have difficulty understanding it. Not to mention seizing the opportunity and activating the insurance at the last moment to save the entire world at the expense of oneself. If you are not strong enough, you may be deceived by the power of external gods in the process. In addition to losing all expected functions, it may also become a hindrance. There is no way to leave such a matter to those apprentices, let alone to outsiders. The abilities and vision of those apprentices are not enough, when the matter is in the hands of outsiders with sufficient skills and knowledge. It is very likely that the other party will activate the safety device at the slightest sign of trouble. From the standpoint of an outsider who has no stake in the magician, if such people are given the power to activate the safety device, for these people, I am afraid that their best choice is to let that person walk into the safety device. When within the scope of action, activate the device as soon as possible. Come and settle it all. Therefore, Lin can only rest assured and leave this kind of matter in his own hands. Finn thought so. But since the matter is in his own hands, what he does seems to be very important. But in fact it is just a big deal. How could Finn be like a good baby and do whatever others tell her? The hints from the Hagirist also told her that she could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, when it comes to someone's plan and the insurance must be activated, the situation at that time must be extremely bad. So if she intervenes, could it make the situation worse? Facing the abyss of crisis of annihilation, there is no way to be destroyed twice. Since he can't, then Finn has no intention of being a mere spectator. This outfit is prepared to serve as a third layer of insurance that someone doesn't know about. Even in Finn's plan, she was the first line of insurance activated. The goal is simple. Once the outer gods cause any abnormal movement, she will step forward. Although Lin once described to others what the scene was like outside the atmosphere of the abyss. But these are only verbal accounts, and they do not produce photos that can be used as evidence, or reproduce the memory images in someone's mind. This was, of course, to prevent others from being driven crazy by the image of the indescribable thing. You can see it yourself, and the results look good, but in fact, the danger of that time can be said to be the most experienced by anyone in a certain time period. His mind instantly lost control. His body was affected by the aura of the abyss, and he instinctively devoured all swallowable objects in front of him to fill the missing vitality and achieve the purpose of transforming his body. Unfortunately, such modifications are not of one's own free will. If it weren't for the demonized fat man's incarnation and self-destruction, cutting off the influence of the abyss on him, perhaps today I would be a member of the group of abyss lords or evil gods named Melkor. The big-eyed demon, Lin, of course, wants to prevent this from happening to others, so he never provides evidence to back up his words. Perhaps because of this, Finn's sense of despair is not as strong as that of a certain magician. In addition, she has dealt with those existences before and is not completely ignorant, so she does not lack the courage to challenge. From Finn's point of view, once she attracts the attention of an outside god, what she needs to do is to buy time and interrupt the connection, so as to eliminate this attention that can kill people. As long as the attention disappears, the alien gods will not come. Don't say, without the consciousness of victory, it is impossible to win any battle. When it comes to alien gods, it's exactly the opposite. Fighting against it with more intense emotions will only lead to a stronger opponent. To use an old saying, the opponent has the attribute of getting stronger when encountering a strong opponent. Whether it was filled with passionate courage, or he was frightened by the weird and inexplicable appearance, and fell into fear, or even lost control of his thinking. Any emotion that is amplified will become nourishment for the external gods and feed back to oneself on a larger scale. So the best way to deal with this kind of thing is to find a way to ignore the other party. Just like Finn used to deal with the old gods. And when using the outer gods to deal with the old gods, he finally figured out a way to let the outer gods exit safely. That is to eliminate the traces left by the other party on a large scale and make people downplay their existence. Those who still remember are forbidden to speak, and those who don't know have no way of knowing. As long as no one remembers them, they cease to exist and are in fact far away from this world. Of course, it's hard to ignore someone when they're face to face, especially when the other party plans to follow the connection created by a certain death-seeking magician and descend into the abyss. In this case, you have to use another method to deal with it. According to Finn's experience, just hit the opponent and it will be fine. As long as they feel pain, those indescribable beings will temporarily retreat, leaving their opponents in fear that they will come back at any time. This approach of retreating to advance can harvest more fearful emotions and is also the driving force for their reappearance. What Finn wants is this time to retreat temporarily. There is no hatred among the outer gods, and they certainly do not hold grudges. Strictly speaking, no matter how much harm humans cause, it is not enough to make the other party hold a grudge. So this approach is effective, and Finn has actually used it several times. It's just that most people don't understand the importance of ignoring and forgetting that evil thing. Instead, they fall into the fear of the unknown and ugliness, making it easier to provoke the other party. As an insurance that someone didn't know about, Finn decided to fill in the gaps for that man and fill in the loopholes that he had missed or even didn't know about. Actually, there is an important point that Finn has never mentioned. It will attract their attention, compared with being seen by the naked eye. What are you thinking when you look at it? Such emotions are the factors that will cause the reaction of the external gods. Just wanting to go home is not worth any action from those indescribable beings. It is even said that this attention is very likely to be directed to another place along with someone's emotions. Chapter 1756, Climbing the Tower. Although Finn had some inferences about what might have happened, she didn't have enough evidence to support it. So she decided not to say anything. Follow the scientific approach that someone talks about all the time. Make bold assumptions and verify carefully. If the probability is too small, just treat it as a joke and have fun for a while. It is enough to be mentally prepared. Don't take it too seriously. Otherwise you will lose. However, judging from the way someone would be worried at any slightest sign of trouble, Finn thought it was better not to cause trouble for himself. This is the kind of person who talks openly but is as small-minded as a mouse. In her judgment, the greatest possibility was that nothing happened and things just progressed smoothly. The reason for being so confident, of course, comes from past experiences. She originally wanted to use the power of the foreign gods to get rid of the old gods, but she didn't just look at them and make them furious and come down to kill the gods. Instead, he used a series of plans to provoke the old gods to covet the power of the outer gods, and create a situation where the old gods use this new power to devour other old gods, thus arousing the wariness and greed of other old gods. In the end, the old gods who died in the early stages were not so much defeated by the coming alien gods as they were the ones who fled to the flames and sought their own death. The process is complicated and dangerous, and Finn himself seems to be walking on the edge of a cliff. Therefore, after her own power, that is, the newly born Dark Army was enough to overpower the old gods. She suppressed the belief in the old gods, and at the same time eliminated the influence of the foreign gods. Knowing that these things are not easy to deal with, but they are not easy to provoke, Finn has always been disapproving of someone's caution. Are you really pretending that all the outside gods are doing nothing? Can you, a little insect, glance at it casually and stimulate the other person's sensitive nerves? Seriously, Finn really wanted to ask a magician to pee and look at herself in the mirror. My face is not that big, so why do I have macrocephaly? But when Finn saw someone appear, he was still startled, because the head is really big. After taking a closer look, it's not surprising again, because someone walked over with a red flower slime on his forehead. It looked like he had given up on trying to pull the other person off his head. Someone wearing a sky blue and sky Confucian robe, shaking a yin-yang pearl feather fan, full of energy, with introverted eyes, and a swagger, quite a bit like a great Confucian. If there wasn't a slime on his head, Finn might have been fascinated by this image for a few seconds. But watching the red flower slime barely maintain its shape, it still couldn't block the lower edge of the drop-shaped body. And there was a paste flowing down along someone's head. Every time a trace of it leaks out, it is sucked back in again. It looks very much like a child who doesn't know how to blow his nose and only knows how to sniff. This funny look made Finn couldn't help but laugh. Then he asked, "I thought you didn't like that little thing," pointing to the position of his head. "Staying in that place." Putting the feather fan on his belt, Lynn said helplessly, "I don't like it now. But later, I realized that it's not to blame for it always lying on other people's heads. Because the way it communicates with others is to read brain waves. There is no other way. This position is closer to the brain. Unless you can tolerate it drilling into the nostrils and eye sockets, directly covering the cerebral cortex. So you give it up fighting it?" Finn asked. Lynn replied decisively, "No. It's just because the next thing is very important. So I'm just compromising for the time being. Then didn't have much to say about someone's seemingly serious attitude. He is not sloppy when it comes to business matters, and is even a little stubborn. This is one of the few good qualities of this man. Although stubbornness is clinging to one's own ideas rather than working hard to get things done, which is quite annoying. But I really can't ask for more. The two of them stayed together on the third floor of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the abyss, bringing up the water mirror screen in front of the energy pool for a final check. By the way, we exchanged each other's attention points and reminded each other. But after all, Lin was in charge of the matter, and the entire system was designed by him. Therefore, during the communication process, Lin talked more and Finn talked less. The few words he spoke were just to ask for details about something he didn't understand. And Finn didn't say anything about his secret plans. The second layer of insurance that the Hagairas are responsible for is originally developed in a surprise way. Finn's preparations were actually mentioned to the Hagairas to prevent them from being unable to cooperate with him in terms of timing. I won't say anything else. And it remains a mystery. After the two determined their respective divisions of labor, they moved to the top of the tower together. The giant astronomical telescope is just like the observatories in my hometown in my memory. The huge telescope looks up at the sky, hoping to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the universe. But here, the only thing visible in the eyepiece is the thick clouds of the abyss. A vast expanse of gray. As a safe plug-in device, the super compound magic generating device named by the Hagairas and suggested by Finn, the Crown of Thorns, acted like a wall, forcibly raising the magic tower on the side of the abyss by half a floor. In fact, when the Crown of Thorns was being built, it once caused panic among the people and demons who settled in East City. Calling it panic, in someone's opinion, a lot of it is an excuse. It's not that I really have any objections to the transformation of the magic tower, or that I'm afraid from the bottom of my heart. Moreover, Lin was no longer in the early days of the establishment of the Twin Towers of Gates, and maintained a timid and cautious attitude in all of his actions. He was afraid that the magic tower would be too powerful and scare away the people or demons who came to settle in East City. It is said that more than 50 Abyss Lords and Abyss evil gods have died in the Magic Circle City. Those who dare to stay in Ishar now are definitely lying if they say they are not mentally prepared. So Lin took a wait-and-see attitude. Anyway, the Magic Circle City has no city walls, so as long as it doesn't violate taboos, you can come in and out as you like. All kinds of performances mean to get away if you are not satisfied. Today's Abyss exploration of the universe is the first step in the plan, considering that if things develop in the worst direction, the residents of East City will inevitably be implicated. Therefore, Lin decided to inform in advance that he would activate the concealment and blocking functions in the Magic Circle City to separate the city from the Magic Tower. Although I don't know if doing this is meaningful in preventing foreign gods, but at least it is a token of appreciation. What is to be done is not clearly stated. Only that the Magic Tower is to experiment with large-scale spiritual magic. If you don't want your thoughts and your mind to be polluted and your personality to be manipulated, just cooperate with the interception operation of the Magic Circle City. It is not that there are no dissidents who oppose it. They even directly asked the Magic Tower to stop such experiments. But these are the daily crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. Not only did the listeners not take it seriously, but the speakers also had the same attitude. Although there are many supporters, most people just follow the crowd and make noises, without thinking about how their actions will really affect the tower owner. Lin's reaction was indeed what everyone and the devil had guessed. In other words, his reaction to the public had not changed since the tower was built. Or even earlier. Speeches from the outside world always come in through the left ear and out through the right ear. His character will be fixed to what it is today. It is true that he had experienced hundreds of battles on the internet before traveling, which is a major reason. More importantly, it is because of his experience in the Lost Land that he has completely completed his transformation. The way people in MIDI solve problems is to just do it if they don't accept it. Very few people would choose to be blind and reasonable. After settling in the Tower of the Great Sage, it was the first time he rose to prominence in this dangerous magical world. Unfortunately, this period did not last long, and he was frightened by the invasion of the Abyss, and ran away with his tail between his legs in despair. During his stay in Willian City, the headquarters of the Shijia District chapter in the Southwest Peninsula, he widely accepted the opinions of outsiders and tried to integrate himself into the Society of Lost Land, at least among the group of magicians. To this end, as a small person, he put forward many suggestions that did not match his identity and set out to transform the world. During the day, a magic academy is set up to expand the group of magicians, recruit children who may have talents but have no chance to come into contact with magic, and try to draw them into this strange world. At night, he lived a life of feasting, and feasting similar to that of an aristocrat with other lords. However, whether it is the technological world before time travel or the magic world after time travel, reality can always teach people a lesson. In the end, someone was driven out of the Southwest Peninsula and left as if fleeing for his life. In fact, if Lin didn't leave, he might really face assassination, or even explicit rape. After that, for a long time, nearly 10 years, he wandered on the lost continent. During this period, even if you had a quarrel with someone on the forum and the other party couldn't wait to compete in real life, it would be difficult to find an elusive person. It is also this period of time that makes someone get used to ignoring the gossip from the outside world, which does no substantial harm to themselves anyway. His coveted interests, that is, the legal gains from the forum, were handed over early and were managed by the branches of various magician associations. It has a specific purpose and name and requires earmarked funds. But in the absence of supervision, it is not the people in power in each place who have the final say on how the money will be used. Lin also understood this situation, but he never thought of stopping it, because I wanted to use this kind of opening to block the malice of those people. On the one hand, I also met the boss of World Tree during this trip, and my strength has grown by leaps and bounds. By the time he settled in the holy city of Estali, he was already fully fledged and no longer afraid of anyone. The help from the Grand Duke family of Kauai is like the icing on the cake. Just like all RPG games, a brave man must have leveling experience before he wants to kill the Demon King. Even a character like White Wolf Gerard, who reaches full level as soon as he appears in the novel, still needs to start training from level 3 to level 5 when he appears in the game. Only today, with the establishment of the Twin Towers of the Gate and the record of killing more than 50 god-level demons, Lin has become more confident in saying no to those who only want to cause trouble. But after all, he grew up in a legal and safe society, and he is more or less conscious of the social responsibilities that people should bear. It is not difficult to give others some kind reminders without harming your own interests. After all, without anyone knowing, what if the Abyss space exploration plan does not go well, and something goes wrong? The group of people and demons in Escher failed to help, which only added to the chaos, which made it even worse. Therefore, moderate disclosure and guidance can be considered a good thing. At the time of the announcement, Lin issued the order to activate the Magic Circle City shield through the red flower slime on his head. Complex runes that had never been seen before formed a nearly solid barrier in the sky above the city, like an upside-down bowl, separating the city from the sky. Of course, it also hides the form of the magic tower from the eyes of everyone in demons. Chapter 1757 Mental Barrier. Because they were warned in advance, the people and demons living in Escher did not make a fuss about the changes in the sky. Everyone's daily activities remain as usual. After all, this is not like the previous battle where the demons attacked the tower. The Magic Circle City had to use all its strength to resist the attack of the demon army. At that time, if you didn't want to be the target of the magic tower, you could only stay in the house and avoid going out to the street and attracting people's imagination. When fighting in a mysterious place, there are always mistakes made, and no one is spared. The battle in the Abyss is even more outrageous. It is the basic operation to destroy Gua by false means. It is normal for the neighbors, who are eating melons, and watching the show to be killed together, and wiped out together. Therefore, as long as the demon lord on one side declares war on another, the demons on the side being declared war will unite with the neighboring demons to resist the invasion, and even kill the incoming enemy. This is considered a daily routine in the Abyss. As for whether it is possible to counterattack the invaders and reach their hometown, as long as there is no strong leader, usually in the Abyss, what is most likely to happen is that after gaining the upper hand, the demons in a group start to attack the backs of the demons around them. This is also in the Abyss, although the demon lords come and go and attack each other. But what the pattern of the Abyss was like tens of thousands of years ago, it is almost the same pattern now, without much change. Don't even think about a powerful demon appearing to unify the Abyss world. The Prince of the Abyss whom Azad fought for was more like a demon co-lord than a demon emperor. The former is the way of feudalism, and the latter is the way of dictatorship. This is the custom of the Abyss War. So those neutral demons who do not want to intervene in the war between the Magic Tower and the radical demons, if they want to truly stand by, they must obey the arrangements of the Magic Tower to a certain extent and stay in the houses of the Magic Circle City. Inside, otherwise, If you walk on the street during the war and declare that your position is close to the magic tower, how many tower owners would dare to truly believe it? Then let these demons go their own way without stopping them. Tactical deception is not only practiced by demons, but also by humans. That's why Lin would forcibly cut him off during the war. If he didn't want to fight, he would accept being locked up in the house. When he walked outside the house, he would automatically recognize him as an enemy and fight to the death without complaint. But what we have to do is not a life and death war. Perhaps on a certain level, it is more dangerous than war. But what is certain is that the devil does not have such a vague position on what may happen next. Naturally, there is no need to take such a one-size-fits-all approach and force all demons to stay in their respective houses. Therefore, the measures Lin took did not stop all daily activities of Ishur, but only separated the sky from them. As for the impact, it is not without any impact. At least those demon species that are accustomed to flying as a means of movement cannot fly into the sky during the period when the barrier is opened over the magic circle city. That barrier of magic arrays and runes that seemed extremely cumbersome, like a physical barrier, had no ability to block the demons flying into the sky like a real wall. However, Lin also said in his prior warning that any person or demon who tries to get close to the air barrier or even has sabotage intentions will be regarded as an enemy. And the magic tower will definitely kill them. Rather than building a wall to isolate curiosity, it is more effective to isolate unnecessary curiosity at the cost of life. Such demands are just a few words that people in Ishur who are used to protesting say on a daily basis. No one really cares or tries to challenge someone's rules. Not long ago, the corpses of those demons who dared to challenge were still cold. Let's just say that those demons that fly wherever they go are not unable to fly, but they have lost the means of movement. It is true that it causes inconvenience, but it is not to the extent that it hinders livelihood. In fact, according to Lin's idea, those who raise objections or demons should thank him. To be fair, deep down in his heart, he didn't think that using a space telescope to peer into the universe would have serious consequences. But it is impossible to say that there is no reaction at all. Basically, I peered into outer space, and I attracted the attention of the outer gods. As long as I can withstand a wave of feedback from the outer gods and people don't go crazy, then the situation should not escalate and end here. From now on, you can follow the same steps and feedback intensity to explore the abyss of space again and again. Simply put, someone does not believe that things will go so well that they will not cause any reaction from those beings. Nor does he believe that things will be so bad that they will cause a crisis of the level of annihilation. The most likely scenario is the compromise you envisioned. In order to prevent the attention from outside gods from having any impact on East City, Lin put a lot of effort into the barrier that separated the magic circle city from the sky. It's not just the simple use of patterns to block the scene from the sky. It also involves countermeasures of spiritual magic and seduction magic. Perhaps someone is not good at curse-type magic, making it difficult for him to use this type of method to harm others. But in terms of protection, thanks to the mutated Xuanwu robe, Lin Ke has a lot of experience. In the beginning, the Xuanwu robe was designed to protect what one was not good at. When the Xuanwu totem came into contact with the true spirit of his hometown, which attracted the attention of the 8 powerful lords of Midland, and a series of subsequent developments, the power of the Xuanwu robe had long been separated from the original design. This is certainly a good thing for Lin, because under Fan certification, the Xuanwu robe has stronger mental protection capabilities, and combined with its strong enough physical protection capabilities, it has become a rare all-round defense robe in the world. One of the advantages of this is that Lin can learn to resist and counter these spiritual types of magic from the Xuanwu robe. The barriers currently used over the magic circle city are the research results of Xuanwu robe. As for whether the Xuanwu robe can effectively defend against the spiritual attacks of alien gods, Lin Ke once conducted experiments with the stump of that indescribable thing. Wrapping the stump of the limb with a Xuanwu robe can effectively prevent its breath from leaking. And the Xuanwu robe itself will not leave any corrosion damage. Just consider that clothes are for wearing, not for wrapping things. In addition, the seeds of the world tree stored together have the ability to absorb the breath of indescribable things. So Lin Ke did not have the luxury to mess around with the Xuanwu robe. And in Lin's conjecture, this set of blocking barriers is likely to be activated every time the twin towers of gates on the abyss side are used for space exploration. Therefore, in terms of power consumption, Lin also made a special effort to balance performance and energy consumption. The pursuit of how to use the least power to perform the most powerful magic is almost instinctive for all magicians. With mathematics in hand, and looking at it with programmed and scientific logic and vision. Lin could directly design the strength of this barrier to be adjustable at any time. Once deployed, the protective strength is fixed. Furthermore, in some works, as long as more magic is injected and more strength is used, the power of magic can be increased. This point, broadly speaking, is not wrong. But the issue of conversion rate and the generation of entropy must be taken into consideration. There must be a difference in efficiency between something done temporarily and something done after careful planning. If the mental barrier designed at the beginning is not enough to protect against the gazes of the outer gods, perhaps temporarily increasing the input of power can strengthen the barrier's protection level. But what about the consumption of power? The energy consumption source of the spiritual barrier in the Magic Circle City is the Magic Stone energy pool set up in every room. This type of energy pool has an upper limit on its use. If it exceeds the upper limit, it will be easily drained. Just like in the previous battle, running a maze of Chiman Duinjia formation was no problem. Until Black Gold Kuma came on the scene. Super compound magic was unleashed, directly destroying the Magic Stone type energy pool in the entire Magic Circle City. At that time, Lin Du was mentally prepared. There was a high possibility that the residents of his city would not be able to recover from the damage suffered by the Magic Circle City. But in the end, both humans and demons took it upon themselves to restore the city to its original state. After being able to pass the test safely the first time, would Lin naively think that the results would be the same the second time, the third time, or even countless times in the future? Will those leaks living in Ishur really endure their free prostitution time and time again? Never test human greed, because you will only be disappointed. And never advocate the virtue of sacrifice, because it is the same as killing. Adhering to these two life creeds, Lin never thought that the spiritual barrier on the Magic Circle City could play a 100% defense against foreign gods. At least we can't drain the entire city of its countless Magic Stone energy pools again, when the power that can be provided is limited, and the area that needs to be protected is quite large, covering the scope of a city. How to achieve effective defense and reserve some space in case of emergencies is a great test of design ability. With this protective shield covering the entire city in front of him, Lin believed that he had done his best under the premise of limited resources. If the level of attention from the outer gods exceeds the upper limit of protection of the mental blocking barrier, then draining all the Magic Stone energy pools in the entire Magic Circle City again would probably not help. Because by that time, it is very likely that we will face a battle between gods. Not just a casual glance. But if we just keep it open at the current scale, the burden on the Magic Circle City will not be that high. Judging from the resilience of the Magic Stone energy pool, it's not a big problem. The only people who would find it inconvenient are probably those guys who can fly. Speaking of large cities in the Lost World, as long as they are capital level, most of them have no-fly regulations. On the one hand, because the capital of a kingdom or empire has a high chance of having a magic tower as part of its defense system. As long as any magician or person who has a flying pet tries to fly in these forbidden areas, he will be blasted down cleanly by the magic tower. Therefore, the ban on flying is not unfamiliar to the natives of Midland. And using magic towers to bombard these unruly people is even more routine for the lost people. The magic tower is a killing weapon. Don't regard these towers standing on the ground as decorations or as a villa for a magician to retire. This concept is especially important next to the twin towers of the gate. Someone thought so. Chapter 1758 Preparation. After dealing with the possible threats to his city and the damage that may be caused by the residents of his city, more importantly, blocking the view of humans and demons from prying into the magic tower, Lin began to take the next step. With a flick of the thumb, the crisp sound seemed to penetrate the dimensional boundaries and penetrate into other worlds. 5 human SH.LS also came quietly behind Lin Yufan, then noticed their presence by observing the faint movement of the wind. But before he could turn around to see what shape the human SH.LS would take today, the Hakakiri dissociated into the form of sword pills and flew in all directions. The 5 swords of the world fell to the ground lightly and skillfully. They were not inserted into the masonry of the magic tower, which was still incredibly hard even if the magic protection was not enabled. Instead, the sword tips were pressed against the ground, each standing at a strange angle, completely trampling physics under their feet. But the 5 worldly swords are not the focus of someone's attention this time. The other Shikiri Kimaru are. He saw the Shikiri Kimura flying around, leaving traces like colored ink in the air of the abyss. On the top of the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss, it seems that there are countless silk threads layered on top of each other. intertwining into a colorful and strange painting. In the past, Lin couldn't understand what the Hagaris were doing, but he just felt that such a scene was very special, from a certain perspective. It could be said to be beautiful, but it could also be said to be weird, like the aimless scribblings of a psychopath. Even he himself couldn't tell what he was painting. But a bunch of psychologists were always happy to explain these masterpieces. Now it seems, what the Hagaris are doing is a bit similar to what he is about to deal with. The most intuitive phenomenon is that in order to reduce the influence of external gods, Lin tried to analyze and understand the redundant information belonging to external gods, which was the part that the human brain could not process in the past. In the past, in order to solve the problem of being unable to directly observe indescribable things, Lin used very crude methods to integrate and delete information that could not be processed by the human brain. Finally, the original data is dimensionally reduced to a level that you can understand. It's like taking a picture of an object. There is nothing wrong with the person in the photo being a certain person. But can it be said that the person in the photo is the person himself? In that flat photo, there is no outline, no depth, no ability to move, no ability to speak. How could it be the person? This approach is undoubtedly crude and distorted. Although someone's brain today is still the same, its information processing capabilities are not the same as in the past. It would be unjustifiable if we still use the old method. The biggest difficulty in understanding alien gods and high-dimensional creatures is that there are many messages that cannot be processed well by this dimension. Even the main plane of the lost land itself. Because the existence of anything or phenomenon has its upper limit in a world. Taking the digital data type based on 0 and 1 as an example, the upper limit of the value of 1 bit is 1. The upper limit of the value of 8 bit is 255. And the upper limit of the value of 16 bit is 65,535. Under a certain basis, once the numerical range is exceeded, if it is not reset to 0 and recalculated, it will be an error. The existence of alien gods is like numbers that exceed the upper limit of digits and cannot show their true status. But there are always more ways than difficulties to solve this problem. In addition to using larger bytes to accommodate a certain set of numbers, multiple bytes can also be used to represent a number that exceeds the upper limit of the value. The existence of alien gods can be analyzed in much the same way. It's a bit like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. The pattern of a piece of puzzle cannot be clearly seen, but when a sufficient number of puzzle pieces are put together, it becomes obvious what the pattern is. In the past, Lin had no way to use this method, and could only use rough dimensionality reduction methods to understand indescribable things. That's because the brain's processing speed is not up to par. Even if your brain is burned out, you won't be able to process this massive amount of information. Do you know how a DDoS attack can paralyze a computer? It uses a large amount of spam messages to interfere with the normal operation of the computer. Just because my brain wasn't good at that time doesn't mean it's not good now. After several rounds of hardware upgrades, the processing methods have also improved. And there are subdimensional towers with dimensional gaps, which are equivalent to the existence of an external brain. Regardless of the time-consuming input and output, Lin has dared to say that he has unlimited computing power after the subdimensional tower has evolved to ignore time. So I want to encounter these indescribable existences, which have been hidden deep in someone's heart until today. I just thought about it before. There was no urgency. And there were other things at hand. So naturally I didn't put it on the schedule. Nowadays, whether you want to or not, you have to touch it. If you don't come up with a method at this time, do you have to wait until afterwards? This is not about making up for the situation after a desperate situation. Therefore, Lin had been prepared for the upgrade of the observation method of alien gods a long time ago. As a result, when I saw the image of the Sharajiri Kimura flying in front of me and leaving traces in the air, I had a different understanding. The painting is not a painting that ordinary people can understand. As for the footprints left by the Hagaris, someone in the past just vaguely felt that they coincided with some kind of truth, but couldn't explain why. Reading it again today, I slowly figured out what the truth I felt in the past was. The flight paths of the Shikiri Kimuru are like a language. Just like the sword formations Lin once used with the Hakiri Kimuru, there is a certain pattern hidden in them. Anyone who understands it. But those who don't understand can only become a dead soul under the sword. It's just that the flight in front of Hagiri's eyes was not for the purpose of killing. Through their mutual positions, they conduct a higher level of intensive dialogue that is different from the communication of thought waves. The content of the dialogue is different from the various gags in the Hagiri forum. And it does not have any special purpose. Although someone understands the dialogue, he still cannot understand the content. If we really want to compare it with some kind of behavior, it can be said that cells everywhere in the human body make different actions in different parts under the conduction of nerve stimulation. The end result is that the human body can move in a coordinated manner and perform a variety of actions. The content of the whirling conversations between the Haggaris was like the coordination of nerve conduction. Does it have a deeper meaning? I'm afraid we need to collect more data and provide more information for comparison before we can truly understand this special language. However, before getting such an opportunity, all the Shikiri Kimaru had already reached their final destination of spinning. That is, on the crown of thorns device. It is the group position of the box cut. They did not all maintain the form of sword pills, but changed into all kinds of strange shapes and fit into the reserved empty slots. And this shape fits perfectly with the magic pattern there, becoming part of the magic pattern on the crown of thorns. When all the Shikiri sword pills are in place, the crown of thorns, which is already connected to the energy pool of the magic tower, automatically enters the heat engine state. The trial operation of the thorn ring, the fleeting magical light, and the low roar like a giant beast's demonstration all indicate that this magic device has entered the activated state. All the tens of thousands of Kakiri entered the crown of thorns, leaving only the 5 earthly swords outside. Lin Bu asked what position the Haggaris were in and how effective they could be. The second layer of insurance hidden under his cognition was what he meant. If he understood all the actions of the Haggaris, then the surprise would be greatly reduced, and when it comes to dealing with problems, there may be a situation where he is unable to do what he is capable of. This is because people's subconscious mind is to save their lives. Those who commit suicide are either very determined or find ways to eliminate their own escape route. For someone who is really facing a crisis, Lin can't guarantee whether his will can control his instinct to escape. The flash technique is too convenient, and it is engraved on the sub-dimensional tower, so it can't even be temporarily sealed and disabled. Therefore, we can only think of ways from other aspects so that when we face the last moment, we can have a shorter window of time to escape and avoid involving the world outside ourselves. For a person who believes that it's better to die than to live, so deliberately thinking of a way to kill himself, someone has to lament that fate has played a role in people. I can only secretly hope that things will not come to that point. It's okay for the outside gods to make a scene. That's pretty much it. I'm just afraid of Murphy's Law. The favor of the goddess of luck has never appeared to anyone. For a rational Scientology believer, making adequate plans for all possibilities is the safest way. Optimistically believing that things will not go in a certain direction is the mentality of a gambler, regardless of the world before or after time travel. 9 out of 10 bets will be lost. Lin did not lead the inspection of the Hakiri's position, but let them check themselves. When the Haggaris were ready, the 5 worldly swordsmen exited the top of the tower. This is also the agreed signal for what happens next. The 5 worldly swords can play little role, even with the year wheel in his hands and all his power. Lin didn't think he could really defeat so many foreign gods. You must know that the sleeping giant beasts floating outside the abyss are not 1 or 2, but dozens or hundreds. There are even more things that cannot be seen. Although today's year wheel does not enter a long cooling time after one strike with a sword, there is no way to face so many enemies. As for whether the time wheel can deal with foreign gods or not, Lin has no doubt about this. Even the boss of Yggdrasil said not to show up in front of them with that thing. So its power is not a problem. If the year wheel lacks stamina, the other 4 swords among the 5 swords of the world will have no effect on the events that will happen. To put it bluntly, they are far inferior to their compatriots in Crown of Thorns. So by exiting early, you can save the possibility of some variables happening. After the Haggaris were in place, Lin signaled to Finn beside her that she could return to the 3rd floor of the Twin Towers of Gates and stay in the position where she could monitor the overall situation. Of course, the former Demon King was not a soldier who acted in a hurry when someone else ordered her to do so. A pair of beautiful eyes shot someone like a sword, and Finsai slowly walked around the outer circle of the top of the tower, which was the device of the Crown of Thorns. The fingertips lightly brushed over each protrusion, and upon contact, a bluish-white magical aura always appeared. This was her exchanging opinions with the Haggaris. Finn actually doesn't like Hagiri's ability to directly invade other people's consciousness and talk, no matter how much mental shielding is used. As long as he holds Hagiri, he can't prevent the other person's voice from ringing in his head. But at times like this, it's quite useful, as long as the Haggaris didn't take the initiative to mention it to anyone. The third insurance plan that Lin didn't know about was quickly determined during the exchange of opinions between Finn and Hagiri. Then, under someone's gaze, he slowly walked down the stairs that usually did not appear, and left the top of the twin towers of gates. Chapter 1759 Start. Watching the masonry of the magic tower move from a stepped state to a smooth plane with no visible seams, Lin turned his attention back to the large astronomical telescope beside him. Thanks to the climate of the abyss, which does not rain or have strong winds, any exposed equipment does not need a special rain cover, and there will be no corrosion damage. Even sulfur dioxide, the source of the sulfur smell in the air, will no longer drift from other places as long as it is treated to a certain extent. This is one of the great benefits of not having much air flow. The disadvantage is of course not without it. That is, the difference in the proportion of air in the abyss at different locations at the same altitude will be greater than in the Lost Lands, or even the Earth in memory. This is because the air does not flow very much, so it is difficult to maintain a uniform mixing state at all times. Although in such an environment, sometimes altitude sickness can occur without going to high altitude areas. But the advantage is that no matter what kind of equipment, as long as the preliminary treatment is done well, there will be no serious natural wear and tear if it is left in the open air for a long time. Not to mention there are various protective magics that can deal with some environmental troubles, large and small. This is why Lin didn't insist on building the top floor of the magic tower to look like his hometown observatory, with a roof that can be opened, closed, and rotated. Another feature that is different from its hometown is that this large astronomical telescope does not have an additional console. As long as you sit in the seat in front of the eyepiece and use the crystal ball embedded with magic stones on the armrest, you can pull up a series of instrument data and control the direction and elevation of the telescope. Lin sat in this position and activated the basic functions of the astronomical telescope. You can see the observation screen transferred from the hydroscope screen without having to put your eyes particularly close to the eyepiece. Unsurprisingly, there is only a gray area in the picture, and no stars can be seen. He grabbed the red flower slime off his forehead and pressed it onto the crystal ball on the armrest. I wanted to use this posture to control the magic tower and astronomical telescope at the same time. But after thinking about it, Lin put the slime back on his head. The location closest to the brain can sense brain waves the fastest. Even though the distance is greater, the extra time may only add less than a few nanoseconds. But when faced with something he has never experienced before, a little more is an advantage. And Lin has no objection to red flower slime's special preference. When everyone got their location from the prompt, Lin had already reached the third floor of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, and the other three older apprentices were staying in the magic tower on the side of the abyss. Lin knew everything was ready. As for the former Demon King's guards commander, Lin always ignored that person. Anyway, he is just a magic blind, so he can't help him much. His own strength is high, so he can't hurt him easily. He has a cold personality, and he will neither take the initiative to help nor hold back. For this kind of person, it's better to be in the air. There is no need for a countdown, just a decisive push. But when things came to a close, Lin suddenly realized that the countdown was a very important thing when it came to the implementation of some meticulous plans in movies, or in reality. In addition to reminding the plan implementers that time is limited, it is also a kind of urging. It urges the implementers to follow the original plan when the time limit reaches 0. Unfold the plans that should be carried out, and start the devices that should be started. There will be no room for ambiguity or hesitation. Just recall those major historical events. Are there more situations where people decide to cancel plans before the countdown reaches 0? Or are there more situations where there is no countdown and only a decision is made, but in the end it is cancelled? Of course, in terms of base numbers, the latter is far greater than the former, and this comparison seems to be a bit overgeneralizing. However, after being trapped in this situation where he had to make decisions personally and press the button himself, Lin Jinjin felt that it would be better to have a countdown to scare himself. And when the countdown reaches 0, I will press the button without even thinking because of my nervousness. Otherwise, it's like beheading at noon. It's just a knife to stretch your head and shrink it anyway. It's better to leave the decision-making power to others and just wait to be beheaded. Okay. Finally, the thought of passing the buck aside. It is estimated that no one would want to take over such a responsibility from themselves. If others know what they want to do, and they have the right to decide, giving up is probably the most likely option. Lin has no doubts. Therefore, all responsibilities can only be shouldered by oneself, and no one can share them. Although Lin had such an awareness early on, it now seems that the awareness is not thorough enough. Otherwise, death would not be imminent. No. But when things came to an end, I fell into a hesitant mood again. In the end, Lin was like a fragment of how the device was activated, and had no memory of this part at all. Anyway, when he came back to his soul, the right hand placed on the crystal ball had been illuminated by the electrostatic beam inside the crystal ball that turned green and white. The angle of the large astronomical telescope has been adjusted a long time ago. Therefore, there are no additional operations for the slide rail that controls the direction, and the gear that controls the angle. He just trembled to show his presence. Lin did not put his head in front of the eyepiece to see whether his result was a success or a failure, because the image captured by the telescope will be accurately transferred to the hydroscope screen. This is of course convenient for astronomers like myself, who don't have to juggle between eyepieces and recording files. You don't even need to write the records yourself. There is a program to save all the pictures. But these are just trivial matters. Lin looked at the picture with trepidation, watching the fog that was difficult to see through continue to become thinner and lighter under the influence of the powerful magic of the arcane eye. Regardless of whether it is on the mystery side or the abyss side, the astronomical telescopes on the top of the twin towers of the gate are not ordinary optical telescopes. All lenses also have the function of arcane eyes, which can amplify weaker light and record farther distances. It can be said that these two astronomical telescopes set up in the atmosphere are not inferior to those satellite telescopes set up directly in space back home. With the help of magic, I can see even more things. This is not even mentioning the special functions based on magic. If possible, Lin would rather let the telescopes on the twin towers of the gate directly see the situation several light years away. In this way, you can avoid those big troubles on the astral level floating near the abyss. It is a pity that during the use of the magic device of the arcane eye, there must be a scan from near to far. Then fix it at the position where the controlling magician wants to look. It's like human eyes. People first subjectively decide which direction to look in, and then when facing that direction, they must have a panoramic view of all the scenes from near to far. Eventually, the lens in the eyeball zooms so that what you want to see is clearly imaged on the retina. No one can control his eyes. Instead of looking at close objects in a certain direction, he can directly see distant objects behind them. This also involves the linear path of light, and the complete principle behind it is more complicated. But the arcane eye breaks through quite a few barriers, and can even see behind something. However, some basic principles are still very different from those of human eyes. That's why this magical device is named after eye. To put it simply, if you want to skip the astral level alien gods at close range and directly see the starry universe behind you, there is no way. This is also why someone has put a lot of effort into the mental barrier in the Magic Circle City. Because Lin felt that the protective magic in the Magic Circle City would most likely need to be activated from time to time. When the gray fog on the screen cleared and was replaced by a pitch-black scene with stars and sea dotted with little rays of light, the whole person felt a refreshing feeling. Although the layout of the stars is not familiar to me, I have been in the abyss for more than 2 years, but I have never seen the stars seriously several times. This feeling still makes me miss it very much. In the past, if I couldn't hold back the desire in my bones, I would go to a lost place to satisfy my craving. It doesn't matter whether it's a desire in the soul or another in the boudoir. But after seeing such a picture, after the pleasure, there was a little confusion. Why are those things in my memory missing? Those outer gods woke up from their slumber and went to visit other places. Or is it not orbiting a star? The pseudo-planet Abyss also has its own trajectory. Since the last time I observed the Abyss starry sky, I have been far away from the place where the alien gods gathered last time I saw it. Or, was there something I had misjudged or made something wrong? Seeing that the astronomical telescopes on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the Abyss, just like the brother equipment on the side of the Abyss, the field of view has exceeded the atmosphere. And when they are preparing to explore deep space, a burst of noise causes the picture to be temporarily distorted. It returned to normal after a while. This feeling is like someone's impression of a classic scene from the movie 7 Nights of Ghost Stories. The TV, which was obviously not turned on, suddenly turned on. Instead of a normal TV screen, there was inexplicable noise interspersed with pictures of unknown meaning. The next step is of course the classic long-haired girl climbing into the well and getting out of the TV. So, is there anything going to come through the hydroscope screen? Lin didn't quite believe that such a scene would appear. To put it another way, even if a female spy does emerge, with everything she has learned in this magical world, it will not be easy to beat the opponent violently. Otherwise, you can close the door and let the lich out. Although the person on standby on the 3rd floor has not been a lich for a long time, don't think that she will give up the skills she has learned before. It's no big deal to teach the undead a lesson. Even if the things that were drilled out were not ghosts in terms of their nature, they would probably be severely taught to be deceitful if they encountered a top-level lich among the undead tribe like her. While he was thinking wildly, Lin suddenly thought of something. Ever since I delved into the arcane eyes, there have been situations where I couldn't see. After all, this is just magic. If the target being spied unconsciously takes precautions, he can still use magic to counter it. But in my memory, when I was a child before I traveled back in time, the TV that received the wireless analog signal would have a noisy picture because it did not receive the signal. This was never seen on the picture obtained by the arcane eye. Past. And a brand new situation naturally means that there is a factor behind it that has never been seen before. Such a thing would become an unflattering accident now. Someone couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chapter 1760. Something bad happened. What is the source of the noise? It's obviously related to those alien gods floating outside the abyss. As soon as Lin thought about it like this, he thought about where the part that he hadn't considered thoroughly before was. In response to the redundant information interference caused by the indescribable things, Lin did upgrade himself, hoping to be able to look directly at the existence of these high-dimensional and fascinating landlord planes, and even achieve a higher degree of understanding. But there is no arcane eye. Let's use an analogy. Sewage must be purified into clean water before it can be used. Therefore, facing this problem, a targeted purification device that matches the composition of the sewage is designed. This approach is of course correct. But the problem today is that the sewage will first pass through a pipe. The originally designed targeted purification device was installed at the pipe outlet. At first glance, there seems to be no problem in doing so. The premise is that the sewage will not change its properties when passing through the pipeline, or even contaminate the pipeline itself. If sewage passes through the pipeline, the nature of the sewage will change due to secondary pollution of the pipeline or other reasons. So can the purification device installed at the water outlet still play the role of the original design? Is the purified water usable? Lin believes that the upgraded observation method he designed for indescribable things can retain information to the greatest extent, allowing him to understand those high-dimensional chaotic things that are difficult to describe in words or words. But this premise is based on directly observing the target. The arcane eye has not been upgraded accordingly. I used to think that what the arcane eyes saw was not just images, but even audio content. The arcane eyes had audio tracks. This is why the magician can obtain information from any complete picture intercepted by the arcane eye that is almost equivalent to the real world. This includes situations in shadow or back. Since the image obtained by the arcane eye is a three-dimensional image, not only can it be turned to other directions at any time, but it can even be zoomed in or out at will. It's just that when traditional magicians deal with the images seen by the arcane eye, their methods are very rough, and they don't pay attention to details. Which is why the results are so crude that I don't know how to describe them. It's like watching a 4K high-definition movie on a Game Boy's monochrome screen. Even a god can't see a flower on it. But this small problem is not that troublesome to solve in Lin's hands. It can even reduce the weight of the images obtained by the arcane eye to a certain extent, so that it does not need to take up too much storage space, and can be easily used on the forum. However, no matter how many of these actions are performed, it cannot change the fact that the magic and magic device of the arcane eye cannot be immune to the influence of external gods. It's like sucking concentrated sulfuric acid through a regular plastic straw. You won't get anything but disastrous results. At times like this, there is no need to doubt, let alone hesitate. Shut down. Stop all actions. Upgrade the arcane eye. After all these are completed, let's slowly deal with the big troubles outside the abyss. It's just a beautiful thought. But the reality is the same as the horror movie routine. When the TV should be turned off, no matter how hard I turn the switch, there is no response. Even if the plug is pulled out, an unknown force continues to provide power and maintain the TV picture, giving Sadako time to crawl out. Seeing this reaction, someone panicked. In his mind, he was evaluating whether to return to the third floor of the tower in person, activate the Crown of Thorns, and physically shut down the astronomical telescope at the top of the tower that was activated and could not be shut down manually. In the current situation, there is no need for someone to grab the red flower slime and leave it on the top of the twin towers of gates as bait to prevent the outside gods from directing their attention elsewhere. Because now people are trying their best to erode the astronomical telescope and are busy. Generally, external stimuli will produce rapid changes visible to the naked eye, which are usually reactions only experienced by organic matter. For example, a person is enveloped by corrosive gas, poisoned, or splashed with strong acid or alkali. But the power of the outer gods is enough to directly corrode inorganic matter. Even if it is an extraordinary magical material, it will be stronger than ordinary inorganic materials due to the protection of supernatural power. And it will still be unable to resist the corrosive power of the outer gods that exceeds the physical rules of the main plane. So in Lin's eyes, the large-scale ground-based astronomical telescope he spent a lot of magic materials to build was transforming. To be honest, Lin didn't know what it would eventually turn into. It should be impossible to become a living creature. But the straight lens barrel has weird distortions. And the bracket and various supporting parts have weird deformations. It even appeared that it could not support the huge lens tube and was slightly skewed. It won't be a surprise when the whole thing is smashed down. There are also weird protrusions growing in some places. Anything longer will become tentacles swaying in the wind. Lin didn't want to come into contact with these squirming little guys at all. To test whether they would actively pester people. Lin had seen the phenomenon of evil deification more than once. As long as it is an unprotected object that follows him in and out of the flash technique many times, it will be eroded by the alien energy and turn itself into a monster. The special thing is that inorganic substances may also be activated into organic substances. But this is indeed the first time a mutation is deeply affected by an external god. However, Lin also knew that this was not a good time to indulge in research. Especially if the subject was in an uncontrollable situation. If you don't pay attention, it's a trivial matter, and it can backfire on you. And the world can be destroyed in an instant. So, it's time to make the decision to activate Crown of Thorns. Of course, he had to exit the top of the tower before activating the fatal killing device. It's just that the idea is beautiful. But when it comes to implementation, it's not so realistic. Reason? Someone's thoughts are moving very fast now. But the movements of his body cannot keep up with the thoughts in his mind. It's as if the soul has left the body. This situation has long existed in the subdimensional tower's calculation ability that ignores time. As with all mathematical problems, someone may not be able to figure out the solution directly as soon as they see the problem. But no matter how many and complicated the calculation process is, the time it takes to calculate it step by step is nothing. This is why someone thinks he has unlimited computing power. But apart from calculations, once his body needs to cooperate, Lin will feel that compared to his brain, his body is as heavy as a 1,000-gene scale. However, the situation in front of him was even more exaggerated. His mind was spinning very fast, and his body was motionless. The two sides seemed to be separated, and there was no time to feel heavy. Only then did Lin realize that he had been pulled from the battlefield of the main plane of the abyss to a special world. Perhaps the surrounding environment still looks like an abyss, as if he is still on top of the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. But the applicable physical rules are no longer the same as those in the main universe. Someone who realized this discovered another big problem. All along, in order to save his life, he has spared no effort in using detection magic on the surrounding environment. I'm afraid that if I miss something, it could lead to fatal consequences. So he knew exactly what was happening around him. Moreover, my senses have long been accustomed to this mode, and have long since broken away from the 5 basic biological senses, namely sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, etc. Is this the mysterious 6th sense? Or even the 7th sense that only appears in philosophy? Lin has trouble defining it. But the problem now is that I know what is happening around me. But a pair of eyes were still fixed on the hydroscope screen showing the observation results of the astronomical telescope. This is full of horror movie cliches, and one can do nothing except shout that something is wrong. No. In fact, I can't even do the action of shouting something bad. It is not correct to regard the current situation as time stasis, because the alienation of the astronomical telescope is what is happening. If the sequence of events can be arranged in the order of past, present and future, then time should be regarded as existence. But these events have no measurable duration, and there is no so-called interval. So it seems like the time cannot be fixed. This is just like the reflection of my computing power in the plane tower. There is a problem-solving process, but it does not need to consume the time that ordinary people understand. However, such a situation cannot be easily explained by the inconsistent time flow rates on both sides. The flow of time on both sides is inconsistent. To put it another way, using the side with slow time as the reference point, the side with fast time will feel that the side with fast time is moving very fast. It's like the way someone's impression of movies and TV shows when it comes to speedsters, like the Flash and Quicksilver. And extremely fast speed means amazing destructive power. In the mechanics formula, force is mass times acceleration. Who dares to say that destructive power has nothing to do with speed? Let's learn basic physics first. But all the changes in front of us, apart from the changes brought about by the changes, did not produce additional destructive behaviors. Therefore, the current situation cannot be described as inconsistent time flow rate. At least the concept of speed cannot be applied to those changes. If you want to use a more vivid picture to explain the situation at hand, you can talk about the animation in a certain audience's impression. As we all know, animation is composed of static images frame by frame. Through the effect of visual residue, the viewer can feel the continuity of the behavior, as if the characters and scenery in the picture are moving, and those frames represent the passage of normal time. The current situation is that the entire animation has pressed the pause button on a certain frame. The picture should stop and time should stop flowing. However, certain special characters on the screen are still making restless movements, and the movements are not small at all. Lin really couldn't explain this weird phenomenon. Time within time? No. According to someone's current research, the concept of time does not exist and can be directly replaced by a parallel worldview of different dimensions. The parallel worldview that most people think of as two timelines, with overlapping parts and separate parts, similarities and differences. But why can't a single timeline be viewed from this perspective? In fact, there are so many explanations. Just to explain the dilemma someone is facing now. Lin has known about the mismatch between subdimensional towers and body movements for a long time, but has never found a way to solve it. I never thought that I would swallow the bitter pill of my laziness in such a place and at this time. Maybe the causes are not exactly the same, but it is an undeniable fact that no matter which way, there is no solution.